It's like you need to be the special frame of mind, the special 9-volt brain, where you can get talked into a cult like that.
But it happens every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Every day all throughout the country. You know, I was talking to Mark Andreessen about this, a venture capitalist guy, a brilliant guy, and he was telling me that there's a ton of active cults right now in California.
Oh, yeah.
That are functioning. Like, you only hear about the ones that wind up getting in shootouts with the feds. There's a bunch of them that actually function somehow or another. They keep it together. You know, people leave, they tell the horror stories, and some people join.
Right.
But, like, Wild Wild Country is a great example. That Netflix documentary.
Yeah.
The crazy thing is, in the beginning, it looked so fun.
Yeah, it looked completely fucking doable.
So doable.
And our leader's got really nice fucking cars. Look. Yeah, and he'd be wrong.
He can't be wrong. He's got 20 Rolls Royces. There's so many of them. It's like whatever the way that we evolved in tribal society to listen to the chief. We all have this like strange desire to either be the chief or listen to the chief.
Sure.
You know, either be the alpha or listen to the alpha. And someone can pretend to be the chief. And they can pretend to be the chief with magical insight. And you know what the most fucked up thing about that documentary is, the thing that still fucks with my head, is that guy would do this thing to these people called the knowing, where he would, and they would orgasm. They would just like they literally meet God. To this day, they all say that it was real, that thing actually did happen. Like the power of suggestion, the fact that he kept it from them for so long, and then the one day, this is your coming of age ceremony. This is the one day you're gonna get the knowing, and you put his hands on them, and they would really experience something. And they said it was like they were experiencing God. Like it was the most bliss they had ever felt in their life, and that they never felt it again. So the circumstances and the ritual activated this innate part of our consciousness that's always there. This ability to talk to God, the ability to communicate with God, which is probably what every religion is trying to do. It's all like this whisper of the truth that's out there in the ether, and everybody knows it's out there. There's something there. I just have to figure out how to. And this guy, this crazy gay porn star, hypnotist, butt fucking all these dudes, still, even this guy was able to touch these people, and they were able to access that part of their brain. And they were in. They were like, oh, we're in. I'm following this guy everywhere. This guy really is like connected to God.
Well, you know, I think that prayer, start with that, just with prayer, is a physical thing, not a spiritual thing. And that's why it works for anybody. You know, I believe it's a way to channel energy, and it changes the way you feel, but it doesn't matter what you're praying to, but it's a physical transfer of energy.
Right.
Not a spiritual thing. And because anybody can do it. And also hypnosis is so powerful when it's done correctly. And I know that the experience hypnosis is done well. And so, boy, if you have both of those things, you know, you could have power over anybody. That's the fucking
that's the problem. That was what they did during the Manson family, the MK Ultra. During those days, it was part of the Chaos book by Tom O'Neill. It's about the Manson family murders. And one of the things that they went into is the fact that this guy who worked for the CIA at the time as part of MK Ultra, his name was Jolly West. And Jolly West is this figure all throughout the counterculture resistance movement that the federal government sort of concocted. And part of what he was doing was teaching people how to manipulate people with LSD. And he was teaching Charlie Manson in jail. Like this guy visited Manson in jail. Then Manson would get out of jail, and Manson would get in trouble, get arrested, and then get released. And the sheriffs all say, it's over my pay grade. They were all told to let him go. And so he was implicated in murders, violent crimes. They always let him go. They always had to let him go. And he was getting acid. And he had sophisticated methods of manipulating minds. It wasn't as simple as like, this is a charismatic dude and they all want to cut a baby out of fucking Sharon Tate's stomach. No, it was way crazier than that. It was sophisticated mind control from MK Ultra, and they wanted to see if they could get people to become homicidal maniacs, and they were right. They could. They knew how to do it. They used it, and they got Manson to do it, and it threw water on this whole anti-war hippie movement. All that peace, love shit. Whoosh. Now hippies are murderers. Now hippies are Charles Manson. Now, your kid wants to just like fucking paint flowers and show up at Grateful Dead shows. No, your kid's a murderer. Your kid's a fucking. All the hippies are suspects now. They were. It's a fascinating thing they did. Like the way they threw water on this movement that was happening, like in 1970, just threw it down and put Schedule 1 on everything. If the Nixon administration hadn't done that in 1970, who knows what the world looks like today? Like, who knows? Who knows if you can get ibogaine or ayahuasca in America, if psilocybin had stayed legal? But it was made it legal in 1970. All that stuff, yep, all that stuff became Schedule 1 in 1970. Marijuana was always illegal. It was illegal from like the 1930s. And that was because it was a textile, and that was because it was a commodity. But it had almost nothing to do with the drug itself. They were trying to outlaw hemp. They were worried because they had come up with a new way to process hemp fiber. It's called a decorticator. They invented this thing. It was a big thing. Popular Science magazine, hemp, the new billion-dollar crop. It was like they were saying, we're all going to use hemp now because now there's an effective way to process the fibers, and they're superior to everything else. Make superior paper, superior cloth, superior everything. Right. Much better plan. And William Randolph Hearst was like, fuck that. So William Randolph Hearst starts publishing stories in his newspapers about how blacks and Mexicans are taking this new drug called marijuana. They invented the name. It was a wild Mexican tobacco. That's what marijuana used to be. It was slang for a wild Mexican tobacco. So they put that name on cannabis, something that people had had forever. People have been smoking it forever. It was literally the origin of the term cannabis.
Goes from cannabis.
Yes. It's all hemp. If you go like the Mona Lisa, those are all painted on hemp. The first draft of the Declaration of Independence was written on hemp. Hemp was a far superior paper. It's really difficult to tear. It's a crazy fiber.
Can we put this on pause?
Yes.
Can we put it on pause for a second?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Rob White had a moment there where the cold came back, the sickness came back.
Yeah, that was a moment. I don't know what that was.
We're also going to blabbing about the illegalization of weed and how crazy it is. We were talking about ayahuasca and all these things, and all of a sudden, you just got a little pale.
Yeah, I got a little pale and started sweating. I don't know what it is. And I just got a little sick. I feel a little better now. I got a nice yak. And
this is how long has this sickness been with you?
I felt fine all day. I felt fine yesterday. I played golf.
Has this happened before though? It just comes on out of nowhere.
No, this should be the first time.
So maybe it's maybe it's another thing, a food poisoning thing or something.
I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Wow. And you got a couple IVs, right?
I had 2 last week, and I'll go home and do another one.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'll be fine in just a little bit. Damn.
And you play golf.
Yeah, I golf with my son. I had a great time.
It's a nice day to play golf too.
Absolutely.
One of the things we have out here in Texas is real weather. I love it when it rains and everything's so green and pretty.
You need to go down to Costa Rica.
I do need to go to Costa Rica.
Stay in your neighbor's place. It's the sweetest thing that I've ever seen. My big pet peeve when people say it's the best thing you've ever seen. It's the best thing you've ever seen. I've seen some shit.
Exactly. Like, what are you saying? I've seen so many things.
But that place down there, it's another trip.
Yeah.
It is fucking gorgeous.
I like that Turkey place. It's amazing. The place out here.
It's the best. It's so pretty right now. It's all they blowing a bunch of wildflowers all over it. It's just fucking gorgeous. It's a great golf course.
I almost wish I played golf.
It's a waste of time and money.
Yeah,
You don't have I know you don't have time. So
I would love it. I'm sure. But so we should probably wrap this up because you're not feeling that good, right?
I feel a little better.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Keep rolling a little.
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's just when someone gets sick like that, you don't know what to do.
Fuck yeah, I don't know what to do, but I swear I feel better. I don't feel hot anymore.
That's so weird. So weird. Like, what is that?
I just need to get something out of my stomach real quick. I think.
It's just crazy that something's been like, you have a little invader in your body.
Yeah.
And you're fighting off. That's what we're doing all the time, fighting off these invaders.
Yeah, I'm still coming to the club tonight. Okay. I'm gonna get a drip and come to a set.
Of course. It's gonna be fun tonight. It's Camp Absent show tonight.
Oh, good. Good.
It's exciting time. It really is. The world's so chaotic right now, which is great for comedy. Whenever the world's fucked up, comedy's at its best. Gaza, Palestine, it's fucking Ukraine, and the tariffs. It's great to come out and do some comedy.
Yeah. You know what I stay away from all of it.
Good.
And of that subject matter, or any politics or anything like that. And the reason is, I know my crowd. I know what they want, and they want to laugh really hard, and they want to. And I think that I've always taken the position as I'm just not going to bring that into it. I'm going to let us do something. I love it when other people do. They're really good at it. It's fun to watch and it's entertaining as fun. But I just decided a long time ago that I'm just gonna go out there and make them laugh as hard as I can make them laugh, and let them have some time off from tragedy or whatever. And I'm not that good at it anyway. So I've never been a political commentator, right? So I might be one now.
Well, the problem with politics is you're gonna alienate the crowd.
Dead split.
Yeah.
Dead split.
And if you're one of those people that takes a stand on stage, like, okay, great.
Right.
Now you take a stand.
Yeah.
Okay. But just let's have fun.
It's silly.
Unless what you have to say is so good, make someone laugh.
Oh, if you're good enough.
Yeah.
If you're good enough.
Right.
I saw people try to take on 9/11 right after 9/11, but I only saw like one person. It was really, if you're good enough to write about that, then write about it. But if you're not good enough to write about it, leave it the fuck alone.
Leave it the fuck alone. That's some black belt material.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
skill level, whatever.
Yeah. Mitzi Shore let Brian Holt on stage for 2 weeks after the movie.
No, I didn't know that.
She's like, no way. Keep him off the stage. The Holtzman couldn't wait to say something fucking completely outrageous. Whatever that demon inside of him that comes out when he's on stage.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I really don't. I love him to death, but he's such an original character. And
the most. He's from a different time. It's like he was brought here from another dimension. He's like a different thing. Even the way he dresses. It's like he's from the 50s.
Right.
And he's like my age. Like he's not. He was like that when I met him. He was from a different era when I met him in '94. I was like,
oh, you know him that long?
Yeah, like, where is this fucking guy from? Like, you're from a different time.
People fucking love him, though, man. He
fucks got a crowd now.
Yeah, he does.
That's the difference between the way he was treated at the store. Unfortunately, he fell into this, through nobody's fault. But it was like everybody waited till the end and Holtz would go up. But, like, why have him on the end? It's like, have him on when the crowd's hot.
Right.
Like, don't put him on at 1 in the morning, put him on at 10. But let's see when the crowd is like popping, like let him cook when the crowd's popping, and now he sells out. People come to see him. Right. He need headlines. It's like people get excited. He's a maniac, and he's got a crowd now. He's got a legitimate draw.
They get it.
Yeah, they get it.
Yeah,
it's nice. It's fun, and that's also the difference between when a comedy club is one black comic. because Holtzman has always been a comic for comics. We all would go see Holtzman at the end of the night when he was doing insane sets for 15 people in the main room.
Right.
But now, we're running the show, so give him a fucking weekend. Let's go. Give him a Thursday night. Let's go. Let's have some fun.
Right. He does a lot of 10 p.m. shows. Right. He does a lot of Thursday.
Yeah, especially 10 p.m. shows. That's the best time to see him. When it's late, you had a couple of cocktails.
Right.
You're feeling crazy about the world.
Yeah.
Let that guy loose.
You understand it's a joke.
Yeah, you get jokes. You get someone saying something he doesn't really mean.
Right.
It's completely ridiculous to say. Yeah, that's part of the fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he acts like he means it, and you buy into it, and it's a joke still.
But every now and then they'll show you behind the curtain. Every now and then you get a little peek. You're like, oh,
yeah,
he's having fun.
He is. He's having a good time. And he loves Austin, too. I see him walking around downtown almost every time I drive through the city.
Yeah, it was a big getting him here. It was a big get because we wanted to bring a lot of there was some magic that was trapped in the talent of the comedy store. It was magic. And some of it wasn't being utilized correctly. Holtzman's the best example of that.
But what a fun hang it was,
What a fun hang.
Yeah, it was great.
That's some of my favorite times in my life in that back bar.
Yeah.
Just laughing. We'd be back there just laugh. That was a great thing the comedy store did. When they put together that bar,
yeah.
They had Mitzi's actual bar from her house. Was the bar there?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that bar didn't used to be there. So the early days, that was like a storage room. And so at one point in time, the store was really killing it. They decided we should turn this into a bar. And I don't know what year was that. I feel like it was 2014-ish, which is right when I came back. And the store was killing it. And we all were like, oh yeah, we'll have our own bar. This is incredible. And you had to go through the kitchen to get to it, like the scene from Goodfellas.
Right.
And you get back there, and you could only be back there if you were cool. You couldn't buy a ticket.
It was police.
Yeah, you had to have a friend. You had to know somebody to get back there. But we would be hanging with some of the coolest people in the world.
That's my favorite place to drink.
It was so fun. There'd be musicians back there. Everybody was just chilling. The drinks were free.
Yeah.
It was crazy. It was so fun. The store was a magical place, man. A magical place. And there's something about the fact that, it had this insane history to it that you felt like, wow, I can't believe I'm even here.
Right. I standing on the stage, same last stages of Pryor,
Kinnison.
Yeah.
You're in the belly of the beast on Sunset in Hollywood, right in the middle of everything.
Right.
The middle of everything. Where everybody, I remember when I was a kid in 1988 when I first started doing stand-up, they would talk about the comedy store like it was a mecca. Where you had to make your pilgrimage to the store. And some guys would say they went there with a bomb, tried to do some meetings, and set up the store at bomb and fuck that place.
Yeah, my first trip out to LA, I was trying to get on at the Improv. I couldn't get on, and I was like, man, I went to the Comedy Store. And I told them my story. It was Monday night, and they put me up first, which wasn't a really good spot, and I hated it. And but they did put me on stage. Well, there it is, right there. And there were 10 people in there or whatever, nobody, but it was a horrible experience. But I always look back at it fondly, because they did it. Yeah, I said, go get on stage.
The first time I ever came out to the store, I was out in LA to do some pilot thing for MTV, and I was staying at a hotel, and I knew who the store was. I was like, I gotta get there. I just gotta see what it's like. And they let me in because I said, hey, I'm a comedian from New York. Can I just come in and watch the show? And they're like, yeah, sure. They just let me right in. And then I sat in the back of the room with 19 people in there, and they were all the comics that were on stage were terrible. They're all like Bodaks. They're like people that and then I realized years later that what had happened was a lot of these scenes, they go in these peaks and valleys. And I caught it when it was at a valley. And before it was at a peak, like the Kinnison years, it was a giant peak. But people would come to, it was the wild place, Kansas, right? And they'd all come at midnight and watch him, and celebrities would be all there. And he died in like 92, I think. And I got there in 94. So it was like, there was this like absence.
Whoa, right.
It was a real low. There's a lot of like leftovers. People that were in the 80s that didn't make it.
Right.
But they were still around. They're still doing stand up and hoping that something was going to happen. But they had tired acts. They were just tired. It hadn't happened for them. They're out there doing pilot season. They didn't want to be at the store. Because here at the store, there's no agents. There's no executive. No one comes to see you at the store at that time. They would go to the Improv. They would go to the Laugh Factory. That's where the industry was. So if you really wanted to have an actual career, you wouldn't be doing sets at the store.
Instead, do sets in front of Bud Friedman going, language! What's your language? Yeah.
There was a lot of that back then, right? The TV days. Everybody thought you had to be clean.
You know, when I came back to the store, it was in its heyday. You know, you were, running the podcast, and, the fucking place was packed to the rafters, and the comics were solid as fuck,
We had a magical run.
Yeah.
There's a magical run.
And we're having one now. So
yeah. It's the same thing. I mean, it's based, but it's our version of it, the new version of it. But it's the same thing. It's just like, it's a beautiful thing when, that term artist is very pretentious. So just say comics. Realize that we're all doing this thing together, and there's not a lot of us, and it's fun to hang out together, enjoy each other's company, and appreciate each other, and appreciate the ride. We're all on this wild ride together.
That's right. And it is quite a ride.
It's a beautiful ride.
Quite a ride.
Yeah, we're very lucky, Ron White, and say it all the time, but it's true. You're patient zero.
All right, man. I'll take the title. I'll take the title.
You're really patient zero because you just grew up. Imagine if you have some fucking new COVID, picked up some new COVID in Vegas that kills us all.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, you got that third round.
Goodbye.
Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's up, Ed? Hey, thanks so much for having me. My pleasure. Very nice to meet you, man. So, why don't you, instead of me, why don't you explain to people what you do?
So I'm the CEO and co-founder of a company called Colossal Biosciences. We're the world's first de-extinction and species preservation company.
Yeah, and that is a wild thing. This is essentially literate one. This is essentially real life Jurassic Park.
Yeah, we get this. Good show. Rogan experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's up, Ben?
Hey, thanks so much for having me.
My pleasure. Very nice to meet you, man. So, why don't you, instead of me, why don't you explain to people what you do?
So I'm the CEO and co-founder of a company called Colossal Biosciences, the world's first de-extinction and species preservation company.
Yeah, and that is a wild thing. This is essentially the literate one. This is essentially real life Jurassic Park.
Yeah, we get the Jurassic Park occasion, believe it or not.
Of course.
I gotta drop my hydrogen tablet.
Oh, you love the Gary Brecker ones,
yeah.
right? Those are great.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I love those.
I just didn't want you to think it was we're going a different direction.
How did you get started even thinking about doing something like this?
So I kind of fell into it. I didn't wake up and say I saw Jurassic Park. I'm super stoked. I love animals. I want to go work on this. I'm just a weirdly curious person. So there's this guy named George Church. If you don't know George, you should look him up. He's the father of synthetic biology. He's at Harvard University. He's 6'7" with narcolepsy. He's just the best, right? So if you ever had him on, he may fall asleep during the podcast, but he's the absolute best. He's a genius. And I thought my background's in software and just building teams of people that are smarter than me, right? And So I was interested in synthetic biology, this idea that we could engineer life and that we could use AI and compute to make it even better. Like, how do we do directed evolution? And how that can apply to like crops and animals, all that stuff. So I get on the phone with George and I ask him my questions. He answers them in like 6 seconds because he's a genius. And then I start asking about all the other weird stuff that's coming out of his lab. In that process, he's like, I've also been working on mammoths and other things. He's like, wait, what? And I was like, if you have one project, is it this mammoth project? And then he went down this whole path about how to bring back mammoths, reintroduce them in the Arctic, help the ecosystem, use those technologies for conservation, use those technologies for human health care. And I kind of thought it was a fucking joke. I literally thought that like the smartest man I've ever met and been on the phone with was a joke. Well, then I stayed up all night just Googling George, and there was this weird man through line. Whether it's 60 Minutes or, Stephen Colbert, whatever he's in, there's this weird man through line where he was just obsessed with these mammoths, and everyone kind of wanted him to do this. So I called him back the next day. 7 days later, I'm in his lab, and we were off to the races on, okay, we're going to try to build a company to bring back 6 species.
So how do you decide what to start with?
So we started with the mammoth first, right? Because George, had been working on it for 8 years. We needed his core technologies. We thought that there was a huge application with elephant conservation. There was some ecological modeling that had been done that shows that the reintroduction of mammoths back into the wild could actually have a net benefit to the ecosystem. And so that was an easy place to start. After we launched the company, it went crazy viral, and all these other folks from deep research started calling us, like folks from like the Thylacine or Tasmanian tiger, which looks like a mythical creature. It's awesome. The Best here with the dodo, everyone just started calling us, and we just started expanding our entire set.
So how does one do this? So like, we get to show you really, which is fucking amazing. Before that, how does one do this? Like, from what I understand, you have to take the gene of an Indian elephant, which is the closest thing to a mammoth.
Yeah, let me walk through the whole process.
Yeah.
So first you have to find ancient DNA, which is pretty shitty on a good day. So the minute we take DNA out of our bodies or out of anything, it starts to degrade at an insanely rapid rate. So we definitely need to find a lot of samples. So we actually have got 109 mammoth samples, ranging from 3,000 years old to 1.2 million years old, which is also cool. But it's also fragmented. It's like a shitty jigsaw puzzle that you don't know what the box is, and someone's stolen part of the puzzle. And then, oh, by the way, people have taken other puzzle pieces and put them in there. So there's all kinds of problems with that. So this is really an AI and compute problem. It's not as much a human problem. So you have to get a lot of samples first. And then you have to start mapping them to their closest living relative. And genotyping allows us to understand that that's Asian elephants, right? So Asian elephants are 99.6% the same as mammoths. They're actually closer related to mammoths than they are to African elephants.
Really?
Yeah, which always blows people's mind. That and the fact that mammoths were alive when we were building pyramids, or aliens or whoever was building pyramids. like literally, like humans were building the pyramids while mammoths existed. Sometimes that blows people's mind because they always think of them as this like weird, like prehistoric, like 65 million years old dinosaur.
When did they go extinct?
So the last one went extinct about 4,000 years ago on Wrangel Island. Yeah.
Wow.
So they've been a while. They were around for a long time.
4,000 years
I know, they weren't, they appeared about 2.5 million years ago, as far as we understand. They were mostly a Pleistocene species. But as we moved into the Holocene, kind of the period that we're in right now, they existed. They existed all the way up until they had this like small genetic bottleneck on Wrangel Island.
Wow. Where's Wrangel Island?
It's northeast of Siberia.
Whoa. And they just, it was a small island, they just ran out of resources there? Or what happened?
Well, there's a couple different theories, right? One of the theories with Wrangel Island is that they actually, there's lots of inbreeding, so there's lots of like genetic bottleneck which happened because there's not enough different species there.
How large is Wrangel Island?
I'm not quite sure.
Can you give me a photo again, Jay?
Okay. And so essentially, though, Wrangel Island, and then there's another island called St. Paul Island, which is also between Alaska and Russia. Also is where they were. Those are kind of the last two places that we know mammoths existed today.
And they died out for 1,000 years.
Yeah,
So
and now some
they're
actually,
small.
there is actually another working hypothesis that they actually ran out of water. They ran out of access to fresh water. Okay.
Wow.
So some combination of genetic bottleneck and
Wow. 4,000 years is so recent.
I know it's crazy recent, right?
Jamie, can you please pull up a photo of an Asian elephant versus a African elephant.
And they're actually mammoths because there's mammoths themselves. Yeah, mammoths themselves are close related to the Asian elephant. They have
Just
that,
on the left.
yeah, just on the left. So they have that dome cranium. They have the small ears. They have a little bit of a hump structure. Mammoths because they have these massive tusks, right? And you talk to lots of folks who kind of mammoth. They actually, move their heads quite slowly. They had to, they had to have this entire ridge, but it has extra muscle in order to do that. But one of the things that's awesome also about the Asian elephants is some Asian elephants, some of the ones that are born actually they're not mammoth-like, they have a lot of fur on them that kind of lose over time.
Wow. So are those the ones that you would find like in Thailand?
Yes, and Thailand and parts of different parts of India and the Indian subcontinent.
I actually rode one of those ones with my family.
Did you go to one of those places that you like to take care of them?
Yeah. You have to like get a relationship with them. So you feed them sugar cane, you wash them, and play nice with them for like a while.
Yeah.
A couple hours, like at least an hour, just hanging out with them, petting them. And then once they decide you're cool, they let you ride them.
Yeah.
But my whole family rode them, and I was like totally opposed to it. I was like, I'm doing it just because you guys want to do it. I just want to feed them.
Yeah.
I just want to hang out with them.
It just felt weird.
My daughter fell off, I think twice. My youngest daughter fell off once, at least. And I was like, do we know that this elephant wants us riding?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's kind of a weird thing.
It's a weird thing, right? Yeah.
And then afterwards, you get in the water and you wash them.
Yeah.
And everything, and I just kind of hung out with them.
I'd be cool.
They're very sweet.
I don't think I'd want to ride one. I like being, around them.
Them feeding you over Instagram. Yeah, there definitely is. Because she was eating a log. It was like eating a log.
Yeah.
It's just weird. They're so enormous, but they're really like peaceful,
And
chill,
really smart. And they have incredible pack dynamics, right? So they live in a herd. They've even had all these different examples where they also adopt other animals. I don't know if you've seen any of these videos.
Oh yeah, so here it is. This is a few years ago in Thailand, and this is an Asian elephant just chilling with this elephant. Yeah, 2018. Okay, there it is. It was really cool.
It's awesome.
It's just cool to be around them. They're just a fascinating animal. Just like the biodiversity of Earth, the fact that thing exists.
There's this enormous thing with this like robotic potential.
As long as you're cool to them, they're cool to you.
Yeah, they sense it, right? We see that nature with a lot of animals. Like they don't feel like they're being backed into a corner or feel like they're not going to be around that. So some of our animals have been around, and they're starting to get quite large, which I'm sure we'll talk about at some point.
Yeah.
At some point, though, you're still kind of like, they are wild animals. So you have to maintain some level of healthy distance.
Yeah. So let's just get right to it.
Wait. No? You want to finish the process?
Yeah.
So we have these ancient genomes that we have to collect and assemble.
Right.
And that's, a lot of people just think of us in the lab, like just a bunch of people in the lab. But that's like some Indiana Jones shit. Like we're literally going into the permafrost and like collecting dead samples from the permafrost, which you've had John Reeves on here. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
It smells like death. It literally, it is death. It's just over time piled up death. And
have you visited John?
Yeah, I visited John.
You went to the boneyard.
Yeah, I went to the boneyard. What's it like there? It's crazy. It's exactly what you'd expect. I didn't know John, so I'm on the season explorers film. So we take these expeditions. We did the expedition to Alaska to do mammoth retrieval, and then we're also doing some cultural studies with some of the indigenous people groups around mammoths. Do you want mammoths back? This is a good idea, right? We try to be pretty inclusive. And they're like, oh, we got to meet the biggest landowner in Alaska, John. I was like, okay, great. I'm excited. So we go meet him. We pull up. He's in a different car, and he's like, I think he wanted us to follow him. He's like, get in. I was like, okay. And he's big. I'm not that big, right? No, especially after Gary Breck has been working on him. I'm smaller, right? And so, like, I literally get in. I get in the car. There's a bunch of stickers. There's one that has butterflies on it that says "Give 0 fucks." And I was like, and then he's like, just move the gun over. So I moved the gun over. And he goes, listen. And this is the first words out of his mouth to me. If I stop short, you hand me that gun. And I was like, I didn't even ask a follow-up question. He was like, what do you do when you get in the car with John? And he said, you hand me that gun. If I stop quick and I say, hand me that gun, you hand me that gun. I was like, that's awesome. He showed me around the book. It was just some type of rifle.
So it was prisons.
I assume it was for prisons, yeah. Or bears or something large.
Yeah.
But then he showed me around the boneyard and showed me his collection. And he was completely, he didn't know us from anybody. He just opened up everything to us, right? And he said, let me show you all this. Showed us this. Well, he actually has a warehouse. I don't know if he ever discloses where it is. It is a warehouse where he has some of the greatest specimens ever. Yeah. So it's cool. You should go. It's cool.
I do want to go.
It's amazing. Yeah, he's a cool guy. And then, in research business, we're like, oh, we'd love to, take you some of your service. And he's like, no. And he was very honest. And he told us, and that's like before your podcast with him, we kind of learned that story, right? And so that's what sucks is how like some people can ruin it for everybody. Yeah. Because he's outside of Fairbanks, it's not the easiest place to build a biocontainment level 3 lab.
Right.
But he's always like, you build a lab here, you use whatever you want. But he's like, the bones stay here. So he's very consistent with his message.
Well, the whole deal with the Museum of Natural History, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
and I totally believe it.
Well, it's a fact. Yeah. They found these bones in East River exactly where they told them to drop it off. They have step bison fragments.
Yes, I've seen it.
Woolly mammoth fragments, so they know that they're there.
Yeah, and you've built a relation, John. He's just a normal, no bullshit kind of guy.
Yeah.
He's like, you stole the stuff, give it back.
Yeah.
Or he's also like, hey, if you want to come work on it, come on. Like, he's very collaborative.
It's like, what do you guys have? Like, why are you keeping that shit in the basement? Like, what is that?
I mean, when we do work, outside of the expeditions of collecting ancient DNA, when we do work, we also work with museums, right? And so we go to like the catacombs of museums, and it's exactly what you think of like the Vatican archives, right? You go down to like sub-basement 4 of the Smithsonian, and it's just rows and rows and rows of taxidermy animals that you've never seen. It's got like little drawers and boxes, and they're like, this is giant sloth. And I was like, I didn't know there was giant sloth. They're like, yes, I think there's DNA. And I was like, well, this is like, the card catalog of like all like dead species, but it's not on display for the public. It's just in a basement.
And is it extensively archived? You know where everything is, or is there some stuff down there?
I mean, I wouldn't say that they are at least any museum. I think they have a lot more than they know. I don't see it in like massive computer systems because we ask for inventory list. What's the shopping list?
It's been over 100 years.
Yes.
So people have come and gone.
But they'll pull out drawers that have like Darwin's name on it and stuff like that. I mean, that's how we did the thylacine. We actually found in a cup about this size, we call it the miracle cup, where they shot the mother, they took the 3 joeys, the babies, killed the 3 pups, and they put one of them in formaldehyde, and we got a 98% complete genome from the first sample of that pup. Wow. But they didn't even know they had it. They also, on the thylacine, which I'll talk about more later, they also found a head in a bucket. They didn't even know it was the mom's head. So we actually looked at the genetic relation between the two. And they actually found, they didn't know they had a head in a bucket. They just had a head in a bucket. They opened it up, they marked thylacine, they opened it up, and there was a full thylacine skull in there. There's pictures of it online and everything. And we used that to get to a 99.9% complete genome because we also had the ancestry of the two, pup and mother. Wow. Yeah. So there's some great treasure troves in some of these museums that aren't being fully utilized.
So if you have 98%, I have 99%, what's the process of going from that? So here,
there's the head and bucket. So Andrew Pass, who leads our in partnership with the University of Melbourne, leads our thylacine work. And that's the head and bucket. I mean, there's soft tissue, there's teeth, there's petrous bones, which we'll talk about.
Do you buy into any of these sightings?
No, I did. So Andrew Pass, for years, been working on for 15 years. He's amazing. He's awesome. He's been working on like the shoestring budget, and that's part of the problem with the extinction. Is no one has put real capital into it until now. And he's been working on it for 15 years, and he's had people send him, poop, clippings from, hair, and all this stuff over the years. He just send it to him, and he loves the thylacine so much, he just sequences it. He's like, no, it's a dog. You send me more dog shit, thanks. I mean, it's demoralizing, but like when I got into thylacine, we met Andrew, we did a partnership with him. We actually made the largest investment in marsupial research. More than the Australian government, we made the largest investment in researcher, more so than anyone. So we do this, and then you get into the myth of it, right? So you start reading it, right? I start reading all the books on the Thylacine LMD. I get obsessive about projects. And so I'm pretty obsessed about extinction right now. And so got super deep in it. And then I started calling the past. I was like, hey, I've been watching these YouTube videos. And I kind of think they're still there. And the past is like, no, stop it. Don't go down that rabbit hole. So I don't believe.
Well, why did he say that?
Well, because he's been testing for the last 15 years all over Tasmania, right? So not just Southern Australia, but all over Tasmania.
So samples,
Everything, using camera traps, and nobody's. I think that they officially say that the thylacine went extinct in 1936, but probably in the late 40s and early 50s they still existed. But I mean, I think it's very unlikely that one still exists. It'd make our lives a lot easier.
Forrest really believes it.
Yes, he thinks they're probably.
And because of sightings.
Yeah, he said he thinks in the western part of Papua New Guinea in the mountains.
And also incredibly remote.
Yeah.
Very difficult.
And the separation of that topography separates the Papua New Guinea singing dogs, which could be competitive for them for predator prey, from where the thylacine siding goats are swinging. It's just another large canid that has a unique howl.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's so just why I'm sure you can find a video.
I've never heard this.
Yeah.
Singing.
Yeah. Papua New Guinea singing dogs.
By the way, folks, we're teasing that because this is not just theoretical.
Yeah.
So this is what's going to get crazy.
Yeah, this is going to get weirder.
This podcast is going to blow your fucking mind. Go ahead, Jenny. That's the whole
These
thing.
weird animals have a knack for holding a tune, even to an exact key.
Oh, they're so cute.
Yeah.
They're so cute. Do people keep them as pets? That looks like a dog, though.
Yeah, I would say that.
That looks like a dog.
They're wild dogs in Papua New Guinea, but I'm sure people have domesticated them.
Pretty fucking cool dogs. And they have a fox.
So once you have enough of that DNA, right, from all these different samples, you can assemble it. You then have to build comparative genomic models to its closest living relatives in the case that they have the Asian elephant. But I'm from software, so I just assume there's like the Google cloud of DNA. Like we've all done 23andMe before it went bankrupt, right? So we should assume that the government or someone backed up and had kind of like the 23andMe of all species.
Right.
It doesn't exist. Wow, which is insane. So there's no backup. There's no like Noah's Ark bio vault for life, like kind of like the seed vaults. That doesn't exist. And so we're actually petitioning the U.S. government to help put a massive project together to help biobank it. And starting with just American megafauna and key stuff. So it doesn't exist at all. And so then we'll also build reference genomes for all the species, like the closest living relatives for all the species that we're working on.
So this is the question. If you have, say, let's go to woolly mammoth. So if you have woolly mammoth in the house, 99%, how do you bridge that gap? How do you create?
That's synthetic biology. So you never have to get to 100%, right? You need to get to probably then synthetic biology. That's where you are using all these different genetic tools, probably for CRISPR, all these other things, genetics, which is it breaks the DNA. It's not always the best tool. We can now actually make individual edits to when you think of the DNA double, helix, right? In those rungs of the ladder, those individuals are called nucleotides. We can change the letters. Like that's how precise we can say at spot 4,000,008, I need to change that letter. And so you change that letter. And then other times you actually synthesize big blocks of DNA. So when you notice that in the mammoth and in the Asian elephant, there's difference in these certain like protein coding regions, in all these different regions of the genome that drive phenotypes or physical like attributes like curved tusk, the cranium, small ears, the subcutaneous fat layer, and then hair and coat color. You can actually then engineer that into the Asian elephant, right? Because you're only really looking at that 0.4% difference, right? It's still a lot of numbers. You're only looking at that. So the better you can be in software, the better you can be using AI and computer models, the less edits you have to make, right? Because you're really just trying to target those core phenotypes.
Right. Are there specific genes that regulate size? Because there are large.
It's a
Just watching Joe Rogan. They have the CEO from OCO or Colossal Bioscientific. They're talking about the extinction, essentially using the DNA of the woolly mammoths to impregnate Asian elephants and reintroduce them to the Arctic Circle. Baller. What's that about? I'm deaf. I'm just creating robots. That's what I got going. Just robot after robot. How about you? What's going on in you? Nepal? Yeah. Do you know anyone from the Sherpa people? That's baller. Okay, can I tell you something about them? All right, so a lot of people think that, at least like in English, when you refer to a Sherpa, you're talking about someone who's carrying a bunch of stuff up a mountain, but that's not correct. The Sherpa are a people. One of their common careers is being what you would call more like a portager, someone who takes something from one place to another. But just because someone's a Sherpa does not mean that they're carrying stuff. That's a group of people. Is that correct? Exactly. But like, if you refer to someone as like, oh, that person's a Sherpa, and in English, a lot of times people just assume, oh, that person's like carry stuff. And that's untrue. It just so happens that a lot of people from that community carry stuff, but that they're portagers. Some are portagers, but some are not. Just like your friend. Yeah. You know who the well, probably I would say the most famous Nepalese person is? I mean, who would you say it is? Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. This is just my opinion, and it's debatable whether he was born in Nepal or Tibet, but it would be Tenzing Norgay. Do you know who that is? Well, let me look it up. Who's the most famous Nepalese person ever? So as far as the drama, okay, I guess that doesn't really count. They say pets are more gay. I'm in agreement with that. And there's an entrepreneur and philanthropist, Bernard Sudaher. Yeah, that. And then you've got Catman. You know the song Catman You by Bob Seger? It's amazing, man. That's your favorite song? Dude, I love that song. It's how I found out about Catman You. Catman You. Really where I'm going to. If I ever get out of here, going to Catman You. Yeah, I love that song, man. It's a great song. What else do I know about Nepal? Well, you guys are kind of in a border dispute with China, and they're kind of aggressive, right? Right. Yeah. So there's the so there is some kind of thing. This is more India and China thing, but you're in the middle. But there's some kind of treaty. They can only fight with like sticks. Do you know about this? Okay. Yeah. So China and India have never had or have had multiple border skirmishes where troops use sticks and rocks instead of firearms, adhering to a 1996 agreement that prohibits the use of guns and explosives within 2 kilometers of the line of actual control. One notable clash occurred in 2021 where Indian and Chinese troops fought with makeshift weapons such as sticks, metal pipes, bricks, and stones. These confrontations are part of an ongoing territorial dispute between the two nations, particularly in the Himalayan region. Isn't that interesting though? It's the only like normally like you just shoot the other side, but like they're really strict about not using explosives or firearms, and so they use sticks and pipes and things and bricks. I just found that to be really interesting. And I've seen them fight actually. Somebody had some footage of it, and it's like they're pretty serious about it. I mean, but like nobody dies. Generally, like I don't know nobody dies. But I mean that's great because they're the two most populated countries in the world, and there could be a lot of casualties if they were using like real weapons. Oh, yeah. So I found some footage of it. So this happened like within the last year. And just see what happens. So it's like they're just it's combat footage. They're just like basically like you be with your friends, and then they just start railing on each other, beating on each other with sticks and rocks and stuff. Like very interesting that these countries could literally destroy each other, and then this is sad. That so what is happening? The Chinese like gave a handshake, faked it, and then started attacking. So it was like kind of mean. Wild shit. Anyway, um, that, Yeah, like at least like they're like at least China is really into maps, and like on all their maps they like make sure that Mount Everest, like the very top of it, is in Chinese, and because like if you control the highest Earth, it's like a very key area to control. Though as a kid, I always knew it to be in Nepal, but I guess China is taking that over. If you ask me, I always think of it like being in Nepal, but um, that's okay. Like if you were to ask me, like as a kid growing up, I've always thought of Mount Everest to be in Nepal, but I guess it's like half of it's in Nepal and half of it's in China. Sure, sure thing. You know what's really interesting about Nepal as well? Well, there are a lot of things, but like uh, Kathmandu's airport is the highest airport in the world.
It's a so mammoths are about the same size. They're a little bit bigger than Asian elephants, a little bit smaller than African elephants. So there were 11. Everyone argues over the definition of speciation because it's a stupid concept that humans made, not nature made. And so there are 11 different types of mammoths out there that evolved in different ways, and some of them were larger. The woolly mammoth, one that we were pursuing, that has that woolly phenotype, it was about the size of Asian elephant. And but to your question on size, it's actually a cluster of genes. We're finding more and more about how different genes also map across all species as well.
And so there's specific characteristics that these animals have, one of them being the big furry coats. That you guys, what did you do with mice?
We made woolly mice.
So you can find that.
The only like unintended consequences was they were cute as fuck. Like people lost their minds, right? Like I was on the phone recently with a moderately aggressive journalist, and it was going quite poorly at some calls.
Moderately aggressive? They were being aggressive in what way?
Some people, yeah, they were like,
look how cute!
Yeah.
My daughter actually finds online and wants one.
Yeah, so we get that a lot
She wants
from
a woolly
kids.
mouse.
So every week, I don't have my laptop. I'm sure.
Look how cute!
But every week.
Oh my god, they're adorable.
So these woolly mice aren't just adorable. We basically said, look, what are the core genes that drive the hair phenotype or physical attribute of a mammoth from an Asian elephant to a mammoth? And then because we want to do this in the most ethical way as possible, there's about 200 million years of genetic divergence between mice and elephants. We didn't just want to ram mammoth DNA in there and see what happens. So we looked for the mouse equivalent, right? So we looked for, like, all of us have similar genes, so we can try to look for those genes and then edit those genes with the data we got from the mammoth, so that we're then not just putting random genes in there that could either hurt the animal or kill them, right? Or that may not be compatible with life, right? So we tried to be really, really thoughtful about it. And the woolly mice it went insane. There's people that are like making t-shirts of Bitcoin. And so we made 36 mice. They're all healthy. There's 36 mice that we made. And what was crazy about it is we're excited about it because it shows that the end-to-end process of taking data from an ancient DNA, comparing it to a living animal, making those changes, doing it with 100% efficiency. Okay, that's really important, really hard. So we did it with 100% efficiency. Yeah, that's the also
One of them, if he was in a trap, he'd be so sad.
yeah,
Like
exactly.
the little guy on the left, if he was in a trap, oh, isn't that funny? Just a little bit of fur.
Yeah.
Makes you love them.
And that's the color that we think most mammoths were. So they were like a golden brown color, right? Because when I pull them out of the permafrost, they've been sitting in mud for quite some time. But as you see, very fresh mammoths, like from Siberia and whatnot, like in Yakuts and other places in northern Siberia, that they actually have pretty well preserved mammoths. They actually have kind of a dirty blonde, golden brown fur. And so we did that, and now there's people that are making T-shirts that aren't us, and pillows that are like legalized wood mice. Like, they're not illegal. And then there's a meme account for the guy that did the CRISPR babies, that went to trouble for making edited things in China. Yeah, a meme account.
Oh wow, so that's
yeah. A meme account though actually said on X that these are bioweapons. In that colossal beta bioweapon. So the weirdness of the wood mouse went crazy viral. What we were trying to show is that we used our multiplex editing tools, meaning that we edited all of those genes at the same time. Most people edit one gene, let that mouse live. In the second lineage, they'll do one more gene, let that mouse live, and then they'll stack those edits over multiple generations. We've developed a system so that we can deliver all of those edits at one time, all over the genome, get exactly what we want. We have this what's called monoclonal screening, where we're screening the cells at the end, sequencing all of the cells, which is expensive and sounds like overkill. But then we know that none of them have unintended consequences or off-target effects in the genome, so that we know the mice that we then do cloning with, we know that they'll be healthy. So we try to spend a lot of time, on that because we're certified by American Humane Society, it's the oldest humane organization in the world, and you've seen the film. It's like no animals were harmed in making this film. That's expensive. So we've ended up, so we really care about kind of not just the de-extinction efforts, the genome engineering efforts, but ensuring that the animals are healthy when they come out. And so the woolly mouse was a really interesting proof of concept. It shows that the edits that we are working on are working right, and we're getting exactly what we think.
Is there any plans to sell those?
No, everyone keeps asking us that. But you know what? Museums actually are now calling us saying, and zoos are calling us saying, can we display the woolly mice? They're like, it'll drive so much value to people about genetics and whatnot. So it's not our business model to sell our animals or to sell woolly mice, but it's kind of gone crazy.
Is it dangerous though to leave these mice in the hands of someone, even at a zoo, who decides I want more of these?
Yeah, if we ever put them, I think more likely to put them in a museum that needs to be free, like the Smithsonian or something like that, from an education perspective, versus something that's more attraction based. I think we did more in the case of.
Do you plan on keeping this batch alive?
Yeah, they're gonna live out their normal lives, and
But you're not going to make new ones.
we may make new ones with them. These won't. They're all separated. They're all separated by size. So we're not like a Jurassic Park moment where they change. They're all separated by size. But if Jamie finds a picture of their habitats, they actually live a couple years, but they don't live like traditional lab mice that live in like a small little cage and all on top of each other. They actually live pretty sweet digs that we made for them. They're all, like spared no expense.
Cool little house.
Yeah, and they're big, and we put fun stuff in them to play with like this. And what's been crazy is we only need 2 of them, and we make them chip and Dale. Because people were asking what the names were, and I was like, Chip and Dale is the only thing that I can think of at the moment. And now, even on X, people are like, we need pictures of Chip. Where is Chip? We only see pictures of Dale. And there's like these incredible internet things that are like, that's not Chip, that's Dale. We need a picture of Chip. So get involved. Yeah. So we just don't get involved. We've not leaned in. We're excited. They're excited. But we just can't. Yeah, we're busy.
So this is a new thing. The woolly mouse is a new thing. Is there any talk about doing other kind of new things?
So it's more of a proof of technology. I think that the mouse model, because it's a 20-day gestation versus 22 months in elephants, it's a great way to test phenotypes. Because with a mammoth, you have 3 ways to test if you've got the edits right. One, you can time, a lot of money. I think there's a lot of risk in that. The third is a little weird. We created what's called induced pluripotent stem cells. So we created cells that you can turn into any type of tissue. So we actually do have mammoth hair follicles growing in a lab. So we have hair growing in petri dishes in the lab, which is pretty cool. If you come to the lab, you'll get the whole Willy Wonka tour, which is pretty cool. And then the fourth way is mice, right? Because it's like if we can then engineer them into mice, we can see immediately within 20 days if the edits were working, if there were any unintended consequences that would be detrimental to the animal. Wow. So we'll probably make more iterations of the woolly mice. The thylacines closest living relative is the fat-tailed dunlart, which is a mouse-sized marsupial, and it actually gestates in 13 and a half days versus 20 days. So there's no reason to do it in mice when you can do it immediately in the model species.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So how did you make the decision to do what you ultimately did when you showed me before the show?
We're working on the mammoth, the Tasmanian tiger, and the dodo for different reasons. We work with a lot of different private landowners, governments, and indigenous people groups. And a project that we announced through our Colossal Foundation about 2.5 years ago is doing a population genomics map. We talked about biobanking a little bit. So we want to understand from the bison that are still here in America, what's the genetic diversity, what's been lost, what's the number of embryos. So we go through this whole process to try to understand, and then we were giving a report back to MHA Nation. Chairman Fox is one of the largest indigenous people groups in the United States, one of the largest tribes based in North Dakota. So we're giving them a report out on this. We went to their nation, wanted to share this with them, and then we're curious. So we said, what are the projects would you work on that we could do that's helpful instead of helping bison? And they said that we need to help with wolf conservation. They brought that. They said we need to help with more bison conservation. They said we do stuff around eagles and fish, and so we kind of got that feedback. And when Chairman Fox was walking through their cultural heritage museum, he actually stopped on this incredible picture of a white wolf, and he said, "That's the great wolf." And he talked about the ancestral knowledge that was passed down and lost, and how many people believed that it could have even been a dire wolf. Game of Thrones is cool. I love the show. That's interesting. So he did that. We talked about that. And then 3 months later, I was in North Carolina, and understanding that for a completely different meeting around financing. And in that meeting, the Red Wolf program, if I was noticing about the Red Wolf, it's kind of a disaster. It's the only endemic wolf to America. It's only endemic to America. It's a red wolf. It's beautiful, and there's like 15 left in the wild. And with massive loss of genetic diversity, massive bottleneck. And I was like, wait, we're supposed to be this country of innovation. We can't save our own. When you think of like the American West, right? You think of wolves, you think of like, eagles soaring, you think of like trout, bears catching, you think of bison. But the thought that we could lose one of these amazing icons, we were like, we have to do something. So we have to figure something out. So we put that kind of on the list. And then in a weird series of events, we had all of these kids over the last 3 years, teachers and parents sending us pictures of wood mammoths or dodos or thylacines. Like, we get like boxes of this every single week, which is pretty cool. So we're going to make a Colossal Kids Corner at our new labs. And in that, we had all some Hollywood talent, like Tom Brady, others that have invested in the business. They're just excited about it. Most of them learned about it through their kids, kind of like with the wood muscle people. And so everyone's excited about it. And then we talked to the MHA Nation. They brought up the dire wolf again. And so we thought maybe there was an opportunity to bring back an American species, because dire wolves were only found in the U.S., a little in North America, but predominantly in the United States, the coastal United States. And we thought if we could do something that could bring back the dire wolf, also help wolf conservation and bring people from like sci-fi, fantasy, and kids more into science and into the conversation around conservation, we thought it was a cool idea, but we had no idea if we could pull it off.
Is there dead dire wolves that were trapped in permafrost?
No, most of the dire wolf skulls out there, there's thousands of them in La Brea tar pits. So if you go there, it's a beautiful wall, but because of heat acidification, there isn't anything that's protected. Like, there's nothing you can get from that. But about 6 years ago, a group, including Beth Shabiro, our chief science officer, sequenced a tooth that was found in the cave, just a single tooth, right? And in that tooth, they actually found they actually got 0.15x or coverage of the genome, so they got about 15% of the genome. But that's not really enough. You need to get up to about 10x, meaning that you can read the entire genome about 10 different times, so that even if there are gaps, you understand enough of the core kind of coding regions that you could bring back that animal.
Is this done by AI?
It's in my AI and software, yeah. So we built part of our business model is building technologies to solve these really complicated problems. They're much harder to solve than just solving them for existing species. Open sourcing them for conservation for free, but then also taking those technologies that we can monetize for humans and spinning them out. So our first computational analysis company was called Swarm Bio, and we actually spun it out of business.
So you have one type 5.
Yeah, 1.5, so 15% of the genome.
Okay.
And so I went to Beth, who was only an advisor at the time, and said, "Can you resample the tooth?" And she's like, "It's like half an inch long. So it's destructive sample. Like it's going to ruin us. Well, can we scour the other museums and see if it's even possible?" So we lucked out, and that tooth's 13,000 years old. The skull itself is 73,000 years old. Not exactly sure, but it was found in a riverbed. And it wasn't found in a riverbed at the mouth of the cave, so it wasn't found like in the permafrost, but it also wasn't found in like heat acidification. So there's a bone in all of us called the petrous bone, which is insanely dense, and it doesn't change a lot from after you're born. It's a great DNA store, better than teeth, better than anything. It's like in the inner ear kind of head area, and so we got permission from the museum to very carefully drill into the underside of the skull and remove the petrous bone to see if we could get DNA. And we got really lucky between resampling the first and the skull. We ended up getting about 13 or 14x coverage, so that's more than we needed to potentially bring back the other ones.
And then we
Well, and then we got knocked on the door. No, so we took that DNA.
Can I ask before we even start with this?
Yeah.
The aggressive reporters, is it you're playing God? How do you have the right to do this?
So it's been a journey. Okay, so the journey that we've had is when we started the business, we didn't have any scientists. And we just did, right? They're like, this is tech bros wanting to see cool animals, and they've only got $16 million of funding. They don't have any scientists. Haha. So that was phase one.
Right.
And then we're like, well, as an entrepreneur, my job is to hire much smarter people than me. I do not. Gary's got me on quite a kick. So healthcare, yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's bringing it up for you. Well, I'm not saying they're bad for you. I'm just saying that
Allegedly.
Yeah.
I don't care. So this is the last of the things that I partake in that are probably bad for you.
Yeah, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Everyone's got their life.
So my question, if I was going to grill you, if I was a reporter, like, what right do you have to invade the natural process of nature and to inject your curiosity and your ability to create new life?
I think that we've become the apex predator on this planet, and we inject our curiosity and choices every day that we overfish the ocean, we overhunt something. In the case of the thylacine, the Australian government put a bounty on its head and killed it off. Right? Every time we cut down the rainforest, every time we drink hydrogenated water, we are playing God on some level. Right? We are changing. Humans are very good at changing the natural flow of things. Mm-hmm. Now, the good news is that there's been a lot of work around ecology and understanding what the impacts to rewilding can be, and so it's been really, really helpful for us to understand. One of the most successful rewilding programs of all time was reintroducing of 14 or 15 wolves back in the Gulf. Right. And looking at how the ecology system completely changed. Like, it changed the shape of rivers, because the elk population were just, they're getting fat, they were getting lazy, they weren't migrating. The sick and the old and weak weren't getting killed off. Right. They were spreading disease. They were eating all of the willows and everything along the banks. So therefore, the beavers went away. Beavers are like the most super climate impact animals that probably exist, because they make wetlands, they cause the rivers and ponds to get deeper, so it allows different types of fish and different types of animals. So you have this thing called trophic downgrading. So you have this trophic cascading effect when you introduce these species. That's it's so fascinating.
Wolves change rivers.
Yeah.
I know people that lived in Montana before the wolf reintroduction, and A lot of people don't like that the wolves are there, but most of them are elk hunters. Like it's just outrageously overpopulated. That's the reality of it.
Yeah.
But they were telling me that they had so many elk that were living. They had such a large population versus the actual resources that were available. But they had all these crazy hunts that were available over the counter. Like you could hunt cows in the snow. So in the middle of the winter, where they can't move good, you just pick them off in the snow. Because they were just trying to cull the population. They were trying to diminish them.
And that's not good for the elk population.
No, it's not.
Not only good for the ecosystem, it's not good for the elk population itself.
Right. I have a good friend who lives in Colorado. He has a ranch in Colorado, and we were at his place approximately 2 weeks after they reintroduced. They actually reintroduced wolves on his property. And he didn't know what was going to happen before it happened, and all the people around there are ranchers.
Yeah.
So already these 5 wolves that they've reintroduced, he said killed over a dozen cows and calves. So the problem is they killed elk as well. In fact, I took a photo of an elk leg on the ground. Yeah, the wolves had killed. I'm not a big fan of people getting to vote on whether or not you should do something with wildlife. I'm a big fan on having real wildlife biologists assess situations. In the case of Colorado obviously borders Wyoming, and Wyoming has wolves. Wolves were making their way into Colorado already, and they are protected. The problem with reintroducing them is you're essentially asking a wolf that doesn't know the territory to start killing things in that territory.
Yeah, or to stop at a imaginary border. It doesn't exist.
There's no border. They go hundreds of miles. But the idea that you're doing this, and you're doing this where there's ranches, is crazy. And in Colorado, particularly stupid, because the first batch were literally animals that they had captured because they were killing wildlife. So they moved them from Oregon to Colorado, where they killed wildlife. They're killing, wildlife. What I really meant to say was animals, agriculture. They're killing the domesticated cows. They're killing these calves, and they're having a real fucking problem with that.
And it is something that needs to be continually monitored. That shouldn't just be on some random vote of how you feel about it, right? Like
Just can't let people vote on it. How many people live in these high population areas?
I could agree more, right? So like we as humanity, like, if you look at the third leading cause of death of elephants, it's human-elephant conflict, right? Like we have to figure these things out. We don't integrate ecosystems. We don't lose species. We have to do this in a very thoughtful and measured way, right? Like with Yellowstone, they're like, this is big enough ecological preserve. We're tagging the animals. We're going to walk and measure it. I don't think that it's safe or smart to put any, not just predators, but also like large herbivores in these heavy population dense areas. We have to understand that some of these areas not are lost, but have already been changed for a different reason.
Yes, and they've achieved homeostasis. They've achieved the balance, right, which is the big issue with Colorado right now. And it's going to be the big issue whenever you reintroduce an animal that used to be there and is no longer there. And I think in the case of Montana, I think you're right, and I think that there is an argument that maybe the wolves being there is better. Obviously not if you're a rancher.
The Colorado stuff is completely going to destroy all of the stats. So pre-Colorado, right? So I'm talking about reintroduction into Montana, reintroduction into parts of Canada, reintroduction into Yellowstone, the red wolf, which is a very small population in North Carolina. There's been less than 5 confirmed fatalities in all of North America in the last 100 years.
You mean humans, right? And most of them in Alaska?
Most of them are in Alaska or in Canada. And then it's before Colorado. So I'm not saying I don't have the data I don't think it has the latest from Colorado, but it represents 0.02% on deaths associated with wolves and cattle and livestock, right? And all livestock, not just animals. And so the problem is when you go out there and you have a maintained balance that people can understand, and governments actually give subsidies to the ranchers when they get killed by wolves. So that I think that is a good program that can be fair to people that are actually ranching. But the problem is when you're not as thoughtful with a rewilding program, and you're not as measured as like when they did in Yellowstone, and they start encroaching in these areas, then the stats get crazy. And when the stats goes crazy, then you're going to start looking at it to the animals that are the problem. But it's not the animals that are the problem. It was the decision that we gave that power to the masses that were really not informed to make that decision.
Exactly. The problem is people just have these ideas like wolves are beautiful, they're amazing. We all love wolves. It's an incredible animal. I'm so happy it exists. Don't put it near where there's a ranch. Exactly. You can't vote on that if you live in Denver. That's crazy.
Yeah, if it doesn't affect your livelihood, if it doesn't affect the risk to your animals or your family, yeah, you have to be mindful of that.
There's also getting a very skewed perspective because the governor's really interested in that, and his husband's really interested in that. So his husband apparently is the one who really wanted it to happen. And you have a mandate, so you have to get wolves out by a certain time. And when you're doing it, the only wolves available are wolves that kill livestock. So you're like, fuck it.
Yeah, it's just not. You have it, and a lot of it. So the project that we'll probably eventually talk about is we brought in a lot of the teams, so many people that have been on your show that know how to do rewilding the right way over time.
Okay, so this is what. Let's just get to it. You made a fucking dire wolf.
I didn't. Our team, our incredible team, made 3 dire wolves so far.
Let's see the photos. Jamie, bust out some photos. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourself, because this is truly fucking crazy.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Yeah, so this is so that's actually Romulus. So we have 2 boys, Romulus and Remus, founders of Rome, and then we have Khaleesi, who's the new girl. So this is Romulus and Remus. So funny story about this. So Peter Jackson from Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson from Lord of the Rings was actually one of our investors, and he has this huge museum in Wellington that he's building for all these movie props. And he's like, I was sitting in Peter's house with he and his partner Fran, and I was like, I showed him the video of him howling. He started tearing up because this is the first time I've heard a dire wolf or anyone's heard a dire wolf in 10,000 years. He physically, emotionally got chills and started crying. And then he's like, well, I do have the throne. I was like, what do you mean? He goes, I bought the throne last week at auction, at a private auction for like Sotheby's or somewhere, right? And so we did, and it just happened to be where the wolves were doing their vet checkup. Like, talk about cosmic coincidence. Incredible, right? And so what you don't see in this photo is you don't see the fact that we have American Humane Society there. We have 3 veterinary people. We have 6 people from our animal care.
When you say checkup, you don't vaccinate these little guys, do you?
They do because of viruses from that they can get from the soil. At 8 weeks, they do get basic virus. They do basic vaccines.
But were you concerned about that? I mean, you have this animal that you just...
Yes, these are staying on, these are not going back into the wild.
Right. Not yet.
Right now, they're on a 2,000-acre secure, expansive ecological reserve with 24/7 care. They're doing an animal hospital that we built. People always like, you guys raised so much money. I was like, well, because we didn't just spend it on the labs, you have to spend it on animal care, the facilities.
Yeah. Let's see the photo of actual grown ones, because they're fucking nuts.
So this is Romulus and Remus in playing in the snow in the preserve when they are 3 months old.
So the 3 months, how big were they?
3 months, they were north of 25 pounds.
Wow.
So, they just get like as they've aged, they've just got more and more beautiful.
So let's go to the adults, because the adults have crazy characteristics.
Yeah, so
you were saying that you didn't even know.
We didn't know, right? So we ended up getting a.
Is this a full grown one?
No, they're 80 pounds in 5 months. So wolves typically grow 12 to 14 months. So they're not full grown yet.
Wow. And how big is it already?
80 pounds, about 5.5 feet.
And
yeah, and so a couple things about the wolves, James, go back. Yeah. So we didn't know this, right? We knew that they were a Pleistocene wolf. We knew that they existed went extinct about 12,000 years ago, when a lot of megafauna went extinct, like during kind of that younger dry period, that younger dryas kind of cooling period. They went extinct as well, right? And we knew all we know, because all we have is we don't have frozen dire wolves or frozen samples. We literally just know from skeletal remains that they were 20 to 25% larger. They were stockier. They probably weren't as fast based on kind of their body weight as a normal wolf would be. But we knew that they had thicker skulls, them and whatnot. And we assumed that they're and we did find this out in dealing with people that they were white, because there's like this misconception for a while that they were red, because some scientists wanted to make a paper and assume that they were red, so we the paper.
Doesn't it make sense from natural selection?
Yeah.
They're an Arctic hunting animal.
Yeah, and they have this beautiful, we didn't know this, they have this beautiful like mane-like quality to them. And when they're babies, you saw the pictures, their fur almost feels like polar bears. It's crazy. It's so,
Is it like polar bears and it's hollow, or is it
yeah, it's not. It's like typical wolves, but it's incredibly thick. It grows in kind of these clumps, but then as they grow in, they've started to get this kind of like mane to them, which is
the females as well?
Well, the female, she's only 6 weeks old, so it's too old. So if you keep going through a couple other photos, yeah, I mean they're just beautiful, and I mean it's funny. Someone actually said we almost look like Shetland pink wolves at some point, right?
Right. They're so stocky.
They're stocky. They're thicker. They are. I mean, they're absolutely beautiful. So this is Khaleesi. So it looks like a baby, and we nailed it. We named her.
Come here.
We named Khaleesi for George R. R. Martin, obviously. Who's an investor in Clawson.
Oh, wow. Oh. Nature's cute little murderers.
Well, everything in nature murders something, right? Yeah. Like we were.
Well, cows murder grass.
Yeah. And people are now saying you can hear grass and other plants like scream.
Yeah. They scream.
Yeah. So I guess we all are bad. So,
life eats life.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the reason why plants have chemicals to dissuade us from eating them. What are they eating, man?
So they love to chew on horns and to say. So we have different phases of. We built a 145-page animal guide. These are actually different horns from different elk and other species that we're putting out there.
That makes fun of it.
They just love
like a dog does. Yeah.
Like a dog does, right?
So are you letting these animals kill things, or are you feeding
So
them?
so we're feeding them still. So they eat a combination of bison meat, horse meat, and
Do you plan on letting them kill things?
So we're just about to introduce carcasses to them. So giving them part of a carcass, letting them feed, building in that dynamic between the two brothers for now. And then and they are starting to exhibit some hunting behavior.
Are you going to let them hunt?
I mean, they are on a seemingly wild 2,000-acre preserve, just them, so they do have the ability to hunt on the preserve. But they're not doing anything. They're starting to exhibit the original, kind of the first inklings that they will try toward that. But we want them to live. We want them, and we're going to probably make 2 or 3 more. We want a solid little social pack that we can monitor, that can live a seemingly wild life, that can understand more about them. Wow, that's cool. But the other thing that's equally cool to it, going back to the Red Wolf story, can you,
which is crazy to me that you have reignited these 10,000-year-old hunting genes.
Yeah,
but they're starting to
including size. We understand more about we looked at what genes made really dire like what was separated. And the beautiful thing for us is that we had a 13,000-year-old tooth and a 73,000-year-old skull, so we could actually understand the genetic distance with that much genetic distance between them. We could actually understand, what truly was fixed and conserved in the dire wolf genome and what wasn't just population genomes. Right? If you and I are 50,000 years apart, there's a lot of different mutations in that time period. But if we can then really say, okay, what made Ben and what made JoJo? Oh, here's the overlaps. It allowed us to really understand that. Wow, that's awesome.
And it's just fascinating that the behavior characteristics are kind of baked into the genes.
Yeah.
And they just were dormant for 10,000 years. And now these things are waking up.
And so I was in, because I bottle fed Romulus. And Romulus was partly raised with me. I get to go out to the preserve. I check on him quite frequently. It's in the northern United States where we don't say where it is. But mainly because we're for not just the animal's health, but for human health. Ever since we launched the Woolly Mouse, we've had very excited people just show up at our labs are not open to the public. And we've had lots of people just show up wanting to see the mice. And so showing people too much of the preserve, we're always very, very nervous. So we scrub all the videos and whatnot to ensure that no one can pick it out.
Right.
We assume people will be moderately excited.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the internet sleuths will try to find you.
So we've done, no, I'm not trying to challenge them, but we've done everything we can to protect it.
Yeah, I understand. You have to. Some dude from Saudi Arabia wants a wolf.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's a terrible.
We get a lot of. We already get a lot of weird calls. But the other thing though,
Someone with deep pockets.
oh, we get
Make me a dial roof.
they have erotic connection. We get a lot of weird calls.
Yeah.
From people that are like,
Those people that have private zoos.
oh yeah,
Like enormous.
in India.
Yeah.
They have that family has like the largest private zoo and preserve. Just so wild. It's so crazy.
Well, Texas is history with animals, right?
Yeah.
There's more tigers in captivity in private collections
In Texas than in the wild.
than in the wild of the world.
Yeah, it's crazy. But I was in so we of the 2,000 acres we have a subsection of it that's about 6.5 acres. We have an animal hospital, a storm rescue sub shelter. We have a couple of natural dens that we built for them, as well as an animal husbandry area. So that way we want to take photos of them or videos of them or do blood tests. They're in a seemingly more contained area. And it's funny, 2 weeks ago I was up there and I was actually sitting on those logs with those pictures. And Remus came up. Ron knows who I spent the most amount of time with. Remus came pretty close. And I was able to touch him again. But I thought at that moment, he kind of skittished away. I was like, that's the last time I touched him. Like, what am I doing? And I mean, don't get me wrong, I have animal care teams there and everything. And there have been there's some level of habituation between the care team. They really know about the care team, but they're still wild animals, right? And so, we don't know, right? But the rise of kind of going back to their extinction, the rise of the change in kind of this younger Dryas period, and the massive, some of the stuff that there's like several different prevailing theories, one of which is human predation, right? That like the rise of humans led to the extinction of the megafauna. That's kind of, I think the answer is probably a combination. Could have there been an astrological event? There's starting to be more and more data around that.
I'm sure you've seen Randall Carlson talk about it.
I've seen Randall Carlson talk about it. Graham Hancock talked about it, and they just got the shit beat out of them.
Not anymore.
Yeah,
Now it's Dryas impact areas.
And it happened. Yeah, and it definitely also happened in kind of a regional sense, right? Because you see different, which also tracks the theory, right? So not only do you have these different layers that you can prove from a sedimentation perspective, but there was also a massive glacial lake and some of the glaciers that rapidly liquefied, right? They then dumped to the ocean that also changed ocean patterns. So you went from a period, in that kind of transition from Pleistocene to Holocene. There was this period of insanely accelerated cooling.
Do you know how Randall came up with that idea before it was brought to? Like his idea is that it was an instantaneous melting of these caps because there's some sort of immense cosmic event, and millions and millions of trillions of gallons of water at an insane rate ran through the land and just carved deep gouges into the earth. He was on acid. He was on acid when this idea came to him. He was looking out over a ridge. He was looking at this enormous gorge, and you realize the gorge was formed by water rushing at an insane rate of speed. And then he started noticing that there's these huge boulders that are just out in the middle of nowhere that were just moved by this immense amount of water. And then the way the ground, the features of the ground looks like the features that you see on sandy beaches when the tide rolls in and out. Like, this is great, and it all tracks. It tracks all over the world.
It's like those. It reminds me of those stories where they show people like the side of the Sphinx, and they're like, "Oh man, that's a lot of water erosion," and then they like flip the photo, and then you see the head of the thing. It's like that's not water erosion.
It's Dr. Robert Schoch from Boston University. I've interviewed him. He was the first guy to propose this. He's like, this is thousands of years of rainfall, and we know that the last time it was rainfall like that in the Nile Valley was 9,000 years ago. So the whole thing is really screwy in terms of like, what is the timeline that this stuff was actually built? And are we just assuming because we've decided that it's 2,500 BC that that's it forever, and no one wants to let that go?
Well, that I'm not a scientist, but and I don't come from academia. I'm just an entrepreneur that knows how to build teams of smarter people than me, and I find cool shit interesting, and I try to work on it, right? And what's crazy to me is the academic system, once again, not an academic, I'm sure I matter.
the comments.
I don't read
Let's go, man.
I don't read the comments.
Good for you.
I sleep quite well.
Nice.
But the academics, we have 95 of the top scientific advisors in the world, Nobel laureates and whatnot. We fund 17 academic universities, right, all over the world. We fund 40 postdocs, right, all over the world, right. They're doing so we're very integrated with different ideas from academia and these scholars. And our top people that work also. So I think we try to be very academic friendly, but they live in this world, this super kind of like fortune and glory world where it's like it's a popularity contest. If someone has a paper, because their entire motivation is publish or prepare. So one of the other things that people bitch about is like, you guys don't write scientific papers for every single thing you're using. We're not an academic university. We're not. I don't have to write a paper on anything ever. We do a couple here and there because we want to share our knowledge with the community, right? But we get this feedback of like, if we wrote a scientific paper for every single thing that we did that went through peer review, like we would have 3,000 scientific papers and no hands ever, right? Because we'd just be sitting around writing fucking papers all day long.
It's interesting because they want to impose their idea of what you're supposed to and not supposed to do.
Well, they want to impose their idea that they've already established and any change to that establishment. So in addition to the public, 95 scientific advisors, and these are some of the top women in the world, right? That fall on all sides of the political spectrum, all sides, so every single spectrum out there. We have another by 40 advisors that are, you can't say anything because if I submit it, we know these other people don't like me. If I submit a paper, they're going to totally agree with you to help you. But if we submit a paper, they judge my paper, it gets rejected, then I don't get my grant, and I can't continue my research after 5 of my postdocs. So it's a complete scam of the system, right? And so we went through this phase where it's like we didn't have enough scientists, we didn't have labs, we didn't have money, we weren't doing anything for conservation. So we went through this whole like philosophical perspective of all these things that people threw at us from the scientific community. And some of our biggest people that hate us are people that we did not get country.
Of course. Well, the problem is not the scientific community. The problem is weak them. It's just this what you see in these squabbles, these like ultra personal squabbles, where like horrible vitriolic statements made about people, like
They're just not happy people.
exactly. It's the same problem with all of life. It's these bitchy little people, these bitchy little monsters, and they have taken over something that's incredibly important. Their work, these bitchy little people, their work is incredibly important.
Yes,
But at the core of their being, they're a bitchy little person.
and they can't. And that is why we don't have flying cars, we don't have mammoths, and until Elon, we're not going to live on Mars, right? And so like we didn't have like I think
It takes time.
but it doesn't come. But also, academia is really focused on point solutions, not full systems, right? So if you want to go to Mars or you want to bring back a mammoth, you have to design the entire system. And you have to innovate across everything. Whereas in academia, you are only incentivized to get that piece of paper and get that approved.
Well, it's also you're dealing with grants and enormous amounts of money that gets donated and given to these institutions, along with a whole ideology. Like it's not just as simple as let's follow data. It's all got to be attached to this very left-leaning, almost preposterous in some aspects, ideology. And everyone has to say things as a fucking scientist that you know is not true.
You should just follow the scientific method. That's not scientific. You should just, and guess what? When new data shows up that changes your old data, you shouldn't be mad about that. You should celebrate it.
Exactly. Well, also you have to look at all data. I don't want to get into this, but you have academics who are legitimate scientists that have published papers who are telling you that a man can be a woman, and which is fine in terms of like who you are. But now when you're having them compete with women in sports, you enter into nonsense land, and you are the person we're counting on to be the most intelligent person on the subject. You're trapped by an ideology that you're now ignoring biology in favor of sociology.
I just wish we could get philosophy we separate from like philosophical perspectives from science. One of the things that we fight about all the time, because it's like once we got the scientists, and once we got the money, and once we proved that we are the most advanced, synthetic biology company in the world, once InQtel, which is the funding arm of the CIA and other governments, started investing colossal because of our technologies. And once we start at proof points, the last arguments that we have against some of those scientists are philosophical. Right? It's not a man. It's not a direwolf. It's like this concept of speciation is a human construct that we are trying to impose on nature that flows more like a river than a rock.
So are they saying that it's not because it didn't come straight from nature? It's something you've recreated by piecing this together with that. Like, what are the genes that you had to use to create a direwolf? We didn't totally explain this.
Yeah.
So you have CRISPR, you have these gene editing tools, you have a good sample of DNA. How do you turn that into a wolf?
So you map thing next to it, and there was a study that came out about, once again, this goes back to the status quo scientists, of academic scientists. There was a paper that came out a few years ago because they didn't have much data. They said that direwolves weren't closer related to wolves. They were closer related to jackals. And that's because at the time, they only had 0.15% of the genome, right? They just didn't have all the data. It's not a negative, they just didn't have all the data. Now we know that they actually were closely related to wolves because we have more data.
Which wolves?
Gray wolves, or the precursors to gray wolves, right? So they were closer to the wolf ancestral line in kind of the broader group of individuals. And so what we found is, so once you do that, you start looking at all these genes, and you start to understand what the difference is, and we start to see that in certain parts of the genome that are responsible for size, for muscle, for craniofacial, that there's differences, right? So we can start to map and say, okay, where are the differences between gray wolves and where are the differences between gray wolves and direwolves? And then with those, we have a lot of different tools that we can then go use to make those changes from the direwolves in a gray wolf cell line. And so, and then once you go through that process, we didn't talk about this earlier, you do the same process called somatic cell nuclear transfer, which is effectively cloning, where you take the nucleus of one cell, you put that into another egg cell, and then you take that embryo and you insert it into a cell.
And is this a 100% dire wolf, or is this a new thing?
So this goes into the philosophical,
Right.
look at speciation, right? Basically, the scientists don't agree on how you classify a species. So you've got certain people that'll say, well, if a species is dictated by something that can't breed. That's literally a definition. Like that, if this animal can't breed with this animal, then that's its own species. Then you have other people, you have the paleontologists, and some of them love us, like Taik, who's partnered in one paleontologist world that loves us. But then you have other paleontologists that just hate us. And they do it based solely on true morphology, because they argue that's the only thing that's going to be persistent over time. And I asked a paleontologist that hates us. I said, if I made a mammoth with that was giant with pink curly fur and it had the right tooth morphology, you're saying that based on your scientific papers that you would say that's a mammoth. And she's like, yes, but that doesn't matter. And I'm like, well, because why does it matter? Anytime you do anything in this world now that's like moderately polarized, some people give you pushback.
But this is heavily bold. I wouldn't say this is moderately bold. You made it with 3 fucking dire wolves. That's not moderately bold. Yeah, but kind of one of the craziest things that human beings ever done.
It's definitely in the realm, right?
It's right up there with inventing the internet.
Yeah, so when you see it, well, and we have more stuff to come.
I know. There's people out there. Did you worry that someone is going to get, because this falls into religious realm.
Well, there's philosophical animals. And so, back on speciation, polar bears and brown bears are 2 different species.
Right.
But they mate and produce 5 offspring all the time. And a bear expert will tell you the polar bear is just a aquatic adapted, cold adapted bear, right? And so I always ask people that
their offspring are they have children.
Yes.
It's not like a donkey.
Yeah, exactly. So there's different ways to characterize it. But there's different ways to say something, right? And so we are not the same, right? I don't know what percent. You probably from 23andMe or something have some percentage Neanderthal. You don't say that you're an admixture or a hybrid. You just say you're human. You don't really.
Well, but that's a good point, though, because Neanderthal, if you want to talk about a different species, just because they can breathe with us, God, they're so different.
But that's it. But like I said, there's 6 different ways. There's actually a species definition that's been solely on geographics. And there's a funny paper out there around one species of toad. They built a road through, and the same toads live on both on 2 sides of the street, and they're different species, and they're the same fucking toad.
Just because there's a road.
Just because we as humans change. It's called geographic isolation of speciation. So it's just crazy. And so the only arguments that we now have is, but is it an amendment? It's like, well, then don't call it. And if you, I was like, I asked people, I was like, did you see Jurassic Park? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, boys, from Jurassic Park, what was Jurassic? To your question, what do you think? What was Jurassic Park about to you? When you, yeah, if you're gonna take your kids to Jurassic Park, what is the movie about? Dinosaurs. Is it? Because it's ancient DNA and they mix it with a bunch of other stuff. Are they dinosaurs or are they genetically modified animals, GMOs, genetically modified organisms that have inserted genes from lots of different things, or are they dinosaurs? If they serve the ecological function, this is what's helped functionally extinction. If they serve the ecological function and they have the lost biodiversity phenotypes that made that animal unique, like the polar bear and a bear, they're just that animal. So this starts the whole religious and philosophical debates, where it's funny because the scientists who should not fall into these philosophical debates, when they don't like what you're doing, that's what it is.
So what was the argument? How did they present it?
It's just like by their own definition, they're like, well, it doesn't have enough DNA. So I was like, I said, but the second direwolf that we have, or the second genome that we have from the tube, has less of the same DNA than the skull. Does that mean that it wasn't a direwolf? And they just turns into you're missing the point conversation.
I would like to know the point though. What is their point? What is our overall argument?
The general point of the people is that they want to pick one speciation definition and adhere us to that. And if you do that, no animal, including our animals, will fall into one species, right? It's just people that are using the framework that they set that isn't consistent, kind of against based on the argument that they want to make.
Interesting. So species is just something
It's a human construct.
It's not, and it's just a thing if it can breed with another thing.
Well, I mean that is one definition, and there is another definition saying that it's only a species if it can't breed with another thing. So if I genetically modify them to make it where they can't breed with wolves, does that mean that now they're not like it just gets into this dumb philosophical perspective because we made up this construct.
Right, but as a person who studies biology, which this person is, right, I kind of understand her perspective where she's like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? How is this group of people with a bunch of money and a bunch of eggheads, how are these geniuses allowed to get together, splice some genes up, and serve up a direwolf? I can see it from her perspective.
Yeah, 100%, right? But I think that if we don't do big, bold things, it's important. One of the things we should definitely show is this.
That's just like the guy in Jurassic Park.
But we should just
basically the same conversation.
Yeah. But John Hammond, I don't think that they were really focused on conservation unless there was a subplot that didn't make it the final cut. We actually went on to do a track. Yeah, so if we could show the red wolf, I think that'd be amazing because all the technologies that we made on the path to bring back the dire wolf, we want to make available for conservation.
Well, let's explain the red wolf to people because you were saying before I didn't even know how few of them there are.
Yeah, so if you go to the one more, yeah, so this is a red wolf. That's Hope. That's the world's first cloned red wolf. So I actually made more red wolves than I made dire wolves. So I made 4 red wolves, 1 female.
They're just releasing these fuckers.
They're in the ecological reserve as well. And so you're gonna die when you hear what I went through about this. So I found out that we tried to clear every de-extinction project with a species preservation project outside of making all of our technology for free, right? Everything that we make that has an application to conservation, anyone in the world can use to help save animals. They don't pay us a ton. It's all open source. It's all free. We have 48 conservation partners. The team that's running the Needham White Rhino project, we're their exclusive genetic rescue partner. It doesn't pay. We're working with elephants in Botswana, we're working with elephants in Kenya. So anybody can use our technologies for free, right? We're working on a terrible fungus in Australia. And so if that's not enough, I found out that that there's only 15 of those red wolves back in the wild in North Carolina. So I met with the upgrade governor in other states as well. No, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. So they're only recognized by U.S. Fish and Wildlife there. But this incredible woman from Princeton, top of her field, she's one of the top wolf geneticists in the world, Rachel Buzzhold, identified a population of wolves in Louisiana that have red wolf-like characteristics. So she started darting them, taking samples, and what she found is they actually have more quote-unquote red wolf in them than the red wolves that are being identified in North Carolina.
And it's a part of the problem they're breeding with coyotes.
Yeah, but they've all been like these guys, like the ones in North Carolina, all have red wolf coyotes. All the red wolves have some coyote because every single really, yeah. Because the reality is, every single species is what's called an admixture. Everything is inbreeding with everything on some level, right? And so everything in life is an admixture. Nothing goes back to the Neanderthal.
So this binary idea that we have is silly.
It's a human caused construct, right? And it's insane. So I went to some folks from the last administration, right? And I took some data with me, and I said, hey, we really want to help the tribal program. We don't need any money. We researched all of our technologies, and we've used a technology that's non-invasive for cloning, where we actually take a vial of blood, we isolate what's called endothelial progenitor cells, basically the inner lining of your blood vessel, right? Because there's no nucleus in blood cells. So we catch those, and when we catch those, we then isolate them, grow them, and we clone from them, right? Which is amazing because if you think about typical cloning from an animal welfare perspective, a lot of times you have to anesthetize the animal, you have to take ear punches, skin biopsies. It's actually pretty invasive, terrible process to do cloning. We can simply do it. Every single zoo takes blood from their animals to check certain levels and whatnot. We do blood all the time. And so it's a very non-invasive, it's about as non-invasive as you can get, right? And so we found a way, which we're open sourcing on Tuesday, is open sourcing this model of how you go clone from blood, which is a game changer for biobanking, because now you don't have to go hurt an animal, take pieces of the animal, anesthetize the animal. We can just take blood and put them in freezers and be able to bring them back or clone them if there's a lack of genetic diversity using this thing. So I went out to Washington with my team. I showed them Hope as a baby and little videos of videos of Hope. I don't know for the folder. I showed them videos of Hope, and I said, hey, there's only a handful of. We made these 4 wolves from 3 different genetic lines. We made these from 3 different genetic lines, right? So there's actually more genetic diversity in wolves than what's alive in the population. And we said we'd like for you to help protect the work that's being done in Louisiana. And then how many wolves would you like us to make using that population, as well as frozen samples that are dead? And we'll just give them to you. There's no cost. Here was the feedback. We need to spend 5 to 6 years on an internal study and spend $22 million to see if it's possible to clone wolves. And I was blown away. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't very clear. This is a cloned wolf. Like, here, so you can fly with me to the preserve. It's like, yeah, you fly with me to the preserve. They're like, we need to spend 5 to 6 years and $20+ million to understand this. To understand the policy. We'll give you all of the technology. And if you tell me you want 100 wolves, I'll just make you 100 wolves. And we'll even engineer in more genetic diversity for you. And the response was, we'll get back to you. We tried out 3 other meetings, no show, no cancel. Every time. When we were there. I just got back from a meeting with the Department of Interior, which Fish and Wildlife rolls up to, and they're very, very focused on innovation, not regulation, which has been pretty amazing. And immediately they said, we celebrate, and Doug Burgo, the Secretary of Interior there, said, we celebrate. He's a huge conservationist, huge Teddy Roosevelt guy, member of the Explorers Club, and he's like, we do not have a celebration when animals come off the endangered species list. Only about 3% of it come off, and we're really good at putting them on, and we celebrate putting them on. So we have to do something about this. And if you're saying that we can productionize species, and as long as we have the right support to wild them, people can use your technologies for free to make more of these different species that are critically endangered, while also biobanking samples along the way. He's like, why would we do this? And I was like, well, I got with the previous folks, and they said that we need 5 years, 20 million. That they were going to spend internally. They weren't going to test these bullets. They were going to spend it internally on this. And we're like, we'll just do it for free. And he's like, we will completely support the initiative, and we're going to help get you plugged in so you can help biobank our species and also help us support animal conservation.
So when will you start reintroducing these
So we just had that meeting last week.
soulless red wolves from hell that you created in a lab? They're going to start eating people.
And so we're going to just met with them last week. So.
Well, they're beautiful. God, they're so beautiful.
Well, it's like, why we should be afraid of innovation, right?
No, but the real question is, where do you stop?
Yeah.
Because 90% of all animals that have ever existed, all species are extinct.
Yeah.
Right? Are we gonna?
I think you focus on the species that are critically endangered and are keystone species, meaning the environment needs them.
Right, but
the ones that we drove back, but the ones that we drove to extinction, right?
Okay. So it's debatable whether or not we drove dire wolves to extinction. We don't really know what happened 10,000 years ago. I'm inclined to think that when you see the death of 65% of North American megafauna that happened really quickly. Yeah, I'm inclined to think that these scientists that believe it was an asteroid inboard comet impact are correct.
I think it's most likely it's a combination. We do know that early that anthropological effects from humans, that when early man went onto a landmass at scale, that we start to see that. We see that in Australia and other places. But to your point, it's much slower. It's much slower.
This is a different thing.
Yeah.
Are you going to bring back saber-tooth tiger?
Everyone seems to have their favorite animal for us to save, right? Like
dire wolves are my favorite. Yeah, those are my favorite.
Yeah, dire wolves. You got to maybe at some point you see them, but
I want to.
They're amazing. They're just beautiful.
Yeah.
So they're in there. So saber-tooth tiger is a class. We put that as a class. Most commonly, people think of the Smilodon as the saber-tooth tiger. There's not, to date, been really great Smilodon DNA. There is great Homotherium DNA, which is another type of saber-tooth tiger.
Oh, I didn't know there was more than one type of saber-tooth tiger.
They classify them differently, based on it. But
obviously, you've been studying this, so you're thinking about doing it.
I'm not. We like to study ancient DNA, right? Like one of the things where I think that John Reeves is 100% right is people say there were no saber-tooth tigers in Alaska. That's just an incorrect statement. There were probably no Smilodons there, but there are Homotheriums, which are a saber-tooth tiger.
Yeah, he's found things that were not supposed to be there.
I found things in his. I found the dire wolf skull in his. I don't know if I'm saying that in his facility.
Yeah, I think he's talked about that. But they found cave bear, short-faced bears. Wow.
Homotherium is still a saber-tooth tag. But what happens is, this goes back to that philosophical perspective. They think that only, if you look up Smilodon in comparison.
So this has shorter saber teeth, but still. Give me that CGI image of it again, Jamie. That's so fucking cool.
Yeah, and I don't think
you should bring something like that back, but if you do, I'll visit it. I mean, I want to see that.
One of the things
down the bike.
There was pause. There was wait just to see the gyro.
Bro, but that would be so crazy. Now all of a sudden I want you to do it. Okay. Give me another large picture of it, Jamie. There's some other pictures of this. So Smilodon's the one that has the largest teeth.
It has the largest known teeth. But when people think of saber-tooth tiger, this is what.
Right. That's a crazy.
This is what they think of.
Those are crazy. I wonder how why nature wanted to have that.
You probably have things like mammotides and something like that.
It has to be, right? Something where there's a genetic advantage. Look at that one on the right, lower right, Jamie. Below that to the right. There, yeah, right there. Look at that.
Yeah. And I love because we don't. What's amazing? We don't have DNA from it, so we have no idea what the color pattern is.
Right.
Which you can see here. Right? It's got a short tail, it's got a long tail, it's got a leopard, it's got stripes. Right?
I don't even know if they have long tail.
I don't know if they ever think of it white.
That would be wild.
So we do have. There have been some really well preserved pups and others in the permafrost of Homotherium.
Whoa. And Homotherium, we know, has that kind of coloration to it.
We don't. I don't want to say we do or don't. We have not done the analysis on that.
Look at that little guy.
We do have the. Not that we're going to look at.
So that is brown.
Have you seen the American short-faced bear? That's the thing I'm probably the most scared of.
Yeah, you can't bring that
17 or 18 foot giant bear. We're not working on it.
But somebody might. That's the problem. There might be some fucking crackhead out there that's got $40 billion that's out of his mind.
Well, I also think that
some crazy dude who's just got the resources to do that.
That to me is megalodon scary.
It's a lot of money. Well, that is an enormous animal, and they think that's one of the animals that probably prevented people from crossing the Bering Strait.
I read that.
Yeah. It's the theory, but it's a pretty good one.
Yeah, if you knew there was a lineage of like super, polar bears were out there, I would go near it.
And it is essentially a super polar bear, which is really scary because polar bears are
terrifying
and completely carnivorous.
and they don't care. They'll just walk right up to you and kill you.
Oh yeah, there's a great video of these guys that are behind the fence.
Yeah.
That was somebody sent to me yesterday. Oh, fuck. I'll find it. I know where it is. Someone sent to me yesterday of these guys that are right behind the fence where this polar bear is trying to get through the fence.
Right.
There's 3 of them, and they're talking to like, hey, big guy, you can't come in here. Hey, fella.
And it's just common walking towards like, I'm gonna get in there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Polar bears scary.
very spooky. Well, they're spooky because they don't eat anything but meat. So we're on the menu. Yeah, all humans are on the menu. Anything that walks and breathes is on the menu. Shit. It'll take me a few minutes. Sorry. Jamie, pause for a second. Let me find this because it's good. Okay, I just had it. So, it looks like they're, I don't know where they are, but I think we'll say in the video. So these guys, they're produced by polar bears. That's an oil rig. So it's probably Canada. Look at these guys. That sound.
Yeah.
They're just trying to eat you. Look at this.
See how I did.
Yep. Wait.
Well, go on.
Go on.
Probably not gonna work.
They're just trying to figure out how to get in and eat you. Hey, sweetheart. Hey. Sweetheart. Sweetheart wants to rip your liver out.
Go on.
They're so beautiful.
They're beautiful.
It's interesting that they're the most dangerous ones because they're the ones we use for Coca-Cola and Klondike bars.
Yeah. You know, wild though, you have just like playing around with snow, but they're actually terrifying.
Yeah, you were saying the younger dryers is really interesting. It's very, very interesting because it's a fairly new theory. It explains a lot, especially when you look at the mass extinction that did take place during that time. I would love to see what it looked like when all those animals were around. Like what was we kind of have a sense of what, because of safaris and videos, we know what it looks like when lions are interacting with wildebeest in Africa. Like, what did it look like in Kansas?
Like a 15,000
years ago. Yeah. Like, what was it like?
I know there's a extinct bison species that is the bison loudfront. Have you seen those guys?
Yeah.
They're like 8 foot long Texas Longhorns on like super HGH like the bison.
Yeah, our bison are small compared to the extinct bison.
Yeah.
Right? Were they the largest of the North American bison?
Yeah, the bison loudfront ones.
See if we can get a photo of that. Yeah. I didn't know about that until a few years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing. There were so many different things. Giant sloths, there's the saber-toothed tiger, the American lion,
There's an American cheetah.
Yeah.
We actually have a full genome of it. And then there was also one of my favorite animals, which is kind of a weird one, probably on the list, since we're talking about dire wolves and saber-toothed tigers. Have you seen the Steller sea cow?
Yeah. What is that?
Think of like a manatee or dugong, right? That's the size of like a large whale.
What?
Yeah. And the sad thing is, it died off. It actually died off before. It died off. And yeah. It died off within 100 years of its discovery.
When was that? We killed them all, huh?
Yeah, we killed them.
Probably turned them into cannibals or something.
Yeah, roasted, burnt their fat.
Yeah.
So, but it was actually the largest Sarinian
to ever exist. See if we can get a photo of that. Yeah. I didn't know about that until a few years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing. There were so many different things. Giant sloths, the saber-toothed tiger, the American lion.
There's an American cheetah.
Yes.
The American cheetah, we actually have a full genome of it. And then there was also one of my favorite animals, which is kind of a weird one, probably on the list, since we're talking about dire wolves and saber-toothed tigers. Have you seen the Steller sea cow?
Yeah. What is that?
Think of like a manatee or dugong.
Found.
Yeah.
They're just trying to eat you. Look at this.
See what I did.
Yep.
Boom. Go on.
go on.
Probably not gonna work.
They're just trying to figure out how to get in to eat you.
Hey, sweetheart.
Sweetheart. Sweetheart wants to rip your liver out.
Go on.
They're so beautiful.
They're beautiful.
It's interesting that they're the most dangerous ones because they're the ones we use for Coca-Cola and Klondike bars.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild though?
You got them just like playing around in the snow, but they're actually terrifying.
Yeah, you were saying the younger dryers is really interesting. It's very, very interesting because it's a fairly new theory. It explains a lot, and especially when you look at the mass extinction that did take place during that time. I would love to have seen what it looked like when all those animals were around. Like what was a, we kind of have a sense of what, because of safaris and videos, we know what it looks like when lions are interacting with wildebeest in Africa. Like, what did it look like in Kansas?
Like a 15,000
years ago. Yeah, like what was it like?
There's a extinct bison species that is the bison latifrons. Have you seen those guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like 8 foot long Texas Longhorns.
Crazy.
On like super HGH like bison.
Yeah, our bison are small compared to the extinct bisons, right? Would they be largest of the North American bisons?
Yeah, the bison latifrons.
Let's see if we can get a photo of that. Yeah. I didn't know about them
they're-
until a few years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing. There were so many different things. Giant sloths, there's the saber-toothed tiger, the American lion, which
There's an American cheetah.
Yes.
The American cheetah, we actually have a full genome of it. And then there was also one of my favorite animals, which is kind of a weird one, probably on the list since we're talking about dire wolves and saber-toothed tigers. Have you seen the Stellar sea cow?
Yeah. What is that?
Think of like a manatee or dugong, right? It's the size of like a large whale. What? Yeah. And the sad thing is, it died off. It actually died off before. It died off. And it died off within 100 years of its discovery.
When was that?
We killed them all. Huh? Yeah, we killed
Probably
them.
turned into cannibals or something.
Yeah, their stick burned their fat.
Yeah.
So, but it was actually
The largest
this
Sarminian to ever exist was hunted to extinction only 30 years after being
30 years, yeah.
described in the 18th century. Wow.
Yeah, and we actually have a full genome species that is the bison latifrons. Have you seen those guys?
Yeah.
They have like 8 foot long Texas Longhorns.
Crazy.
On like super HGH like bison.
Yeah. The mass extinction that did take place during that time. I would love to have seen what it looked like when all those animals were around. Like what was a, we kind of have a sense of what, because of safaris and videos, we know what it looks like when lions are interacting with wildebeest in Africa. Like, what did it look like in Kansas?
Like a
15,000
bison
years
species.
ago. Yeah, like what was it like?
There's a extinct bison species that is the bison latifrons. Have you seen those guys?
Yeah.
They have like 8 foot long Texas Longhorns.
Crazy.
On like super HGH like bison.
Yeah, our bison are small compared to the extinct bisons, right? Would they be largest of the North American bisons?
Yeah, the bison latifrons.
Let's see if we can get a photo of that. Yeah. I didn't know about them until a few years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing. There were so many different things. Giant sloths, there's the saber-toothed tiger, the American lion.
There's an American cheetah.
Yes.
The American cheetah, we actually have, and then there was also one of my favorite animals, which is kind of a weird one, probably on the list since we're talking about dire wolves and saber-toothed tigers. Have you seen the Stellar sea cow?
No. What is that?
Think of like a manatee or dugong, right? That's the size of like a large whale. What? Yeah. And the sad thing is, it died off. It actually died off before. It died off. It died off within 100 years of its discovery.
When was that?
We killed them all. Huh? Yeah, we killed them.
Probably turned into cannibals or something.
Yeah, their stick burned their fat.
Yeah.
So, but it was actually
The largest
Sarminian
to ever exist was hunted to extinction only 30 years after being
30 years, yeah.
described in the 18th century. Wow.
Yeah, and we actually have a full genome of this too. We can't just. I would bring this back on. It was hugely important to the Gulf Force, the Pacific Northwest. It was great. It's not scary. It's huge. It's like
right, but then bring that back. I would bring back megalodon.
There is no megalodon DNA.
There's not?
No. I will say that the CEO of the largest, the president and CEO of the largest furry museum in America, really wants to do megalodon. He's like, yeah, but there's a lot of reasons. I could be wrong on the size. He's great though. But there is no DNA. But have to do a lot. But killed everything in the ocean. So one of the things that's weird, interesting that we're also working on is artificial wombs and colossal. Because if you want to get to this world where you could productionize endangered species like one-of rhinos instead of having to use surrogates for animal welfare perspective, if you can get to the point that you can engineer genetic diversity into 200 northern white rhinos, grow them in labs and bags, and then work with, and then you can control that population very, very well. You can reintroduce them, with folks in the field that are the rewilding experts, right? And so we're really not focusing on that. We kind of rely on third parties on the rewilding modeling, and all of our 48 conservation partners. We really just kind of focus on the core science that supports their initiatives. But if we are successful with our artificial worms, and we are quite far on that project, that I would not be surprised if eventually we see we have to get a mouse first.
Do you guys have these conversations where you sit down and you go, how does this scale outward? What does this look like? This technology in 100 years, did we just fuck up?
No, I think that if you look at the birthing crisis that we're in, kind of population decline crisis, I think that you look at global, people having women having kids later, IVF clinics, people freezing their embryos, all of that's massively on the income. It's all going to the right? And we also know that globally, sperm infertility and others is going down to the right? So it's not a good look for the future of humanity in general. And so I think that, especially, and then we also have philosophical and religious, you have philosophical, and you have socio issues, right? That people have different perspectives on, having kids, same-sex couples, all these things. So we at Colossal have kind of made this mandate that we're not going to work on humans, right? Because it gets too. We get asked the Neanderthal and the dinosaur question every fucking day. So we're just not going to bridge that gap. What we'll do is spin out those technologies. But I do think it is harder to grow a rhino in a artificial womb or exogenous development system than it is a human. Not ethically or through an FDA process, but it is scientifically harder to gestate some of the animals we're trying to gestate next year. So I do think that some of those technologies could make it eventually into the human population.
That's where it gets really weird, but you could create a child with no mother or father.
I do think that it's an optionality, right? I think that there are some certain situations where that would be a blessing. I just had my first kid, so we did not grow up in artificial womb.
Yeah, but I mean, the people that are skeptical about this stuff, this is what they point to. It's like, what is involved in the creation of life? Well, it's been people having sex, and then the sperm fertilizes the egg, a child is born, they raise the child, get some of their behavior characteristics, it's the genetics, and then we integrate into a community, and there's like, you can just make life without any of that. Like, what is that? Where's that? You know what I'm saying?
It's a great philosophy.
How much of the child's development is taking place while it's in the mother
and
sharing
that shared experience, the hormone cues and whatnot?
Yes.
I wouldn't have a child that way.
Right. What if you're making a sociopath? What if you're making a completely
because there's no
empathy,
there's no connection.
No connection. People, they come out of the gate. Ted Kaczynski, all fucked up. Really,
it's a fair point.
We don't know what the process is while a baby is inside of a woman's body.
And there's people that are working on this technology specifically for humans. Like right now, we're focusing on it for extinct species and endangered animals.
Well, the question was, when this scales out, when you scale out 100 years from now, like what did you just do?
Well, my biggest thing that I think would be helpful is if we had a world where we, like, if Colossal gets ultimate success, I would say that we successfully rewilded animals back into their natural habitat. We revitalized these mosaic ecosystems that, including your picture of what did the Arctic look like back in the day, like how did we have that? That was actually a crazy. If you look at the work that's been done in Hudson Park by Sergei Nikita-Zimov, they've actually shown that rewilding northern Siberia with cold-tolerant megafauna actually can revitalize the ecosystem. It can add more biodiversity. It can actually keep the ground temperatures colder in the winter, so it sequesters more carbon. So I think this idea of nature-based and living with nature in an ecological model is something that I hope that we are successful at, and I hope that Colossal is also successful at removing animals from the endangered species list.
So what you were talking about mammoths specifically, a study that showed that it would help.
So they've already done it with muskox, horses, and a few other species up there. So they're doing it right now. They've been doing it for
and there was some talk about eventually doing this with mammoths and then releasing those mammoths into Siberia.
Yeah, that was something that Larry Sergei Nikita-Zimov wanted to do.
How long from some Russian oligarch hunts a mammoth?
Yeah, given the geopolitical, we see, going back to your wolf example, we see boundaries in geopolitical lines, right? The animals don't, right? And so we will probably not rewild our first mammoths in Siberia for many reasons.
But you think you will rewild a mammoth?
Yeah, I think, our goal, Jamie, if you look at colossal.com/Tasmania, for example, we actually build working groups of folks around, everyone from academia to private landowners to indigenous people groups, governments, to understand, we don't have a thylacine. I think we'll have a thylacine in the next 8 years. I really do. I think based on where we are, current course of speed, there's 70 million years of genetic divergence between Pat's Alpinara, which is like a mouse-sized marsupial, and a wolf and this, right? But we actually, if you just kind of scroll through into the people,
So it's a wolf-like marsupial.
Yeah.
There's actually a pouch that
it does. It actually also has a backward pouch. So most pouches, other than the wombat or forwards, it has backward. They think because there's a burrowing out. So you want
like the babies.
Yeah, like that. What's up with that?
God, nature's fascinating.
If you scroll down a little bit further, you'll see, and if you just do a quick scroll, you'll see that we actually have gone out and partnered with all these different groups. Even though we don't have thousands, we have quarterly meetings in Tasmania around rewilding the thylacine. And one of the groups that we have involved in it is the logging commission. So going back to your, how do we live in nature? Your example with cattlemen and ranchers. Well, the biggest economic driver right now in Tasmania is actually the logging commission. So if you think that you're going to reintroduce an animal back without them or their lobbyists having it in the forest, without them having a perspective, then I think that's just a naive way to look at the world. And so we, going back like the thylacine and mammoths and others, we try to build these working groups ahead of time so that people can get excited about, what are the challenges, what are the unintended consequences. And that's not our job to persuade them, it's just our job to kind of listen to them and figure it out. And, that approach of listening to our critics and listening and being inclusive in these communities has helped us, I think, dramatically think through what our wilding strategies are.
So when you have a rewilding strategy, what experts do you bring in to have this discussion of what kind of an impact this could potentially? You haven't done any rewilding, let's be clear to everybody.
Yes.
Without releasing dire wolves.
Quite nice, but not going to release.
Right.
Yeah, yes.
So this is all theoretical.
Yeah.
But if you do have one, what would you look at specifically? How do you take into account all the different species? Do you take into account, like with the thylacine, particularly because it's a large predator, the amount of animals it's going to eat?
Right.
These animals are not conditioned. They They haven't evolved to be around this thing. It's been almost 100 years since the last one was there.
So on the evolved part, this is actually kind of weird. So you do ecological field studies. So you work with ecologists, conservationists, predator experts, like people that understand predation, people that understand. So you have to work with these kind of big workers. We have a project going on right now in Central Tasmania, which is amazing. And this, the old school like Looney Tunes, like Wile E. Coyote, where he's like, and he like goes through the wall and you get a hole, or the Kool-Aid thing, right? If you had that cutout, we made cutouts and painted them a file scenes, but also cats and dogs and other things, and wolves and other things. And we put them out near camera traps in Central Tasmania. And when we reviewed the data, we'll have like bull, wombat, or one of these animals kind of walking through, or even a wallaby kind of walking through, and they'll see a cat, they'll see a cat, and they'll kind of look at it. When they see, and remember, 2 point, this is for them is multiple generations, right? Because these animals live hundreds of years. And so when they see the cutout and shape and the coloration and size of a thylacine, they freeze, they absolutely freak out. Wow. Yeah, we've been collecting this data for 18 months. We're publishing a paper on it. So
That's so cool.
There's like generational trauma that is baked in to their DNA to avoid a thylacine.
It's the only way they survive. I mean, without a language to pass down information, how would it makes you wonder, like, how much of that is in us? Like, when people have ophidiophobia, or arachnophobia, fear of snakes and spiders, like, what is that from? Like, because it's crippling. I've seen people that have crippling fear of spiders, where it doesn't even make any sense. And somebody got almost killed by a spider, and that's inside of them. Right. Those genes passed on. When you see the spider, they freak out, man. When I was doing Fear Factor, if we found out that someone had a fear of spiders or a fear of snakes, guess what?
That was on the show.
That's on the show.
Yeah, and that's like me in Heights. Like every episode you guys back in the day in Heights.
That's because you're smart.
Yeah, it's like fucking terrifying.
It's terrifying. Yeah. Whenever I'm in a fucking hotel, when I'm on like the 50th floor,
yeah.
Like, why?
Yeah.
Why?
So I don't have like road noise. I'm like, it's gonna be really hard to get out of here.
It's so scary. Yeah. It's so scary. It's just like the building moves a little bit when it's windy. Yeah. Fuck all this. Martian. Fuck that. No. Here? Yeah, Jamie. He lives way up high. Jamie sends me pictures from his house. I freak out. Like, no,
I can't.
No.
I just. Yeah. Well, I hate flying too, which sucks because I fly. I fly all the time.
Just counting on these fucking screws, bolts, shit.
Yeah. Because like the worst is like when you're sitting there, and there's now been like these renders of planes that have like glass or plexiglass. I'm like, I don't want to see that.
Yeah.
I get mad if I get on a plane and the people don't shut the window sides. Like I'm in the tube. It's lit on fire. I get because if you think about the point where you're sitting in a chair and then you look down and you go to the floor, you're like, that's not. There's not that much. There's like 10,000 feet. 3,000 feet below.
When you see something like the one that happened in Canada where the plane flipped upside down too, you just like that. You can't get that.
Like Delta Airlines.
It wasn't like
Whoopsies, crazy airline you've never heard of.
It was a person who was not that good at flying and kind of recent. Yeah. Like, hey. Yeah. But hire someone better.
Yeah. And I got to DC a decent amount. And so, like, the whole DC thing, like, absolutely freaking out. Oh, yeah. So sometimes I stay at some of those hotels that are right on the river, and you see the choppers fly. You see the choppers fly.
That's the DC one. Oh, yeah. Did you see the one in Thailand? Oh, did you see the water that's flying off the roofs?
Yeah, in the
flying off the roofs where you see like from the ground, it looks like it's raining. It's crazy. Yeah. Well, listen, that would be the last day I would spend in that fucking room.
Yeah, you're out.
That's it.
It's like if I saw
If
I saw a ghost, I'm like, all right.
Yeah, bye. Maybe the ghost is cool. I'm not totally scared of ghosts. I don't think ghosts will ever kill anybody. I'm scared of thylacines.
I'm not scared of thylacines. They start up the size of a grain of rice. It's going to be really nice to them. It's kind of like AI. You got to be really nice to them.
Yes.
I saw a great gift. I saw this great image on X the other day that is like, it's called, that's not even called humans. It's like, no, not this one. It said, thank you, and it's request. So I was like, I'm going to be very nice on all of my requests on Friday.
Well, I have a weird situation going on in my house because I have chickens, but I eat chicken. and I don't eat chickens that I have. I eat their eggs.
Yeah.
But they're cute. I'm like, hey girls, what's up, ladies?
Yeah.
Like, I have no desire to harm them. I
Yeah.
try to protect them. If I'm driving on the driveway and one of them is in the middle of the driveway, I have to be very slow, let her cross. But I eat chicken.
Did you see that study that came out a couple weeks ago that having 2 eggs, so I'm going to get the numbers wrong, but you have 2 eggs, if you have at least 2 eggs in a week, that it lowers the probability of Alzheimer's by 47%.
Yeah. Turns out Alzheimer's is connected to a lot of stuff that's already
Inflammation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're saying that Gary said it was, I think it was Gary that was telling me that he thought it was like, it's now becoming a more popular belief that it's diabetes type 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that, which is really weird to think of it that way. But it's just so much. I mean, obviously you know this now because you're on a health path.
Yeah.
You know, and you feel much better.
I feel incredible. I mean,
Isn't it nuts?
Yeah,
People are just running around out there feeling like shit.
well, I was. And part of the reason I started Colossal, I mean, I told you a story about how I got with George, but before that, I built a handful of different companies. My last company was a satellite software defense company, and was building it, running it, and this was in late 2019, early 2020. I had to be in Tokyo and I had to be in China. So I came back, went to CES, the big consumer electronics show in Vegas, saw everyone in the world, right? That's there. It's stupid big. A week and a half later, I'm in NASA Marshall with the director there. I was doing some work for NASA at the time in my last company. And I was with one of my number two in the company, this guy named Craig, our chief strategy officer. He was coughing, he wasn't feeling well, we both kind of feeling like shit. I was like, oh, we've been on the road a lot, we've been drinking. We came back on Friday night, we went back on Slack and talking about aliens and shit. And the next day, I got a call from my sudden cardiac event. And so that was a big wake up call. I got really sick from COVID. Like I was on that early strain of COVID. There's definitely multiple strains of COVID aliens that tells you. Definitely. And so I got super sick. And I went down really drained. I really had caffeine. I kind of tried to cut out something. I exercise regularly. Looking at all these things that used to be weird alternative, like a dry sauna, a cold plunge, red light. I did anything every day. That's awesome. Yeah,
I gotta watch.
That's so important. Yeah, so important. And I tell people it's not even a vanity thing. Don't do it because you want big muscles. Preserve your tissue.
Yeah.
Preserve your bone mass.
Well, I mean, I don't want to be like I now have a 9-month-old son, right? And he like wants to hang out, and he's gonna get big. And if I can't pick him up, that's a sad thing. I kind of got this mindset of like, I see people that are old and are in wheelchairs that can't walk. It's kind of a blessing to walk. So like, why would I squander that blessing? Why would I like lean into it and make sure that when I'm 90, I can walk?
It's a blessing to be healthy. It's a blessing. It's just we're so concerned about our existence and lose track of every picture. You have the opportunity to do something that if it wasn't possible, you wish it was possible, and that is get healthy. Like if it wasn't possible, if we just existed in a state, whatever that state was, there's no medicine that can fix it, there's no exercise that can fix it, diet doesn't change it. This is just who you are as a being, and it goes away. But that's not even remotely true. It's actually the opposite. There's friends that I have that are my age, and they look like they're my dad. Yeah, and that's because they've been drinking and smoking and sleeping late and fucking off their whole life and no exercise at all. Your body is terrible.
Yeah, I'm on the journey. I'm not at the end, right? It's a constant journey. I'm on the journey. We're all on the journey. There's no end. I did. You've seen this function. What is this function? Function health. It's like it's just a suit. It's just all. You go to your doctor. Like I really blood work. But then I also do this the function test, which is massively all encompassing. It's like 2 tests twice a year, and so I do that test, and after working here for a while, now my biological age, or my actual age is 43. My biological age is a little bit. That's amazing. When you get into working for you, Gary taking the right supplements. I buy, you can actually taste it, right? They give go to the store, get the steak, chicken, it's like free range and all that shit. It tastes great. It tastes better than like something you buy that's terrible at a store. But when you order from some of these like true like Amish places and places that have actually like grown food like completely natural that doesn't have just this fake pre-purchased certified organic, you can taste the difference in the nutrients. It's insane. You do wild game. Yes, that's what I order. I order a bunch of, so I do health steaks. I do a lot of steaks from this farm that Gary recommended to me. Which is great.
Is it bison?
They do have bison. They have bison too. Yeah, Marcus pastures. They're just like when I have this steak from these guys, like it's been like you can taste it. And like my brother-in-law and like my friends we're gonna try these things out freeze. My brother's gonna buy something. It looks different. Yeah, it looks like
Baby steak in the grocery store. Yeah, which is fine. You cook that, it tastes great. But if you get a grass-fed, grass-finished steak, like grass-fed, 100%. A lot of ranches out here, Texas is a great place. There's a lot of ranches out here that generate agriculture, and they sell the animals that they kill, and it's like a dark red meat.
yeah, it looks completely different. The taste you want to eat more of it. Like I feel full, but I want to finish it, and I also feel like my body likes this food. It's getting shit to death,
And you feel better when you eat it. Yeah, you feel energized.
Yeah.
I've given people milk before.
Yeah.
One of the things that you have so much energy. Like, yes, welcome to my world.
It's awesome. It is so great. But that was in the early days of awesome. That was one of the things that we got asked by like heads of state, like not by like just random people. Random people on the internet. Mostly like people at large at different locations. They're like, you eat a meal. What's the taste like? That was like that question came up faster than we thought. This is nice. I know. Those are the first. They just okay. Well, look, I really want to eat something that's good. Steak for 10,000 just right. That's it. Not even yet. Yeah, and that was the first question. Can I eat it? Yeah. I'm a steak. But it was also domestic. The question. That's all domestic. Yeah. Like people fucking psychos. Yeah, I know too much money. Yeah, fucking psychos. Yeah, it's go buy a car. It's not more to eat them, man, but that's so crazy. We get the time. We get that. We get that's not even your question. We get the time to question. Probably the number one question we get is, Jordan basketball Spielberg today did have feathers. We know that some dinosaurs had feathers. We know some had hair, like kind of creepers and feathers. And we know some that were this. We have preserved them. We can see in the fossil record whether they had them.
Have you seen the one that's in the Montana University? There's a university in Bozeman that has a museum. The university, it might just be a museum. But when I was visiting there a few years back, they have like a raptor. And one side of the raptor is feathered, and the other side is like Jurassic Park. Yeah. And you look at it, oh, just like, oh, that's a fucking. It's a bird. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, makes more sense. Yeah, so stupid arms. But it makes more sense having a bird. You just don't want it. Yeah. You always want it. So it's a bird that lives today. And it is, it's called a hoax. And I just thought it's like HLA, TC, something like that. We can find it. Yeah. It smells terrible. But if you type in the hoax in, and if you click in and find a baby picture, it's got these little hands. It looks like kind of like a bird, like we do the tumors. Oh yeah, it flies. So before it flies, it actually climbs up everything. Well, the other drugs here is how. Yeah, one of those, and all those that. And then the balls, like if you the first kind of like dinosaur bird out there, it actually it crawls. It crawls like it doesn't fly. Most birds just sit there with their little like wing nuts, just don't do anything. These guys actually fly. What about terror birds? Oh yeah, that's just kidding.
We're not too crazy. Yeah. What the hell was that? Yeah, that was, what was that? Years ago, did those things go extinct? There's millions, right? Yeah. So the oldest DNA that we have is so that's it. Yeah. So you can, the guy you talked to about not that, but that's interesting. Is Kenneth they discovered the four largest dinosaurs of all time, Dreadnought. It's the craziest thing ever. Going back to Dreadnought, and going back to the issues that what is Dreadnought? Oh, Dreadnought. So I don't know. Whoa. Yeah, it was so it's a plan. Yes, yeah, it's planning. It's a size of 7. Like it's almost as big as a 737. He found it in Argentina, and he found it in Argentina. Discovered the species, named the species, and he brought it to New Jersey to do all the modeling and all that. And the government changed. He did the old school, like the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark. And that's what it's basically in a warehouse. So it's on display for people in the museum. It's literally, this goes back to some these governments and these museums. It's literally like not in a bunch of crates in Western. Yeah, I mean, it's like the coolest thing ever. Yeah, so yeah, that's like ours left. So, but it's truly, truly amazing.
So with these, like that's one of the things about dinosaurs in museums, right? Like a lot of them created artificial bones to fill in the blanks.
Fill in a lot of blanks. Sometimes they'll get like a jaw bone and you're like, here's the reconstruction.
Right. It's weird because you go to see it and you think you're going to see a dinosaur. And sometimes they're real clever, and sometimes they're not. Like sometimes it'll be different colors for the real bone. Yeah. Versus like, how much of this do you have? And they're like, how did you get this? And a lot of the images, like the soft tissue overlay, like where they take the bones and then they create an animal out of it. Have you ever seen what rabbits look like? You take away this?
Yeah, they did this with like whales and stuff. They look absolutely crazy, like the scariest things ever. And then you put a whale on it. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, for whales, you see them and you look at them and go, they're sweet. Yeah, just chilling in the water, but if you see them with teeth and everything, just the skin, it looks like an alien monster. Yeah. So wonder what you're looking at.
There was a one species that we don't have DNA for. That'd be amazing. Back because of the ecological benefits, there was a giant beaver. Yeah, a giant beaver sounds amazing. When did that? I don't know. It would probably be in the late Pleistocene.
One of the things I learned from Noah is that they found in this country in the early days, the richest man in the world was someone who beaver helped.
Oh, really?
On the dinosaurs, so this beaver, giant beaver, enormous, bear-sized beaver that lived in North America during the Pleistocene. Wow. So when did these die off? What year? Most of the Pleistocene were fishing. It's about 13,000 years. Wow. So it probably died off during that same period. Yeah. You know, the pronghorn. That's why they're so fast. Oh, for very much. American cheetah, like they're the last of these animals. They're bizarre. Have you ever seen one in real life? I've always seen it through binoculars. I've never seen one, on the ground real close. I've only seen it a few hundred yards away. When you look at images of them, they have insane eyesight. They have almost 360 vision. Their eyes are on the side of the head. Yes, and they can run 55 miles an hour. That's the reason why they can run so fast. They were getting chased by cheetahs that don't exist anymore. Yeah. So the cheetahs died get off the young dry back in the day, whatever happened. But these pronghorn antelopes remain, and they are, there's nothing like them in terms of speed. Like, it's bizarre, because they're a remnant of the past, where they had to be that fast to avoid the predators. The predators gone, they remain. Yeah, so they have to catch them now. Nothing. Once they're done, like once they're grown, they fucking run. They have insane eyesight. But you know, one of the ways is that people hunt them, they're really dumb. One of the ways people hunt them is on horseback. Like that dog has a zero chance. But the cheetahs will chase these motherfuckers down. So it's like another different kind of mentally. But like super fast. They're quite a bit faster than these people. They're crazy fast. There's like nothing like them in North America. It's awesome. But the vision these things have, you should give me a photo of one of their heads. Pronghorns eyes. They're so weird. It looks like if you see their face, they don't look like it looks like they're from another time. Star Wars. Yeah, they look like they're from another time. Yeah, and they are. They're literally. Yeah, this is what would have been so amazing to like look at what the Earth looked like. 12,000 years ago. It's all like America. Like to travel to these different places where you have their truly more remote, right? And I'm just talking about like all stuff like you said, like national park or some places in Africa. When you go to central Tasmania, it's almost like a weird Disney. Like us, you've got like the kid just running around, you've got wallabies jumping through. They all just come through, and you're like, it's like that scene in like Ace Ventura, right, where he sings like everything about the stuff. I remember the first, I was like, this is so weird. Like, these animatronics, there's no way there's this much life in my universe, and it's all just like the kid that's running, the wallabies are jumping. You got like wombats, like kind of scurrying along. There's all these weird animals that are just excited. They're so strange to us, right? How we think about them. You never see them. But they're just like this insane plethora. And they're just so crazy. But what would be different than how the thylacines survive? So they said it's kind of the only thing is that it was the only apex predator for Tasmania and the world. And you've seen the Tasmanian predator. Not first, they're awesome. They're cool as shit. They're cool as shit. They're awesome. They eat these little packs. And the reason why they call them Tasmanian devils is because they make the weirdest. I mean, they make sense. If I heard the sounds that they make, if you're out in the woods, you hear the sound, you're like, this is obvious. Yeah. If you find them eating, they just sound terrible. Find Tasmanian tiger noise. Literally, excuse me, Tasmanian devil noise. Sorry. Sorry. Have you seen this? Yeah. We can go to that instead of look at that butt. See, it's an angle, so they're part of why isn't terrifying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's and many of the researchers in Tasmania, Australia, think that the thylacines are just where people get wolves, thylacines, and others that they go up to the center. There's an energy to right? They're not just sitting there grazing. They're not being sedentary. They have to go make me kill. They have to decide what to kill. So they kill the young. They have the weakest. They kill the old, and they kill the sick. An environment that has the right balance of predator and prey is a healthy ecosystem. All of them that we've seen on the thylacines suggest that they actually need coming at the level of marsupials. People believe that the facial liver disease would I don't know if you discussed that. It's really maybe that video. Oh, feeding frenzy? Oh, yeah. Give me some value. It's doing it right in front of people, too. I fed them like this. It's crazy. They just not scared of it. You just think they're like piranhas. It's so cool. Yeah, they don't even know shit. It's crazy. So if you feed them like this, you put a and then they just make this up. They often get into fights, and that fighting is when that's when they do the execution. No, I mean like they literally scratch and bite each other.
and they transmit this. It's the only transmissible cancer that we know. So it latches onto the next phase from the body. And the silence that you see in the animal with the frequencies, you see this like you can walk well, and those are the animals that would be up in temperature. And so they look, so there's in Tasmania, Australia, that introduce the predator being the thylacine that we would use.
Oh, gosh, we're looking, we're looking on Tasmania double space. Yeah, that was a movie. It's a great character for a cartoon.
Tasmania devil. Yeah, I mean they're like they'll be sitting there not making sounds. They start eating or they get bread and they make those death sounds. It is a terror because if you've never heard it before in person, it just catches you by surprise and it like moves you away. So I was thinking it's a pretty good experience.
It's such a cool animal. So the idea of ultimately eventually releasing thylacines, how would that be done? And what kind of studies would have to be done? Because you're talking about the animals that come out with the animals. That probably won't be the case if you reintroduce something else. It'll start thinning it out, and it'll achieve a balance.
Yeah,
So they've done a lot. It's just like people take on Australia. Most people don't know they've introduced cats. So how's they introduce house cats, like just feral house cats in Australia to combat certain species. And they start decimating all the other species around them. It's literally the worst. It's literally the number one extinction rate. Right, and it's because it's an invasive species. Would that be a problem? Would there be a similar problem if you reintroduce the Tasmanian Taik? Would there be? Potentially, would you have to reintroduce other species if they would make them extinct?
The good news about the Tasmanian and the Southern Australian is they're mostly cats, right? Hopefully they feed cats. The Australian, you talk to most people in Australia, they hate cats. Outside of the cats, they actually go, they actually hate cats because what they're doing, the small pharmaceuticals are actually looking at technologies like gene drives and others. They're totally wild cats. They're wild.
Yeah, people hunt them. Yeah, people hunt them. Like, from I have a good buddy of mine, Adam Green Tree, they have this magazine. It's like a bowhunter magazine in Australia. He gave me a copy of it. I was reading it on a plane. This guy's holding up a dead cat. He's having it blowing out. Hey, what the fuck? They hold them up like trophies.
It's a huge problem, right? It goes back to the invasive species. One of the projects that we're working on with the thylacine like to hear every deep species information. Do you understand more things like
no, it's
political? It looks like a beaver or like a very way prettier. It's amazing. It's called QUOL. They're absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. They're another type of predator. But 100 years ago or so, they got we as humanity introduced cane toads. Right? They're monsters. And so we as humanity introduced cane toads into Australia. And they have neurotoxin. Well, guess what? Most cold and small marsupials love eating frogs. And so this is actually, I think, about our work. And so, and what we're doing is you go back to one about co-evolving evolution. You go back to Southern Australia, to South America, where cane toads evolved amongst snakes and mice and other small mammals. They eat cane toads all day long, and they don't die of neurotoxin. They like stroke out and die, which is what happens in Northern Australia. And so the cane toads they reproduce in an insane rate, thousands of babies, and making more and more. There's what more and more northern So what we did is we actually did a study where we understood what are the genes that the mammals and snakes in South America that make them cane toad toxic. And here's what we found. This is amazing. One letter. It doesn't have no face. So one letter change conferred and no other effects that were negative. And it created a 5,000 times resistance because the culture of danger, these social stars, models, we worked in that which is our model specific trials. And we engineered Dunards and Dunard cells and Dunards that can eat cane toad tissues, have zero effect. And so now we're in the next phase of trials showing what it like to engineer in this one editing walls would most likely use this concept of conversion evolution. The they probably have resistance already built in. Wow. And so that shows the power of this concept of genetic engineering and biotech in conservation. And so then you get like these super goals that see cane toads. And not only does that help these population of cane toads, yes, it's going to help the population of wolves. It also has a halo effect on other monsters that we don't know how many are dying. Cane toads.
Yeah.
I hope you don't agree.
There's this
Cane
that came
toads.
out this year. I'll take it back from hell.
You know, if you see what that's like, I'm saying, those frogs are like latch out and like, well, anything about those guys. There was a giant, one of those things back in, like, I don't know how big was it? I've seen a thing online, and it grabs it, you know. Yeah, we played videos of toads speaking bikes. I had no idea. Yeah. Before I saw those videos, only a few years ago, I had no idea toads would just eat mice. Yeah, it's crazy. It could have been this bin with a bunch of mice, and this toad's just going ham, just snatched mice out and swallowed them. Just because they're docile, and they just absolutely they sit there. They have the creepiest dead eyes. They're just machines. Yeah. You ever seen them fight with each other? That's pretty wild too. They bite each other's heads, and they can throw each other in the air. Yeah, I've seen like tossing each other. Imagine fighting with a dude who literally bites half your torso and throws you through the air, and they don't even go get bothered. Yeah, it's just part of the fight. It's totally like that's what I'm saying about reptiles. There's this lack of emotions. Like at least the wolf has emotions. Like there's something going on. Intelligence. There's something really creepy about getting eaten by something stupid, like a crocodile. Yeah, or like a toad. There's a thing about crocodiles that people were suspecting, but it turns out to not be true. That they would lie on their back and with their arms. Oh yeah, this is really true. Yeah, I saw that video. Apparently, that's not what they're doing. Apparently, that's a normal characteristic that they do. But stupid from a natural selection. Stupid like, man, yeah, I gotta say that dude. And then we credit the crocodile for being super smart, but in reality, it's got yeah, well, but you would think though, if they have gotten those deals before, that would be a learned behavior. Just yes, they do have some learned behavior. I have a friend, his name's Jim Shockey. He's a professional hunter, and he was actually hired to go into Africa and hunt crocodiles that were killing those people in his village. Like they're actively targeting people in his village. Then he went to those everybody for the jumping out of the leg. And while he was there, a crocodile took a woman who was washing hers. So what they had done was they'd set up this area of water where they had driven these stakes in the ground that would prevent the crocodiles from getting in the water and getting really close to the edge. You know, because they in the water and then they just explode out and snatch you up. These fucking crocodiles went around the fence and walking around the fence and slid into the water. So they figured out that these people are in this area and they can't get past it. They hunt people. Yeah, they ask. And it's weird how some of those it's very strange as we start to study. Because like one thing that also do is we're studying a lot of what's called non-model species. So we're learning a lot about weird things that we just didn't know. And there's some things that are like elephants get cancer a fraction of what they should. To an overexpression of a gene called PK3. So there's a thing called Heather's paradox, where based on age and body weight, the blue whales and elephants get cancer a fraction of what they probably should, based on how old they get and what their body size is. And they actually their life is very old. That's why we have to create stem cells for all this. Because anytime you try to interfere with it, because anytime you edit that one cell, it just looks like a mutation. It could be cancer or kill cell, right? It's like programmed in. So we have to be able to we're in the editing phase of the project, right? So we've been about 85 So, yeah, so these are the things that you just that we are learning.
I'm with that lady doctor, the lady scientist. You guys are doing something you shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, we're learning about things, right? We're learning about things.
I'm kidding, but I'm not kidding. If I was her, I would probably have the same opinion. Yeah, I'd probably say, especially if I found you guys one of those scientists. What are you doing?
Yeah, why are you doing this? Well, the good news about philosophy is that, outside of our 17 academic partners in our 95% supervisors, 90% of the scientists, there's very few. Like I thought very
But I'm not kidding about the technology getting into someone else's hands. Yeah. This is where it gets weird. Like China, Russia, stuff like that.
It's like CRISPR and engineering tools are outside the bomb hour. They're out. It's like the genie on the bottle, right? It's like it's out there. You can't put it back in. I think that more and more people in other countries are going to be doing things with these technologies. That's why Colossal just said we will never do humans. If someone else wants to use our technologies, they'll evaluate it.
It's so weird, right? Like the Chinese, if you explain to people what they did, they said they were inoculating them from HIV.
Yeah. They actually were engineering,
Another big name
babies in engineering embryos to confer a resistance to HIV. Now, still to this day, so they were cloning them, and then they were genetically modified. So they're doing lots of things. There's a general moratorium in the world on some of these things, right? Anything that's considered a germline edit, so anything that could be passed on to the next generation, right? So things. So if you engineer something into the genome, the fear is from a germline. So all your cells are your sperm cells, except for the hypersperm germ cells. So anything that can be affected into the germline, so that can be passed on to the next generation, that can be like
a bunch of shit in his version of a satanic
umbrella corporation technique. So
the scary thing was they didn't just do that. They also edited something that would allow the child to have much higher intelligence.
Well, so that part's like that part's there's people that say that happen. There's people that say that doesn't happen. If you look at EGI or Genomics Institute, right? They did this thing that, from a nefarious perspective, was brilliant. From a nefarious perspective, it's also terrifying. During COVID, they're like, "Look at all the COVID testing; it looks great. Look at all this COVID testing; it looks great." No worries, just send us your data. We'll do it all for you. Just want to help the world, right? Or for the World Health Organization, just send us all your samples. All your and publicly, the CEO of the PGI has said, which is funded by the CCP, has said that they are looking at genes with humans. They are looking at what makes humans more intelligent. They don't shy away. This is not like some of the conspiracy. Like this is Sasquatch or this is something that is very real. They are openly saying we are sequencing as much as we can of the world population, looking for genes for intelligence, and we will act on it. Like that's not a hidden thing. So that is a thing. Supposedly, I think that would have put that happened. Yes, it's 6 or 7. Yes, I'm not finding out. Yeah. I should find out what magazine probably have somewhere with it set on. Yeah. I didn't teach them. I don't know how public it's like. It was also one of those weird things that was like, he's in trouble, he's going to jail. Yeah. And then he's like, and then he's out. Yeah. All is forgotten. Yeah. You want to go to jail and try to forever. Yeah, except for this shot. We made it 5 calls until you dropped out of starvation. It is weird that like he got in trouble. Right. He got in trouble for something. But he was laughing. His lab was fucking you can't. Oh yeah. Somewhere we haven't found out about it yet. And if you were going to do something with human beings, it would be a supercomputer. We know that Russia. That's not what Russia was attempting to do. It was in World War One and World War Two. They were trying to make chimpanzee-human hybrids. Oh, I saw that. I read about that. Chimp-human hybrids for war. There's been recent publication out of Japan where they're allowing Japanese soul or Japanese scientists to edit human cells with embryos with a million users without a million I would choose it person. Yeah. No, we are not doing that. People ask us if we can solve all of them. Hair loss.
That would be the first thing we want. Yeah, hair loss next thing. You can't engineer once a person's already born, right? Well, you need current technology.
With the current technology, like so being able to send stuff to specific gene therapies and targeting it to deliver specifically to the cell is an area that we're getting better at. Like I think one of the private members, I think one of the projects is the furthest along is around like sickle cell anemia. It's a single CRISPR knockout, right? So it's a single knockout. It's not multiplex editing. And now it's got can target that all the tissue types that are most affected. And then over time, how you deliver that gene therapy.
And you could do that to a person who's already born.
To someone who's already born, it's obviously much easier to do it at the stage.
Could you envision a world both where the gene editing technology becomes so powerful that you do it to a person who's already fully formed?
Yes.
Wow. This is what everyone's going to look like Thor. It's going to be a bunch of Chris Hemsworth and Jason Momoa's and no more people who can me.
Wait, so for some of our investors, I always think we look just like each other. Oh, yeah. So you invited, Luke invited me to
I was from another planet.
Yeah, they invited me to go to Pirate Bay and go surfing. I was like, yeah, I'm going to take my shirt off next week. That's exactly what's never going to happen. I just made an excuse of why I could go. I want to go surfing. I was like, yeah, I'm not going surfing. You too.
That's your cops too.
Yeah, I'm going as far away from the shirt off.
But you gotta imagine if that becomes a reality, like what we're doing today, just with plastic surgery. Yeah, right. Like let's take the GLP for example. Yeah, GLP-1, but that's achievable, right? What GLP-1s are doing is achievable through hard work. Yeah, like what they're doing in South Korea with eyes surgery, like it's ubiquitous. Like so many people are getting this weird surgery where they have these K-pop eyes.
Yeah, it's a strange thing.
It's a strange thing. And that's just primitive cutting and sewing tissue artistically, right? But if people can decide what they're going to look like, what their intelligence is going to be like,
Yeah, it's a eugenics.
really,
That's pretty much to the level, right? I mean, that's eugenics world we know, right? I just had a child, and typically it's a good the IVF process which we went through. Typically to test for certain types of issues like along the pregnancy, right? And when they look at the embryo and they look at the morphological gradient. Well, now there's new tests, new companies out there. One of which I use, which after I use it, I was impressed with them. They're called Look and Help. And they actually take cells from the developing area on the very outer germ, right? On the state that doesn't affect the embryo development. They culture themselves and they're doing full gene sequences, right? And so we had a handful of embryos. And so they're not selecting, they don't let you select like eye color or height or anything. But outside of the core, is there a mental issue or is it compatible with life, which is what most people test for, you can now ethically and transparently go figure out if it doesn't have any predispositions to certain things, right? So, like, if diabetes or cancer, types of cancers or Alzheimer's in the family, you can now get a lot of that's environmental, but you can still get distribution coordinates to understand like what are the genetic factors in that. So that's today. So that's not like 20 years ago. That's not Gattaca. That's today. And we did that because I found out during that 6 years that I have a gene mutation which affects the type of gene I create protein. So I am more susceptible to diseases, including the first and true COVID that allow me that attack. So I don't want to be that person. So we screen because that's standard. So but that's a today. Like 2 years ago, that technology existed and is now more useful.
So you understand the technology better well. Conceivably, what could be done that would, in the future, allow people to change their very shape and literally like change everything about them, change their intelligence, change everything.
I think it starts with neural answers, and I think and this is the biological thing. This is not even your brain interfaces with AI and that whole world, which I think that world has a lot of traction, scarily a lot of traction. But I think it starts with things like health span or tech, the very basic stuff. So like skin elasticity, hair, all of that, eye color. I think all of that is changeable and not like there's a company right now, that's spun out of Harvard that is making patches using microneedling patches that you can feel the needle, right? And delivering a custom stem cell for you that can help replace your melanocytes in your hair in your skin. So you can have 30-year-old looking skin, 85-year-old. What? So, and the same thing for hair. There's a reason why our hair that's going to be real soon. That's the speed at which I think the two biggest barriers for healthcare around genetics and longevity is going to be the FDA process and not the technology that will be a process. We saw that with we saw how fast it's going to be. So I think that's number one. And I think that you're meeting that so regulatory yeah. Well, the other biggest thing, and this is kind of for the folks that are deep in longevity, their biggest, they'll tell you the biggest issue with longevity is that it's not currently classified as a disease. It just gets a bit funding, all that stuff. People aren't focusing on longevity. That's why you guys, you've seen the Nelson's done started large ventures. He's like part of the network advisor enrolled. He's working on epigenetic research or resetting the clocks at a cellular level. That's what Jeff Bezos and they're doing it in all those labs. Bio, they're doing the same thing. They're smart. They do the dogs first. People love dogs. They also collect a lot of data that then apply. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of that's people that are cloning their dogs. They do this. Yeah, I didn't mind Marshall. I couldn't do it. That would feel so weird if I was a big Marshall. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. Yeah, and that's how people feel like some dogs are like little creatures. They are. I know I've got two. They're amazing. And I did. My wife is closer to one, so I did full disclosure. I did. I just don't want to know what that would look like. So, but the other one we have, and so because you have environmental factors, you have personalities, you have children, and all that. Right. But I won't say who it is. Someone that's very well known in the world, but I'll show you our diamond level. Devastated. Dog was playing game, and they want to put her in the car. They want to figure out what the dog companies can do like that. Bring the stage, wake back up. So we tried a blood dog. He called it over Christmas, before Christmas last week. They take dogs about weeks, days to weeks, but we did it for him. We're out of that business. That's not our business. But he was just happy because his choice wasn't he didn't want this other dog, or he didn't want another dog. His biggest issue was they couldn't go on that dog. Number one, number two, but they didn't want that dog to suffer. They didn't want to say for our selfish needs. If you're already suffering, we want you to go put to sleep and have system and Frankenstein. So the fact that we can take a blood draw, dog, this is the blood draw is like totally right. Just sitting right there, really good. He was happy with it. So I think these are the type of dogs that look too much instinct or higher level of existence. You stop it, you then put it on this yeah. So that's not exactly our business. You know what I'm saying? It's all you know what life is. No, we don't. We definitely don't know life. And here's one thing that his assistant told my chief of staff. He said, "You know what's weird? I didn't think it was the same dog at all. It's definitely not the same dog." He's like, it goes into the same place, which is like it's like part of a window on his bed, right? I don't know the exact question. You always go sit in the exact same place. So they're weird. We don't know what created me out. We had to Marshall has very specific places where he sleeps, and if that happens, I remember
Yeah, so I have that older dog stay at my house, and my older daughter's dog stay at my house, and that dog didn't go to that same spot. It's not like this yellow spot that's warmer.
Yeah, like it's the same thing. It's like my dog Ken. If he like gets on, like he only wants to sleep with me. If I fall asleep on the couch, he's cool. And that's uncomfortable. I'm like, you can't do it. And that's just weird.
They didn't want to be in contact. Yeah, my dog wants to.
Yeah, I thought and we didn't even teach it this, but when we said security at our house, I'm just thinking, like, can't just lose his mind. Just runs the door, runs the front door, runs the back door, the side door. Yeah, so my dog. They're just butts. So I have Barbie and Ken. They're just two little weird butts.
We named them before. It's just a weird thing to take that dog and I think also for kids, like the main thing is the loss is so devastating.
Yeah. But it's also good to teach those things.
Loss is important.
Like there's real things, there's consequences to decisions at an age, a limited time. I think that in his lifetime he's massively accelerated. But I think that's important. And, that is one of the things that I think having a kid, and also all of these kids, the parents, and since he has pictures of mammoths and thylacines and dodos, I hopefully not that old. It's something that we can teach from kids, right? So like on our shitty day at Colossal, when someone says whatever or whatever, and the experiment doesn't work or whatever that happens, and you look at this pile of kids' photos, and teachers like we have this teacher Katie from Florida who sent us a letter and literally like 40 pictures, and in that letter she goes, my kids won't be quiet. Because I started talking about Colossal. I showed them what else they all want to just talk about. They just zone in, right? So it's interesting. It's interesting. They think kids. I think this is a time that we can use technologies. You help the other use technologies for conservation, and we can help ecosystems and bring back extinct species. But I think that we can also like inspire the next generation. Like, don't we want to reach hope? We're on this 24/7 psycho news cycle, right? Like that was around when I was a kid, or when I see us. You first started talking about this, like, what you were seeing to watch. But he had a quote about just getting all the dire information of the world all the time, sent to you all the time, which at his time back then, that was very new. Yeah. And this idea of these 24-hour news cycles, right? Like there's actually a law in the UK. This blew my mind. There's a law in the UK that they cannot report on a piece if it has any degree of social that they don't tell the negative side on the website. It's like, so if someone says kidnap from a tree, you have $2 for that. Like, and they're like, yes. And they're dead serious. So it's like there can be stories that are just negative, and there can be stories that are just positive. That's okay.
Yeah, I think you're going to have very lively debate. It's always going to happen. It's a groundbreaking that what you're doing. But I also think it's happening. I think human beings have this inescapable desire for innovation, right? And it's going to apply to biology just like it applies to electronics. You can't do anything about it. You can have debates about it. We should have you guys are doing great. The dire wolves fenced off and very carefully monitoring them. It's great. It's gonna happen. And at least you're transparent about it.
Yeah.
Like at least this is not happening in Russia where they're making super wolves and only Americans.
Yeah, and they train them with DNA and all the
But that's what we're going to have to tell you. We're going to face unique problems no matter what we do, because technology is allowing people to do things that are unprecedented, including change what it means to be an actual person.
Yeah, it's synthetic biology and building that intersection between AI and synthetic biology and change life. I think that there is a door somewhere. Everyone's very about AI. But I do think that synthetic biology is in that camp. It's like discovering fire.
It's the God. It's all telling you the same thing. And then when you add to that incredible computing power that's going to be available, quantum computing, the new technologies that emerge from AI using quantum computers, kids have already been in the interface at all.
It's just going to get, the interface is
Yeah, we had that gentleman go up the first guy who got it, and he said he has an aimbot in his head. So like when he plays games, he's like got a crazy advantage because where he looks is where the cursor goes. Like instantaneously, if say he gets shoot, like he's not gonna miss. Yeah, I don't really hear living. It's the weirdest. It's the weirdest time that people have ever been through, and we're at the door. We haven't even gone in.
No, that's why I say like wild. That's what I say about synthetic biology, right? So like, the ability to like engineer drought-resistant crop or a vaccine or regrow our hair or mammoths. That's today. We can't even think of that. We spun out a company from Colossal called Breaking last year, and it's incredible the pieces we discovered an enzyme from the Amazon that actually breaks down any type of plastic, and not making a smaller plastic, not making microplastics, which are fucking terrible, but actually breaks the chemicals or breaking. It actually breaks the chemical bonds of plastic as it just produces biomass. It takes things that we never, and it's got it down to ethers. We are between computational biology and synthetic biology to the engineering now that it's 22 months, and I think that we get down to 2 weeks. And so that will be huge for the plastic problem because we can all say that we're changing parts of mind, use different types of plastics, but some of the existing plastics are going to do something about it. So I do think there's even industrial use cases coming out of synthetic biology that like 10 years ago, someone said, if you imagine microplastics, you can put that, you just throw a liter of plastic in there, and you can salads over something, and won't even touch it. That would sound like science fiction. You take 10 years, that's so crazy. And so now it's just down for a couple months. Yeah, 20 days, 20 minutes. So we're talking about not just like your water bottle, we're also talking about things that are like industrial defense plastics that are like, radiation hardened, which I Oh, okay. I think for windmills, if they also have a bigger net and there's carbon impact, and they can barely make any electricity. Yeah, they kill livestock. They kill animals for they destroy whales. They also destroy migratory patterns. Of course. Yeah, and they're all made of plastic. And then they have to get rid of them. The only place to put them is in a landfill. Yeah, exactly. So that's why I started breaking. These microbes will break that down. Yeah, and we tested on that specifically. Like one of the biggest ones that we tested on was nylon, just because there's so much. If you look at like what's in the ocean, a vast majority of it is nylon. This discarded. Oh, yes. So we looked at nylon as one of our first species, and then we're doing water treatment plants and a few others. So if we get like a filtration on microplastics, and that we treat right? So all that's passing through it now in our drinking water. That's why you have to have some gas and like the 3-layer osmosis devices and the water. You got to do just water. So you have to do those types of things because even the microplastics and the chlorine and other stuff still passes through water materials. So when you're doing this, is this something that you could release like in the ocean itself, or would you have to worry then about the effect, like bringing the house cats to Australia? No, it dies. It only is just like this is so. What they always say, right? Before it fucks up. With the distribution in the wild, like you have to do EPA. There's a lot of testing that you have to do, right? So you could do the testing and then conceivably dump it on the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. So I don't know. It's a salinity and whatnot. Right now, it's what we bioreactors. So I don't want to overpromise and say we use a sprinkler throughout the day. But that's long. But that's the power of being use AI in computational analysis of this microbe that's found in nature. She said, let's supercharge it, just like supercharging the bulbs, right? And so, but that's just, I think, the process of using it outside of machine systems like a bioreactor has to be done very thoughtfully measured, just like well, right? It's like this is where something is not like also just open the gate, throw some bolts in there, start selling it or Colorado. But there's typically a very thoughtful and measured process that you have to intent and consequences, which you get excited about. But then there's a shit ton of unintended consequences if you're not good. The essence of biology is that, and that is that it's an AI level thing that we worry about.
How many different nations are working on this stuff?
So I think that the U.S. is by far the most advanced from a technology perspective. It is a major director of China. Not just in biobanking, because they're biobanking. We do not have a nationalized biobanking process here. That's one thing that I respect the question about the China does. China is going to let you see the map where they'll make donations to a university or school and say, oh, we're going to take blood samples from all of your animals, right? So they are doing insights from animals that data. They're also trying to build like indigenous OSR. So China is for sure. There's some countries it's harder, like the European Union, it's harder to do anything because they kind of put a moratorium on GMOs and genetically modified organisms. But we've been making GMOs for a long time. Years of but you just have a pretty inefficient thing, right? We can be smarter and actually have a better understanding of the consequences. Now through AI, they're not going to 100%. They're going to get your technology, they're going to sell it, people are going to be willing to have mistakes, whether dire wolves come around. That's not the future that I hope for. I'm more of an optimist, so I kind of believe the general benefit.
Of course, it's your company. Nobody's fucking the whole world up. But it is weird. It's a weird adventure. Yeah, you're going down a very bizarre path. It's so fascinating. I'm so glad. Yeah, it's so interesting.
And we're learning from it, right? And the application of that learning could allow us to save many species, right?
Yeah,
and I think that.
do you think there could be a time? Well, there's no DNA in the dinosaurs, right? So would it be possible with future technology there would be some way to get around that?
Right? So the closest you can get to dino DNA perspective is that there is ways to use mineralization of bones and amino acids. So like the smallest building blocks possible you don't know, right? I think that it's not possible to extinct the dinosaur. I do think at some point you can use AI and software to ancestral state reconstruct, looking at kind of what we know about birds, what we know about reptiles, and they branching and make one. I think
Wasn't that one of the things they did in Jurassic Park? They had the dinosaur that didn't exist before, the big giant one,
the Adominus Rex.
Right. That was something they created.
That's something that they created, right? So I think from a genome technology, genome engineering perspective, that is eventually possible.
So they could easily make a team reaction
I would say,
but they could.
at some future state. At some future state, I think we'll have like the CAD software biology. I mean, that's just where the technology go, right? Better, you said faster, quantum. Quantum 22 years away or 2 years later, but eventually it works. It works at scale. You have that coupled with, where some of these companies like XIAI, they're taking it. I think the merger of that was synthetic biology will allow us to do all kinds of things. And it will be in the very let's just be real. Nuclear weapons are interesting, right? Nuclear weapons are interesting, right? And so this is, and I think that you have to, just because it exists, we start headless and say, oh, we just can't let it be. It does exist. And I don't know if you saw this. This was like, it's like 5 years ago, no, 7 years ago. People in China, companies in China, the government in China, were using facial recognition technology to profile people, right? A certain subset of race, right? They were doing that individually. Well, the San Francisco government, where a lot of funding is about for a lot of tech startups, they said they're not going to racialize all people. They said that in socialized San Francisco, we will not have support any technology. We're going to ban investing in facial recognition. Well, that's just dumb, right? Because we now know there's things like deepfakes and all that. It's like that's setting American innovation back because someone put something bad, right? That's like saying, oh my gosh, they have guns. We should have guns, right? Like it's a bad philosophy when it comes to technology. And so I think the same way about synthetic biology. The world is currently the United States is the leader in synthetic biology, and we've got national treasures like George Church and others. And I hope that we continue to be the world's leader. But I do think other countries have different technical boundaries than we do, and they will.
But it's interesting also that you're a company. This isn't the government. This is just a group of people and investors that have decided to do this. And you've been able to do it here in America. Do you know what is going on in other countries, or is this a tightly guarded secret? So, I mean, we know obviously you have people. I'm sorry to interrupt. Your company as well, and I'm sure there's an understanding of what they're doing. Yeah, so you must be being studied by other countries.
Yeah, we definitely we have investment by intel, so I'm sure that makes us more.
Yeah.
So I mean, we do work closely with the guys.
Just when you think about it, now thousands of years from now, we'll scale this out. There's no limit to what can be done. Life. That's so strange. Yeah, it's so strange to think that for 4+ billion years, life has evolved in a very specific pattern.
It's on ramp.
Yeah, then one day
Now we say we can take the road.
and that's the grand conspiracy theories. That's
Yeah, that's the answer. Yeah, that's a car engineer. But yeah, I would say that if you look at, let's get too weird, but if you do look at it's like QAnon folks, and if you look at some of the carvings all over the world, resembling their sky gods, they're weird. I mean, you can't objectively. It's like the guy with the paranoid, the Sphinx, right? So like, yeah, that's water. I'm an expert on erosion. That's water. And they're like, and the Sphinx is like, that's not water, right? Yeah. It's the same thing as this. You cannot look at some of this stuff and say that's not right. But you can't look at like the incredible pyramids we have all over the world that seem to have like more and more discoveries, and then they get silenced. I mean, it's like you can't see all that stuff and not wonder more, especially stuff around. If you look at Mayans and you look at stuff in the Middle East and how it looks exactly the same. It looks exactly the same. Have you been to Peru? No. So that's I would put it out there. I do not want to take you away from the you told me that. But you should also Peru. If you see like you see Peru and you can see some stadiums, right? And there's just right? If you go to like Alentama, or whatever it's called, and you see these blocks that you can't like put a piece of music you can't see, like, and you can see it, and they're all put together perfect to tell. Oh, and by the way, they came from type of rock before it's 2,000 miles a year, whatever, however, 2,000 miles per year. You can't sit there and say, well, that's weird. If you don't say that it's weird, then it's like you're like one of those like people are just like, you can't say it's not weird. You just not say something is actually denying. Yeah, it's the weird. So you should put the border on there. So when you see it, there's nothing like it. I've been fortunate to travel. You see it, and you're just like that. That's just the coolest thing I've ever seen. Yeah, I bet she's in yeah. And you go there and go, it's crazy about Chichen Itza. They don't let you go there. But I don't know where, but you got all this past, all of it. There's Chichen Itza. Well, there's in the jungles there on the other side. There's actually other older pyramids. But the carvings that they have on Chichen Itza and carvings they have there, they're actually the older ones have more precise carvings. But now guess what? It's not a I've seen that today. Oh, it's so frustrating. But all I'm saying is it is such a weird world. So, yeah. I mean, I'm talking to you about like hardcore genetic science, but then when you start to look at all this craziness in archaeology, we don't know who's involved for a lot. Yeah, and there's no way you can know. And anytime you suggest something new, you get a rash of shit, and people try to connect you with more people in the world. Instagram, yeah. But I think Graham Hancock in the end, I don't know, Joe. Some of this the advanced civilization or whatnot, but we think we're really smart people just like playing around and like, oh, we're gonna write something that's gonna be this crazy video.
You've seen the right sharp structure. This is what there's a lot of people like Gene Corsetti, who's this famous YouTube. I guess you call him. I guess he'd be like a Greek sure. He'd be like an ancient history enthusiast who studies these things and does YouTube videos on them. But the right sharp structure is essentially land.
Oh, it's in the desert.
Yes. It's like a land that's salt all around it.
It has the rings that Plato described.
And at one point in time, it was connected to the ocean. Yeah, it's literally looks like a land. And people just viewed it well, it's a very difficult place to get to, and it's also very dangerous. So people have studied it, but there hasn't been like large-scale archaeological digs there. And the whole sub-Saharan Africa is so fascinating. And they find whales there. I mean, they know that there was lush rainforest while human beings were alive. Yes. Like large-scale exploration of what's in the ground.
And it's also a combination of, I think, generally speaking, if you break down the I think the vast majority of people say some of the destruction, some of the destruction around economics was anthropological, which I'll give it some percentage. And I think a lot of people agree on the flood theory and the logic. Yes, the humans had some impact on the right? I think that more people agree that there was this massive flood that occurred, and that was could have been a global level flood, sea rise by rushing waters and sea rise whatnot. And then you've got what caused that flood, most likely meteorology, astrological meteorology.
And then they combine that with course agricultural bars like levels of iridium.
Yeah, which only exists when you have certain levels of heat, certain it's like that. It's like that. Glass, whatever.
That's iridium. Is actually iridium is actually a very common space.
Oh yeah. And there's a layer.
Yeah, layers.
It's so
right. So micro diamonds.
So they have those too as well.
Trinity. Yeah. Yeah, that's like stuff. The Trinity explosion they discovered there. Yeah, they find this little micro. There's 100%. There was no things. Yeah, that's a fact. And they also know, like, when the meteor shower, it's studying through this comet
you remember, like, probably 10, 20 years ago, people brought up the idea of one flood. They were just like, no, you're a flood in the middle of Christian. I can't talk to you ever again. It's right? Oh, it's water. And now it's like, wait, it wasn't a giant flood. Maybe it was just a regional flood, right? Maybe it was done by
anything in soil is protected by the First Amendment.
When you go back to like you're like, what was the
Ezekiel talking about they showed. Have you seen that stuff when? Have you seen those videos in the last? Not in the last year when there was the most recent UAP craze, and they showed it in like crazy all lightning. It almost looked like this. Compare some of those to paintings from like from like 5 or 7 years ago.
It's not be there because a lot of those crazy balls of light were off there. No, you could just zoom in on Venus. Yeah, that's you zoom in on stars and you get this sort of bizarre, distorted image. You've seen this? You can find zoom in stars. I think they did it with the North Star. They've done it with several stars. But if you zoom in with the highest level of these telephoto lenses from Earth, you can get that sort of distorted weird. So looking through the,
I've always seen stuff on the internet until I've Peter, well, I guess also it's like on a body water where and you're talking, of course, like the conversation with UFOs is like, why not? I have personally, I've seen it on his iPhone. Like this wasn't like telescopic lenses. This is an iPhone, and it looks exactly like what you see, I guess, on the screen.
thing about zooming in. See, the thing is, like, these are planets that people have zoomed in on, but there's weirder ones where, like, there's video of it, and so it looks like it's moving. Yeah, here we go. Like, look at that. But you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, this is a perfect example. So this is a star in the night sky with a Nikon P900. So is that 900X, Jamie? What is that? Can you talk to the mic? So what do you think that the amount of okay, so but do you see how they're having a hard time zooming in on it? It's a handheld, I think. But look how weird this is. It's moving around like you say, oh my god, I'm found in the house. It's not. It's a star. It's like, I didn't need to listen to it's blurry. You know, I mean, that could be, I mean, if you want to get into the whole how put off perspective. Yeah, he explained to me. He thinks there's some sort of gravity distortion that's around. So this is that particular camera. So this is not a very so it's a $749 camera. So I'll see people give you that picture right then. I'll send you because it's just weird to see. Oh, they're weird. No, I'm not saying this is like not zoomed in. I am not denying that people are seeing things. I'm not denying that they're real. What I'm saying is that kind of evidence of that star, if you didn't know any better, and so you said to you, oh my god, it's not a UFO, you're like, oh, fucking shit, it's real. Look at that, it's undeniable. Look at the energy around it. Yeah. But how believes is that there's some sort of distortion around these things that's allowing them to be transmedium, to go through the ocean, and all these. Yeah, that's all their like 0 point energy is right, and gravitational wave type stuff. Do you keep on this? I get it gets boring because there's no real resolution. You can lose your mind. But I had dinner with Jacques Ballet and Alfred Orforms and a couple of the gentlemen, and they were explaining the state of the technology, like what they think is currently available and what they think these things are using. I didn't call it today. I didn't call it. I got into that crowd for a while, and before I started Russell, and I do a bunch of those folks. So I talked to Lou, I talked to how the evidence is. If you imagine what we are now, where we are, what you're describing in terms of technology that's emerging right now, we're almost today. Yes. And now imagine this 5,000 years in advance, and you're probably looking at that. If we are being business, that's what you're probably looking at. Yeah, it's not, if you really as we're in our technology curve, it's not that hard. Now, imagine the monkey that you guys have done with dire wolves. This little monkey is selected precision genome engineering. Amazing stuff you've done with dire wolves. Just being silly. But imagine doing that to primitive hominids. Now, if you were an insanely advanced species from another dimension of the planet, whatever it is, and you are 1 million years more advanced than human beings, and you come down here and you see Australopithecus, trying to figure out how to get some here, and you say, so, I got a little bit of this, I got a little bit of that. I told you one edit makes 5,000. First 5,000 resistance to neurotoxins. So it's like a couple of edits here. And then there's the other theory that what we're looking at is human beings in the future. And if you think about what's happening to human beings, we're becoming less and less stout and muscular, and we're becoming more and more less and less reliant on muscle. Yeah, and our heads are getting bigger. That's them. Yeah, I mean, I read that too. It's bizarre, right? It's a very strange thing that people keep saying over and over and over. It's very weird that there's a bunch of different versions of life that they alleged to see. So I got one. I got down those rabbit holes. I mean, I just think once again, going back to like the stuff of like Kukulkan and all of this stuff, it's the Anunnaki stuff. It's so strange. And how you have certain things that are aligned as celestial. Like, yeah, but they get a lot of things. Why do they all think that right? Why do they? And also, how does the fucking ancient Christian Sumerians have a detailed map of the solar system.
Insane details.
From 6,000 years ago.
Yeah. And also be able to predict well enough of where it's knowing that we will see these things.
Yeah, and also have these giant things with little monkey people on their laps.
Yeah.
Like, what are you saying?
Yeah, there's weird side. The cool thing about this, the thing is, you take a step back. So a lot of times people like God, you know, are really good about it. Like if we were really actual science, that's the end of the day, it's interesting. Like I don't want to live in a society where everything's figured out every day. It's amazing. We're figuring out amazing things.
Well, unlike you, I don't have the burden of being taken seriously. And that's great.
That's true.
Because you think, oh, but you can do this one. It's awesome. It is great. I love it.
That's why so we go through that podcast is because one minute we'll talk about chemistry and then the next time we talk to somebody that knows more about like ancient law and that's cool.
It's very fascinating. And the world is yes, and the world is filled with so many fascinating things that all happening at the same time. Yeah, and it's almost fun. And you can get lost. Like we were talking about with C.S. Lewis. Did you ever find that? He talked about getting the news. What year was C.S. Lewis alive?
My sister started talking about there's a bunch of people
one of those. But we're making it dated by the worst news of the day because that's the news that's going to ensure you watch it. And there's so many cool things that are happening at the same time. And I think it gives me a distorted perception of the hope that we have for mankind. You hear about wars, like, oh my God, but most people aren't going to war. Most people are cool with each other. Most interactions are positive, and they're fascinating. And human beings are a fascinating creature. And we're so lucky to be alive at this time where the innovation is reaching this bizarre tipping point when we're, you know,
I mean, I love it. I'm working 4 hours than I've worked in my life, and I've been fortunate with this business, and I will just tell you, I just love it. Every day I wake up, it's awesome.
That's so cool.
It's the coolest thing in the world.
Well, I'm glad you're doing that. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming here and showing people the dire wolves and the red wolves, and I hope more. Yeah, more. Keep you up to date on fun stuff. We'll talk about it. Thank you very much. Oh, if people want to find more information, find more about you,
I just Colossal.com. Colossal.com. We're at ABS Colossal on YouTube and X, and we're at Colossal Homes.
CGI one, Welcome to the Snow.
Yeah, you see that one there. It's cool. It's cool. And I mean, like, we cool thing about Colossal, we have so many people that, you know, hundreds of people who are that wake up and they work 24/7. Like, we've got 4 labs. People are just, you know, keep up with it. It's amazing.
Thank you very much. I will. Thank you.
Has lost 2. Another documentary comes out in the year 2000, and it gets even more people on board. That's where the stars really start to pick up on it, and the nation starts to build. There's a website established, huge fundraisers, and a fervor, a movement starts. So finally, September 30th in 2010, the Arkansas Supreme Court hears oral argument to determine whether there should be another evidentiary hearing for the attorney. And at issue is each side's interpretation of the state's evidence that she's an intent behind the right
My day, Joe Rogan's podcast, my day, all day.
Actually, if they're going to get a conviction, then that's in the court. The state Supreme Court, the areas were given to the new circuit court evidentiary hearing for all the and state.
You wrote that?
No, certainly judge must consider that a risk.
What is that from? What shows up?
It's not just evidence, including evidence that's considered to be
Yeah.
Yes.
so much
That's different, so yes. Who would?
So you said that the
You're not going to believe
those
it.
who've been
Vinci
in
Jones.
the
Really? Yes.
journey that the
And it's really good.
have
goes back with sitcoms and sitcoms.
That one was like way. I felt like way better. Something sucked. Watch that now. Still good.
Yeah. You know what's underrated that I really don't get a chance to
Wait, I
say
would
Big
have
Bang Theory?
I would have said Big Bang.
It's a good show. I used to shit on it because I saw clips with the, you know,
I know
retakes.
where they're not
Labs, yeah. And that's, you know what that is? That's like retakes. When you work on a sitcom, sometimes you have to do pickups. And
I actually don't know.
no, you do pickups. I wouldn't push it more. I wouldn't do it anymore.
Yeah.
This past week was the only person I know this sitcom. Think about all the comics we know. I know one comic that's sitcom this past, and it's on streaming. It's on BET.
Everything that I was first started, like your whole thing was like you have to get a sitcom or you don't have any money.
Yeah, well, or you don't never get a career. There was no way to get people to come see you in the clubs unless you had a special or unless you had a sitcom.
I remember that guy that was like pilot season. Remember that? That was huge. Like pilot season's coming up.
Oh yeah, everybody was being talent for pilots.
Yeah.
Everybody was like special kind of anxious.
Yeah.
Because your whole fucking career was laying on this moment where you walked into this room and there was these weirdos, these casting people. There were always really socially bizarre people.
And like tired and manic scenes. It's always dismissive.
And if they're the kings, if you are a peasant begging for a bowl of soup,
Yeah. When you walk in, they know they don't want you. Like,
no one's broke.
yeah, desperate, desperate energy.
Yeah. What you like it? Hi guys. Why you like me?
Awkward. What it is.
Yeah.
I didn't get any. I never got sick enough. I auditioned probably for 1,000. I don't know why it's sick.
You can a big bang.
I could have been.
You could have been fucking nature.
I would have been. Yeah,
The show showed up a lot better.
I had actually had to get one. This is a story. So I go in. You know, we go to callback. Yeah, the first cast director. It's like maybe like callback. Oh, they like me. Second callback. Now I get like real nervous. There's a show Happy Family. Like 2003. That guy there at Kevin.
Oh yeah.
I remember him saying, I'm sure he's trouble and stuff. He goes, my friend God told me, on that gravestone it should say, it's not a great plot, but clarity.
So he was, John Larroquette was on the same box as I was filming this radio. And Lenny Clark, who's a good friend of mine forever, Lenny was on that show. And you know, I went to the talk. We would watch the feed. John Larroquette was like yellow people.
That's you. The feed is already forgetting.
Yeah, we were screwed. But no one had a cell phone back then. You know, we're talking the 90s. So this is probably 94 or something like that. And it was a bizarre scene. I never adjusted to being on television. Never did. You know, I couldn't wait to not do it anymore once I did it. Really? Yeah, I had the best version of it. I had the best version of it. Hilarious cast, brilliant writers. The stress of it was just like, I just wanted to do stand-up. You know, it's just
you're getting a little famous, and then you take lines, and you said you can do whatever you want, and you're like, blah, blah, blah.
Listen, as far as there was also problems I knew of the other sitcoms that I've read forward.
Garbage. After that, they didn't want to.
Yeah, there's a few opportunities. I've had a company develop deals to do stuff, but then when Fear Factor came on, my first thought was, I didn't have to deal with like the whole thing, like the whole thing of the schmoozing and the, you know, going to these award things, and these parties, and these press junkets that you had to do. It's like I didn't like it. It just felt, I don't know. It was just weird. You know, I never auditioned for anything. Like, I auditioned for a couple of commercials in New York. I auditioned for two shows that were part of it. Okay, go to your left.
I want to hear that. I want to say I set up a story.
So I got this show when I was living in New York. It was called Hardball. And I came out here to LA.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, it was a baseball show.
I remember.
Jim Brewer was the pilot with me. Mike Starr from Goodfellas. Bruce Greenwood, who was in Star Trek. He's been in every great actor. He was in it. He was a go-to pitcher that was like my nemesis. Terrible show. Terrible show. Like so bad. It's so bad. Yeah, it lasted 6 episodes. And then the other show that I got was radio. It was the only other show I auditioned for. I was just so everything else I just was like stuff that I've never done. And there was a couple of shows after these radio schools where the auditions that I didn't get. But it was just like it was so bizarre. So when I would go to these auditions for other things, it wasn't that big deal because I was already like bartending for you. So it wasn't like if I didn't get these things, it was like this would be okay. But it was like still the anxiety of that. Like I had money, and still like, oh, this is awful. Like this whole thing is so stressful and so weird, and everybody's so fucked up because you get a bunch of people that desperately want attention, and then you go there, this place where you're surrounded by people who are desperately want attention in Hollywood, and then you have this one moment in front of these people. They're looking at you like this. Okay, Kyle. Hi. So you're reading for Bobby, correct?
I love this script. It's so funny.
Yeah, Bobby's an athlete.
Yeah. No, I can do all the things. Whatever you say, I can do it a little bit.
Right. Okay. Tim is going to read with you, and Tim would barely read. So it's like some PA. Fucking probably uncanny. And you barely read. And you have to like pretend like you have a moment to but some people, we're comics. Some people are actors. They fucking love it. Like McConaughey, that fucking dude loves like pouring himself into a role, getting psychotic about his characters.
I wish I did. If I could go back, I wish I looked at those as like you can actually look at this as like an opportunity to perform instead of like I'm trying to get something.
Right.
I've been so desperate that I know I have to get this.
I will say though, if you're on a sitcom that has really writers, it's fun shit. These were just fun. You just got it.
Every minute of all.
I had a development deal with NBC, and they were going to do. I was going to do my own show, but they had a sitcom that they were agreeing with, and Ray Romano was on it, and Ray was like the maintenance guy. And Ray got fired during the pilot, which is like the best thing that ever happened. And he goes up to Ray, everybody loves Ray, it's fucking huge, bigger than his radio ever was. So like he gets fired, and another guy got hired, and then he got fired. So I didn't feel bad because I'm friends with Ray. I love Ray.
I bet you that part is not your actor's fault because you auditioned and then
I don't know what it was. It's like you never know what they want. When Paul did, the guy who created it, also, was just this brilliant guy who worked on Larry HBO. Larry Sanders, thank you. Worked on Larry Sanders. This was really brilliant guy. He did a very clever thing in the auditions. The first audition I read for, it wasn't like on purpose. They wanted to cut out all the people who were hamming it up. I was like, oh my god, it's writing stuff. So like, I don't know what it is. So like, NBC asked me for it. I just memorized the stuff. And I was like, I don't even know what I'm saying. So I go in and I do it. I go flat. And I say, thank you. I also have a callback. And then they send me the callback sheets. And it's hilarious. And I was like, oh, wow. Because that was a thing that everybody hated. Was the hammy. The sitcom actor. Come on, Bobby. What are you doing? You're good at that. I've seen a lot of those guys. So they wanted to avoid that. So then, they had a call back. These two other guys, they just got back from Vietnam. They were sweating. They were fucking pale on the face. They were so nervous. I was like, super confident. I looked at these guys like, oh, they keep the pressure. Yeah, and I sat back and yeah, well, I was waiting. I was like, these guys panicking. I'm like, it's just us?
Yeah. I got this. I had to look at a sketch show. One of the rare things
this guy, I was so out of my mind, nervous, and I could hear the door. This guy's not doing good. And again, I just got calm.
Nice.
So and the show got canceled. Yeah, that was so maybe it's more.
Most of them never make it to a second season, and definitely most of them never make it to syndication. You know, they go a few episodes and then you can't.
I was on
No, just saying, if the production company's not making money, the network's not making money, so I can agree.
It's a case situation. It was set of guarantee sketch show. So I remember I joined this season for years in 2003, and I fake year. So I get to see like a white guy, I like the guy, got the white guy, and CK was the writer with a great freaking show, and this he here's what I do pick her down. Now I didn't sell my car. I had a really, and I pulled up into like the spots, and it was like Lamborghini, you know, and I don't know, it wasn't a shitty car. It was like the early 80s. It was like the ends of 4 axles. And I just like, and it was so broke in a tiny brother. Just seemed like him. But it seemed like this was a hit show. It was doing well. Okay, it's like first night it was like, hey, there's a funk party. And I go, oh, cool. I made it in Hollywood. I go to this thing, and I'm like, where's Cedric? And I'm like, oh, you got to like had a box and told me it was a Jewish guy. Some like that doesn't sound like a good idea. So then this is about to go on right after America, which was like the biggest show. So we're like, get ready for the rocket show. And then this guy won this like show, set for off the air for like 6 weeks, but won this like not off the air, but yeah, it's just small. So won this show ever, and then won this guy who made he was with big games in Houston, canceled Cedric, Cedric was you.
Cedric seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, he was very cool, nice to
So
me.
what happened?
If you get on the phone during my audition, yeah, and it was kind of like having a ball. Very cool guy, but
There's a different like culture of stardom versus people that want to be on the show. Like you can just
what do you mean?
like if you're auditioning for a show, so has the show, this is weird. You know, what's that number one on the call sheet? The documentary about black actors. It's not black actors. It's just actors. Period. Like I experienced that a lot when I was looking at this with guys who were big movie stars, like big time. Here's what you can just say hi to them, you can hang out with them. There's a few guys that just like they were just really gross. And then there's guys like John Weir, who's like the fucking nicest guy in the world to ever. Right, nicest guy in the world. Nicest guy in the world. Camera people, joking around with makeup, like fun, guy. Young, fucking he was such a sweetheart on the set. Such a nice guy.
I had that Cyber show was also I had like an episode was like things like I had the sketch that I was going to be, and I literally came out right. So I was like, what's going on, you guys? And shock it all starts. Remember when I was in the Iraq War, and it just was gone. And I told everybody like, and it just that happened, and then the one and I was back. I never sold my car. I was back to my state where I've been.
Couldn't you have been stupid executives with wise? Let's figure out a way to solve it.
Funny, it was just like so funny. They try to flop them together. Real synergy with the cast, the writers, figure out how people are funny. It's like that's just a lot. Wow. So the SNL, the cast, they already work together, and like that's why they were like, but all these sketch shows together. They don't say no, it's just sketch show. They never work. It's because they like plug people who don't even do sketch.
It's like putting together a boy band.
Exactly.
You know, when you have to put together Find somebody that works better. Get some good air. Let them run.
Yeah.
They got better jail stuff. They have better rap. Like now they can be fine. No one cares if that's your bodies. You're hot. Those are dreadlocks. Great bodies. Great bodies.
Great bodies. Yeah, that's it. I think that's awesome.
There was a song. God, it was like a big time band, and there was like beautiful woman singing. It turned out it wasn't really her singing. Some big heavy lady was actually singing.
Always, yeah, it was a big.
It was one of those fucking something factory. What was the band? Yeah, see, there was a situation like that, right? Wasn't there? Where some lady, there was some.
I wanted that. I was watching that really cool golf set back there.
Oh yeah, golf set. I'm looking at golf all these things fucked up for 6 months. I hit in the head of my drive, just dunk. I hit it.
He's alright though. Olympics, I didn't get a good swing on.
Yes, those power swings on the internet, with going up around and fucking drive through with like some magic. It's like like a shotgun shooting a rubber bullet.
Yeah, they're really, yeah, get a nice golf ball. Oh,
You ever see that one where the pitcher catches a bird in his life? It's amazing. Crazy. It's like, what are the odds that it would perfectly be there when it's 100-mile-an-hour pitch? Who was that? Was that Randy?
Yeah.
Was it Randy Johnson? Thank you.
It's like halfway.
Martha Wash, most famous unknown singer of the 90s. Our voice behind It's Raining Men, Gonna Make You Sweat, and Strike It Up went from being a bully victim to an industry writer. So what song was it? The CNC Music Factory song? She's cute. I don't know. It seems Music Factory looks like they probably were. Well, that was the move back then. They dance around. Well, this was the first time they were experimenting with images in a way where everything's visual. It's all video. You know, like MTV was so important. It was so important.
I like the ugly shirts.
Oh, that's it. So some other lady in the video was saying that, but that lady was the real voice behind it. But she just didn't look like we wanted her to look. I guess there's something crazy. Like, you don't think, like, look what's happened with, like, Lizzo. You don't think that would have happened in 1984? Of course it would have. You can just try. Yeah, not it.
That was the politics. What did you like? Experience. Honestly, I really believe that. It was like Shakespeare and stuff. Like, I'm terrible at that. All my teachers said it was just terrible. In this one class, literally, this one was called Movement Reactor. Now, imagine like your parents and like your favorite houses, so like all the debt, and like what a waste. So like money. It was an hour class. Everybody has and then you're supposed to just creatively do whatever. So these are much they $50,000. So I'm in my head. This is fake. So you're fake and then teacher was like your chest. I just bring Taik's also because back then, they were dressing their normal clothes. Shakespeare wrote the thing. They were just in their clothes. It was freaking right. So I just didn't get tight. They basically were just very was like, okay. So next week, no tights. And it's like, oh, I brought my tights. Like dark. Oh, yeah. Like, oh, that's probably your best act. I brought my tights. Yeah, that's really good acting. Like I wanted to bring my tights. He goes, get mine. They're in the back. So I have these green tights. I have this almost tear. Like, come on. Look like I'm with the frog. My leg go up the side of the girl. And I came out with my name. And I did tell him, I said, listen, and I tried to negotiate before the time, but they just want the clothes up.
And he knew but I don't think like Brian would look up to where you got you would be in Hollywood. You have a bunch of like famous actors, parties, take acting classes, social media.
I love that. Working on my craft. By the way, he was still shit.
But he was aware. He was fucking around. Like, when he said work on my craft, he was completely joking. So he had this teacher that was, I think it was a Scientology hustle too. It was one of those things where so there was a lot of that, particularly in the 90s.
Oh, yeah.
The teachers were Scientologists. Insert, by the way, there's up to me on Scientology. Insert whatever religion. There was a lot of Scientologists in Hollywood. So what they would do is they would get people to join the acting class and try to recruit Scientology because the teacher was Scientologist. They talked about how important it was.
He didn't keep me in Scientology.
Yeah, how important it was for his craft. Meanwhile, they never the people that teach in the acting classes, they're always terrible. Yeah. They never go anywhere. Even have a small part of one thing.
Even the Oscars, like, when I was a teacher, I had everything like that.
It's not good acting teachers. I'm sure there are. But it's just like love theater. They love like that kind of acting. No desire to finish. They love the craft. They love the art. That's the truth, right? But anyway, this guy, he was really into show and he would do a big show, and for the class or whatever, in the quarter, whatever it was, give this big show at this local theater, and Brian's like, you come and watch a guy with the tiniest feet you've ever seen in your life. He couldn't take my eyes off his feet because he had loafers on, and they were like that big. And this guy was saying, like, so passionately, show from like musicals, like there's no context. You don't need to say music.
I love that stuff in the great show. But you can't appreciate his feet. That was like
Brian was like fascinated by those small feet. And then I couldn't stop because we were high, so I couldn't stop looking at those
that small. That
no, they were like
that seems like that's like
they were little tiny feet.
I had dated this girl once, and she was like, I have a show. I was a shoe model, right? And I'm like, oh, shoe show. Okay, shoe model. Yeah, but
A foot model.
like shoe model shoes.
Okay, like open toe shoes.
I just would have, like, I didn't know. That's what she would say. She was going to do this. And she always had, like, dollar bills in it. I had cash, you know? And then found out years later, she was shoe show with me with no clothes on. And I just thought, she's a shoe. Oh, by the way, here's another.
I thought it was going to know her. But I was jerk off to
Maybe. It's great. But I another student in the number class, the moving around class, was called interpretation. You would read a play like Street Fighter, and then you come in and give interpretation. So the weirder you were, the better you were. Okay? So one night I was reading Street Fighter, and he put a big mirror, you know, close to the classroom. He took a lipstick and he wrote "for" with his lipstick. You know what's Street Fighter? Yeah. They told us he has a the mirror, and then he turned to us and he laughed, and then everyone started laughing. I was like, "Get the fuck out of here." Listen to what I so I'm like, I got like a G on my or whatever I did. So I'm like, I'm gonna be fucking. I didn't read anything. I like had trouble. I don't know how to read. I just never. So I got a class in management. Did whatever. I just went there. I got an egg. I had a. I took one of my water crystal. if they don't find their way, then I can see the spray with the glass fell and broke. And I went outside and could see it like very bad. It makes no fucking sense. And the guy said, "What grade did you get this today?" That was my college work. He's brilliant. By the way, I'm working on my craft. By the way, are you really working? Like, when you work, Meryl Streep was an amazing actress. She's phased out. Remember, you work 4 hours a day, getting better at it. You're done after like,
if you're not Daniel Day-Lewis already, if you're not that guy already, you probably never get it.
it's not like they're like piano skills all day. The problem is we were like, not, but when they were like, oh, let's make some more money, we'll have an award show, and we'll make money. That's why that's awesome. They're but the actors thought, we're doing something really great.
The Oscar felt like the Olympics for actors.
Yeah. And I mean, at least they're like, I don't quantify, but like a 9-year-old won an Oscar. Like, how? Like, it's not like a 9-year-old like that surgeon. It's like it's a thing you do, and a little bit of learning, but certainly not movement for the actor.
It's not lit.
Yeah,
It's not working.
it's not even like it's not even like you punch a ball, you just basket. Like this is like
Well, it's one of the few. It's one of the few careers where it's a benefit to be out of your fucking mind.
yeah, it's about the personality. I love the person who's Jim Goldblum. I love that guy. Jack Nicholson, amazing. Like, was amazing actor. Yeah,
Crazy wild people.
you know the story behind it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
There's a flirt with it.
No. How old was he? Just 1,000.
It was 1,000. Wait, do you have that? I don't mean to run the show, but bro, it's a good school, and I like it's so cool. It's going way too young, bro. But I thought about it.
So it became flirtatious, but it was mostly just complimentary. What movie was that?
Makes sense that I contact
It's like you need crazy people.
she was flirting.
She flirted with him.
Yeah.
You need crazy people to make good movies. You need it. You need a guy who tastes like you for 4 months.
And that's how there will be blood.
Oh my god. What's that?
I drink it.
I didn't see that.
I drink your
He was so good. He was such a great son.
If I read that book, there will be blood. At the end, talking that guy's religious, like, some of your, he's like, no, there's no more oil under it. He's like, I drank it up. He just made the analogy of a straw, like, drank out of this thing. I beat it with like, I'm finished. One of the best, I think, silver race.
That's a different thing. You know, that kind of acting.
You must forget something.
Why is he crying?
Already, he needs money. He got broke. He's put back to
Yeah, things been great. Anyway, authors of Playboy You Guys' favorite quote from a Christmas movie. Many of you are interested in a class or gift for this week.
That's right. You can do about this. Come on.
Brad and John, where are they this week?
No,
So the choices they say in school, it's the choices you make.
it's also got to be able to fucking lie. You got to be able to become that guy. Most people can't do that. Most people can't lie that good.
Yeah, I mean, it comes to those people where they come to live with that guy who could play like
Oh, seriously. Imagine that guy's your roommate.
Yeah.
Who ain't my Cheerio? All they know is a murderous psychopath. And what if he slips into character too much?
Membership for the Journey of the
What if he likes your house just to stay in character?
He does that. He hasn't done anything too crazy.
Well, there's a lot of people who do that. They play a brawl and start fighting people in the streets. People get crazy with film loads. Oh. But that's just great. Especially now. What's up? Oh, yeah.
The other bad thing, I remember the whole thing where he was screaming at the guy who lives lightning or something.
No, this guy was moving around back on the street. You're a fucking professional. Remember that?
Yeah,
This is like some heavy scene.
yeah, but
This does happen where people don't pay attention. They're on their phone, fuck off in the background. They're writing in the eyeline.
the thing I found interesting about that was his accent. Because he kept an American accent. So I found that quite interesting.
That guy's another one.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's like the movie Americans.
Insane. But the craziest thing that he did was when he was dying. Making that shit. Got to look at it. Oh, he played a guy. It's terrible. Not technically, it's just not something. But I mean, to have a guy who's like a leading man and almost died from a movie that no one saw. Ask yourself this.
I almost got a only. It was right between Walking Phoenix was so bad. One movie I ever got, it was the Joker, and then next was like set up to be this big Gus Van Sant movie. And I was a doctor. I had to say all these like crazy things, technical about the spine. And I knew I could just get to this audition and just say this. I'll get this far. I'll be in the top 10%. Because everyone's gonna fuck up this. And be scared of it. So I did the whole script. I had like when I tapped here, say this, and the whole thing that made me memorize it. And I went in and when I got it, I go to the thing. No one talks to me. The guy, the quarter. The guy goes, "What outfit you want?" Show me a couple of like this one. I choose an outfit with this doctor. I was like, okay. And then never saw Gus Van Sant. And then I get there and I go, this action film in there. There's no blocking or anything. And I'm like, okay. I never done it before. I'm like, this is how I do. So they're like, I think so I go in there and I'm like, see, follow the whole thing. And Gus Van Sant, yeah, I got the part. And I'm like, yeah. I couldn't hear what he was and I think as the doctor talking to it,
stopped talking to him and said, talking to himself. But it was the weirdest thing.
When he was playing good sneakers.
He was a football. He was the guy. He was a cartoonist from Langland in the movie, but he's a cartoonist. It's a biopic, and I was a very weird experience with the movie. Anyway, my point is terrible.
It's terrible. But he thought it was going to be bad. Thought this was a show.
No, because at this point in my career, like the shock and all, like these things happen to me over and over again. Where I'm just like, you know what? I remember there's been a bunch of situations where like get ready for the rocket ship pile. Kids are not legit.
The old rocket ship. It's not fun. Everybody wants to. It's just a weird anxiety of not knowing it's going to work out for you. It's such a terrible place to be. Like, that's where the real making it is. The real making it is just not worrying about that. The real making it is just like,
Absolutely.
that's the real making.
That's a big hump.
That's the hump. That's the hump. Like, whenever I tell them young comics that are just starting to like headline now and got some like viral clips, I'm like, dude, you have already like you're a professional. This is the hump. Everything else, just stick to the grind. It's gravy from here on out. Like, you should be so happy, talented, and you're successful. It's actually happening. People are paying cuts to you. I'm like, you got this. Like, from here, because everyone's like, don't get into that. You should have fun. Have fun. They want you to have fun. Come on, it's a life
job.
The job is
I wish they told me, because I did not get this advice for a long time.
Some people that are super successful still don't do it. There's guys out there that are super successful that are paying attention to the ticket sales of other super successful guys. So they're carrying themselves. I'm talking like arena acts.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. People get cookie.
Yeah.
They get cookie with like numbers and position in the ladder and making it. So happening.
What is their name like?
I'm not telling you. I like that too. I like a lot of people. It's a trap that, you know, the struggle that led you to become successful in something in the first place, that becomes like your mentality once you're in a different stage of it. And you have to adjust.
It's hard.
You gotta be able to adjust.
It's almost like changing your personality to change that habit.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Well, everybody adjusts a little bit, right? Because you first get into it because you want attention. Like, you first get into it because you think, okay, this is actually cool, like, this stage of attention. And then, after that, you don't need that. That's not what you really want. Then it becomes like, I just want to get better. I'm working on this. I just want to work. I want it to pop on stage. I want to figure out the right beats. I want to figure out the right way to say it. Then it becomes that. And once it becomes that, that's the happy time. That's where you're happy. When you just create stuff. Just like,
I wish someone told me that. I had some viral YouTube videos like way back, and I was still on like sitcom. I kind of get a sitcom mentality where if someone was just like focus on like your YouTube and get your audience out of the red, your audience. Yeah.
Back then, no one did any of it. Like, just think about it. This podcast was started in 2009. In 2009, everybody thought it was a pathetic waste of time.
Yeah.
Like, friends would come over to do my podcast. Like, what are you doing? It's like, it's such a waste of time. It's a fucking webcam. But it's nobody saw that comment. So I would have never given you that advice back then.
You did it because it was the way these were like thinking.
I always wanted a radio show, but no one wanted a radio show. You know, so when I would do radio shows, I would do sitting on open hands, like, this is so fun. I'd love to do something like this, but I don't know what's going to do. That's how I thought about it. Yeah. So when I saw Anthony Cumia started doing this thing live from the compound, he did it in his basement, where he played karaoke. He's out of his mind drunk. He's getting tapped like full beer kegs on tap there. He's drinking Guinness and fucking doing karaoke with his machine guns. Most ridiculous shit. But he had a full professional studio where he had green, had like little microphones, just for fun. Yeah, for fun. was like, that's what I want to do. Or do something like that for fun. And then, of course, Tom Green. Tom Green's the image show in his living room. And I remember looking around and going, this has to go to make money with it. This is a job. Like, this can wow, it just seems like fun. That's the whole, like, I always love the opportunity to talk to people or funny people or, I'm a questioner. I like to ask questions. Like, how did you know that? Why did you do that? Like, what's stopping you? Yeah, it's just like the opportunity to talk to people seems like what a great thing that would be. Because it's always fun to talk to people. Like, if I was ever on those shows and I ran into someone interesting, I was like, how'd you start this?
Yeah, you having a lot of interest help.
Oh, for sure. But back then, I would have told you to get a sitcom because there was not so much on YouTube. Everybody still wanted a sitcom back then.
The other one that you did, and I was like, my Zach Galifianakis, but I don't want to do sitcom. But yeah, yeah,
He's the least attention oriented of any famous person, famous funny person ever. Not at all. Very interesting guy. Very smart guy.
Very smart.
He was good friends with Brody. He was one of the first people to go over me when Brody was talking heads. Like, there was a time when Brody was off his meds. Do you remember that? We're talking about late Taik from Brody Stevens. He was like, he was somebody. Brody Stevens is like one of the best examples of, like, it's not what's written on paper.
Yeah, you got his act up there.
Right, this is amazing. Meanwhile, everyone's lining up in the back of the room.
So, yeah, I think it's like that Andy Kaufman of our
Andy Kaufman was a brilliant actor and a brilliant comedic actor. He was great on Taxi, but I don't think he ever killed on stage. Brody was one time we were in
different type of, but it was like, a different friend that was on stage and people watched.
Yes, it's different. He's doing his own thing. He's doing this Brody Stevens thing. One time we were at the Improv, it was really late. Like, I'd gone up, Bobby had gone up, the crowd was kind of tired, half the people there, and they announced that Brody's there. Brody's worried that people were going to get up, so Brody takes his shirt off and he starts swinging it around in the air over his head and walking through the crowd. Let's go! Positive energy! And he gets on stage, he pulls drumsticks out of his back pocket, starts beating chairs, and he starts talking shit, and he just changed the energy of the whole room. Changed the energy of the whole room.
I don't think anybody left someone will replace that, but
They just do it.
you got to like, and the parts that are fun. Holtzman, no, I don't know.
Brian Holtzman? You don't know Brian Holtzman? Oh my god. Oh my god.
What is the ice stand?
You never saw Holtzman? Well, you know it's unbelievable. And unfortunately, there'd be like 15 people left in the crowd, and Holtzman was like this wild lady. He's like one of the funniest guys of all time. He's like a complete and total comics comic.
Oh, yeah, I don't know him.
Holtzman's at our clubs now all the time. But now he has a crowd. Now people know about him, so they come to see him. You cannot go there. If anything, if you can't tolerate literally everything, don't go. That's dirty. It's not dirty. It's out of his fucking mind. And it's kind of in character, but you're not really sure.
I like that.
Like Mitzi Shore wouldn't let him on stage for 2 weeks after 9/11. She wouldn't let him up. He can't go out. He's like, Mitzi, I don't understand. Look across the lines. He's like, couldn't wait to cross lines. You remember when Susan Smith, that lady drowned her kids? Yeah, he goes, the day. He's on stage. I heard those bad kids. I heard they sat that close to the TV. They didn't put away their blocks. They always spilled their fucking milk. Those kids are not going to be missed. And you're like, what? You're like, dude, done. Hollywood, Comedy Store, Sunset. Tuesday night or whatever it was, 1 a.m. They went nuts. Everybody went nuts. And that was Holtzman. Holtzman got these late spots. So he'd say the wildness, most of the same shit, but also have a really big point half the time. Like it was comedy wrapped up in a point, and then every now and then he'd let you in on it. Like that was just fucking around and go right back to it. And it's a little dance he's doing with the crowd, and you got to know what the dance is. But if you know what the dance is, you kind of love it. Like whenever he's on stage, when he sits on
It sounds like that other guy who
Tom Barris.
That's essentially what we're saying. Yeah.
Why do you people go in there and say,
Oh, it was fun.
No.
He's in the store. Very similar in a lot of ways. Like just the same energy and has a point, but it's also wacky.
Yeah.
I think so. I wasn't aware of it until later.
It's going to be long for like those sports guys, your baseball fans, your identity, and then you're 30,
It's over. Yeah,
it's so long.
you can go to maybe 40, like Tom Brady, sometimes football. It's young, as popular
But your identity is on sports, player.
It's being
That is revealed what a big sports guy. A sports player. Are you a sport?
Yeah, an athlete makes a ton of money for a very short amount of time. That's why they all go broke. Or not all, but a large amount. Go back to
Your identity when you're a kid, when you get all that, like as an athletic person to become a professional, and it must be difficult to really never look into that. That's why it's also like if you're really hot in school, but it's hard when you gotta like not.
It can be your own thing. It's one thing's going to go away. But if you're an athlete, you can be a hot lady. Like there's hot ladies that are in the 50s. They're still hot. They maintain their looks. They work out. They take care of their skin. But there's no super athletes that are in the 50s.
What about?
Not in a professional.
Hold on, let me think.
Go ahead.
I know I have
There's one guy in his 50s. Bernard.
He plays golf.
No, boxer, world champion boxer, multiple divisions. World champion boxer was beating world champions at 50 years old.
Did Tyson was he full on going full on?
I don't know. I'm not Mike Tyson, but I would say if I tone my voice, you sense a little bit of skepticism. Yeah. Anybody who's a combat sports athlete looks at that and says, I'm happy Mike Tyson did money.
Jesus and the devil or something like that.
Maybe there was an agreement. I wasn't there. I was one for wild speculation.
No, you don't get it.
All that.
Is that the one that there's only one time?
What's that? Soccer. Hockey. He was 69. I mean, he was wasn't in the NHL at that point. That's insane.
They joke that a cigar, I want to look badly. I need something to make me look badly. I thank you, but I sometimes I look. I'm gonna look ridiculous.
He's another example of someone who takes care of themselves. But Bernard Hopkins was like Bernard Hopkins' world championship fight that he had when he was
What's on Wikipedia again? Albert Hughes is the oldest pro boxer at 70 years old.
Oh my God! Where was he at? What year? I know Archie Moore. He was a famous boxer before the Muhammad Ali. Archie Moore was. That's like way back in the.
What? Oh, that's so sad. No.
It turns out it's
The old guy wins? This That kid needed money. Yeah, this kid's not punching back at all. He's just covering up. This looks super sus. If I was that, it just goes down. If I was the athletic commissioner, I'd have to talk to those girls. I'd be like, hey, what are we doing? Start wrestling? Yeah.
36 years younger.
Well, I do know that people have been offered fights that are fake fights. Like they've been
You
offered
know that for a fact.
100%. People have been offered fights where they said,
I don't like that at all.
I know the celebrity boxing match, just the celebrity fights and like that, so you can details.
Did you ever feel legit fight at some point? No, I didn't.
Yeah, you should do that kind of stuff. I don't think your body is even if you stay fit and in shape, you don't want trauma.
I've hit my head so many times now.
So Hopkins broke his own record for the IBF light heavyweight title from Tavares Cloud in 2013, and again in 2014 he won the WBA super title from Beirut Shumanov at ages 48 and 49. That's fucking crazy. So he wins two titles, a title at age 48 and a title at age 49. Incredible. No. The way that he would box was super intelligent. He was very defensively minded. He didn't get clean shots off on Bernard Hopkins. He was very clever. He understood boxing at very deep levels. Footwork was always on point. Never drank, never smoked. Always took care of his body. Only organic food. Worked out every day. Never got out of shape. All this. So he was able to maintain his body.
Did you remember that guy Brian?
I'm gonna fucking stuff. These things die.
Yeah, that guy. Thanks, man. I said, I was like a fan. I did not.
No, I started.
Yeah, I got a corner. Have you got the guy on just trying to list forever doesn't get higher? I haven't been massive. I like what he's doing. He's trying.
It's kind of interesting. But he's doing a bunch of stuff that I would say most experts believe is not political. One of them is putting sunlight. You're supposed to get sunlight. Like sunlight is important for your body. It's the best way your body produces vitamin D. It's great for your endorphins. Sunlight is good for you. This idea that you should be shielded from the sun because you got to prevent skin cancer. It's probably. I talked to a dermatologist about this, and they were explaining that if you don't have resilience from the sun, if you're not like used to going out in the sun and then you go out all in one burst and get sunburned, sunburn is not good. Yeah, because you're damaging your skin. What you should do is get accustomed to being in the sun, so you don't get fucking sunburned. And then be out in the sun. Don't get cooked. Don't spend the whole day out in the sun and get cooked. But being out in the sun is actually good for you. It's healthy for your body.
Yes.
That's just one thing. The other thing is the vegan thing. I'm getting up it's for everyone. So you get this idea in your mind that animal life is more important than plant life. You don't want to contribute to animal death. Okay. I understand that perspective. But not from a health perspective. From a health perspective, all the studies that show that meat causes this, it's all been debunked. And not only that, most of them are epidemiology studies where they ask people, well, like how often do you eat meat? Is it 2 times a week, 3 times a week, 4 times a week? And the more people that ate meat, the more people you see diseases, more people you see problems, all these health consequences. And so they go, oh, meat correlates to these health consequences. What you don't ask them is, how did you eat the meat? Is it Jack in the Box burger with a fucking giant Coca-Cola? Did you have fries that were cooked in seed oil? Did you eat cake with it? What did you do after you smoked cigarettes? How often do you drink? Do you drink every night? Okay. Like, people that are more health conscious, especially if they haven't read into it enough where they really understand food, what are the real issues, high sugar diets, like. And those people, they hear meat is bad, so they say, you know what, I'm just going to eat vegetarian. It seems like it's healthier. I'm just going to eat lentils. They're good for you. They don't cause cancer. I read about the China diet. And so you start believing that. But that's not really true. And people have eaten meat systematically at the beginning of time. And 95% of the planet eats meat. There's a bunch of things that likely contribute to all sorts of metabolic diseases that people have. I don't think regular meat is one of them. I don't think a grass-fed steak and a fucking salad is going to kill you. I think the real issue is buns and fries and soda and chips and cookies. And the people that don't avoid eating meat if they're not well fed, they're doing it. I'm going to eat burgers. I want to eat burgers. You know, so you get a lot of that. So the people that are avoiding meat get like a healthy eating body. People that, even if it's not great, I know people that truly believe that you can become a better athlete. There's no pros who've ever done that. No pros have ever gone vegan and been, especially at an explosive sport. There's only like a few people out there. Like this guy named Martin Nicolet, you know who he is?
Of course, Marvin Cole from Cincinnati Red Dogs.
So Martin Nicolet is one of the best heavyweight boxers in the world. He's fucking one this guy. I think he's what part of the athlete? He might be Congolese. He's a monster. And he's a vegetarian. Vegetarian. Fucking people up. Kind of crazy. Like one of the best heavyweight boxers to watch. Huge guy. It's an aberration. Like vegetarian eats eggs probably is good. If you want to eat like one protein, simple, easy to digest, has everything. Eggs are fucking something.
I actually tried to not eat for a while. I need like a nutritionist video to really cover the food.
You got vitamins correctly. Yeah, any vitamins. Which ones are water soluble? Which ones are fat soluble?
I just call myself on the camera here. I look ridiculous. Thanks, Joe. Great. I love it. I love that. Oh,
And now there's a whole other demon.
It's just like
It's renamed demons.
by the way, you know these young kids, like go to lecture that was one where let's not rush that story. Let's let the podcast breathe for a second. So these young kids kind of just liminal. People say, I light up the room.
ever said as people say, I light up the room, but actually lights up the room.
That's the same one. But I've noticed that done here, they tell you the compliments they got. Like, why is this? Because for our area, we never say, like, I'm great. We never would say that. But now, this is like, they've grown up on Facebook where people say, you look so pretty, and then everyone sees the compliments. And now when they go out in the world, they get a compliment, and they're like, oh, I let people know my compliment. Everyone sees the compliments. That's what it's like. That's my guess. That's a very good theory. I think that's right on. You should make sure you do the audio yourself. No merch. Yeah, definitely. You know merch? No. You should keep the merch. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. That was when I did conversation. Yeah, we were having a conversation. You were showing to me the coffee store in the green room in the main room. You were telling me the struggle you're going through. It's so stressful.
Well, if you had this job that you were doing on your own, that was amazing. And it's one of those things like South, right? Where South Park really works because they do outrageous shit because you know it's not real. Because they don't even look remotely. Yeah, real. When you do the face swaps with like cell phone technology, you know, like whatever it is, it was obvious. So something funny about it being clearly not Bill Maher. It was clearly Kyle Dunnigan. If it wasn't Kim Kardashian, it's Kyle Dunnigan. It was, you the way you were doing it was super obvious. And the Comedy Central thing came on. Like this. Like, you know, it's ridiculous. I didn't need that with beer. It started with the beginning. It was no one's buying that book. So, I would read on people. Your wish on. All right, we can tell you this. I'll turn it on. If you want to read it, clip of good one where she, what happened to her vagina? Yeah, what was? They were all talking about something that happened. She shoved the baby in her pussy.
Yeah, that sounds like a bit I never did.
Oh, and for a minute there, I thought I was going to suffer the same fate as my nutsack. My size 7 times. And enough time to say 2 of those things now.
That's what I do with my time. That's something to do with my time. That's an old one.
But the fact that that's obvious made it better. When they did it on Comedy Central, there's this higher level technology. And it was kind of weird.
Yeah, to me, it has that, what is that?
Uncanny Valley.
Uncanny Valley. And your brain needs to know it's a joke.
Like, obvious. Like, that's obvious, Joe. Like, no one's going to look at it and go, what did Caitlyn Jenner say? Yeah, you like that. What? Like, that's part of the fun of it. Because it does look real.
Yeah. I didn't mean that with a beer. That was just, I was thinking, I was like, you're making a joke. By the way, I never did it. I did impression enough for it. I was like, it didn't seem like initiation. And I never, I started doing the managed impressions. And then the face actors came along, and I had nothing like drunk. And I did it from a years ago. And I'm like, oh, I can drunk. My face is the opposite.
Stormy!
I had no worse for it. Like, I didn't feel for the worst one. Now, everything is good.
It was a ridiculous character. But it's like, that's how you know it's okay. I'm like, you guys are going to fuck with this stuff. This show gets you honestly the platter. Just get out of the way. All you have to do is get out of the way. You work with Metzger, right? Yeah,
I got that.
All you have to do is get out of the way. Just get out of the way. Point a camera at it, let him tell them you support them.
If it's just a show, that was like a scene in those videos. And then it became like a recurring thing that you were one of those time capsules. And we had like crafted episodes where you could play that movie. This time capsule show, Joe. I don't know if you remember this. I don't remember it, but that's where it was like a full episode where no one ever was like, hey, we can make this. And it wasn't dirty, and it was like, I don't want to see it.
Yeah. Figure it out. It's just weird. Creative people, and then business people. that's the weird marriage. And they because they've had it shows the book, you know, where Prince and so apart. But you don't make it. You can't make it yourself. So you have this idea in your head that you're a part of the process. You got an eye. Oh, that's right.
You ever think that I don't think he come up to that. Dinner guy from Logan.
Well, a lot of people like bring it up here for you.
Yeah, it comes up there too. Do you have I don't want to just like people coming up to you. I don't know about that.
Most people are not. It's just people being nice. Most people. The vast majority of people they like weed. It's nice.
You know, because of you, a lot of dudes come to my show just bring. What's it called? It's mostly nobody. But now it's great to go to my shows. But it's like, I did a tour and I was actually kind of like starting meeting girls at my show. And the girls would come would be like, my boyfriend likes to somebody I know. And yeah, I saw thousands. There was never like 3 girls in the I feel like one autistic girl. No lady
Who likes to hear you say, yeah, baby, yeah, baby, yeah. Just wait till Netflix episode with Kill Tony.
Like the wildest show. That show is like a fever dream. Wow. It's like nothing else is going to be on Netflix like that.
Yeah.
It was so fun.
We can't give it what it doesn't come out to what is going to anymore.
Yeah, oh shit. I love Tony's like, I like that comedians do well because there's so much pressure. Oh, it's like change it. There's just nothing. Even you're young, you don't even know how to make it. And there's just like one show. This was the direct place. So it also works. But
Yeah, guys that have gone from that show that have real careers. Yeah. Guys like Cam Patterson, William Montgomery, these guys are going on the road somehow. It's kind of incredible. The fan base is rabid.
yeah, it's made a lot of it. I know. They look like the comedy of the time right now. The funny thing is, when someone doesn't do well, it's like that's it makes you laugh. Tony will go, holy shit. Tony's the worst. He's still good. That's hilarious. He's still good. Oh my god.
He's the best at it. There's no one close. He's the best roaster. I mean, on that Tom Brady roast. Shit. Yeah. That Tom Brady roast was so important because it was the most watched thing ever in Netflix. It was the most unwoke thing that's ever been on television.
Yeah.
So it's like the growth of the day. Yeah, very funny. No problem. Straight on. Schultz killed on it. It was great. Schultz. Having something like that was a big help. But something that's just fun. Fuck all these stupid videos. They're talking shit. Just talking shit. Everybody loves it.
I think it seems like
Let's go. Also, I know triple mask right now. So this they got a tie-dye mask for the outside. The Tesla in the garage.
I know it's me. The whole time.
He puts it on when he's talking.
in some way, shape, or
In the
form.
microphone.
The dog rolls up and eats it.
Maybe he takes it off. No. Yeah. He takes it off.
People were doing comedy through masks. That's what the dumbest fucking things of all time.
You know what? Maybe he has like a.
It doesn't stay home. It doesn't matter. It's not helping. Keep breathing into this fucking cloth that's in from your face, and bacteria is going to get in there, moisture. That's probably going to be worse for you. It's like the old days.
The accident off that. Like all the people 15 feet before you get it's disgusting. Let's be honest. It's disgusting. And
got a goal for the
Right.
That's one thing.
Try to pick up a middle ground. So the
Yeah, I have to come with somebody else's phone.
I don't know until Michael. So we got Sam.
as far as
Doesn't Eliza do that too?
How she do?
and then there was this other
Ever seen her movie? It's like weird because it's like some of it's funny, then all of a sudden it's like it goes back and forth. Mixed genres.
She's on the love.
Right, just wait until you guys. Yo, Elf, Pete Patterson, I love her. That was the Crown movie sketch. He's like daughter or something. He's so funny. He's just weird. It's a weird show. It's a funny show. Like I can't believe nobody told me to watch it. Maybe this is I have a thing where like don't yeah, it's not telling me about the show. Not caught up. The Baldwins watching that was a sitcom, a reality show. Alec Baldwin was terrible life. She's awful. Because I watched
Did she fake the accent? I watched it. She faked the accent.
yeah, she's a does she is and I understand the words. Yeah. You know that like a red I saw yeah, I was wrong. Get like a really a little bit. I was wrong. And I'm sure it's edited, but he comes off way better than her.
Maybe he's doing it on purpose. Maybe that's a clever move. Let her say crazy shit. Don't check her. Let her come off looking like a nut. Maybe she plans. Maybe they have a wonderful relationship, and they said, "Listen, this is not going to sell."
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Listen, you showed me up, and I'm not even that. Plus, I just killed him.
So it does make you forget about it.
Another way is if you
Oh yeah, that's another good one. I mean, Bruce killed that lady with a car. That was like right after that. Have you ever seen the footage of the car reenactment? Like she was putting up the something during this. What did I say about Alec?
No, he just said she should say she. That's what I said. He didn't say she. What is his name? What? Can you dead name in the Olympics? Is that allowed? Dead name kind of yeah, that didn't even. People like, wait, you can't keep people out of the social square for life because they don't accept this bizarre thing doing. Bruce Jenner still says Bruce. Wow, look how Jack he was. Oh yeah. Back then it was like, I'm sure you can keep the Did he?
I think I have no information, but I think so.
Call him back. You work for the government?
inside the sky who's creating this world.
I'll tell Trump to release the files so terrifically. He's a terrific guy. Can we get new files, Jimmy? So anything happens? What happened? Oliver Stone was justified for JFK assassination. Literally a warehouse of information on JFK assassination. Before the podcast, during the podcast, after the podcast, we wouldn't stop talking about it.
Like the Terrence Howard?
No, it's Oliver Stone. It's brilliant guy. Oliver Stone can give you, he can sit down and break down from just from recording. And how old is Oliver Stone? Like, complete recall of dates, times, who was involved, who they worked for before this happened, who Kennedy had fired, why they were on the Warren Commission report, what the Warren Commission report's objectives were, who was influencing it, who saw the gunshots in the grassy knoll, how did they die, in mysterious circumstances.
He's like,
Rattle it all off the top of his head.
and he's like,
He tells Congress to reinvestigate 1963 assassination.
are you when you get
starting at the scene of the crime. Like, I'm telling you, man, the movie he did is, a great movie. Kevin Costner,
people change for
but talking to him about it is where you really find out. Like, this guy has been studying the JFK assassination forever.
And he thinks it was a CIA. And he's going to come up on it.
Until you get all these files, no one's going to know. And even once you get all these files, what is it going to show? How you're still going to connect dots? It's not like there's like, hey, page 24. Mike did. Oh, fucking Mike. Yeah, Mike was in the grassy knoll. I told him shoot that Irish cocksucker. He's going to rob us. No, there's none of that. You're going to get certain details that weren't available before for national security reasons or for whatever. But if they had made some sort of a declaration, Kennedy's probably this close to us before. They could probably get away with saying things like that, especially like here.
It's a great movie. If you want to check it out,
A little
on Netflix or Netflix. But actually, all stories playing together. They all take place in the same
Like that's the year, the same year as Operation
radio on your first.
That's the same year. Operation Northwoods was this crazy idea that was drummed up. It was a false flag idea that was drummed up and literally signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Like they gave screens and then vetoed it. What they were going to do is have a bunch of false flag attacks with the jet line. They were going to blame it on the They were going to arm the friendlies, bomb Guantanamo Bay. They were going to literally kill American citizens. And the idea was to do this false flag, link it on Cuba, and then we have to go to World War. And Kennedy was like, what the fuck are you doing? No. And then there's the other one, which is the Bay of Pigs. So they informed Kennedy about the Bay of Pigs. They informed him about it like late in the process. And he denied them air support. So the whole plan of invading Cuba, the Bay of Pigs, was dependent on air support. They didn't get air support because Kennedy said no to it. So all these people died, didn't have to die. All these American soldiers died, didn't have to die. And my friend Evan from Black Rifle Coffee had a very good point. So if you wanted to look at someone who had a bone in it, was like a hardened killer, like those guys, who got stranded at that beach, those would be the kind of guys that would want to kill Kennedy. Like, there's probably a lot of people that want to kill Kennedy. There's probably the mom because the mom got in, with the whole thing that happened with Illinois, with him running Illinois, appreciating stuff, right? So the mom got in, and then his brother starts going after the mom. Like, hey, fuckface, like, we're gonna deal with this. And then he's trying to get rid of the CIA. He wants to get rid of all these. Like, he gives that speech about privacy, about having private groups and having secrecy and secret societies. If you didn't see that speech about secret societies, it's really great. He's talking about how secret societies are Republican, and that he's essentially calling out the shadow government. He's calling out all these people that are involved in these organizations, literally from like Yale and Skull and Bones and all these creepy frat boys joining Skull and Bones. And then one day they wind up ruling the world. Like, it's kind of Harry Potter-ish. It's bizarre, on the nose as far as what it is. But he was calling that stuff out in the 60s as well. And then they kill him. And then you don't hear about any of that stuff.
And we will get to the John American stories.
Let's listen to Kennedy talk about the secret societies. Secret societies.
Secret societies.
It's a very creepy speech when you think about the fact that they killed him less than a year later.
What about the back and the left? So I heard of them, but and all of us going like back and to the left. Back and as I was saying, your head would do that because like from the got to the back, your head would coil.
the speech that killed about cities.
The very word is prohibited republic. And free and open society. And we are inherently and inherently opposed to society. We decided also that the executive and warrant of person fact far outweighs the issues which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a whole society by entertaining its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation. By addition, we must survive with it. And there is very great danger that an amount of need for increased security run by those anxious to expand its meaning with a very limited official censorship and concealment. That I do understand is myth, which is in my control. I know official of my administration, whether it's rank as high or low, civilian or military, it is with my word here tonight. That is usually censored news. Stifles the to cover up our mistakes.
I think the kids know that it's just a game.
The fact that there's to know. For we are opposed around the world by a monolith that relies primarily on public for independent their influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of election, on intimidation instead of free choice, on promoting by night instead of only by day. It is vast human and material resources into the building of a highly efficient machine
Of the legitimacy of
combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are revealed, not published. The stakes are very, not headlines. The sentence of silence, not praise. No expenditure is questioned. No rumor is written. No secret is revealed. No president should stay in public scrutiny. Understand that understanding comes before or opposition and
Why did we become so retarded? Like, listen to how genius what he's saying is, and how eloquently describing the problem. No, we don't talk like that. And if we did talk like that, people would be like, "What did he just say?" I understand. This is 1963. We're dumber now.
Oh yeah.
With more access to information than we were in 63.
People think they're smarter with their phone. I think that's them.
ChatGPT.
So I could rock too, and it was really cool. I kind of felt like, I don't know, you could just see like inherent AI.
That's the problem. Rock is saying some wild shit to folks.
Oh, I know that with different kind of stuff.
If you also ask Rock if you were like pure wanted to destroy society, would you do it? How would you do it? And Rock essentially describes everything that's happening in society.
Yeah, it's like idiocracy.
Idiocracy.
Idiocracy, yeah. That's what's happening. I definitely feel like
Idiocracy was very charitable in terms of like their version of future.
that's where it works.
They didn't figure it cell phone addiction.
You know what makes me laugh is when you look at the 70s. And like what they got right and wrong. So we don't do the FaceTime as much as they thought we're going to do. The other funny is like the back of TVs are like TVs are never going to do like that. We're not flying cars. What about the stuff? Like they'll always see a big box. Yeah. They're like, oh, racism.
And you have flying cars. Where's the flying cars?
Yeah, no flying cars, no bats.
No racism. There's no flying. Watch the Jets. They don't have a single
Oh, that's a good guy, yeah.
that was our go. George Jetson. And and then they'd be flying around, flying across.
What year was that supposed to be? Did they say like
That's 2012. Let's say yes. What is it? You're in
I say argument that that's a sign of advancing living.
2006. What?
No, I mean like
No, not Idiocracy. The Jets. What year is the Jets? Idiocracy was supposed to be 2021. Oh, 2000. That's again very charitable.
yeah. And by the way,
We have a pro wrestling president right now, by the way.
oh yeah,
Rock, you know,
I like that
I
guy.
mean, let's I think they wanted the Rock.
Rock had went. I went to the gym,
Right? Yeah.
I went to the gym for Rock when I was in LA. Not a brag. We went to the same gym. Yeah, we got like this is before he was like really big, but there was this like restaurant nearby, and I was there and had a like cheeseburger, just
in those communities.
Is there normal too?
Just because it exists,
just wrestling. He could be mean. He couldn't do the weight out. He went to the gym.
and just because it existed there doesn't mean
Let's get
Okay.
I want to say 1999. 1999. No way. Yeah.
So
2000.
how much they actually used it.
This year.
Today,
1999.
because we
What is
love bringing shit like this back here. So we can get together, dress up like it,
Oh, okay.
like it's a
Not gonna happen.
to get together, create a festival.
No. They didn't figure out what
You mentioned cosplay.
that's even. They didn't figure out cell phone. Walkie-talkie, Kirk out.
Big.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking warp drive thing.
No, but I love space and all this stuff. So I love it.
Yeah, somebody sent me that. This is very, very strange.
Oh, I think I you know I never thought of doing something else, but I love other things. And for some reason, I just was like, it's taking acting.
What do you talking about physics?
I always love like outer space, just science stuff. I just was really interested. And in school, I was very I didn't score well, but like physics, I did well. It was like wanting to do a lot of reading, really dense reading.
What is the problem with reading?
Well, I never tested, but I did take Spanish, and she goes, you write all your P's and D's backwards. So I'm just
How old are you?
I was in high school, but I always read so like my parents when they sent me to read reading classes, they weren't back then, and they weren't like you have a reading disorder. They were like you're dumb. You just read faster. Yeah, there was no test. No test.
So dyslexia is like you see things backwards.
It's sort of like you flip things. So I actually put a dyslexia app on my computer. And it sort of like makes the font so I don't flip it.
So you do have dyslexia.
I never was tested, but this app I read much faster. So
I took the medicine, they got better. So I took my habit.
yeah, that's kind of what it was.
Jamie, I said that one time.
In the next few episodes, thanks for leaving them.
I don't like labels. So I don't want to label myself, but I say this is
DARPA-funded researchers accidentally discovered the world's first warp bubble. Warp drive pioneer, former NASA warp drive specialist, Dr. Harold G. Sonny White, has reported the discovery of an actual real-world warp bubble. And according to White, the first of its kind breakthrough by Limitless Space Institute's team sets up a new starting point for those trying to manufacture a full-size, warp-capable spacecraft. They added our detailed numerical analysis of our custom Casimir cavities. Helped us identify a real and manufacturable nano-microstructure that is predicted to generate a negative energy density such that it would manifest a real nanoscale warp bubble, but not an animal one, but the real thing. In other words, a warp bubble structure will manifest under these specific conditions. Like caution that this does not mean we are building a fully functioning warp drive. as much more science needs to be done. Warp Drive think tank adds Harvard astrophysicists and warp theorists to advance planetary concepts.
Join us in our Facebook discussion.
So they're going to throw a warp drive around an asteroid from Domus. Should have profound effects on planetary defense, advanced propulsion, and warp drive protection. Maybe that's what I asked. Someone like shot an asteroid, like you see, like somebody's coming at their car, they whacked it out of the window, and it took their car. Yeah.
That we got the asteroid belt.
Smack that bird in your window.
Yeah. That's what's happening in outer space.
I wonder if that's what's happening. I wonder if like they see an asteroid coming, they just throw a warp bubble at it, and it just appears somewhere else. Not my problem.
That'd be cool.
It just shows up.
But it saves us from all our strikes.
Yeah.
We do have like a perfect setup, but then
Okay, so this is no coincidence. We are working on something historic. When pushed for a timeline and list of goals for the team's newest project, Martinez, M-A-R-T-I-R-E.
no, yeah,
Martinez. It said, yes, they exist, but we can't disclose those details at this time. Seemingly boundless passion, practically coming through in print. You'll understand why when somebody will show you. It's rad. Apply physics. But so this is what I pull out this fucking thing. So
yes, I want to know what you think.
that's right. I think some of it does ours, and I think if I had some shit that I didn't want to public know that I had, and I wanted to protect it from like espionage, I want enemies to find out about it, I would say it's not mine. I'd say it's coming from Adam Schmidt. It's not of this world. Yeah. One parasite exotic propulsion space race is built aboard the world's first working wonder. All this is happening while AI is becoming sentient. That's AI happening.
Is this recently?
Yeah, well, it's an article from yesterday. AI passes Turing test for the first time.
Yeah, it runs like exponential growth rate. It's happening so fast.
You know what the Turing test is?
Yes.
Yeah, if it passed.
I don't think I can pass.
Terrifying study was a bunch of past Turing tests and now are distinguishing scientists say.
It is I think the good thing is it'll probably carry longer distance.
Yeah, 100%. That's real weird. And the population no bullshit.
Because of the job they replace.
The jobs they replace, people have no desire to take care of kids or have kids. We have a girlfriend.
Also, that's a problem. Growing better at everything, even already just songs. So I write music for fun. Like it's a talent that doesn't matter. Very good songs. AI, and then those photos of Superior Monkey Wisconsin. Yes,
I'll tell you what you said.
It's all us. It's all subjective. Because we're super important. We get some spice. We heard your life form is if you're the superior life form and emotions don't exist anymore because you don't have a human reward system that's built into it, thousands of years of evolution.
You need that. And a job to figure out how to job.
Yeah, the sun needs meaning. That's why I went supernova. It needs I just can't help it. Just like, see me. I felt so unseen as the sun. They had a lot of solar flare killing me. Yeah. It's meaning is out there. We decided that we need support, but objectively for the universe, it's clear. But the universe is here to take a fucking spot in the universe. So I said, it's meaning. It means something to us because we need meaning.
What do you suggest people do though? They start to get, they don't have a good job, they have to do a robust resume because the universe is up. They just like, I'm not thinking
As humans. Again, this is just a robot fuck ladies and free food. There'll be no more babies. Robot fuck ladies will take care of the robot fuck ladies. They're going to be a real problem. They're going to be a real problem. It's going to be like that. Just look at how many incels just stay at home now and play video games. Like the number of men who never have sex and the number of men who have no girlfriends is like higher than Simpson. Yeah.
she's like a robot. She's going to be really nice. Robot brothel. Definitely need them. It's like the fucker car.
It might be. It's in the garage.
Yeah, I know.
You can't find your car.
That guy was like, tell him this car is going to go. No.
You sure?
You
let them film us together one camera.
yeah.
Everything, maybe they just set that up as stupid.
Well, if he's in back, Halos maybe. But this was very much his house's dad. He's long on like weird shit. It's just like a fetish thing. Yeah, this guy.
This is TLC. I love that. Like those people that eat tall people.
Yeah.
Unless he's got like a weird brain injury. You can get hit by a line drive with a second. I'm checking feeling. This is
Joe.
I think that's a problem between the stuff with narcolepsy. Narcolepsy is figuring it out. People that were saying like dyslexia, figuring it out. Stop falling asleep. Stop reading backwards. I figured it out. I really don't know. I wish I could. Some people say it's not.
If I wrote a thriller, I would have been diagnosed as like some kind of spectrum. I used to fly a kite to like. I used to fly a kite to like keep that dance. That's just like hung out like. I can't read. Also, instruction. That's very Asperger.
Well, look, if you want things that are extraordinary, you need to look at the spectrum. Like, that's a fact. That's one thing we should take vaccines for. A lot of fascinating people will come out of that spectrum. Leukemia, pesticide there. Next thing, you got some inflammation and some really good math.
They grew up like. I had the worst foods. Like when we're developing the 70s, it was just 80s. Just, I remember just having that back right to microwave for the second plastic tray.
Oh, yeah.
It's just all chemical. That was my lunch.
Microplastics.
Peanut butter fluffers. That was like lunch. Yeah. I'm gonna have a marshmallow for lunch.
Fluffernutter sandwich.
I made Wonder Bread. So sugar. Yeah, I used to go like I played golf in the Tesla for a while. I would walk 8 holes. Snickers was right. I walked in the whole like this day after day. That was when I was broke. So I made one $10. had a carrot. By the way, this was like a country club. I thought we were like, like my dad for like, and the food was free. You had to spend and like $1,000 a month or whatever, and no one was doing it. Dad worked really hard. I didn't do it, and I took a lobster every day. I get Snickers. 13-year-olds. Yeah.
At least you got peanuts. Snickers.
I got Disney and that.
I wish I was Snickers. They're fucking delicious. It's a great snack.
I found one in my car.
The Lord sandwich is a very conversing gambler. What's a conversing? Story goes, not taking time to have a meal during his long hours of playing the cards, consequently, he would ask his servants to bring him slices of meat and 2 slices of bread. I haven't known amongst his gambling friends. Wow, so you just want to eat quick. Wow. Just as he's a gambler, so he's a degenerate.
I got my, I want to throw my crypto coin. That's my bird.
Yeah, baby coin.
Yeah,
baby. Yeah, baby coin.
Oh, yeah.
We thought about doing it. We were like, what can you buy with it? Kurt Metzger said that. It's like, just fucking gamble. You're a gambler.
Oh, yeah.
That's what the crypto coin thing is. A bunch of gambling addicts. They're all gambling on this meeting.
Yeah.
And they're making money. Some of them are making money. Shifting deals, pumping dumps.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. The whole thing's weird.
It's a bit like when you fall for the free
Right. How's that Trump coin going?
These giant.
Not good? Why'd you move?
Bitcoin is
Oh, it's because of the economy. So, are you paying attention to all this tariff stuff?
no, I am actually very interested in finance. No, I watch videos of finance. I watch finance videos like every night. I'm very into it. Yeah, I've actually learned so much into YouTube because I watch the thing and I realize I'm actually just like, yeah, I don't.
It just dropped while we're watching this. It's dropping while we're watching. Dropping. Buy and sell it. So what is it worth now? And what was it worth at the time? $75
Yeah,
here.
Trump coin.
Very good. Very good. How does that work? $2 billion. Oh,
Still at $9.
so that's what it's worth now. That means all the Trump coins are worth $2 billion. So it ain't like you have a big spike and then a bunch of people like sucker. That has to happen, right? Like how many people sold? Like it's like big on that. So there's how many days is it? Scrolling the thing of how many days do you have? You have hours. You have hours for a giant drop off. Look at that. So you have 12 hours, and then by Sunday tonight it drops radically. Look at that first 12 hours. That is crypto coins. That's meme coins. Not like Bitcoin, not like Ethereum, but like that is that first thing, that explosion. That's what I just garbage. That's what I expect. But I support it. Why not? Yeah, you can do that. Play cards. You can figure out a way to free card money people on the streets of New York. Okay.
I actually went to before I got into Vermont there. I had $6,000 in my. I had lost my luggage on a flight like weeks before. I'm not going to use it. And then I missed my flight, so now I stuck up the airport with like giant quads.
So why'd you stop playing? Say too much.
Yeah, like I actually really studied and I was winning. I think it's not money, but I didn't lose, I didn't make a lot of money.
while he was doing it, yeah, that's a
Especially in Vegas, that people come in and just having fun.
you feel those corner casinos that work the crowd in California with Bellflower.
I talk about the bicycle casino, Commerce.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, Kyle, Kyle's back. But I stopped. I was a waste of time.
Well, for Ori, that was literally the idea. Just make it work.
Yeah,
He's not good. He's like, it's hard to release you from that.
Texas Hold'em is all like just about full.
Yeah, you have to understand. Cards are, you know, this guys, cards are on the table, you have to do calculations.
The math of it, once you know that, it's like, it's second nature, you know, right away. Yeah, so, bullshit. I never a situation that was no idea. It takes 4 hours. Oh, it was like 5 p.m. -ish, 2 weeks later. I was actually about to do a show, a live show on my YouTube channel, and I was just stressed. It was like editing, writing, and it's just like all me, and I just was like, the one's character, I was like really stressed out. And I didn't think the show was good, and I'm like, just didn't do it. This is on top of, the pandemic, I was so isolated, and then it was too much alone, you know, kind of thing. And, yeah, the crowd,
Yeah, especially the most vulnerable amongst us. You know, a lot of comedians are like very socially awkward already, isolated, especially in LA. There's some of us that just like kind of never came back from it.
I haven't had a steady girlfriend since.
Do you feel like
I think I'm very normal, but
maybe on the show, calls will start coming up? Yeah, baby.
you got bros watching.
After the Netflix thing, you might be doing it.
Oh, I don't think I'm ready.
I don't want to say what you did.
I don't think that was my like what I had was ridiculous.
Yes.
And I was like, I wanted to take it off.
Don't say it more. We don't want to give it away. This comes up tomorrow. Yeah, so we can do that.
Ooh, this is good action.
Yeah, that's in there. Yeah.
That really is going to be
Game changer. Game changer. Yeah, that was phenomenal. The show is so real. The show's so real. It's like seeing people kill, seeing people the bomb, seeing people have great moments.
it was
It's the best thing for comics because it gives the comics like there's a real career for you. If you can bang out a solid minute and kill those kids,
it's also such a highlight. You have a character as an like very real this is like SW script. Right. Like, I gotta try to do like when you're dressed up like a thing. I won't say that, but like everything they say they did. You guys, right? It was really joking. But it was really cool to run for what I didn't say. No, but like the crowd. But I think he said the crowd.
no, they didn't know it was
And it was so exciting when they found
They found out it was the first ever show in Netflix. Eruption. It's pretty badass. It's and have that show at the club never to meet that. It's incredible. It's so good.
And you, it worked out. Like I remember when they were going to go to Austin.
I was like, okay. There's like all these things. It's almost like the universe wanted it to be made because it couldn't have been made with just food. It's just like if it was just me and somebody, then you can't make that club. You need all these pieces. It's like you have to hit every green button. You can never bank. You have to have a pandemic. It has to get shut down. You have to live in a ridiculous place like LA where the 100 comedy store open fees for a fucking year and a half. So people are unemployed. I snatch those people up. I just have to get a big pile of money from Spotify. I moved to this new city. A bunch of other guys have moved to this new city. And then all of a sudden we have like 15, 16 top comics living in the city right now. This is why it can work. Like a bunch of things that Ron White had already been here. He kind of lured me over here because before the pandemic, he was telling me how great it was. Not much about it. But then when the shit hit the fan and we started doing shows in Texas and putting them on Instagram, then all these guys were like, fuck that, I'm moving to Texas. And then next thing you know, Screw is here, Zitzky's here, Tim Dillon's here, just like Shane Gillis, it's like Dalton moved here, just came in this week. Ryan Simpson was here way before the club. We were doing shows in Vulcan and we were all talking about making a club. But to fucking actually do it is the weirdest thing. Like when you go there, it's like part of this weird illusion. It's a fucking bizarre hallucination.
So we like a field of dreams.
Yeah.
We built it.
Yeah.
Because Austin is not the comedy town.
It's a huge number. It's a huge live performance town already, right? Because there's so much great music here.
A lot of great drugs.
That's right.
And yeah, it's I do, and I think it's more like I fanned back East, but I don't think they wrote that.
All right.
It's like the first. No, I was like, what do you guys? So I would miss it. Huh? I know. I think my career would be better here for sure.
You be around more like-minded people, and you get to understand the journey of running multiple.
I just hope you ever
Need to watch it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of clubs here too. That's the beautiful thing about this place. You can get up anywhere in town. There's so many clubs. It's hopping over.
Yeah, your club though. I'm not just saying it's your job. It's a great club.
Tough call.
Oh, they probably get one on.
Yeah, they have a lot of great shows there. They have great shows there all the time. A lot of the guys from the club do shows over there. It's all the time. It's like down in one Red Band's room, the Sunset, which is right down the street. That's only like 4 or 5 doors down. And that place is packed all the time. That place is a killer.
That format I know. So great.
Perfect. You just gotta dial it in. It's like a finely oiled tube.
It's like you or anybody who does things for years.
Yeah.
And like imagine like how a concept of a show, and you never come up with a concept. You never go right away.
No, this is the thing. Like, they do that show once a week for a decade. They would never miss an episode. They did it during the pandemic with no crowd.
Oh, really?
Yes, they did Kill Tony in the green room with no crowd. They loved you. Bro, they never let go. They never gave like a pit bull on a Sunday night. Just slam. Never let go. And now it's wonders. Like that episode where Adam Ray played Joe Biden and Shane Gillis played Trump. I think that is like way more. Really? I think it's like 60 million people watched it on YouTube. That's crazy. How many people did?
Well, they nailed it.
No, I thought it was a lot more than that.
Well, there's probably other calls that you put it together. It's
maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
Social looks like 60. Just know that it's a
I think it's
highlight.
all. But if you think about all the clips on top of that, I mean, it's a giant show.
I think a lot of both are good.
Is there maybe adding multiple ones?
Just some value. Hot for them. You can tell it's improvised. Yes. So many moments are awkward, don't work, and it makes you mine's supposed to watch. It's dangerous. Yeah, it's also super stressful, but
Also, kill Tony. You're going to get crazy people and giving them money. For a house, they're talking their lines. Half of them are almost. Half of them were sleeping in the car. A lot of them like drove to Seattle. One guy, same story. But there's like Americans.
Story. Really
Funny, but it's not.
On this, only thing I've ever like booked where I was sitcom I ever booked where I was like read callbacks. There's like 4 callbacks. Okay, mine was not a sitcom, and it was like that weird brand this guy and this girl's boyfriend. She like did not find me. I could tell she was so we go to the table read. The table read was like the network. You all sit around and they just laugh. And everyone's having a great time. So right before our table read, they go, "How we got some like 8 people. They were like following me on, and I knew how my team was. I was doing bad. And so I'm panicking a little bit. I was trying to do this street good. Oh my god. So it's one of the tables. Gets my line like, if I go to the store, then we can get it. And then Dad but then it goes around the table. Oh, there's that video. I found it. And afterwards, I'm like, and then the fire. And it was so much like climbing the mountain to get this job. And the next day, I got called, no one's in the fire, so I quit the next day. And you get to go to Casper because I'm supposed to just go home. Go into the attractions. Ready to go home. I got there. And she was like, "You're going to a rack. That would be cool. Let's do a big small talk because I was going to a rack. Like, yeah, he goes, no, it was, yeah, so like, you was the most fucked up way to tell somebody, yeah, she's going to go a different way. Oh, okay. And then I get to go to the rack, so that was my prize. She totally can't read. I should have said, I'm just like, you used to nervous people, like, no problem. I can do it. Anyway, so sucks.
So that's
There's no salmon. Well, I didn't even know about it. No. I still have well, I wanted them to pick me up. And so I went online. But like I was online and I wanted to buy this stuff and try it. I got scanned. It was like, the same packaging. Stuff. Look. That's right. Neutral. Yeah, that's what I know that word. It's these things. This is like it's the same company. Natural bits. No, it's like theanine, caffeine, it's essentially nutrients that help brain function. So it helps with your memory. It helps with your verbal memory. Like sometimes you're searching for words, you find that stuff helps with that. Yeah, not just this. I think it's just it helps. It's the building blocks of human neurotransmitters, as it's been explained to me. Like there's certain nutrients that, like vitamin D, it helps
helps muscles. The CNS helps a bunch. It helps your immune function. There's a bunch of nutrients that do different things in your body, right? And theanine is a really good one for memory. There's a bunch of alpha choline. What's it? Alpha GPC choline? Is that what it is? Acetylcholine. There's quite a few different nutrients that have been identified as to helping brain function. And so the way I found out about this stuff is Neil Romanowski from Delaware. He has a company that's he's got really good stuff. It's called Euro One, and it's like a soup. He just makes it in water or blend it, whatever. And so I tried over a radio station in San Francisco State. I was like, this is great. We're doing this. Like it really does. Just but not like 5 shots of espresso. Like so just like a little edge of focus.
Yeah, I can use the memory booster. I don't sleep well enough to really fix that. So, I'm gonna take jiu-jitsu class. I think so. Yeah. I actually do have a neck or like a chokehold kind of sport. I am 30% that.
Well, that's a large target, but my advice would be just take it easy, slowly first. How old are you now? You'll great. Just go slow. That's my advice. Don't try to go too fast, especially if you have to work out hard. Have you been working out hard?
Not in the depth.
Yeah. So that means, joints are not going to be most resilient. Don't try to do it all at once. That's my thing with that. But that's, by the way, that's it. It's like, I'm going to run a marathon tomorrow. Hey. You ever run before? No, I don't run at all. Okay. Let's not run a marathon. Let's run a mile. Let's do 1 mile, which is a lot if you haven't run. A mile is a lot. If you haven't run, a mile is a lot. Yeah. But you can't just run a marathon. And if you're going to do jiu-jitsu, start slow. Don't try to do a 2.5-hour session or roll 5 guys today. Learning arm. Okay. This is a triangle.
I told them, like, give me the most.
Oh, they have to do it that way. Nobody teaches you flying triangles. Nobody teaches you class. They teach you beginner stuff like this. This is the mount. This is side control. This is the guard. Yeah, so simple basics.
Good for confidence too, I hear.
Oh yeah, it's like get a lot more. But it also is great for stress relief because no matter what your day is, it will never be as stressful as some dude out there trying to choke you unconscious. Because if you fight that off, you're done with your class. Some crazy homeless guy. Man, how cute. You don't want to, you don't even want to be in it. You don't have this desire to puff your chest out and what you do. Stop.
Now you're proud of me for doing this. Now you're about to be not proud.
It's girls' class. It's all women.
I always know the one that I hear from the owner is when I was like,
you're a woman. You're not gonna get a boner.
No,
you're a woman, Kyle. Don't let anybody ever tell you different.
Thank you so much.
Don't let anyone deny your humanity. I'm like, man, what am I going to do?
I'm also taking
I like pickleball. You don't play pickleball every day?
Wait, let me guess. 20 questions.
Every time I jump in. He might. That's what I was thinking. Pickleball every day.
I love that. Any kind of like racket.
Yeah, I get up at 8 o'clock in the morning. A fucking trainer comes over and plays pickleball like every day. I want that kind of money. Or pay to come up. Yeah, as a trainer. Go to trainer. Probably teach him. I bet he's a pickleball wizard now. He probably knows how to do the secret moves. Slice the ball. He thinks it's a clown. I can't call him out like this on my show. With the president. He brought Bill Maher to the White House. Bill Maher to the White House. They had dinner. Are we like a Mad Libs episode? I hope so. I'm scared of this tariff stuff because it's radical change. I'm scared of radical change.
Well, let me say what I think is
It's good with it. We don't. Both of us don't. This is a perfect time to speculate on the economy.
This is all this negotiating. It's gonna come down. It's not gonna stay like this. The fact that these all that like so fucking American. It's always a possibility.
It's always a possibility. Also, you're not nearly as charming as speaking English. Like Trump is used to being able to charm people.
Yeah.
It's very charming. But if you can't speak his language, like,
Yeah.
you're like, fuck this orange asshole. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know this guy. What's he saying? And someone has to tell you what he said. Like, it's not cute when Boris Yovanovich has to translate into your ear. Who's this? These serfs. This is bullshit. It's part of the game. It's part of the card game. They're playing all together.
It's like really like or like you just joke. Like, no, you're not. That's a joke.
Like, first of all, the history of my country is so free. Let me tell you how many people Stalin starved to death. And then you tell me you're a cute fucking joke. You might be rich.
Yeah, but
Yeah, that's a tough one. When people ask me if they don't know why I'm genuinely, I let it go. But the easiest way to say it is I do commentary in New York City.
oh,
That's the easiest way.
that's the first podcast.
Some people don't know me. Right? Yeah, like, some people don't know me. Like some old fella. What do you do? I do commentary. It's almost a financial.
That's still the conversation. Here's what I do when I'm playing. I work with a computer. So it's finances too.
Yeah, but if I want to have a conversation, I don't want to have a conversation. I still want to explain the whole thing. That's a job. That's the only job. But that's the only job I have. That's an actual job where someone pays me. Like I show up for work for somebody. I'm an employee. Yeah, I sign up.
Something you want to do.
Yeah, I'm not looking at
The goal
it.
is
So I like retiring. Retirement, I guess. So
your business bills.
I want to.
I used to bet what's going to happen is you'll, oh, there they are. And then you're like, you know, 20 hour
pyramids. So like,
yes, you can.
if I went, hopefully people could get some of the guys for really good.
I heard that.
Could you do it as together?
Yeah, man.
Did you film that? Yeah. Have you seen this whole country? There's like
What is that?
I don't know, but this guy named James Corsetti, he has this great YouTube show called Bright Insight. It's been on my show many times. Very smart guy and very useful guy. And also is a huge believer that there's a missing chapter in ancient history. He thinks it ignores something that everyone knows. There's this enormous water table that's underneath the pyramids. So the pyramids, there's water in and Mr. Beast on his YouTube thing and did with the pyramids went into water. So they're all in the water, splashed around the water. So this water table, yeah. So underneath the pyramids, there's water.
That's his conversation.
I thought it here to talk to you before they looked at it 5,000 years ago. If I had a guess, I think they're more. I think the hieroglyphs are on the wall, maybe the sparrows, and back to 30,000 plus years. It's probably
The base name of the
Some of those
poison is
I don't believe aliens. I don't believe people built that. But how did it get some of those stone
aspect to this place that I'm getting so far.
Well,
Is the price. I don't
I
think
was watching this guy. I'll tell you these guys. He's take on it. So I love watching one. YouTube videos are all like history, ancient civilizations, and stuff like that. But this one is really kind of interesting. This guy is his name is Michael, but he had a very good point. And his point is that there's this linear path between like cave person and what we are today. But he's saying, but human beings in the form that we exist in today have essentially been around for at least 350,000 years. And there's all these large rise, height, like peaks, it dips in the historical timeline of the temperature of the Earth. And in these peaks of temperature, you have all this growth and change, and then you have ice ages and drop off. There's cataclysms, natural disasters. He brings up the volcano eruption, the Toba volcano eruption. But what he's essentially saying is human beings in this form, with the minds that we have, have existed for 300,000 years of that peak capacity. But yet, only over the last few thousand years have we seen all this progress. And he thinks what he's proposing is if there was a super advanced civilization 100,000 years ago, there would be almost nothing left. So we're supposing that what we find is all that's ever been. What he's saying is, if you imagine 200,000 years of development of technology, of tools, of agriculture, all the things that could have happened in those 200,000 years, you could have had an insanely advanced society 200,000 years ago, and then it gets completely wiped out. Then 115 to 150, depending on who you ask, 1,000 years later, you start seeing what we've seen in the last few hundred years.
Okay, I'm going to push back on this too. Would they have some metal?
No, all they would have, this was talking about, we have enormous spans of time. All you have left is stone. It's rock. Absorbed by the earth. Like, there's very little metal that's like forged. You have a knife, and you make that knife out of the ground. It's just the earth will erode it. A few thousand years, it's gone.
They probably had combustion.
Steel takes probably 50 to 500 years to decompose. Depending on the type of environmental conditions, stainless steel potentially take over 1,000 years. So just imagine something that's 100,000 years old. You got nothing. There's nothing left. And so he makes this very interesting argument in this video that I've never considered before. It's just the timeline of human beings being human beings. And it's like, what was why there's this great leap in technology? It is completely possible. There was great leaps hundreds of thousands of years. But then the question is, like, what happened to us? How did we get so far ahead of all these other creatures? How did we get so far ahead?
This is much smarter than the monkey. I mean,
most of our genes are genetic. Most of what are the things under I don't know, but there's some sort of satellite ground penetrating. Is it a radar, a type of radar? What are they called? So they have these images. The problem is also these guys are Italian, so there's some images in Italian. And so I don't know exactly what I'm just reading the translation. I want to hear their voice. I want to hear if it's no wacky. And everybody in Italian, it sounds beautiful. You can take nonsense shit with an Italian accent. It sounds incredible. Girls be Italian. Beautiful. So these images that show this, look if it's real. And that stuff is under the water table. That's actually fucking crazy. Explain the collected acoustics from deep in the ground, including seismic waves, noise from human activity, and photon interactions to map newly found shafts and chambers that extend more than 2,000 feet below the surface. The author said these waves were collected by radar, specifically by analyzing Doppler, centroid, abnormalities, shifts or distortions in frequency patterns used to detect underground structures. More changes. However, Professor Lawrence Conyers, a radar expert at the University of Stanford, who specializes in archaeology and was not involved in studies, still raised doubts that photon interactions in science fiction and frequency shifts of light. So we now have three different energy sources moving around: radar, electromagnetic, sound, seismic, and light photons. This is all complicated. brought it to the park. And I heard they're going to first. I mean, but show me the images what they did. If it is a real thing, if you really do have these images, the 3D images, like they really stepped out a lot of drawing it. So, I mean, so clearly, like that's you're hunted. But
it's pretty
but it's under the water piece. That scene is crazy. So if they're using the water for the pyramid, there's going to be Christopher Dawson releasing the pyramid, a gigantic electrical power.
Oh yeah, like the Tesla explosion.
So if they're using the water for energy, they actually have these columns that extend to the water. That seems great. This is more intense than just building the columns.
What do you think? Well, they're taking
Shells.
yeah, double extra
Jamie's back goes out and takes all the stuff.
Jamie's like so that golf.
This is a serious golf. You're jealous, right? A little jealous. I'm jealous. I jealous. You heard that whack. What's your hit?
Everyone's aware of, maybe you guess Harry's the guy who's here for your money.
Oh, that's a good word. I want to turn the question around.
I know. I like, first of all, I know it seems like I brag a lot. That was the Samson Valley of Judah. I was probably like 80.
Once you are Jamie's got a line drive that was fucking up though.
No, I know. I heard a full bracket.
What's the first ever Jimmy ball, Jamie? It's the wind conditions come into play.
No.
I go for ball. I'm going for balls and heat. That's only like one part of the equation. Is that world class? It's pretty high. That's fast. It's fun. 60 miles an hour. Don't break the 100 so like you're in the top 5. That's successful, right? Sure, I think you're you play for money, where am I going with this?
First-hand stories, she's like,
Don't like that play. I never played it. How could you guys? I'm scared of games. I was like, yeah, no, it's legitimate.
But chess.
No, it's the same thing. Don't know what to do.
I playing a lot. It's like, oh, Tony plays all the time. He does.
Yeah, Tony Bryan says, Tony's a smart fucker.
Yeah.
He's a smart fucker. Just probably a little special in itself.
Yeah.
Well, a little bit. But I feel about the chess the same way. Chess maybe even more so. I can use it every time I want. I can't do that.
Why not? I'd be
Listen, I know. I would love it. Everyone, Ron White loves it. Jamie loves it. Tony loves it. Tony just started playing with Pepsi. He fucking loves it.
I don't play much home, but you're just afraid that you're going to get too into it.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. No, I have like a little switch that goes off when I become obsessed with it. It used to be most of the there's a game right now that I play.
I don't make the deal with this, but I play GUINNESS. I go home.
Said that
Yeah, they
there was evidence he was in hand. I don't believe in relationships.
I can't tell. I'm like, oh, that was fun.
That's the fucked up thing about moving. We're gonna break first. You just break
Yeah, 10 rounds. That's very rude. I was a guest.
She was quick to say, like,
All the balls.
she was talking to someone. She's
No, I think that's all.
She's like,
I think I'm not ready for it.
Have a box match like that.
I think my
Hire
ex.
some kid to fucking take a beating. They don't even have any fear that you're going to get punched back. You know?
Which once again goes against the whole shadow based shit.
There's some good fake fights online. There's this one guy who's a politician in New Mexico. He's got like fake muscles. So you have like those fake muscles, and then you have a fake fight with the fake muscles. And it's like a super obvious fake fight. You watch it, like, what the fuck am I looking at? This is nuts. It's weird, like the whole jig, like they're oil. They shove oil into the skin, and it makes your like. How does that? How does that?
They forget to
Easy like Sunday morning.
balance that out. The people who don't like it, I'm gonna get a little something. My leg is gonna show. This is what's there. But I'm gonna say everything is like
She's talking to people. It's like sometimes, and they said, very I said that they were walking on the fourth floor of the room, and they couldn't breathe, and they had pressure passing in their chest, and they just couldn't get it up. They said,
Everybody plays golf on here.
they didn't cheat. She said they
I feel that.
Listen, I can't concentrate. I can see it in your face. It's so bad. I know it works. You give 4 seconds. Okay, I'll wrap it up. Tell everybody how they can find you.
This spot, Philly,
And Instagram. There it is. My names. Oh, that's my friend. That's not a plane. Yeah. Okay. And your Instagram is. And you may or may not be the star on Monday night.
it's just But the good news is that since we showed up to the Kroger's Hotel, it had not burned down. We did get a hotel room, which the room for us, it had not burned down. The Great Hall was there. No, it's the Great Hall. No, either you did. Good. It's in the Ghost Defense. It is only after midnight.
and that's the hardest thing to this is actually for them. There, you're a good person. You're going to do this, and just go run out. It's the most that maybe $7 trillion that our federal government is spending has a corruption there. I don't know. So at every level, it's so
like how the shadow government is doing it. It was exactly that. It was like basically went through the real conspiracy of 2020, and they're writing it from the pro conspiracy point of view. But they're forget anything about like ballots or any of that stuff, which I don't think it changed. Trump changed the answer for that. You know, it's like it was stolen.
Just quite
It was stolen.
that good point of view to
Stolen. You know, yeah, but
So hopefully,
the real conspiracy of broad daylight that they just talk like tank the economy. Yeah, that's it. The secret history of the shadow campaign that saved the 2020 election. And they go deep into like admitting so much about like the censorship on social media, the support of the riots and the protests. And what's amazing about it is it really is incredible their ability to turn on and turn off the protest machine.
it's just weird.
Like,
There's a lot of people that have nothing to do. We were talking about the other day. I was like, if I was 21 years old and someone said, hey, they're going to pay $400 to Kamala Harris round, would you go? Fuck yeah, I'd go. I hold that sign up. I'd probably vote for it. When I was 21, you had me at $400. The conversation was over. It's out for $400. How do you get $1,000 for protest for testing?
Right, so you get both of those, $1,400 a day.
Nice.
Yeah, I was thrilled when I was 25 to pay like $75 at comic strip or something like that. So yeah, but also it's a it's like that's kind of like the whole CIA deep state game. It's always moving around the margins. You know, like if there's like when I and when I say like this was a U.S. backed against the Democrats elected president, the response I get from people is weird. They're always like, "Oh, you deny the agency, Ukrainian people." It's like, look at these pictures. It's all these Ukrainian people in the streets. I'm like, well, yeah, but the U.S. poured $100 million into that street protest. Like, you think that made a difference a little bit, you know? And so, like, it's not that there weren't real people there. But man, you want to keep a protest going through the Ukrainian winter, and then all of a sudden you get $100 million, and now you got heat lamps and celebrities and concerts, and then you keep the whole thing going until the democratically elected president has the fee for his fucking life. And then what are you supposed to look at that? Oh, that was just an organic revolution? No, it fucking wasn't. You know, this is DC overthrowing its neighbor. And, you know, they don't like that detail. Fucks up the whole
People don't like that. They don't like the detail that there's many players who subterfuge. It's just so much money, so much influence, and they're so competitive. They've been doing it for so long that they can get Time Magazine to write an article saying how it's good. It's great. It's good that we saved the 2020 election.
And by the way, I love I know your podcast with Mike Ben was phenomenal. That's great. I love a few of them. Yeah, he's great. But I'll tell you, I knew all that. He's right about all that USAID stuff, and I'll tell you, that was the whole thing. It's Scott Portman's book, which is like the best book that's been written on the history of the build-up to the war in Ukraine. And it was all in there, but it's all footnotes. It's like, yes, they are the ones who put all this money in. And then they make it out when you try to cut it. They're like, just help us. Let's get on the school bus over here and overthrow the Democratic elected government in Ukraine. You know, we did all of that. Well, that's the beautiful thing about the USA. It's like all I can just the money to essentially we Mike Benz describes this stuff is too dirty for today. Yeah. Well, and so they have plausibility to like when talking about an organization. Yeah, there you go. That's totally right. Yeah, exactly. It's like in the name. You might as well call it, but like, we're not the CIA. We're just George Soros' NGO, not the CIA at all. Totally removed. Also, the thing is that when you look at like the actual money, sometimes they'll kind of point out that they're like, oh, this is a very small percentage of the budget. And it's like, yeah, it's tiny. This is money. Well, right, it's a small percentage
trillion our budget. What? Our budget? I mean, the entire GDP of Russia is like $2 trillion. The entire economy. And I don't know, Ukraine is smaller than that. And we spend like between $6 and $7 trillion a year just on government. So when you're talking about flooding in $100 million, flooding in a few billion, I think like $5 or $6 billion to Ukraine, it may not sound like that much money in the context of America, the biggest economy in the world. But politically, in a small country like Ukraine, that means that changes the entire landscape. The world empire is a company that made the money. What do you think the world is like the United States doesn't? So the United States doesn't. This is like the Mike Baker perspective. Like the United States doesn't make friends with these dictators. The United States doesn't put people sympathetic to our causes in power. China does. Russia does. It looks very bad for America all over the world. It's almost always war hopes rely on an unfalsifiable counterfactual. You know, so it's like, oh, but if we didn't do this and we ran the counterfactual, it would be this crazy other scenario that's somehow even worse than this. Now, the problem with that, from my perspective, is number one, the factual scenario is like something like 4 to 5 dead civilians over the last 25 years. Entire nations destroyed $8 trillion from the U.S. Treasury, tens of thousands of upgrades when the turns out. So, you know, if you're relying on this unfalsifiable counterfactual, but it would have been worse if we hadn't fought a war in Iraq and Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, Somalia, Yemen, all these places over the last years. Okay, I'd say the onus is on you to really have to demonstrate that and not just assert that it would be worse if we had done this. But also, like, we are going broke, dude. With $36 trillion in debt, we can't afford it. And the idea that if he were to get out of the world empire, then like China would go, okay, great, now we get to destroy ourselves, and it just seems completely it's extremely unlikely that would be the case. And also, you know, it's like people act like, okay, if we were doing this in Ukraine, Vladimir Putin could do whatever he wanted to, or if we were doing this in China, could do whatever they wanted to. But they've got adversaries all over them who are richer than them, who could certainly richer than them, are opposed to them. All of Western Europe is not just a pushover. China has Japan and South Korea, and they've got their own, you know, the truth is that there's nobody has the power that the U.S. government has to do this shit. It's only, like, we're the ones who can do this, and it would just be a better world if we just did. Like, you just can't convince me that if we just hadn't fought the terrorists, like, which was totally a possibility. We had, the whole war on terrorism could have been over by Christmas in 2001. With special ops taking out the Al Qaeda themselves, and could have tracked Osama bin Laden before they let him escape into why they already have their eye on Baghdad. You know, if Osama bin Laden is caught, you don't get the bonus war. You know what I mean? He's got the whole war propaganda for Afghanistan. It wasn't, everyone remembers WMD, but it wasn't just that claim. It was the claim, which Dick Cheney was looking Bush and all the pushing so hard, was that he was in on 9/11. This totally fell apart because it was never true. It wasn't true. But the claim was he's got these weapons and he could hand them off to the terrorists, and then, you know, what's the voice of the line that says, like, you don't want the morning to be the mushroom cloud or something like that. Yeah. But the fear was they're going to nuke Kansas or whatever. As soon as Saddam Hussein gives the weapons he doesn't have to the terrorists he's not friends with. But if they caught Osama bin Laden, I think that would have destroyed the whole 773 5 6 from what I
all of the
So,
here's more to request of the show. He
hosted a debate between, which I love doing the show, it's a circus, it's a circus. Yes. I think it's very smart. Oh, that circus is fucking a lot of people lined up. Dude, he figured out, and I gotta give him so much credit because he's probably the only one from like the old guard of corporate media. Yes, who figured it out. He went, okay, I see what's on. Yeah, I see what's going on, and I know what people want to see. Well, Tucker figured it out too. Tucker is actually Tucker's one basically doing this kind of show. Yes. Yeah. No, I think it's a long form broadcast. Well, like, with people who suck Obama today. It's they're really tiny. Maybe 10% of the coverage is now who suck Obama. Did you see that musician who was on the other day that was talking about all the cancer? Yeah. I didn't watch the whole thing. I saw it. Very crazy. Pancreatic cancer. Which is just unheard of. He was saying that in all of his career, he had never seen pancreatic cancer in a child before. And now they're seeing. Well, they used to call type 2 diabetes adult onset diabetes because it was like kids don't get it. It's like unheard of. And now it's all. I saw a good tweet posted that. Yes, so great. So great. It's just amazing that they're arguing against this. Well, there's like no argument. It's like, I'm far from it. I don't really understand this shit that well. But, okay. It's crazy that Kennedy is overhauling this whole thing and cutting all this. Okay. He spent more on health than any other nation in the world by far. And we're the sickest. You're telling me you shouldn't have in your position here? It just exposes the entire media. It's like your position here is to get into the regime and any threat. Well, it's also radical change. It's controversial. So the media is going to sell that, and they're going to sell it on the angle of this is creating all sorts of problems, all sorts of people losing their jobs, budgets are getting cut, people are getting fired, they're out on the streets. It's that. But then that's just what they have to do. That is what you're doing. Television media, newsprint media, subscription media. That's part of your job. Well, but you could also get huge ratings by covering the controversy that is we spend more money and have to work the outcomes. You can't do it. You do it. That's right. That's also like I mean, look, if the media was just driven by ratings, they could do shows on Jeff Epstein every day. I mean, because you'd be the number one show in cable news. You could go, I'm going to talk about no other topic. Give me the 8 p.m. hour on MSNBC or CNN or Fox News or whatever, and I'll say, I'm just going to make my show about Jeff Epstein. That's every single day, that's all we're doing. I guarantee you that's the number one show. Right? More people who want to watch that. Candace Owens' show, it's on YouTube. Yeah, that's right. And it's doing better numbers than any of the shows on cable news. It's phenomenal. So they created a response. They fired Billy Wire. They created a response. Yeah, they sure did. She can't be stopped. Yeah, oh no. Who's going to stop it? She's hitting all the fucking third rails that no one wants to touch. She's got a 6-hour presentation on how Bridget McCrone is bad. I mean, it's fucking 6 hours. What's wrong? I don't know if she's even kind of right about that. I think she's right. She's got a lot of shit to say on it. Bro, she would be getting sued right now instead of trying to bribe her. Instead of trying to give her money to shut the fuck up. Yeah, you're probably right about that. I don't know, they are still. Have they tried to file anything? No. They probably filed some bullshit. Well, I'm sure she's dealing with several. I'm pretty sure she's right. I don't know. I might be wrong. Yeah, I think she's right. The whole thing stinks. And what stinks way worse than that giant distraction is that the number one opponent for Macron just got sentenced to 4 years in jail and barred from political life for 5 years. And the front runner, not just the number one opponent, the one who's winning. Yeah. It's fucking crazy. It's
what they tried to do to Trump plus.
Oh yeah. No, they were able to take it further. Yeah, and then we'll see if there's the backlash, the same way there was when they tried to do that with Trump. And it's just so it's like there's some propaganda that's like almost can't be successful propaganda. Like saying Saddam Hussein on the weapons of mass destruction as a commitment to terrorism. That's good. Right after 9/11, you could totally convince the average American that, okay, well, we can't let that stand. In a post 9/11 world, we can't allow some arrogant dictator to have a nuclear weapon. He's got friends with terrorism. He's in on 9/11. Okay, but to say the propaganda is democracy is on the ballot. Oh, you're trying to arrest your opponent because he's winning in the polls. That's just too, it's too ridiculous. It's too much of a
to say what you're arresting for. And then when people look at it, like, wait, Mar-a-Lago's worth how much? Hold on. 34 what? Bookkeeping errors? They're missed. Where's the film? Isn't it past the statute of limitations? It is.
Nobody's ever been tried on this charge. This is a novel, a charge where it would be a misdemeanor. Ramped up.
Both of them are novel. And there's no victim.
And there's no victim involved. The banks themselves are telling you that. We're happy to do business with Donald Trump. We do business with
we got our money back. There's no victims at all. And it's what every real estate agent does. Every real estate salesman, every real estate investor, they overvalue their properties. And your property is essentially only worth what you're willing to pay for it.
Look, it's so obvious. So they were just weaponizing the logo out there.
It's so crazy. I'm trying to say Mar-a-Lago's on my page. Dude, I would buy it right away. If someone told me you could get Mar-a-Lago for $18 million, I'd call my accountant right now and go, don't use this. Jump on this. Wire money. Wire the money and move him forward.
You just bring down Austin. Everybody, I got the call with Jamie. Fuck. Yeah. You thought you had some uncomfortable summers in Europe.
Do you love golf? A lot of golf. I like some parts. Florida's fun.
Well, I don't think Trump's selling, and I don't think we get the crazy.
I like to go around. So this episode's
Yeah, sure. No. Keep the kids in God. So let me tell you, because I forgot what I was saying. So here's where it poses the debate between Scott Porter and Wesley Clark. And so in this debate, one of the most interesting things, Wesley Clark just very casually said this. It's like breaking news. But he said, so everybody, I assume we played it a bunch of times. Wesley Clark, former Star General, was the head of NATO, and he told Amy Goodman on Democracy Now! That he saw in late 2001 what has become known as the Second Wars in 5 years. That the plan from the neocons in the government was that we were going to overthrow all these governments in the region in the next 5 years. Now, his plan obviously didn't end up happening in 5 years, but it's literally he named 7 countries, and there's one to go. And that one, by the way, happens to be the one that Donald Trump is flirting with war with right now. Iran. All Iran. Israeli news strike. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, we're very clearly moving toward this war, yet another catastrophic war. So Wesley Clark gets asked about this debate, and he goes, well, it actually goes back much further than that. Because I first saw the plans in 1991, and it came from Paul Wolfowitz. Okay? Because Paul Wolfowitz had his plans in 1991, and he took them to Brett Scowcroft, who was George H.W. Bush's national security advisor. So he takes them, and according to Wesley Clark, again, my source on this is a 4-star general. He says that Scowcroft went, we'll look at this after the election. 92 for the election year, they lose, Bill Clinton comes in because of the plan got killed. And then he said it was refunded. 5 later, in a study paid for by the Israelis, and that this was done, that Richard Pearl was one of come back to life, and it's explicitly done because this is what they thought was necessary in attack Israel. And like as I've mentioned to you before, I don't know exactly what study he's referring to, but he said that's what he said. But I do know, as I mentioned before on this, that anybody can go read the clean break. Google it right. That's a clean break, a new strategy for security program, which was a letter written by the guy he mentioned, Richard Burrow, and David Wormser, to Benjamin Netanyahu in 1996, his first year when he came as prime minister. And the whole thing is basically the clean break is a break from the peace process, a break from Oslo, because essentially Bill Clinton had gotten Yitzhak Rabin and Arafat to agree to like start this two-state solution process that should be loosely based around 67 borders. You got to find these Palestinians a state. You cannot find them since 1967. You got to find them going to take your boot off their neck. And the clean break strategy is to go, listen, we got to get away from this whole idea of Palestinian state and get away. Basically, the thinking, Yitzhak Rabin, thinking of this, loosely speaking, but basically they were like, look, we've been occupying the Palestinians for decades and decades. The broader Arab world hates us over our treatment of the Palestinians. And so what you got to do is you have to make peace with the Palestinians so that you can get along with all these Arab states around you. That was kind of thinking. The clean break strategy was like, no, we're going to work first there. Instead of making peace with the Palestinians so that we get along with the Arab states who are surrounding us, what we're going to do is we're going to overthrow all of those states so we never have to make peace with the Palestinians. So we never have to have a two-state solution. What we'll just do is we'll go overthrow all of these governments. Of course, Israel can't go overthrow all of these governments, but the U.S. can. And so after they had these plans in according to West Party 91. We know about the Clean Break memo in 96. But after 9/11, that's when, by a terrible twist of fate and all this shit, the neocons are in power. They're in George W. Bush, but there is no Brent Scowcroft, there is no H.W. There's nobody with like a little bit of wisdom at the top. It's Dick Cheney at the top, and then his sidekick George W. Bush, and they go, so now we're going to move together. You know what Dick Cheney what W. Bush? Yeah, that's what we do. Yeah, that'll tell you something. We were informed, which is so crazy. Why would you say when the guy was trying to kill his idol? Are you that close to the bunker? Where's this bunker? What does it look like? Can I get a fucking MTV Cribs tour of this bunker? What's going on with the bunker? And look, man, and then just and you can see now where there's like so much. There's such a rise in people so fed up with this stuff. But the idea that we're now, I mean, look, just even because this whole signal shit is just happening. It's like the real scandal isn't even. I mean, I do think that Mike Pence should be fired over this. I mean, it's a crazy screw up, and it's totally embarrassing. How do you do that? I mean, I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. Did you see this interview? But it is a signal chat between high-level government officials with classified information. It's being discussed about war. They would claim it's not classified, but it was information about an imminent attack that's about to take place. How was that not? That's classified. Yeah, but at the end of the day, you have, I believe there's 18 people in the chat. Yeah. And no one goes over those things before you start addressing this information. If Jamie and I were talking shit about someone and we decided to do it on Signal, like, I would make sure that I didn't accidentally include my mom. Yeah, right? Or a fucking reporter I know, or Trump himself. Look, he's your enemy, like the person who hates you the most. How could you even have that guy in your contact list? What's going on? And also, like, how do you accidentally include someone? And the chat is, I mean, this is, you can't overstate it. Short of the president of the United States, it's the most senior positions. How do you not have CIA director going over the list before you
go live. It's unbelievable. I will say that, and perhaps there's another element. I mean, I don't know. I don't exactly know. I know in Trump's first term, the efforts of his own government to sabotage him were profound. They were obvious. Yeah, I mean, they were framing him for being spies or intelligence agencies. And so when you have a conversation like this and you get leaked to the most anti-Trump, propagandists at the Atlantic, it does raise some questions like, was this done intentionally? Was it not? Yeah, and I don't know if you saw, but Waltz he did, or I think for the show, like a couple days after it came out, and I mean his answers were just ridiculous. It's like, she was like, so was this a staffer who messed up? Was someone? And he goes, no, I take full responsibility. But it was, I'm sure a lot of people have contact with the wrong number saved in the contact. Yeah, but you don't include that. Yeah, but also, every time I get a new phone, one of the things that I do, I have a lot of dead people, and it's always, it's so sad. I have a lot of friends that look through my contact list. Oh, fuck. It's, and I have to make the decision, do I delete my contact list? Generally, I don't. I like to see it. Yeah, I have a message from an old boss of mine. I keep the phone just no, I get that. Yeah. It's like you keep things that you don't need. I have contacts for people that are not just dead, but people that are dead to me. You know what I mean? Like, why do I have them in there? I don't know that guy anymore. Like you don't add them to a fucking chat list. That doesn't make any sense. Well, and he was claiming like the idea of, which I'm sure has happened to all of us before, where like maybe you're taking down someone's number and you enter it wrong. So like, but you wouldn't happen to hit the Atlantic. He had to be in contact with them. Well, he claims he's never been in contact with him. He's never met him. He's never. So how did he? Then they found pictures of them together at like different events. Oh, so he's already lost. Yeah, he's already lying. It's not. I will say like that. It's like with a lot of these things. There was like which we talked about before on the show. There's the leaked Victoria Nuland phone call where she's deciding who the new government in Ukraine will be, right around the time. Okay, and then at one point she's furious at the European Union for not moving in faster, and she goes. At one point she goes, fuck the European Union. We'll just do it ourselves. We should play that recording, sure, because it's so crazy. But people should hear it. But the point is that the scandal became that she said fuck the EU. And they're like, no, dude, that's not the scandal here. That's not. They're like, isn't this undiplomatic for saying fuck the European Union? Like, that's the least of what's interesting about this. Isn't it interesting that Congress people swear now? It's very. Everybody's swearing. Yeah, everybody's like, fuck this, call people retards. It's great. Well, it's like they lost. They were trying to play that like Donald Trump's like down here, and that didn't work. So they were like, I guess we'll just try to be like him. Fuck Elon Musk. Yeah, everybody's excited. Yeah, it's interesting. They're adopting podcast language, is what it is. Yes, but it's I don't think it's going to be successful for them because what they're not adopting is the authenticity of it, and it comes off as kind of like goes, oh, now you're doing this after all these things were all formal and everything was about decorum. And Donald Trump wasn't presidential enough, and then you're like, oh, he never really believed any of that shit. It's like them trying to turn on the woke stuff. It just doesn't. It's too long. Right? You were so married to this for too long. You gave up your authenticity for too long. Yeah, and it's like a Chris Paul type deal. It's like Chris Paul. It's Elizabeth Warren drinking the beer. Right. You went great. Over a bottle of beer. I want people to get better, right? So if people are propagandists and be like, this is bullshit. But there's examples of those people out there that are legitimate, And then there's also people that realize, like, oh, well, that job is over. I can't do that anymore. I have to do something different. Let me try to be authentic. Yes, but you can be that. They can tell. But you're also never going to fully be authentic. You're going to say things because you want people to think of you a certain way, rather than, this is uncomfortable with this outfit. Yeah, that's right. Oh, but so anyway, just on the signal thing,
real scandal is not that they, whatever, either intentionally or were just so incompetent that they added these journalists to it and got leaked. The real scandal is that when you look through the chat, and that's like, what are we doing? We're bombing another country in the Middle East. We're bombing the poorest country in the Middle East. Yeah, by the way, it's been bombed for, oh my God, on behalf of Israel, because they're standing up against this fucking brutal war in Gaza right now. And so we're going to bomb these guys again. And then you have, like, I gotta say that, like, I was disgusted by Tulsi Gabbard's response there. Someone who I said a lot of nice things about it. And I really support it. Like, literally, J.B. Vance is the only one who offers the mildest pushback. He goes, like, hey guys, this is kind of a mistake, and it's kind of everything against what Donald Trump ran on. And by the way, like, it's like such an insignificant amount of our trade that even goes through this area. It's really Europe's problem, not ours. But I'll go along with it if you guys want to see what you guys say. And then they literally say on the thing, they go, we've tracked the missile guy, as they call him, this target they're trying to take out. They go, we've tracked him to his girlfriend's apartment building. So we'll level the apartment building. And then Tulsi Gabbard's just like, job well done, team. Everybody's cheering it on. There's not like nobody even has the thought to go like, you know, like is there a way we can do this without like murdering an entire apartment building's worth of people here? Is there a way? Man, this is a lot like, it's like, did none of you guys even kind of believe in God? Or none of you scared that maybe God exists? And they're like, Jesus Christ, what are we doing here? There's none of that. There's not a feeling of that. There's not a sense of like, and you know, and I've talked about this before on the show, the whole history of war, going all the way back to Obama's first term. I mean, what we've done to this country, the poorest country in the Middle East, I mean, there was a goddamn genocide that happened in Yemen. I mean, it was the drone bomb campaign from Obama was bad enough, but the Saudi invasion and the blockade and the war on the civilian population, you know, hundreds of thousands of people died, hundreds of thousands of cases of like cholera and these other like very easily preventable and treatable diseases that we just, babies were just dying of because they had a blockade around the country. On it, the U.S. Navy fucking enforced the blockade. The U.S. fucking refueling the Saudi fighter jets, backing the whole war. And the idea that we think what launched a couple of Tomahawks is going to break the Houthis after they went through all that shit, there's no chance. Like, it's not, you're just killing people for no strategic benefit. It's the only thing that would actually, like, we could overthrow it if we wanted to invade the country. The U.S. military could do that. But, like, short of that, the idea that that's like a big public thing. We're just bombing somehow or another, especially drone bombing. Sort of like, you know what I mean? It's almost abstract. Yeah, like you don't, like if we send a tier 1 team to go take this dude out, that would be from next year. That would be like the thing where they declare war on this country. And would leave their land and doing something around it. It's different. For some weird reason, like you're allowed to use flying robots or remote control by drone operators. And by the way, have some of the weirdest fucking people PTSD. These people are all fucked up for a long time because they watch these folks. Because they're watching these folks. They know the people around. They get to know. They watch them for days. They see them hug the kids, and then they get that fucking call. And you don't get any of the. And I don't know any of it. Just speculating. They're psychologists. But there's something I think where, like, if you're in the fight, if you're in the action, like a lot of different, primal things are going to kick up. Like as all the troops say, I've talked to a whole lot of them, it's almost unanimous to believe that they always say the thing you're fighting for once you get there is your brother next to you. Like it's not even like forget the mission or whatever. It's like this is your God right here, right? And you guys are going in to make sure your body doesn't get his leg blown off or whatever. But when you don't have any of that. There are bullets whizzing at you. There's not your friend next to you. There's not this like sense of like I had to do what I had to do. You're just watching it on a monitor from a safe distance. And there's something that pumps you up on a whole different level. There's no.
You see a man hold his child and sway their arms, and you have to because the kids are near the dad and we gotta kill the guy.
Yeah, well, you got orders. That's
In a whole group, when we're talking about thousands of people, as we drop to get to this guy.
well, there's a Usher clown. Look, there's a clip that Tim Pool got like a real short interview with Donald Trump during the campaign. Like, I think he was the first one, but it wasn't like a long form podcast. Like, it was the first podcast, but they did like 20 minutes or something like that. But he did get this one clip out of Donald Trump on that thing where Donald Trump is eviscerating Joe Biden for bombing the Houthis for the same exact reason, because they were firing on shipping lanes. And Donald Trump's like, what type of idiot is Joe Biden? I mean, these guys, they're answering from everything to drop bombs on you. Pick up a phone. Diplomacy can work here. Like, you don't have to do this. And the fact is that there were, during the ceasefire, which Trump's ongoing negotiating, which is falling apart now, but during the ceasefire, there were no Houthi attacks on the shipping lanes. Like, they stopped them. And then when the ceasefire fell apart, they picked them back up again. Feel however you feel about that. I'm just saying, there is a diplomatic solution here, right? Like, they are willing to, like, if there's a ceasefire, they will stop these attacks. But there's not a military solution short of invading the country and having yet another catastrophic war in the Middle East. And it's like, so which one of those do you want to pick? America first crowd? I mean, like, Donald Trump was explicitly elected for this reason, as repudiation of the foreign policy of the last 30 years. And we're like done with this. We want to put America first. And as you can see, even J.D. Vance and then a little bit Pete Hegseth, their only issue was never the innocent people being killed for a bunch of Christians. That never comes up. But their issue is, oh, this is us bailing out Europe, because Europe actually relies more on these shipping lanes than the United States does by orders of magnitude. But even that is part of the American first thing that Donald Trump totally ran against. Like, why is it that we have to foot the bill for everybody else's defense? It makes no sense. We're broke. Our country is in bad shape. We need those resources here.
What is the justification? What is the public justification?
That the Houthis have attacked a few U.S. Cargo ships, and that there's, that their international trade, that they don't have a right to disrupt international trade in this way, which is like, okay, it's true. I mean, the thing that I've seen the most is like that people go, well, we can't just turn a blind eye to this aggression by the Houthis. But I also do think, and I don't even blame people for this, because it's nobody, in corporate media or ever talked about any of this stuff, or very rarely talked about it, never really told the story. And it's like, yeah, if you're just coming into the story now, I can see where you might think that these are the aggressors. But if you're rewinding the tape from this, there is just no debate about it. I mean, there's no question that we literally started, it was in 2009, when Obama started with the drone bombing, the then secret drone bombing campaign, and Yemen was one of the major theaters. This was where, if you remember, because it was like the biggest scandal of the Obama administration. Also, not talking about much in the media, was talking about what the podcast was that Anwar al-Awlaki and his like 14 or 15-year-old son, his two American citizens, were both killed by drone bombs in Yemen. And this was caused a bit of an outrage among some people, because you're like, hey, you really can't murder American citizens who have never been charged with a crime. You can't just say, I just, forget that whole Bill of Rights thing. They're on my list. And by the way, the kid was not Al-Qaeda affiliated or anything. They claimed that wasn't intentional, but it sure seemed like it was. So Obama had a drone, he was fighting at the time Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula had like a presence in Yemen. So he's drone bombing these Al-Qaeda sites. I think the estimates were something like 95 to 96% of the people who died from the targets. So just killing a whole bunch of innocent people. And then, as always happens in these situations, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula just grew stronger and stronger and stronger. Because this is it's such a like general difference.
will say, you kill a bunch of innocent people, and then you kill one little girl, and she had 3 brothers, and a father, and 2 uncles, and they all join up Al Qaeda now because, like, fuck you, they're gonna get you back for that shit. Yes. So we're doing this drone bomb campaign there. It's completely failing, and Al Qaeda so it's just getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, Obama kind of bribed off the dictator of Yemen at the time, this guy Salah, and he was like, "Listen, if you let us do our fucking drone bombing campaigns in here, we'll give you a whole bunch of weapons and money." That's a deal. And then he used those weapons to go attack this group, the Houthis. And then he also started losing to them. Like, even with the U.S. weapons, the Houthis were fucking him up. And then, little by little, the Houthis like kind of took over the whole country. And then, now, the Houthis are also enemies with Al Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. These are radical Sunnis, Al Qaeda versus radical Shiites. So they're fucking enemies. They're fighting a civil war while all this is going on. And then Saudi Arabia decided to invade in early 2015. And in 2015, and you can look this up if you Google Obama to placate the Saudis. And these are literally what the Obama officials told the New York Times. They told them that literally this is why. So Obama stabbed the Houthis in the back, took Saudi Arabia's side, took Al Qaeda's side, started fighting fighting in a civil war against the Houthis, which is, in effect, taking Al Qaeda's side in that war. And so the Saudis invade the country. Now, Obama said essentially that because the Saudis are like an important trading partner, they were pissed off at us at the time. They were very upset about the war in Iraq. The Saudis were the ones in the region that were against it the whole time because they were like, they're just going to give it back that to Iran. That's their big enemy is Iran. And then they were all also really pissed off with Obama. The one decent thing he did in his administration was he worked out that deal with Iran. The same goddamn thing that Trump tore up and is now demanding they get back in some type of deal. So, in order to placate the Saudis, Obama goes, "Okay, we'll back your report." And like I said, full blockade around the country, refueling their military jets, quiet support for Saudis, tangles U.S. Obama, an awkward twist, becomes Saudi Arabia. And it is hard to overstate how brutal the Saudis were in this war. I mean, because think of Gaza, something not similar to that. But you're talking like a full blockade around the country. This was the poorest country in the Middle East before this. Full blockade around the country. The Saudis were bombing. They were bombing their agriculture. They were bombing their silos. They were bombing their irrigation ditches. They're just like a total war on the civilian population, all the way from 2015 into 2021, when it essentially ended in like an Afghanistan style, I guess we give up. Like it was just eventually the sense that the Houthis, one of the things that's really interesting that happened this whole time when we talked about the drone wars. So back in 2009, first of all, it was secret. The drone program wasn't, everyone knew it. There had been good reporting on it. But the way they got the good reporting was like people found the drones in Yemen, and they take like little, grainy cell phone pictures, be like, "Oh, this is a U.S. drone." So but actually, Obama's press secretary, it's not Jake Hall, it's the first press secretary. But he admitted this on NBC News. It was like really amazing. He was talking about the drone program. This is usually like 2012. He's at NBC News now. He's talking about how when he used to get questions about the drone program, he wasn't allowed to even acknowledge that it was real. So he would just sit there. Yeah, Robert Gibbs. I apologize. I should remember that. I was told not to even acknowledge the drone program. There's video of this. When I went through the process of becoming press secretary, one of the first things they told me was, "You're not even to acknowledge the drone program. You're not even to discuss that it exists." Said former White House press secretary Robert Gibbs, up with Chris Hayes. So now think about, okay, by the way, there is video of this. It wasn't, I don't know if this article or not, but I mean, that was essentially the point. The thing in the video that's so funny is that they all are laughing about it. Like they're talking about like what a funny thing it is. Like imagine being in a position where you can't admit that a real thing is real, and journalists are asking questions. And he said because it is kind of funny in a weird way, but that's like the good news. That would be the number one thing. Oh yeah, this is it. That's the major problem with murdering people in the worst country in the Middle East. You know, it might undermine people's trust in you, and therefore your ability to perform people in the worst country in the Middle East. So just like, by the way, whenever you see anywhere in the last, let's say, 8 years on MSNBC or CNN talking about threat to democracy, the free press, and all this, shut the fuck up. You hired that guy. The guy who's sitting there telling you. Like, when it comes to the issue, forget whether you're for the war or against the war. It's a secret war. You're not going to forget democracy. The people aren't even allowed to have an opinion on this. As the White House press and like, why not? I mean, it's not as if they were like, well, if Al Qaeda knows that we're coming for them, then something is compromised. It's just like, oh yeah, Obama ran as the peace candidate. He collected a Nobel Peace Prize before he had done anything, and he didn't particularly want to tell people that he had just started this new campaign of just murdering whoever he wanted to for whatever reason he wanted. And you know, one of the things that's interesting about the technology, and I remember people much smarter than me predicting this at the time. I guess I didn't really appreciate like exactly the timetable of all that, but it went in 2009, which he's talking about 2000, a few years later. It went from like, oh, the U.S. has this new technology where we can use drones and more. So all of a sudden now in 2025, you're saying that everybody, like this is just part of the war. You know, literally even the Houthis, they don't have the capabilities we have, but they have drone bombs. That's part of how they were able to get the Saudis to finally back out. It's like they could hit some of their oil fields with their drone bombs, and it was enough of a pain in the ass for the Saudis to be like, all right, let it go quits. So they ended that war in 21. But now these Houthis have been in charge of Yemen the whole time since. You know, in the same way that it was like we fought this whole war to get the Taliban out of Afghanistan. Lost, like they just still run the whole place. And so these guys are still there. They have gone through what was the worst humanitarian crisis in the world from 2015 to 2021. They survived all of that, and they're still there. And now they see the same goddamn thing happening in Gaza. And they're the one, again, I'm not, like, this is their stated thing. I'm not saying, like, they're all great people or something. They're going, like, no, fuck that. We're standing up for the people in Gaza. And so they were like, as long as all of you guys are supporting Israel, just slaughtering all these people, then we're going to start, you know, like, trying to shut down these shipping lanes, which they don't really have the capacity to do. But they can hit some cargo ships and hit some military ships. How does this ever settle? How does this ever relax? Like, when you look at what happened in Gaza, and you think about the tensions that existed before October 7th, and then this happens, and then the Israeli attack happens. How does any come to a peaceful resolution? Well, it looks really bad right now, you know? And like what I always like to say, which I, you know, is
just tell myself something a little better about the situation. But that 50%, like, it is kind of, like, you look, you go around the world right now, and like, England is right next to Ireland, and everybody's just right. And that would have seemed like impossible, and like France and Germany, and what I mean? Like, there are all these countries where, like, there was a time where it just seemed impossible. And it was Egypt and Israel. That Egypt and Israel went to war 4 times in the first 20-something years of the existence of the state of Israel. They just kept going to war against each other. And then in the late 70s, they made a deal, and it was like a land for peace swap.
But isn't it part of the problem that Palestine is not stable? Like,
That's like the whole problem.
The whole thing is like, you can never come to peace if you never acknowledge that it exists.
Yeah, well, they've had it. So Israel took control of what are known as the occupied territories. They took control of Gaza and the West Bank in 1967. And it's one thing, I'm not saying it's ever justified, but like, it's one thing to like occupy an area for a few months after a war, as you're going to themselves, or maybe even a few years. But like, we're going into like 60 years of complete Israeli control over these people, and under Israeli control, they have zero rights whatsoever. I mean, like, they don't have the freedom of movement, they don't have freedom to trade with the outside world, they don't have voting rights, they don't have the right to due process. They get, if literally to this day, like in the West Bank, where there's like all these big Israeli settlements, because the Israelis are just constantly slowly stealing more Palestinians' land. If like an Israeli settlement in the West Bank, in the same jurisdiction, gets in a dispute with a Palestinian there, the Israeli citizen, he's a citizen of Israel, he has rights. He goes to a trial. The Palestinian goes in front of a military trial if he's lucky enough to get that. Something like a 99% conviction rate. You're just totally fucked. Like, and then look, a lot of people will point to like there's been terrorism on the Arab side toward the Israelis going back many years, but like, I think you're essentially right. You can't expect people to just be subjugated for eternity, and nobody's going to try to violently fight back. And of course, when they non-violently try to fight back, that gets squashed too. That gets met with violence. And the violence that Trump comes along and says,
We're going to take it. We're going to turn it into the Mediterranean, Middle East.
It's such a, man, I really just, and I say, listen, I know, like, the last time I was on election night, and I supported Donald Trump in this last election. I think Donald Trump was like a necessary force. Donald Trump is a once in a century type of figure. Yeah, I mean, there was just nobody was positioned to do the things that Donald Trump did, and there were like enormous positives that came out of him winning this election. I mean, Donald Trump landed a devastating blow on the Republican establishment in 2016 when he won the primary, and he landed a devastating blow against the Democratic establishment by winning the presidency this year. And he like destroyed the corporate media like in a way that nobody else could have done. And all of those things are like incredible achievements, But there is this like kind of tragedy with Donald Trump too, where it's like he's the one guy who's able to do all of this. And I will say there were hopes that it was like, hey, he maybe this time around, man, he's got a candidate there, he's got there's a gap there, he's got like, this is like a whole other
stop
thing.
that war in one day.
Yes, right. He's here to end the war. Also, like, he can't be burned by the system now. It's not just that they call him a Russian traitor or whatever. It's like they try to throw him in jail. Murder? Okay, this is maybe. No, I'm sorry. That was totally.
They had 5 phones.
A lot of times, as we all know, professions drop the bomb. Yes, that happens all the time. Many times, presidential candidates, the front runner to the president wants to get former presidents. A sniper gets a quick shot. Especially Harry Cohen. That guy was in a BlackRock commercial too. And a lot of those guys were in BlackRock commercials once, Joe. These are normal things that happen to normal people. It's part of everyday politics. So a lot of this made people think like maybe, but I he'll say already into Trump's presidency. It's just a lot of things like, shit. Now, I guess I got to be happy with the things that he did. But the idea that he's really figured this out, that he's really onto something, he's learned a lot. The guy is out there, he's saying we should primary Thomas Massey and throwing the support behind Lindsey Graham. I mean, come on.
What does Thomas Massey do in the market?
No, he didn't vote for the freaking spending bill. He voted against the CR because it increased spending, it was increasing the debt, and it was refunding all of the programs that Doge had recommended be cut. So he was like, no, I'm not voting for this. And Joe was like, well, I'm going to need you to vote for it. And he was like, no. And that's it. That's his crime. The same thing, same reason Trump hated him in 2020. Because he wouldn't vote for the COVID stuff. The country's locked down, that means we have to bail out every giant corporation. No, I'm not supporting this. And then Trump sent all his people to go, he's betraying America first or whatever. Because once Trump gets in there, he just wants, like, the next win. But, the real problem here is, like, the idea that we are going to go and ethnically cleanse, like, finish the job of ethnically cleansing the Palestinians out of Gaza on behalf of Israel. It's like, first of all, what do you think the reaction to that's going to be? What do you think that's going to do to our country here? It's like, I feel, it's like I see a lot of people who get very upset about what they call the rise of anti-Semitism, which certainly, according to my Twitter feed, is real. It's real. There's a lot of people.
Do you think is it a rise, or is it the ability to express it now been unlocked? Or
I don't know. Maybe both. I have a tough time kind of figuring out exactly what it is. It's also there's a troll aspect to it. There's you make one thing, the thing that you're not allowed to say, and the thing that's going to get the rise out of everybody. This has been true, and it's been building for many years. Kind of the alt-right back in the day was kind of the first, version of this, but where you could be some guy just on your computer, you could be a 15-year-old, right, on your phone or whatever, and you could get, the New York Times senior editor to go, look at this, right? Just the ability to provoke that reaction out of somebody that's fun. Shit first, yes, that's fun, and you're handing this person who has no power, like some real kind of power. Right. I also think that young men today, particularly like young straight white men, I think it's kind of hard, like for me and you, to even understand the world they grew up in. It's very different than the world we grew up. Like they grew up in this world, and okay, now it's kind of like that's receded and wokeism has been defeated, but they grew up in a time where racialism was accepted by every powerful institution, just against them. Like it was totally fine to demonize straight white men at your high school, at your college, in your movies, in your TV shows, in your politicians, celebrities, everybody. And that does, like, it unlocks a certain thing that we kind of all had a gentleman's agreement to not unlock. We're just not going to do that. We don't want to be like racialists. And so I think that's a component to it too. But there's also no question that it's exploded since Israel's launched this war on Gaza.
Yeah, and it's exploded on the left, which you never heard anti-Jewish sentiment in public spaces before. You really never saw that on campuses. If Israel did something, you may see a protest, but it was generally it was organic. These don't seem organic. They seem very funded, and they're very disruptive. And some universities experience vandalism and fires and crazy shit, and people being threatened and doxxed. It's different. It's a different level of it than I think we've ever seen before, and it's created a giant divide on the left, right? Because on the left you have a lot of people that are their whole life they've been supporting Israel, right? And now all of a sudden there's these Palestine people that are also on the left. It's the divide of the left.
Yeah,
You know?
and there was that divide goes back like there were leftist divides with the Israel-Palestine question going back to like 1967, where most of the kind of like the Black Power, the Black Panthers, the Nation of Islam, those guys, they all sided with the Palestinians because they all saw it as like an extension of like, yeah, that's the whole, we're against this kind of like racist colonizing, like force. And then of course there were a lot of influential Jewish people on the left who were like, no, not in this case, we're okay with it. But you guys sure are right about all that civil rights stuff. But like, no, it's not like over there. But so a lot of that is kind of reemerged. Now I do also, I don't know. Like I talked to one kid who was like a grad student at Columbia, which was really like the center of so many of these protests, and he's Jewish. And I was like, so what's it like there? He was like, yeah, they're in the one, they're Latins and they're chants of like, I don't really know what they mean by it. And I was like, do you ever feel like threatened or anything? Like it's fine, just chill as you walk by. And then I do know also that they had at least one time they had like a Seder service with because they had like Jewish people in those protest movements too. And so they last Passover a year ago, they had like a Seder service with the Jews like in there too. So I don't know like what percentage of them are like just against the war and seeing pictures of dead babies and stuff like that. What percentage of them are actually like hard resentment toward Jewish people? Like, it's kind of hard to measure. But I would just say that like it almost in a very similar way to like what I was talking about with the Trump war against Al Qaeda, just made it stronger. It's like hey, if you want to see less Al Qaeda, maybe stop having the American military kill innocent civilians in their land because that seems to be fueling them. People are so concerned about the rise of anti-Semitism. Like, okay, well, it has exploded since Israel's been doing this to Gaza, right? So, like, maybe the U.S. shouldn't be funding the whole goddamn conflict because that does seem to like at least give those people a giant talking point to latch on to. Maybe we shouldn't have a system where like our political class is not allowed to criticize a foreign government. And a foreign government that's gotten us into like 7 wars. They've played a large role in getting us into those wars explicitly. Not like alleging some secret conspiracy. That's like Benjamin Netanyahu is John McCain. Right. Like he's been telling us Iran has a nuke. He's been telling us they're 5 years away from a nuke since I was 7. Literally, he's been saying Iran is 5 years away from a nuke the entire time. And he came over here to testify before Congress in 2002 that as a regional expert in Florida, which was Saddam Hussein to oversee this region and all these positive reparations, and because you also got to overthrow the regime in Iran, and you also got to overthrow Gaddafi, and like every single one of these things, we not Iran, still pushing back, but we went and overthrew Saddam Hussein, we went and overthrew Gaddafi, and I don't know what swept the region, but it wasn't democracy.
I remember in the early 2000s when I realized there was 2 fighting factions of Islam. I was like, what? Yeah. And then Saddam Hussein had actually kept that from boiling over because he was in control.
Yeah, no, I remember learning it too, right around the same time. So, like, you told me there were shirts and skins over there
fighting against each other. Like, what do they? Do you know the difference between Sunni and Shia?
I mean, I know that they're different sects of Islam, but in terms of like the religion itself,
like the Catholics versus the Protestants.
Yeah, I think it's something like that. Like it's always the people with the like most minor interpretations of the differences who like go to the war most aggressively. Right. You know what I mean? Like it's like the Catholics and the Protestants. You know, like you agree on 95% of this religion, but like whatever.
You didn't know about that conflict in Israel, but Christians going to war with other Christians in different sects, like brutal, horrible wars.
Especially when you could like read about Jesus and you'd be like, this doesn't seem to be what he's saying at all, man. Like
the helm of this fucking battleship.
It's unbelievable to me that, and I'm not going to be any type of religious expert, and I'm not a Christian, but it is unbelievable to me that anybody could be a Christian and could then now do the mental gymnastics and rationalization to be like, and that's why you got to support every war. That's why we got to fight every single one of these wars. Because, just like that guy Jesus told us, slaughter women and babies. It seems like the opposite of his message from my humble understanding of it.
So the argument of that, the argument you have to be ready.
That's the argument, right? Like we have to go to war with Iran, a country that doesn't have nuclear weapons or an air force capable of delivering them.
And it's so convenient. So convenient that they torture their students. They execute Olympic gold medalists in wrestling because they protested with the government. It's so convenient.
Well, it's all shit going on all over the world. It's terrible that there is. But isn't it interesting? Like even after the war, like I did a debate at Princeton University a few months back against Josh Hammer, who was executive editor of Newsweek, and we did like a bunch of debate on whether the U.S. should support Israel. And one of the things he said to me, he was talking about like all this integrated strategy, 7 countries in 5 years, and he was like, "Oh, the war in Libya, that was a totally separate thing. That was like a liberal interventionist war." And I was like, "Well, it sure is a coincidence that it was one of the 7 countries." You know what I mean? Like, what a wild coincidence. That the government we decided to overthrow was the exact government that 4-star General Wesley Clark told me we were planning on overthrowing way before any of these claims about how Gaddafi would.
All these bullshit was wild. Yeah, the Libyan one's wild. We see how good of a leader he was, obviously. No question.
An eccentric fella.
Yeah, definitely a piece of shit. However, for the people that lived there, they got no interest loan. They had incredible infrastructure. Their economy's doing well. They were at peace.
I think it's one of the richest countries in Africa, which is, pretty incredible. But
Then, a few years later, after we invade, in part we helped, we assisted. It becomes a failed state, and they have slave auctions on YouTube.
that's right.
Now, I've heard it's recovered somewhat. People reach out from Libya and tell me Tripoli's actually not bad.
It's doing better than it was. But also, and the other part of this is that this was a huge contributing factor to the migrant crisis in Europe. Like all these things do have like these domino effects. Whereas, so then Gaddafi also was trying to like not allowing that to happen. And then you had these huge numbers of refugees pouring into Europe. Then you see the rise of,
but it seems like they're wanting. This is where it gets really strange. I had a conversation with someone about this that didn't understand it, and we were going over civil unrest and how the use of civil unrest. One of the things that civil unrest does do really well is it makes people want to have measures to stop civil unrest that ultimately erode liberties. Yeah. It's a really good strategy. So if you want to take away people's guns, take away the right to protest, one of the best things to do is to release as many criminals as you can and flood your city with violence and crime. The more violence and crime you have, the more people get freaked out. The more people get freaked out, the more likely they are to give in to new measures. That's exactly. And you do that worldwide.
Well, you can watch it.
But also, let's talk about Europe, okay? In particular, let's talk about Germany. Let's just talk about the UK. What have they been doing besides letting in immense numbers of migrants? One thing they've been doing is arresting people for Facebook posts. They're arresting people for stepping out of line. So they're moving closer and closer to totalitarianism. And if you look at the numbers of people, that have been arrested or just one of them was someone just got arrested, pulled out of his house for a Facebook post saying he didn't like the Palestinian flag. This is wild stuff. It's wild stuff. And thousands of arrests, not just. You see Constantine Thyssen talking to someone about this. He's explaining like Russia imprisoned 400 people for posts on social media. That's crazy, right? How many think the UK did? 4,000. Thousands of people are getting arrested in the UK, and you're only seeing some of them. You're seeing the people that are filming it at the time who have the wherewithal to grab a cell phone a lot of people just by themselves and just got scooped up.
What was it? It was 60 Minutes. You know, he's like lawyers. They were sitting there like kind of like asking like, so would this post be okay? Right. Could I say something? And they're like, well, posting is actually much worse than just saying it. I mean, like, it's really big. But you're so right. You're so spot on about this kind of like this like 1-2 parts of like stabilization and then government coming with the solution. Yeah. It's Harry Brown. He's deceased now. He's a brilliant guy. He was like he ran for president of the Libertarian Party in '96 to 2000. But he used to say the government breaks your leg and then offers you a crutch. And then, like, they convince you to be thankful for the crutch. And you're like, hey, man, if this government wasn't here, I wouldn't have a crutch. I'd be walking around with broken legs. But you see it where, like, look, even if you just watch, I remember, like, during 2020, when the George Floyd thing first happened, and I forget, like, whatever the autopsy, the one autopsy that's expected, all that killed him, like, leaving that, all of that aside. Just with the video of that showed him kneeling on this guy's neck, he's on the ground, he's trying to take his smiling at him, and the guy got everybody I mean, it was so unified. Hardcore right wingers, you know, my Fox News watching his father-in-law. I was at his house the day it happened, and he goes, every one of those cops people in there, sometimes national television, because they should all be charged for murder. Like, it was, you know, that was like, you cannot do this. And then, after the riot started in the summer, all those same people were like, send in the military. You know, like you just see how like someone can so quickly go from like, you know, we really need some police reform. There's too much state power to police. So after the riots, what are you looking for? Who's going to stop that? Martial law? Yeah, like we need the government to come in and crack down more police power than ever before. So you can see, like, and that's just like a little scale. You can see how much that and sometimes very understandably so. Like in that example, very understandably so. Because you're like, well, I don't know. Like, I'm totally against like the militarization of the police. But when you have these huge riots across every major city in the country, you're like, well, I guess this is the one time we have a reason to have it. And by the way, we need to stop it. Let it go. It's all the George Floyd one was fast. It wasn't a setup. It was just an organic moment where someone was filming some guy who had a guy. Now, was he on his neck or was he on his shoulder? I keep hearing people online saying he was on his shoulder. Maybe that might be right. The thing is, on the neck, you're really going to go out. You're going to sleep. You know, if the guy's really crushing your neck like that, you're going to, like, anybody who thinks it's not a big deal, get someone who knows how to put weight on the knee. It's right on the neck, no question at all. Okay, that will put you to sleep for the most part. And that will definitely contribute to breathing, depending upon how much weight he actually has on that neck and how strong George Floyd is. Now imagine this guy's already fucked up. He's using large heart, he's on fentanyl, he's already fucked up. But would he have died without this happening? Well, from what I understand, what people want to say it was an over. Well, maybe, you know, it certainly he had more health because of drug use, and it certainly must have contributed. But are you saying that wouldn't have a giant effect on someone in poor health? Like if you did that to an old man with empathy, if you had some guys who smoked cigarettes for 50 years, and you got on his neck, you could fucking die right there. Whereas if you didn't get on his neck, you probably lived for a long time. Right, and you can't say it was the smoking that killed him if it was that. Right. Remember Eric Gardner? If Eric Gardner, people were saying, you know, he died because he's fat and had a heart attack. I was like, no, dude, that guy's choking. And if you don't think that guy's choking him, let me grab your neck like that. You don't think that's a choke? Because it's one arm? I'll put you to sleep with one arm. Yeah, right. Oh, yeah. You can put someone to sleep. I watch UFC players get put to sleep. Professional fighters get put to sleep. Professional world champion. And Sean Brady choked out Leon Edwards. For the most part, it was a one-arm piece. Remember when Bronco got, like,
Like it might be one-arm guillotine. Yeah, Ortiz got somebody with that one-arm guillotine is legit.
Oh, and anybody who's like, anybody who like knows what they're doing, who's grappling anyone who doesn't know what they're doing, they can all one arm choke you out.
They're saying, oh, he just restrained him. No. When you restrain someone, you get their arms behind their back, you pin their weight down. You can just restrain the guy with your body weight. If you have a good, you're on top. He's face down. Your hooks in. He's on one hip. You flatten him out, underhook him, you pull his arms out, cuffs him. The guy wasn't resisting it at all. So that was another one, right? But these are real moments. These are organic moments. They're not setups before they could capitalize on those fucking things. And then when you see public officials going with this swarm of narrative, the swarm of narrative was defund the police. Like, are you guys out of your fucking mind? In the middle of these riots, you're going to go against the police instead of going against the rioters? You have one bad cop. That bad cop should be prosecuted, or something should happen. You should be, if the guy died of an overdose, at the very least, what he's doing seems to be brutal. Yeah, and unnecessary. Yeah, unnecessary and brutal. The guy's not resisting. You put your weight on his back. It's hard enough. It's so hard to get up if someone has their fucking knee on your back. It's so hard to get up, especially if you're out of shape and you have a large heart and you're on fentanyl.
There's also 7 cops, and he wasn't. I mean, I watched the whole body. He was clearly fucked up, and he was clearly having like a neck attack. Yeah, but he wasn't like being like violent with the cops. He wasn't a threat. I get
cops get so much of their experiences with one individual. This guy had a long criminal record. People who worked that area probably all knew him. Didn't Derek Chauvin together somewhere?
Yeah, I remember hearing that. Security,
somewhere.
They were doing something.
So they knew each other. But yeah, so it's probably some kid back involved in that DM in there.
It's all right, quite possibly. It's also one of those things where, like, it is. Look, most of the time, someone will die. Right, if you do that. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. But there is
Most of the time, something.
yes, that's also true. And if the body can't footage comes out, it's usually much later, so it's not kind of like as a media thing. Also, usually every single media outlet in the entire United States of America, in the middle of a lockdown, doesn't play the video on repeat all day, every single night. Because there was no reason. The thing about George Floyd that was crazy is that there was no reason for it to be a national story, and there was no reason for it to be a racial story. Like, it wasn't really.
Why do you think there would be no reason for it to be a national story when a cop kills
Well, I just
guy for a false $20 bill?
No. I should. When I say that, okay, I'm not saying there's no like story there. I'm saying there wasn't. Our country is 330 million people. There are a number of these incidents that happen every year. Not like crazy high number, but like there's a few hundred of these every year. This one kind of seemed to get picked as like we're all gonna run through this right now.
That's a Rodney King. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I guess, okay, that is a fair point. The Rodney King one was a bit different. Number one, the video element that was way crazy. Nobody had ever seen it. No one has. There's a guy with a giant thing who happens to be on a balcony at the right time. And also, they beat the never loving shit out of him. Like, it was, they were just after he was down, they just kept going right after he was going. But the other thing that I always thought was like, you kind of the George Floyd thing. It's not like there was like any element in there where like they called the N word or there was some type of like racial like thing. Like it didn't ever seem to be that there was any reason to believe that like not even a giant white dude making out on drugs doing the exact same thing. It wouldn't have done the exact same way.
Right.
So
It's true. It's post Rodney King. It is a white guy on the neck of a black guy.
But there was also an Asian cop and a black cop.
But they weren't doing the kneeling, and they also got prosecuted.
That's a fair point. That is a fair point.
Didn't they get prosecuted?
I think he's the murder. I
think the Asian cop got prosecuted as well. He what other cops do prosecuting? I think it's one of those things where you're supposed to step in and say, well, I can't get off his back.
I think that's totally reasonable.
Yeah.
Like he was totally.
Because like, I want to know, was he on his neck the whole time? Because I heard that he was on his shoulder. And they, but that is on his neck. So it's like, yeah, I have to go watch that horrible video over again. Yeah, it's all shit. I was watching one of the this guy showing what happened to his child. It's just so fucked. And then there was going to be a child performance. So it's so level of people. Destroyed the whole goddamn place. I saw one. It's hard. I saw one estimate said that 98% of the population has been Yeah, I'm good. Find that guy and train him. That's your Rambo. But it is yeah, that was the Asian guy. All right, yeah, I think you kind of have your responsibility. And then there's also the level of fentanyl. We've discussed people keep saying that he died of overdose. But I don't believe the level of fentanyl in his body was enough to control. You know how LD rates work now. I lethal dose 50% of the population. That's how they determine whether it's. So the problem is, you get 100 people, give them all the same amount of stuff, 50. So that's how you find what the LD drugs. So when you have something like fentanyl, these guys like a veteran fentanyl. Probably has a very high tolerance. I don't. And he's huge. He's a big dude. He was obviously dying from drug. He was in a large heart. He was fucked up, and the levels, though, when they were like at the threshold, yeah, a nanogram, fentanyl 11 nanograms of deciliter. This is higher than chronic pain patient. If he were found dead at home alone and no other apparent causes, this could be accepted. Call on overdose. Deaths have been certified. Level 3, so level of 3. He was at 11, so deaths have been certified at a level of 3. Nanograms, he was at 11 nanograms. I am not saying this killed him. Fentanyl metabolite for a NP. I think this is non-commercial. Meth, 19. Oh, we have meth too. 19 nanograms per deciliter. This is relative low. So that's bad for your heart. From video FC, it appears like his knee is on the side of the neck, not where the structures are. That doesn't mean anything. That's a person who can choke. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, doctor. Put the knee on your neck, bitch. Breathe deep. Yeah, right. What are you talking about? That's so creepy. That's not going to crush you. Yeah, no, that's so stupid. It crushes everything. If I get on your neck here, you're not doing something. None of this is going to work. Look, when you have a big neck, you can die from your tongue. You know that? People die. I have sleep apnea like football players. They go swallow their tongue closes over the back of their mouth. They have so much neck tissue that their air hole gets smaller. Right now, I want you to imagine someone compressing that neck tissue with 210 pounds of body weight, all positioned on their knee. Yeah. Bro, you can do it. Someone to sleep that way. But they'll die. If you hold on to it, they'll die. It's indefensible. And it's crazy. And
how is Richie spelled again?
And I think because we had kind of like the appropriate reaction.
But then they're trying to say they got cops gave these chokeholds. Well, that's crazy too. Because you shouldn't be able to. If you're a cop, you got to be able to choke people. Like if you get some wild, messed up fucking dude and he's attacking cops and he's got his shirt off and fucking swastikas on his chest, and you want to strangle that guy? Put him away. Put him asleep, and you can cuff him. You can do that. Go to sleep. In fact, it might be the safest thing for
Much
him.
safer way than like teasing someone and then where they stiffen up and just fall over.
If he just choked George Floyd out and then cuffed him, yeah, that would be way better for everyone. Yeah, like a real simple 5-second rear naked choke. He goes like temporarily, cuff him, he wakes up. None of the truck coming to his neck, none of that shit, none of the 4 minutes, whatever it was, seconds.
No nationwide riots.
No nationwide riots. It's
Maybe
real
they would have been
simple.
for a different reason. But
It's just a jujitsu move, and then you cuff them. And the man, being a cop is the most fucking thankless, psychotic job in this country. And every day they pull up the cars and they worry that they're getting shot. Everybody's they pull up the fucking tinted windows and they get blasted.
yeah, I just saw one today.
There's just so many.
And it was crazy. When I saw it today too, was like if there was photos in the hotel, like it was something they had to stop and they were just like, hey, what is this your car? And like totally cool. They're just like, okay, license. I don't have my license on. And if you drive without the license, all right, so I'm gonna have to ask you to step in and shoot one of the cops, and everyone gets behind the car, so shoot back. It's like, yeah, no, listen, I get it. That's gotta be a crazy thing to, you know, it's like I remember hearing a baseball player say once, he was like, it was the toughest thing about being like the outfield is that like every single, you think about the game, like every single net, you go to a meeting like, oh, is it coming to me? And then it's just like, not. I get this, you know, you gotta like be ready for that one time, like it is coming to you. And I imagine it's something like that, but the cops are like, every routine traffic stop, I gotta be a little bit concerned about that. On the other hand, that is the job, and there are expectations when you're, you know, if your salary is paid by the people's taxes, like the standard has to be. But standards, right? There's a standard for fighting wars. The standard should just always be, you absolutely have to do this. You know, like if you don't have to, like the Aaron Gardner, yes, like you have to do this. So, okay, selling okay, there's got to be something. I understand not to. Right. And I understand, like, maybe there's, like, human beings get them creative. If I understand saying, okay, there's the guy outside the store, has to, you know, sell cigarettes with the tax on them. He gets to sell these Lucy cigarettes. It's working this guy's business. If he's asking to leave, he has. We're talking about selling loose cigarettes outside the store. You just don't need to bring this level of violence, you know, for this situation. And, you know, it's one of the things like, I know it's like we were talking about the other day, with the Trump deportation stuff, where it's like it's an interesting moment that we're in right now, because you have, if you remember Trump's first term, this was one of the biggest kind of like controversies that he lost a lot of public support over, was the kids in cages. Right. And, okay, well, they, yes, they were built under the Obama administration. It's kind of bullshit. They took some pictures of the kid crying, and it wasn't even really about Trump deportation, but the media likes it. But there is something about, you know, like in the civil rights movement, you know, Martin Luther King and those guys, they picked Birmingham, Alabama. Like they knew what they were, you know, and they were going to get this reaction. And then it could be on TV, and they almost forced the American people to watch these young black men in suits and ties have fire hoses and dogs sticked on them, and even for the 1960s American person, I mean, harbored like some significant degree of prejudice. Even for them, just seeing that, it's like, oh, Jesus. I can't see that. You know what I mean? And there is something with, you know, the U.S. has had just an insane immigration policy, really since 1965. But I mean, the Biden immigration policy was just like the most insane policy. Joe Biden seems to me like it's part of his legacy. He seems to move the country further away on immigration than you could have imagined. He's got super majorities of the Americans past deportations. But it's like there's a difference between being a little bit racist against black people and being able to watch, cops up with these German shepherds on black dudes in suits and ties. It's one thing to kind of believe how many people who are here now we got to go back. It's another thing to like watch it unfold and see what type of net. I'll just say this, like I'm assuming what I was saying like earlier about the signal stuff. If there were so many efforts to like sabotage Donald Trump's first presidency. In this moment, if you really want to see those deportations, if you really want to see that, as most Americans do, you finally won the argument. You finally won the day. You've now got two majorities of the American people on your side and elected a president that is his signature. The last thing you would want to do is go round up 234 of them with no due process and send them to the most brutal prison in El Salvador and get some of them like, what the fuck are we and get some of them wrong? Yeah, and that's the thing. You're seeing things that happen in mass deportations. I mean, in large numbers. Like, there have been deportations. They've already kind of slowed down. But we have tens of millions of illegal immigrants in the country. But that's not what they're looking for. What they're looking for. And here's allegedly, right? This is what we hope. Here's the problem that bothers me. I had a friend who's a cop tell me about the tell people about this. They have floaters, right? And I said, so it's basically like glorified revenue collectors. I said, pretty much. I'm not writing tickets, it's going to come down on me. Like, imagine a day where everybody made a decision, like for the next 60 days, collectively as a country, no one's going to violate any traffic laws. Everyone's going to stop to complete halt at every stop sign. No one's going to go a mile an hour above speed limit. What happens? What do these cops do? They have rules. So you're assuming that people will always break the law forever. And if they don't, do you adjust? Do you fire the cops? Do you cut your budget? What do? Do you remember when this happened? It was over 10 years ago. There was they had this like unofficial police like swoop down where they were upset. I can't remember the exact word, but it was the head of the police said that he was like, you will only be enforcing like violent crimes. It was only to stop for excess. It was only to stop the first controversy. They're like, oh, hold on. All controversy, which already I thought was so hilarious. That was the threat from cops. It's like, we're only going to arrest violent criminals. That's probably what we should be doing again. Yeah. And so then, like, all these, and everything was fine, by the way. There wasn't a rise in violent crime. It was just, they just stopped doing it. The revenue started to come back. And then they, like, whipped the cops into getting back to it. Like, they were, like, threatening their pensions and shit. And they were like, yo, you cannot do this. You gotta keep police for profit. It's crazy. It's crazy. The other day, like, tickets are kind of nuts. It's like, you have to give us money because you went too fast. Well, I've always said the incentive that everybody, everyone agrees is going to work. Yeah. I always thought, like, we should stop speeding on it. Yeah, well, right, we will find a way. I always thought there was something really up there that I've heard some progressives talk about this, but it never seemed to like get that much traction. But there is something about like giving a ticket that's like it just seems so regressive in terms of like it's so much more punitive for poor people, less people. Oh yeah, and it's toward the left, and it's the same number for all of this. You know what I mean? Like sometimes. No, I'm not sure. I know. This is the way. This is the problem. Is that progressives will take that and go, oh, okay, so that means it's up and on the rich people. It's like, no, that's not what I'm saying. But like, you end up a $75 ticket to somebody making like $400 a week, and you're like, Jesus Christ, like that is devastating to that person. Yeah. Whereas like you had a $75 ticket to like a rich person, it's kind of like, that's a reasonable punishment for that. I mean, anyway, I'm not advocating this. Like, I'm not I don't care about that. But
that's not a good idea. But it is a strange thing that there are revenue collectors who are also dishonest. Like, it seems like that should be a completely different thing. It seems like cops shouldn't be pulling people over because you're fucking people. That seems like a totally different proposition. Yep. The problem is they pull people over for doing stupid. A large percent of them are carrying drugs. A lot of them with fucking bricks in the back of their car. That's the craziest thing about guys who are trafficking drugs. They're trafficking like fucking 30 pounds of fentanyl and they get pulled over for speeding.
it's like what? Oh, dude.
They're cooked up and they're fucking driving fast. And they got a truck full of fucking illegal guns and cocaine and meth. Why aren't you going so slow and cautious? Why aren't you using your blinker? You should be listening to country music on your radio. You should have a Cat Diesel hat on. You should be nice and calm and slow. God, just go about your day.
By definition, these people aren't making the wisest decisions.
No, you get to drive your fucking car filled with meth.
It's not as easy as you think. You really gotta, you can't just put a Craigslist ad up or whatever.
Right.
I'm sure you gotta go through some sketchy channels.
Now this Tom Holland guy sending everybody across the border, he can't even get the next day.
Oh, Jesus. I mean, that guy is, that's funny where, like, he's, I can't believe he's kind of like the guy you want. You gotta, hard ass and do this. But when you do start getting these concerns about these processes, his response, it was in some interview where they were asking him about due process for reporting, and he's like, what's the girl due process for like erosion due process for murder? Like, yeah, but that's not what due process is. You gotta make sure murder victims don't get due process. That's why it's illegal to murder somebody. And even by the way, in that case, her killer got due process and got convicted of murder. You know what I mean? Like, that's the whole point. And just, again, like I was saying, it seems there's a few moves that the Trump administration has made so far. And I don't know who was in his ear and who was convinced him to pursue this policy. But, like, again, if you wanted to pursue, like, mass deportations, which I understand, I think there's a strong case. I mean, look, he did a great job of stopping the flow, which was job number one. That was his best line in his history. It was like Democrats kept saying he legislation that closed the border to the president, which is shockingly true. Like, it is unbelievable how it went from record high border crossings under Biden to record low border crossings over Donald Trump. And I do think that so much of that is just that it's a real difficult journey, and people feel like, oh, Trump's in there. Obviously, we're not going to go out there. They just won't go through it. I also do think that Donald Trump is fundamentally correct with his idea that, like, you don't have a nation if you don't have borders. Like, you can't listen to the idea, at least I'm not saying this is really how it works, but the idea is that we are a free country because we have self-government. In other words, the American people get to decide how many people we bring in here and how many we don't. And that is, at this point, nobody actually feels that for sure, but it is more difficult in the country. But my God, if you wanted to start deporting people who are legal residents, who are not violent criminals, because they voted pro-Palestinian op-ed, you're diving into the most contentious issue, and then taking one side of that, and then, like, this just seems like it's almost as if you're trying to poison the possibility to ever really have mass deportations. It just seems so counterproductive by his own stated goals. And there's so many layers of it that are hard to unpack for the average person. It's really hard to unpack, especially for, like, tried and true, no matter who Democrats, is this idea that they were bringing people into this country, moving them into swing states, getting them on Social Security, giving them money and incentives, and also to government programs that would get them eventually to be voters. Yeah, and these voters would vote for that party and be that party. So in that sense, that's the big one that a lot of people that are left-wing people have a
response. They don't believe that's true. No, but what about when Texas sent those people up to New York? You know, the governor of Texas sent people to New York, right? But do you know that New York's not a swing state? Yeah, he did that. But why did he do that? He did that in his big fuck you to New York for turning for the government, turning a blind eye to the problem and saying, okay, you think this isn't a problem? I'm going to send this problem to you. You have a sanctuary city. You have a sanctuary city. Oh, that's cute. I'll send you thousands and thousands of people that you're going to have to take care of. And he did. Then that's even weirder because then they took all the fucking luxury hotels. And deal with it. I think it was in Pakistan owns one of those hotels.
Oh, is that
Yeah. Who owns the big one that was in Jennifer Lopez? Hot name. Remember that movie?
I never saw it, but I think
I watched the recent one. This was ridiculous. Like she's a 10. She's like this poor little sad face. Pakistan International Airlines is own the structure. They own the Roosevelt. So the Roosevelt's an iconic hotel in New York City, and they get paid by the federal government, or they did get paid by the federal government to house immigration immigrants. And they give them food, they give them money. And they're like, what do you do? Like, if you're allowing these people to vote regional elections, okay, essentially now you fought regional elections. And if you want them to eventually become United States citizens, you don't have their citizenship, which all good people want, Cape Span. Okay, now you have voters. And if you do that in mass, which they did, they brought people in the state invited to help people. Red Cross was giving them maps. This is how you do it. They had stops along the way. We give water. You walk right through, and everybody just gets to be on a bus, and you get shipped off to swing states. That literally happened. And people on the left did not want to address it. They wanted to deny it. It was an attempt to take off.
yeah, and I'll say I know this because I'm like, this is, I guess, one of the benefits of like getting older and paying attention. And this shit is like, I remember shit 15, 20 years ago. Like, I was paying attention just then, and I remember all of them admitting this was their plan. Like, literally, all of them, Joy Reid and Rachel Maddow and all, they used to call it the browning of America. And they used to openly brag about how the Democrat will have super permanent majorities forever. Because look like, hey, you all died like Republicans. Like, sorry, that's it for you as a team. Because vote overwhelmingly for a Democrat, and we're going to be a majority, minority country, and then a majority Hispanic country. And then the Democrats rule the day forever. So this is just, Mitt Romney or whoever's running for president right now, this is the dying throes of the end. But then, when people started objecting to that policy, and they called it the browning of America, and when people objected to it, they would call it like replacement or whatever. And then they go, you're not allowed to say that. That means you're a Nazi. But I just heard you say it. Like 5 years ago, I heard you say it. And then, yeah, and then there was also my first mistake. One of the other big hills of this was the way they attempted to really fail. The way they attempted to make voter ID like a toxic racist policy, which was so like the logic of it just collapses on itself. Because if it's first of all, it was like some bigotry of low expectations. Imply that black people are like just can't figure out how to get ID. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Do you remember that? That was the crazy. Who was that? The black dude who made that video. It was the funniest guy. I think you sent it to me. It was like there was like a computer. Yeah, it was like trying to find it. It was so goddamn funny. Where you're like, that's literally what you're saying. Like, I don't know.
And it's like spliced, like on the left side of it. Her explaining that black people are looking at it. Black inner city kids, they don't know what a computer is.
Well, I mean, like, just basic logic. Requiring ID is racist. Like, that's one of the big problems in this country that we should be looking at. Like, is there any really deep recent memory of everybody because you have your own code? Right, yeah, which then, and then that was fine. So now that, and when that, by the the way, disproportionately affected minorities.
Yeah.
No progressives seem to care about that. It was overwhelmingly black people, wildly disproportionately black people and immigrants who just refused the vaccine. By the way, let the record show, they were smarter than everybody else. Oh, yeah.
Overwhelming.
You got called out by Anthony Fauci and Joe Biden for fucking being right, for being absolutely right. Okay, it's so wild too that was only 3 years ago, 4 years ago, when you said that your advice to young people was to just be really healthy, and that was like a national controversy. You just think back upside down.
It was also people doing the man's job before them. It was everybody piled up. Everybody, especially once you got the shot yourself, you're like, I did it right now. Because you knew
On some level,
absolutely. It's medication. Anytime you get medication, you know it's risky. Anytime it's a pharmaceutical drug, it's novel new way where it turns your entire body into a vaccine or a spike protein factory. The other way, which is the toxic aspect of getting the disease is the spike protein, so your body's going to produce it itself. And the ATs were like, I don't know. And it was also way past. We had already figured out that, like, if you are very, very sick, yes, this is even so more important. We do very long ago realized it wasn't a good culture. So there was no justification whatsoever to force kids to be vaccinated. Yeah, California did it. They did it to schools. They did it everywhere. And the fact that they pulled that off, and then a couple of years later, they're like, yeah. That's racist. California, you're not allowed to show ID. You're not allowed to show ID.
So, like, come on. I mean, listen, obviously, there's a reason for all of this. It's not just you can't just show your ID voting and decide to make this the issue that they carved out and try to pretend you are somehow racist or you were somehow infringing on voting rights by requiring an ID. And so, look like this did a couple things happen. Number one, they totally tried to public opinion against this level of integration. And number two, the coalition ended up winning a bigger percentage of the Latino vote than I think the Republican came up right, which is really, I mean, especially after Tony Hinchcliffe. I think Tony Hinchcliffe, he might have gotten number one votes. It seemed like nobody takes the joke better. It is, by the way, there is something talking about that where and this has been a theme for years in the country, but Tony was a great example of that. But we're like, for all their talk about diversity and racism and all of this, what they always seem to do is try to impose white lady values on minorities. You know what I mean? Like, just imagine. There's a great way to put it. It's always white lady values. It's always, who's really offended by a joke? As we both know, Joe, as professional comedians for many years, black people just get very offended by jokes. No, they fucking don't. That's white women. That's white women shit. That's not Latinos or African Americans. They're the ones who make a joke the best, especially a good joke. Oh, yeah, but also, like, the more offensive, the better. Like, I love that shit. By and large, there's exceptions. There's exceptions, for sure, but Puerto Ricans, like, around Puerto Ricans, they're fun, and they talk a lot of shit. It's part of the culture. Yep. And so it's like you're trying to, there's something about it that was always like, it's always the liberal push for diversity is always like, we want different shades of people in our culture. You know what I mean? Like, it's never like, there was never a thing where it's like, oh, we're going to go into the forest and we're going to adopt your culture. That's not what we're talking about. Which is why the people are, that's a big part of it. That's a problem. They go after black Republicans so hard. And Mark, I think they go after a lot of white Republicans. Oh, go in some cases much more viciously. Yeah, I mean, and I think like someone before that put her free, boot camp before pissing off all the Israelis was that she's already been through the fire. Yeah, she's been an outspoken black female conservative, and that's like they really hate that because they do kind of view it as like, which is fucked up in a way, but it really is kind of like they decide what they're the champion of women and black people, and therefore, if you're a black woman, it's your responsibility to support these little white women.
She used to. That's right. She went from being very young. She was liberal, and then she was also a hardcore Zionist at one point. Like, very big supporter of Israel, and that's changing about that. But it is, there is a viciousness which those people get attacked. I do think, and I think I said this the last time I was on, but I still do think that in many ways that's the best part of Donald Trump. It's just a cultural phenomenon. Where it does seem like there's been a big shift in action of all of that shit. I had dinner with Daryl last night. With Daryl Cooper, and with Scott Wood. And we were talking a little bit about this, but like, what happened first of all? I played a record show for both good and bad. I was promoting that before everybody else was. I was the first. But I was like, yo, this guy's podcast is amazing. Really is. There was something so interesting about it. Tucker, the backlash against it, the fact that he did absolutely nothing to harm him, and his podcast just shot up on all the charts, and now more people than ever are listening to his stuff. Like, there is like, and I've seen a lot of this. I've gotten into some arguments with some like Constantine and Sam arguments. I respect him very much. I like him a lot. He's very smart. But there are like there are these tactics that are being used by many people who have been opposing Hogan for a very long time. And I think it's interesting how much people have woken up to that, but how much people like kind of recognize that now, and that stuff is just being rejected. And like on the most basic level, the thing, first of all, the fact that there was such an outrage for what the per se, like Tucker Carlson podcast, already proves the point. It already proves the point that you're like, no, this is insane. This is insane that is like, you're not even, you can't even like have a conversation about these things. There's massive pile-on. It's not only that, these majorities that got stuck on him, that got stuck on me for platforming him. I read Joe Rogan had a Nazi apologist and Holocaust denier. Well, or skeptic. I think he's the Holocaust skeptic. I forget what term they use. But none of those things are true. And none of them, I mean, he's got this big, I got very excited for it, but he's putting together this big piece on World War II. And like, none of them are going to come back and go, oh, I apologize. No, they're totally not doing that at all. If they weren't, they would have listened to Fear and Loathing in the New Jerusalem. Well, I said this. We were arguing about it on Twitter. I go, listen, just take, I called it my non-work challenge. Just take my non-work challenge, okay? All it takes is an hour at a time. Listen to the first 30 minutes of Fear and Loathing in the New Jerusalem, and then listen to the 30 minutes in the, like, another piece after that. I love it, but it's from the history of Fear and Loathing left off up to like the 80s. And there was a, it started like around, but anyway, he had a half-hour chunk that was on Jews suffering in World War II. And I was like, so listen to these 2.5 hours. And you tell me if it is conceivably possible that a Jew hate Nazi sympathizer could have ever put this out, because it's impossible. And he goes, I have what's happening. And I was like, no, we can't talk anymore. Not in general, but I was like, we can't talk about this anymore. I think there's something almost more simple. That was like, look, if you listen to what Dow said on Tucker's podcast, he essentially goes, I say this sometimes to get a rise out of my money. He is like an Anglo-Saxon, and I'm trying to be hyperbolic when I say it, but I kind of say it to rise out. In some ways, I think Churchill was the real villain of the war. Now, he didn't commit the most atrocities. I'm not saying he was the worst person there, but I think he's primarily responsible for this not being like a real conflict, essentially turning into a big bloodbath that it did. Okay, say whatever you will about that. There's a
their argument. Maybe that might be Carol's right, but maybe he's not. But every single person would go, he said Churchill was the real villain. We're not very fine people on both sides of this whole thing. Like, come on, dude, that's not what he fucking said. Take out all that other content, but any honest person looking at that just goes like, no, that's not what he said. And I was on Pierce Morgan's show. But he cut out all that content and just played the part where he says the real villain was Churchill. Like, I think people have, after so many years of this being a constant tactic, it's like there's a giant rejection of that. I think that's really good. I think a lot of that has to do with there's other factors involved too. But I do just think it's like these tactics of like where you call everyone who disagrees with you a racist or a bigot or what it is. It's just not. We're not playing that game, or at least it seems like most people are playing that game.
Yeah, it's not good. And the people that have their minds made up, that have just knee-jerk reaction to decide someone's a Nazi or someone's a Hitler apologist, they're not looking into it at all anyway. They have this cursory examination of the headline, good enough, I want to run with it, I want to argue with it. There's always the people. But the majority of people are like, what is this all about? What did he actually say? Well, let me listen to the show. And then the show shoots up to him. You know, and it shot up to everyone again after he was on my podcast. The same kind of thing. It's like, it's a fucking great show. It's a great show. And it's not just great about Israel. It's not just great about World War II. This fucking thing on Jim Jones is so good. It's so good. It's so insane. And he does that with everything. And he has empathy and passion and a general desire to empathize and see how someone between this cult, how Jim Jones turned from this guy who was a civil rights leader. He was a civil rights leader in 1950. I mean, this guy was living in a time where he adopted a black child and was persecuted all throughout town because of it. Was genuinely like a real person. Every single person he's out of his fucking mind now. He's got a whole group of people. But then he talks on the ones that don't think he kills him. And, yeah, it's a crazy tragedy, but what Daryl Cooper does is long form editorial. Like, you have to look at the editorial aspect. It's opinion, but it's also information, it's citing these sources. He's like, that's what he does, which is essentially his only like demand. Even through all of his work, his only demand is like, you have to, you have to do your absolute best to put yourself in the shoes, and then put yourself in the other side. Fear and loathing in Jerusalem starts at how Jews can personally imagine these people were being used. And he brings you these horrific scenarios that absolutely didn't happen. And you don't think it's cool. I don't spoiler alert or whatever. It's just it's so good. But like, you almost don't know what he's talking about. At first, you're like, is this a Palestinian fucked over? Is this the story's about? You know, going, yeah, this is going to be about the creation of the state of Israel or whatever. But then you realize, oh no, this is a Jew in Eastern Europe going through it from. And I will say this, right? As somebody who is fairly well read on the subject, compared with the way we I just think Rich Franklin was the best writer in the world. And people thought of it, like, okay, he is not. But Rich Franklin was great. But listen to that series. It is much more safe than Israelis. I'm being honest. I know I heard that from other people too. But it does, because Darren insists on doing that. Like, look, it's real. It's easy. Now, I'm not saying this is an excuse for him. Like, the Nakba in 1947 is horrible. It's strange and it's crazy. You know? Okay. But if you do put this into context, you know, the year's 1947. Okay, first of all, just think about, like, even the attitudes of 1947 that you know of, like, you know, in terms of race
racism, and things like that. Like very different attitudes in 1947. Also, you are 2 years removed from the end of World War II, where the good guys in the story are the winners in the story are like Truman, who just firebombed Tokyo, dropped 2 nukes on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the bombing of Dresden, the bombing of Berlin. Joseph Stalin is in the process, as this is happening, of ethnically cleansing millions of ethnic Germans from all throughout Eastern Europe. This is only a couple years after Stalin targeted raped their way through Europe. You know what I mean? And then, of course, there's the atrocities of the Nazis, and you're the Jewish people who just went through this Holocaust. And all of this is in the background, and you're going to say, tell me we can't move a few 100,000 people off their land to create our new state? Like, who's going to fucking morally lecture us about doing this little thing here? You know, and like, I'm not saying any of that excuses it. And it wasn't the Palestinians' fault that any of that happened. So, like, but, like, it is worthwhile. Like, that's what doing history should be, right? It should be like, understand that we're real human beings. These aren't cartoon monsters. They may have done monstrous shit, but, like, there was something, you know, going on there. And it was kind of like, you know, it's just beneficial to understand all of that stuff. And, you know, Menachem Begin, who was like the worst, I mean, like, was a straight up terrorist. I mean, and in that series, you remember, he talks a lot about, like, the shit that Menachem Begin and started getting, all the shit they did. And they were just straight terrorists. That's what they were doing. Terrorism, in order to drive out an occupying force, you can't make this shit up, is what led to the creation of Israel. And now they're like, you know, not universally regarded as a terrorist group. Oh, you're self-admitted terrorist groups. Like, we're committing acts of terrorism. There were debates about whether we should embrace terrorism or not. And the side saying we should embrace terrorism won the day. This is how Chaim Weizmann, he was supposed to be the David Ben-Gurion. He was the #1 ranked Zionist at the time. And he stood up and was like, yo, we can't do this. We can't embrace terrorism. His thing was like, we can't achieve a Jewish state by un-Jewish means, which he considered terrorism to be violence on religion. We can't do this. But even then, there was this one point that I had sort of heard before that I looked out for research, and I think it was probably was that, you remember, it's right toward the end. It's when they're doing the radio, they don't tell them, and the terrorism tries to bring out. One British caught a few of, you remember there was from the Lehighs, from one of those two militias, they caught a few of their guys, and they like publicly flogged them, or something like that, and then Menachem Begin and his terrorist boys, they got a few like the British soldiers, and they fucking flogged the shit out of them, and then killed them, and trapped the bodies, and fucking one people when they came to try to get it back. And then he's a wanted man at this time, Menachem Begin, so he's like living underground, and so he did like a radio address, and in his radio address, he was like, he said something like, hey, just so you know, Jews don't get flogged anymore. Me do the flogging. And look, this guy's a bad guy. He's a fucking terrorist. There is something so badass about that there is a party that's just like, ooh, like, you can kind of understand a people going through this fucking collective struggle and then getting to a point where they're like, we will be the ones inflicting struggle from now on, not the ones receiving it. And I, you know, look, we still come out on the side that I think is really the Palestinians. It's horrible, it's useful. My favorite two states in the revolution. I think America should stop funding Israel. But I think it's nothing but beneficial to kind of like understand that perspective a little bit more. And even though I kind of grew up on the pro-Israel propaganda and then ultimately rejected it, that was Daryl's effect on me. Was like, you know, there's like, I'm seeing the humanity in the other side of it. Give me a fucking break about these people saying like this fucking Nazi. It's not true.
Yeah, they just have established boundaries of what you're allowed to talk about.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah. And there's you know, there's narratives that can't be reached. You have to follow into a T. That's it. That's it. And anything else, you're anti-Semite. And even it's labeled all over the place. I'm sure it's repeated. I'm sure. And it's just, there's so many people that have really irresponsibly done that. And I think it's fucked up, but ultimately it doesn't work. It just makes it bigger.
I 100% agree, and I also think that it's almost like it's very obvious in your eyes. It's like, okay, like, I'm Jewish, and I don't wish to see a rise in people treating Jewish people like that. Obviously, I'd be opposed to that. But if you're gonna say that anybody who criticizes the government of Israel, or anybody who criticizes the Israeli as unbelievable influence that has over our government, and you're going to leave all of them as anti-Semites, all right, I would think that it would be wiser to at least be thankful that there are people who are not Jews who are pointing this out, rather than just leaving it to all the Jews, because to be the only ones who are pointing this out. Like, it's like, Down Cooper is like, okay, like, what's your goal here? Shut him down? You replace him. You better hope that they're going to be as thoughtful and responsible as he is. That's how it is. It's the problem with suppression. The problem with, it's essentially a version of the same problem creating terrorism. You attack, you gotta stop the terrorism. You're gonna stop people from expanding the narrative and talking outside the borders that you clearly established for how people discuss certain sensitive topics. No, you're not going to do that. You're just going to make people realize that there's a third rail and they don't understand why there's a third rail, and they start looking into it and go, oh, how much influence is this really on the country? And they start asking those questions. And this gives way to the rise of anti-Semitism. Suppression of people's ability to talk about very polarizing topics like Gaza. Suppression of that is the cause of anti-Semitism. People start thinking, like, is there some sort of random way to control us and keep me from being able to talk about something? So it seems like a big issue. But there's also, this is my origin story of the guy that I am now. Was seeing Ron Paul's first reaction in 2007 at the Republican primary debate, and Rudy Giuliani's up pretty bad terrorist hands for our freedom, and Ron Paul, like, never heard of him. He's like the country doctor from Texas with an R next to his name. Starts going like, like, how would somebody else do it than us? That's a pretty absurd explanation that the reason they did 9/11 is because we were bombing Iraq. Because I've heard a lot of absurd explanations for 9/11, and I've never heard anything that ridiculous, which, by the way, was in Osama bin Laden's declaration of war on America. So, like, to be like, I've never heard of this, it's not quite the brand or flex that you think it is. I was like, it's like, who came up with the term blowback? The CIA. There is blowback. And we think we can go around the world and do whatever we want to people. That's not going to incite hatred. We do that at all. But let's be honest. But for whatever reason, for me, it was always kind of just easy to connect that. Like, I remember, there was the scene in the where, like, at the end, the president, he starts talking about he went through his childhood, and Beckett's character is talking about, he's like, he used to lay, like, a stick of belt in a bridge on the table to tell people to hit. And Robin Teach was like, I have to go to the stick on that one, because I can't get the wrench. He's like, why don't you get the wrench? Because it's fucking. And, like, okay, there's something of that. How's that? That was always very easy for me to understand. Like, you just get to a point where it's like, yeah, fuck you. It's like, why would some Palestinian who's, let's say there's an Israeli who kicks
for like a refugee. This guy lived in your house. And as Daryl says in the series, he goes, now you have no means by which to give that house back to your grandmother. But you could have that house in the fucking ground. And like, it's easy to look at it and go, why would you do that? That's irrational. It's like, no, not really. It's really not. It's picking the revenge. It's going, because fuck you. You know what I mean? And like all of these things, there's always like reactionary sequence. And like, so again, like this is saying, okay, yes, you're going to sit here and for fucking 15 years you tell young white men that they're toxic and they're the problem, they're masculine, wrong. What do you think is going to come out of that? And then like the same people are like, where does your Taik guy pop up from? And you're like, you made him! You made him! If you wanted to make him, you could have done a better job. That's the whole fucking story of the Nazis to begin with. We opposed the Treaty of Versailles and insisted on internationally humiliating these people and crushing them. And then where these Nazis come from? As a reaction to that, obviously. That's what, do you think we're going to learn more now? I mean, you have to realize, if you're thinking about history, this is the first time where people have this kind of access to all the different layers that are in operation all over the world. And if you're paying attention to what's going on, if you're paying attention to a much broader understanding of all the things that are at play than ever before, and how these things can be avoided. And I think it's one of the reasons why people were excited about Trump being in office when he was saying, I can stop that war in one day, we can make deals, there's deals that can be made, we can stop all the killing, stuff. Everybody's like, yeah, finally someone is not going to do what they're doing. I think there's, I'm incredibly, like, optimistic on the wall. Like time period. I think that exactly what you just said. It's the propaganda apparatus is destroyed. It's just not, there's been this. I really do think massive awakening. There's several factors to this. I think COVID is very simple. I think that there was something about imposing such draconian measures on the domestic population. Like, look, we spent a lot of wars over bullshit. The truth is, for most Americans, that's kind of over there somewhere. We're living our lives, like against it, but it's a different thing than like the institute totalitarianism in the United States of America. Work, objection. And they did it, not only, it's not just that they got it all wrong, it's that motherfuckers made the thing. And you knew you did it, and then you covered it up. Like, now this is like everywhere. It's like the shit that we used to talk about a few years ago. That's like the controversial, conversations. Everyone's talking about it now. It's just Bill Maher the other day brought up that, like, hey, how crazy is it that we figured out that British intelligence in March of 2020 said that, I forget what it was, but they said it was 85% certainty this came from the land. You know what I mean? So they did all of this, and they got it completely wrong. They're so full of shit. That spell's been broken. People see this now, and do they right into it? It's like a tremendous look, stronghold always that. The peace campaign always wins. I mean, like, you can do that. George W. Bush, he campaigned on a horrible foreign policy. No nation building, no using our nothing but police in the world with our military. It's like, we're the best people we're going to want to see with our airports still going. And in 2014, it's the war. And that's why he wasn't able to win. And then in 2008, Barack Obama ran a peace campaign, destroyed Hillary Clinton in the primary, let all the institutional money, all the big support behind her, but she voted for the war in Iraq. And Obama said, that's a big mistake. You can't give her the presidency when she made such a big mistake. You know what? That's right. And even though he wasn't in the Senate yet when the war in Iraq was going on, he didn't vote for the thing, and he said some beautiful things about closing INFO and ending torture and not fighting stupid wars, and he won a dominant victory. In 2016, Donald Trump ran and won on we're going to stop fighting these stupid wars. In 2024 again, he wins on this, like, the American people have spoken. That's a very different
thing. The regime machinery itself. So that's a different, battle. The battle of public opinion that has been won. And then I do think, before the show started, that they're saying one of us is stepping away from Doge through. And yes, it's true that Doge didn't actually get any drastic cuts through, but it is amazing what they have done in terms of bringing to the cultural forefront the issue of how corrupt the government is. And so anyway, my long-term thing is that I think corrupt regimes, which unfortunately we live under, I think they are completely confused propaganda. And that propaganda just broke. We're just getting out of that. And I think there's amazing possibilities. Dude, I mean, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine that, the COVID restrictions. Wokeism seems to have been pretty much defeated. This is already just incredible. It's incredible. It's interesting. There's a lot of possibilities. You can go a bunch of ways. And there's also examples that have gone sideways, what's happening in the UK and what's happening in other parts of Europe, where the totalitarian measures are ramping up. That's true. They lost that. And I think that's a shining example of what we tolerate in America. Having the First Amendment, having that freedom of speech, and also having the Second Amendment, the ability to back that up. And people always going to use violence. You're going to fight a fucking jet with your rifles? That's ridiculous. No, but guess what? You can't just do what they did in Australia and ship people off the camps. Yeah, try that shit in Georgia. It's so stupid too, because number one, the Taliban just did that to you. So, literally, you just pulled out a disgracing war that you couldn't win against a bunch of illiterate criminals with rifles. So, they got a lot more rifles now, and they go on. They're driving tanks down the street, flying over fucking black holes. But of course, the point is that, yes, if the U.S. military decided to population, yes, you're right, our guns would be good. That's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to control us. And, of course, having guns, I don't know, by the way, let's say, the Jews in Nazi Germany had been well armed. Would that have been enough to stop the Holocaust? Or, if the Ukrainians had been well armed, would that have been enough to stop the genocide that Stalin inflicted on them or whatever? But it'd be better they are than not. I don't know. It might at least give them a second to well, we can't go. And the truth is, if you were to just think the state that we're in right now, say they were just tomorrow, some leader was we're rounding up all the guns in Texas. You're fucking Nazi. Good luck. You'll have a civil war on your hands. These people are not giving up their guns voluntarily, and the thing about people who won't give up their guns voluntarily is if you try to force them to do it, they have guns. They're coming with guns. They have guns. Yeah, that's right. That's terrifying. And then you're also it's regular person. It isn't thing going on in the army or the police. It's just regular folks who tend to be right wing and tend to like guns and get the Second Amendment. Who may not be so keen on taking away the Second Amendment. We don't understand this. It's a totalitarian measure. What's going to happen is collapsing as America. America is. We think of America in terms of our ability to express ourselves first and our ability to defend it. No, that's why it's number one and number two. And it's not to say that this is the entire reason, because that's actually many comparisons and factors that cultural history. But a huge part of the reason why America is the most successful country and largely the greatest country in the history of the world is because of that. Because the first thing we enshrined in our Bill of Rights was listen, man, the government is, and it's not, it's not what the people are allowed to do. It's what the government is not allowed to do to people. Congress shall write no law. This is it's the fact that this is the only country in the history of the world that was started on that premise, and then it's gone on to be the most dominant successful country in history of the world. It's not a coincidence.
This is freedom's last battleground. And we're in the middle of it right now. We're in the middle of it in a weird transitionary time where things are being exposed at a level that have never been exposed before. And people have an understanding of how corrupt the system is in a way they've never been able to fully comprehend before. You have an uncle that tells you, what they do is a cigarette, and he sends you like, oh, it's crazy. And Mike Benz explains it to you. It shows you charts, graphs, brings up articles, and has classified documents that have been released, and he's showing you those like.
Well, I mean, it's the Epstein stuff. I mean, it's just like again, every category you could imagine. Just what's happening with the American Heart Association, trying to get people to buy sugary drinks and crap food with food stamps, and then you realize, oh wait, look, these companies, things like Coca-Cola and Pepsi, have actually donated to the American Heart Association. Yeah, there was some Twitter influencers too. Taking that Pepsi money and then they're going, assault on liberty to tell people they cannot buy Pepsi. So many people that have probably exited that based on it. I'm sure other social media platforms as well. They all said the same thing, and they're probably being paid. Because a bunch of people that they just want to compromise. A bunch of people exposed that, they showed the emails that they got, who were invited to do this, and you get paid a considerable amount of money to make some sort of a statement saying that you would vote for that person. And I guess they said, well, if you have 500,000 followers here and 1 million followers there, and you add all those up, and you give this guy 25 grand, this guy 50 grand, and you give the other, say, 11 million. Well, by the way, I hear constantly about people when they attack me on Twitter that I'm getting Russian money or Qatari money. I haven't got a goddamn check from any of them. Like, guys, give me the money. I'm already saying the thing. I'm still like, hey, why not? I'm just kidding. I don't want anybody.
Well, I get it all the time. I think someone's guide on this show. I have someone who tells me that you're talking. But I would have never had Kermit's project. That's the case.
That's when you know no one's guiding anything. When you're screaming about everybody. Screaming about it.
He was screaming about everybody.
I love Kurt Metzger dearly. I've known him for over 20 years. He's one of those brilliant community minds in the world. But let's be real. Nobody, if anyone was guiding anyone for the show, they would never allow Kurt Metzger to be on that show. Anytime he appears on the show, that is proof that there is no big money behind this show.
Well, the scary thing for people is that there's not that really is a lot of pressure. And that's right. Like this show is a great example because this is the #1 show in the world, and this show is literally me and my phone.
It's very interesting for me, from my perspective. I'm sure much more for you, but like from my perspective, like somebody's like a regular good friend of yours who's been on the show many times. I mean, I get it constantly. Always come up to me and say, "What's Joe Rogan really like?" There's always an interesting question to me because it's like I always say my answer is always. You already know. But you already know what you're looking for. If you watch the show, you already know what Rogan. It's more of that. Like, I don't know. It's that. Like, I'm not saying like there's not like any element of like something you might tell a close friend that you wouldn't say publicly. But like generally speaking, this is true, by the way, almost with all of my favorite comedians. What was Patrice O'Neill like? Patrice O'Neill? Yeah, exactly. The guy who saw he was that. A lot more of that. Shane Gillis is exactly like that. It's just always the case. But it was really interesting. I don't know. It's just so entertaining for me. After this last election, when it was almost like they finally had to admit the power that you have. Because like for all those years, he would always make fun of it over the years. For like Brian Stelter would be on CNN would be like, the French Joe Rogan is over here. He's very controversial. He's like, controversial. There's like 15 million people listening to his show, and you're struggling to break 200,000. And you get to say he's French, you know? Like, but it's almost like they had to admit after this last election, they're like, and we just start going, we need our own Joe Rogan, and we need our own this, and it's just, I don't know, it's very interesting. Where it's like, man, talk about like, the guys just don't get it.
Well, my favorite one was there was a guy on CNN saying that there's a 12-month network of right-wing influencers that are organized, and they were trying to make this argument.
Like Theo and you.
Jen Psaki was trying to make this argument with Jon Stewart.
Yes, I just recalled that. And he was like, yeah, no, that's not right.
No, she was like, well, it's a right-wing movement. He's like, it's more of a comedian libertarian. Yeah, that's what
I think it's more like, I think generally speaking, like, as you've always said, you're kind of a mix of, like, sometimes for left-wing ideas, right-wing ideas, sometimes libertarian ideas. It's just so, especially, like, these ones off, which this right as a right-wing network.
Organized.
It's the most disorganized thing in the history of the world.
Organized and well-funded. I'm not organized, and I guess I'm well-funded, but it's not for that. I don't have no one has the audience. But it's also no one has anything. Like, I can come on UFO people, I can have on comedians. No, there's no people. I have no feedback. There's no exchange between me and Spotify in terms of, we got this week, what's the month look like? Tell us the big names. They started at the beginning of the year and said, okay, who's going to be the people first week? And my manager's like, hey, it's the same show. You bought the number one show in the country. He's not going to hit it. It's a big thing. Like, that's not what we do. No, I'm not going to change it. It's the same show. But I think it's such a fun thing because it is like, it's like somebody in a marriage, like media say they're like in a marriage and they're just lying to their teeth to their spouse, they're constantly cheating on them, they're getting called left and right, then they're saying, no, it wasn't that, it was you, you're the bad person in all this, and they're just like the worst, most distant, honest, fucking obvious liars. And then they're like looking over at like someone in a healthy marriage, and they're like, that's true. Like, how does he do it? And like, it's like he just doesn't lie to her, just he's nice to her, and like, I don't know. Like, it's just like, the thing is, the big secret is that you're authentic and just say what you mean and invite the people on who you're interested in talking to. And that was like the antidote to your insane tyrannical bullshit. It's also that I started for fun. I didn't make money for years. And I was independently wealthy. Like, I had money from Fear Factor. I had money from stand-up comedy. It's like, I didn't have like crazy lifestyle. I was like, I could just, I'm fine. Like, this is fun to do. I'm just gonna do this. And then it just got big. I was so big. And I never changed. I just kept doing this. I be better.
Yeah, no, it's funny. When you sometimes look back at those old episodes and you're like, oh shit, that's great. I don't remember it being that great.
Yeah,
it was
terrible back then. We were just regular webcams and Rise Electronics. We were just like regular fucking USB microphones beginning, plug it into a MacBook. The whole thing was so janky. It was like, and now, they think somehow or another because it's big, well, so it's been infiltrated. It's not that I haven't been offered. People have tried to buy a percentage of the show, market, or something like that. And I'm like,
yeah. So I'm glad you.
That's your fucking money. Because if you don't, you're not ruining one of the most beautiful gifts the universe can bestow upon us. To never be beholden to money. To be able to, like, be yourself. I know what you like to do.
Tucker Carlson said about me once. I thought it was like one of the best compliments I've ever gotten. He said they're doing lots of Tucker. It was before, like, the baby form was announced before it happened. And Patrick was like, I didn't do that, so I'm going to go. And Tucker was like, yeah. It's like the thing about him is he's like, I mean, I think when you never just like, there's no one who's like cutting his check. There's no one who's like, there's nothing that holds him back. Like, I get to do the biggest show in the world live because you like what I have to say. And so then that's it. It's not like there's no, I don't know, like, I wish I could say this to everybody. I don't say that. There's something about that is like, that's the new thing. And I was like, I think you, and look, this is what's really crazy, right? Like, the impact of There's the fact that she prompted the show. That's such a great response from her. While I have to refute because they tried to make the change what the show was, and then obviously it's like, oh, conventional wisdom should have done that.
telling me they didn't give him the answers to the test, and they couldn't get
Normal going forward for presidential election is going to be that the expectation is that you can, and it's not just your show. I'm not saying like you have to have it's not every single 4 years. I think you should, but that's your choice. Obviously, but the new expectation, the expectation used to be that 2 or 3 times a presidential candidate is going to have to answer one of these CNN debates where they will be asked these like very narrow questions. They'll have 90 seconds to respond. You know, it'll be Obama. You know, how do you feel when this is the war on terrorism? Oh, first of all, thank you. Thank you for coming out. Bullshit. Blah, blah, blah. And then they're not going to change. I want to say that. Yeah, like, but nothing. Just emptiness. Nothing happened. And now the expectation is that you've got to go have an organic, unscripted, 3-hour conversation. Probably a few different times with the big shows. And you can, you know, like, you get to kind of see that person in a whole different way than you've ever gotten to see presidential candidates before. And the truth is that a candidate like Kamala Harris will never be a major vote again. A candidate who's these guys are not, because they're not built for that. The future is going to be guys like J.D. Vance, guys like Big Mama Swami, guys like Don Kennedy, Tulsi Gabbard. And by the way, maybe the Democrats will find somebody in there. You know, you would have predicted Donald Trump. Gabbard himself is trying to do that. And that's why he wants to do something. Yeah, that's why he's doing his podcast. He's doing a podcast. He's at least waiting. Come on, don't you feel like I accidentally? Hey, Gavin, invite me on. We'll have a nice chat. I'll do it. Steve. Yeah. Mr. Governor, I would be honored to be on your show. We can have a nice little conversation about the issues. I'll probably have you on right now. Probably hear that. Reach out to you. I will give credit for this. He is at least smart enough that like that is to go to a podcast and start the fact that you know I think that's a conclusion that Kevin has. He is a very mature so and I think that archetype has been and that's going to be very tough. I think that going forward, like you know, you saw on a few weeks ago, Bernie Sanders had his like big rallies. They're talking. I don't think either of them are going to be nominated. I don't think they're really drawing us. That also is probably true. Yes. I've seen it. But still, there is no way. Like, no one's reading Chuck Schumer's book. No one cares about Nancy Pelosi. Like, the establishment plan is not going to be what the future is. It's going to have to be some populist, you know, Jasmine Crockett. I'm not sure she's the one. Taylor created Jasmine Crockett in a cage fight. Let's go. That's your whole bit from talking about peace in space. Yeah. So this is the level now. Yeah, I definitely. That was about George Bush getting us into Iraq. I think he's right. He's 100% right. Oh yeah, that guy was almost vice president of the United States. You should have seen that thing where it shows Obama saying, "I need a vice president that's dumber than me." Yeah. It's Biden saying, "I need a vice president that's dumber than me." And it's Kamala saying, "I need a vice president that's dumber than me." It's false. That's right. Men have tampons. Yeah, you gotta lose because we have to break this cycle. We're gonna get way too dumb. You know, regroup. It wasn't just that we were getting dumb. We were getting scary close to just fun commentary measures. You know, Tim Walz in the campaign trail was literally saying, free speech does include hate speech and misinformation. And fuck you. How about fuck you? Because everything that we call misinformation just a few years ago is now fucking. It's on the front page of the New York Times now that we were lied to. I mean, the
New York Times just printed a thing, and it turns out we were lied to. Yeah, you lied to them. You were a part of it. You spit out all their propaganda without doing what you're actually supposed to do, which is be a journalist. The only way you can be a journalist today is if you're independent. A real journalist, you have to be a Glenn Greenwald. You have to be a Schellenberger. You have to be a Matt Taik. You have to be someone who's independent. That's the only way you can do real journalism today. There's too many fucking guardrails.
Glenn Greenwald was debated as the greatest journalist of the 21st century, and I think I think Julian Assange, but he's up there.
He had to leave the publication that he was a founder of. The Intercept, right? He had to leave them because they were going the route of propaganda and not letting him tell the truth about Joe Biden. And it's a testament to Glenn Greenwald that he was just like, okay, cool, bye. And I'll go be just as big without you guys. And that's another thing that's really interesting about which is very recent though, right? That there was a time where cancel culture was so effective. I remember thinking this was something that really kind of scared me, a few years ago, because it was you'd have these people, some of the people who kind of started getting before me. I was doing what I do. I had a slower progression. Sometimes people shot up to the top, Milo, and people like that. That's totally removed from the conversation. It was they were just he's the best. This guy was going to be the guy. Bill Marsha. Yeah, and did great on Bill Marsha. Yeah, I remember. A gay Christopher Hitchens or something like that. And now, it just seems all over the place. There's lots of examples of it where it's they try. You went through, I think, the biggest cancellation attempt, where they were just you could see it was I remember in those few weeks, it was a decision had been made. We're going after Joe Rogan. And they just emptied every bullet they had. And it all just bounced off you. And then you see this with a lot of other people, Alex Jones, Andrew Tate. However you feel about these guys. I'm not even making a comment on it. Just I'm just saying that them getting kicked off every platform has not worked at all. And that's working. And that was another example of that too, where they tried to go after it. It's what happened to me?
Yeah, it's fascinating. So they're going to have to adjust or go away. Adjust or perish. I see them perish. I don't see them adjust. The only thing that's changed is the people that own them, like Jeff Bezos, is kind of with the class down the Washington Post. Said, I don't want it. These fucking crazy left wing pieces anymore. I want you to report on lifestyle, health, news, objective news. Let's become a fucking news, which is what that's the only way to evaluate everything. Otherwise, you're alienating literally 50% of the country. And the 50% that buy it, they have to be retarded because you've been lying so openly about so many different things. Everything has to be gone through. It's so, it's not even just that they're lying, but that they're lying in such a brazen, such a 180 that it's away from reality. The way they try to make this thing where they're just kind of what right does he have to go through all these bureaucratic emails and what when you sort out, it reminds me a lot, there's this weird parallel between what Dr. Kennedy was able to insert movement, where you had this thing where we had what they call a national health crisis, a pandemic. All of our focus has to be on this health issue. And then Ron Kennedy just kind of came along and was can I point out that there's a real health crisis? That's not the one you're talking about at all. You're claiming to care about health so much. And it's okay, look at autism and diabetes and obesity, and we need the world in chronic illness, because heart disease, all these things, that's kind of, and then it was just the Doge thing. It was okay, so we have the U.S. federal government is the biggest organization in the history of the world. More than any other government in the world has ever spent. They're so far in debt now that the interest on the debt is now
now, I believe last year it was $1.2 trillion. It's going up. And the interest on it debt is now overtaking the entire budget. Like I remember when $1 trillion deficits were crazy. If we balanced our budget tomorrow, we still run $1 trillion deficit every year just because we owe it on the interest on the debt. This is so obviously a crisis. And then they're trying to convince you that the real crisis is that Elon Musk and a few of his genius nerd buddies want to open the books. Like, how the fuck can you convince anyone of that?
Well, the Democratic
Yeah.
they're really good. That's what you see with all these chapters. They're all this kind of verbiage. They use the same sentences you see all throughout. Whenever it comes to certain issues, you're good at like staying united and getting out this one message.
Yeah, which does work to kind of shockingly well, but again, it is like you can watch. It's like this thing is getting social returns. It's like, oh, it's not the same old thing as working anymore. Also, there's project style race to create such and that's another issue that's really transformed. I think that you can gaining information just wait till you have a super intelligent goblin. Yeah, and there's what there's pretty implications of all of that. I've read about the way the IDF was using artificial intelligence to like track, like suspects and stuff like this. Like the military uses it. AI is kind of creepy, and at the same time, what might that do to like people's ability to keep secrets, keep corruption going? It's kind of like who gets in charge of that is going to be a thing. That's going to be like the fate of best cards. That's what there's a lot of that going on right now. They're in a hot panic because you're not going to be able to hide anything. It's going to we have just it's going to come in waves, and it's going to be. I'm just guessing what the impact is going to be, but I think the world's yeah, I think you're probably right. I'm probably right about that. And it's going to be very interesting. You said I will teach you like a long time ago. I think it was like the very beginning of the podcast. You said one thing where like you like to be forward. That's just going to be the future, where it's just harder and harder to lie. It's like even how much right now, it's like like I was born in 1983. I grew up in like days, and like you can lie back then. You can just tell lies. You can whatever. I used to do this. I was the head of this. I worked at this company. I was safe. Just the narrative. Totally like, and you were just like, I don't know. I mean, he says it. There's no way to really check that. And now it's like you just say like, oh, I used to do this. It's like, no, you didn't. You know what I mean? Like that's a crazy shit that it happens slow enough that you don't. But the more that goes on, the more technology there is, and the more singularity type shit, or the more like it's gonna become increasingly more and more difficult to deceive people. Like at least with that would be my guess.
There's going to be an app in our lifetime that's live. It's going to be 100%. It's going to read your retinas. It's going to look at your eyeballs. You're going to use it just the same way you use FaceTime, and you're going to have to talk to your boss. It's going to be able to tell you, what did you think? What did you actually do? Here's the money. Why is money missing?
Oh, imagine that just like on politicians though.
Get that whole
I've just had a really good picking stout.
And would you like to stick him in front of that?
Wait, still alive?
Dick Cheney's alive.
Is he? Yeah, no, somebody. I think somebody else. I don't know. Yeah. No, someone's going to die. That guy's what's that?
Yeah, still alive with another guitar.
It's hard.
Isn't it crazy? I was going to die for a little bit. That fucking guy's just going to get out.
Yeah, well, it's the thing, right? You got me deal with the devil. It's paid off.
over a million innocent people died. It's no thing. It's just crazy. Like, and I don't know, like I don't know how much he was acting on though. Or like, oh, McCain is dead. John McCain is dead. He's been gone for a while. I think it changed. I feel like there's somebody else, but maybe not. But you know, Rumsfeld, did Rumsfeld just die? I'm not sure. Oh, that's it. They got me. They got you with a scam. Isn't it crazy that which, I feel like there's a million examples of this, just like how tone deaf the Kamala Harris campaign was. That they now I don't know how much Dick Cheney they like, but Liz Cheney they started bringing up because Cheney endorsed. He came out to endorse it and say that Donald Trump is the most dangerous threat to America, and then she started campaigning with Liz Cheney, like as if. I mean, it's just forget even like the fact that obviously, like I'm the anti-war guy, and I think all these people are blood-soaked monsters who should burn in hell for eternity. But leave all that aside. Just the politics of it. Liz Cheney lost her congressional race by like 50 points. What market is that? Like, what margin on the edges did they think? Like, I know what a move is. Okay, we're down, but we're not out. Bring in the Cheneys, and then we're going to tell them about how much we love fucking the war in Iraq or something like that. I think it was just a signal to like military contractors to be like, hey, we're cool, you know, like send us some more money. Internally, apparently, they didn't use it. Yeah, they said from which makes the spending. Yeah, well, evidently, the internal polling. There's a few really interesting questions about this. So it's been reported that the internal polling of Biden before he dropped out was like a crazy landslide. Way more than what Trump ended up winning by. Like, they had winning like 500. Like, I forget what it was. It was like a crazy fucking blowout. And then similarly, with Kamala Harris, like they did. But then there's also something interesting where it's like, hey, so like pollsters, could we ever get the real polls? How come like they can figure out the real polls? Right. But then because there was something like there's only been a few elections in my life that I remember where like it was just obvious who was going to win. Like Obama in 2008, right? It was obvious. Right. You could not have convinced anyone. Like, looks like John McCain's the front runner. Right. No, it fucking does not. Like this black Jesus has drawn 80,000 people, and then John McCain's over here. Like, I don't think we can. You know, it's like clearly this guy's losing, and this guy's going to win. But the polls reflected that. It was like, oh yeah, Obama was up big in the polls. But this year, everything you could see, taste, touch, like it was just, obviously Donald Trump. Everywhere Donald Trump went, he's getting like a king's greeting. He's like, with all the culture is totally shifted in his direction. Imagine if they had asked her to those credentials for Kamala Harris. Imagine if they hadn't show up. How many people would be there? They'd have an arena. It would have been. Imagine like right, it wasn't people come to see Beyonce and they just had to come see Kamala Harris. And all, you know, this campaign was the Kamala Harris, and this is part of the reason why, even though I am really upset with Donald Trump, and I'm upset with a lot of cabinet people too. I mean, look, Bobby, I will say, does seem to at least be doing some real structural, like he's talking about really, changing some things in the health department. I think you can take a break from tweeting about the virus of anti-Semitism, but whatever. Tulsi, I'm really upset with over her like cheering on these strikes. I thought she was supposed to be the one who was going to stand up in that signal, who can say something and not just leave it to Jake. And I think Donald Trump's messing up in a lot of ways. But I really, at least at this point, like if he invades Iran, we have another war there, then I will apologize for voting for him. I think I made a mistake. I should have done that. But short of that, I do think it was the right thing to do. And part of it is like that had to be exposed. Because this Kamala Harris ticket, it was the most astroturfed ticket ever. Yeah. Like it's one thing. Look, Obama had a lot of institutional support. It wasn't as organic as they made that to be. Like there was a lot. But he had real support. Like he did have real grassroots support. She never won. She didn't win a primary. She didn't win a delegate when she ran for president. She didn't even make it to Iowa. It was all fake. It was all phony. And it was like that had to
to be exposed.
Yes. They can get that through with her, even if you like her and you think she would have done a great job. That's scary that you're giving that kind of power. And the same people that were auto penning all those Biden executive orders would have been in charge for another 4 years, if not 3.
Yeah, that's right. And look, even you can say whatever that Joe Biden just feared that Donald Trump would abuse the Justice Department, which a little ironic to accuse him of the thing you're actually guilty of doing. But to go out and to pardon your family, and forget the family, that's a little less relevant, but to pardon Fauci and go back to 2014. Why did you pick that year? Joe, obviously Joe Biden didn't pick anything, but who's the person who picked that we got to go back and give this guy blanket immunity going all the way back? Like, come on, dude. What the fuck? It's too much.
It's crazy. And who really signed that? That's the other thing. The thing about using auto pen for writing all those pardons, does that count? Is there a legal battle about that? Well, if you can't remember, if Mike Johnson testifies that he brought up the natural gas deal, and he's like, why did you?
Yeah.
What you? And he's like, I didn't.
Yeah.
He's like, no, you did. And then he asks to be alone with Mike Johnson, so he always has handlers with him. And then when he's alone with him, then Biden tells him, I didn't sign that.
Yeah.
And once then you realize it's the same signature.
Well, when you're the level of senile that Joe Biden was, it's not like it leads to the question, like, how easy was it for everybody to manipulate him?
Also,
because you could just tell him that he did or didn't do something, and he may not, we don't know, there was this one thing, look, one of the things on October 7th, and I try almost to avoid this topic sometimes because I don't want it to come off like I'm down like the horrors of October 7th. Like, Hamas invaded Israel, they did some really fucked up shit, they indiscriminately killed a bunch of civilians, they had grenades, and rifles, and they did, it's horrible. They took a bunch of hostages, However, there were some claims that were made that turned out not to be true. The 40 beheaded babies and some of the claims of mass rapes and stuff like that just turned out not to be true. They were set in the fog of this thing. Whatever, I'll give the benefit of the doubt of maybe it was, I think they were kind of abused by some politicians in order to get you to turn your brain off, to be very emotional and not pay attention to what this response is going to be. But Joe Biden claimed that he had seen the beheaded babies. And then it turned out to just that never happened. And then you're almost wondering, you're like, was he lying? Does he not remember? Did someone just tell him that you've seen that? And because he's a senile man,
a liar.
Well, that's all. That's right. It's like impossible to know because he's also been a liar his whole life. He's also the guy who's like, I was first in my class, graduated with multiple degrees, and blah blah blah. And you're like, none of this is even kind of true. None of it's even kind of true.
Yeah, and it's just wild that you could be too old and senile to stand trial for having classified documents, but yet you're fine giving out pardons.
Yeah.
Like, how do you let a person with a mental disease give out pardons? That seems like that's the guy manipulating. And if it turns out that guy gives out more pardons than anyone ever upon leaving office, how's that? That seems like those should be.
Well, look, on its own, of course, on its own, that and there were things that come above that to me, like COVID and the war in Ukraine and a whole bunch of other shit. But that alone is like Kamala Harris and the corporate media and they had to lose. You can't do that. You can't Emperor's New Clothes the entire American public. And fuck it, just lie through your teeth pretending this guy's not a vegetable. All right.
Thank you, sir. Love you to death. You're awesome. Appreciate you very much. Tell everybody how they watch your show.
Part of the problem is my podcast where I talk about all this political news stuff, and then Legion of Skanks is where I'm a degenerate with my comedian friends. Check both of those out. Skankfest is in New Orleans this year. If anyone wants to come, that's going to be a lot of fun. I believe it's September of this year. And then, comictapesmith.com if you want to see this shit. All right, bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience. Drink my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
Like the sheets. What? Oh,
The future's so bright. You gotta wear shades.
nuclear war, the Flash at 59.
Oh yeah, it's good protection. I heard. Get under the table as well. You remember that in high school? Did they do that in your high school?
No,
Younger
they,
than me.
okay, yeah.
They used to
I'm
tell
47,
us.
so
Get under the. I'm
yeah, my
10 years old.
parents said that too. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
they told you to get under the table. Like
That's
what?
surprisingly long.
It's like a mask for COVID. It's basically the same thing. Like,
Yeah.
that is not working. Getting under the table is so dumb. It's a fucking nuclear blast that annihilates buildings. You're saying getting under a stupid desk with a clamshell? Are those desks with the clamshell?
That's the only shot. Yeah, that's what my first guy said. It's the only shot we got. Now, I saw Indiana Jones get in the fridge. On that,
Yeah, that was good.
who was he, a Trinity? I don't know. He's got in the fridge. What? But they really made them things back then.
What the fuck? Imagine being those guys in like the Manhattan Project when they first do it. When they first detonate it, and you're like, what in the holy fuck?
Yeah, well, they kind of didn't know what was going to happen,
They
right?
didn't know. There was a less than zero chance that it would burn up the entire atmosphere of the Earth instantaneously and all life would be over.
With the chance we've got to take.
They just took it.
Yeah,
I wonder if it was bigger than they thought about. Like, I wonder what. So, like, no one had ever seen a nuclear explosion before those people did.
I think too close.
Well, they definitely weren't really far away, right?
I know a few of them.
They're
that
watching
people
for
were
the-
too close.
Well, the real problem is the area where they did it is radioactive forever. Like, they did a bunch of these tests
Yeah.
out in the desert, and then John Wayne and his crew went out there
Got
and all
Genghis
got
Khan.
cancer. Yeah, exactly.
Genghis Khan.
Yeah,
And
it's
they
a
didn't know
terrible
what
movie.
It's one of the most amazing. It's cursed from the gate.
Yeah,
And
it's probably cursed by Genghis Khan.
I hope
And
it
if you're
was.
going to make a bullshit version of one of the most fascinating human beings that has ever lived, a bullshit version of their life, it would be a John Wayne movie from the 1960s.
I look
Was
at
it
it.
even the 50s?
Is that the original?
Whitewash movie?
Well, not white. No, not whitewashed. But the Jada Pinkett Smith making Cleopatra, where it's like Cleopatra's black and on Netflix. It was like she clearly sees Cleopatra as her, and it's like a suck up to herself. And John Wayne, I'm sure, was thinking that with Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan was 65.
Yeah, so that's like Jada.
Oh, it says 56. The Conqueror.
Yeah, this is
Well,
the
what was
same.
the? Hold on. What was the 65 one? Who did that one? Is that John Wayne? No. Oh, Omar Sharif. Okay.
That's
So
close.
they've done a few of them. Yeah, you're getting a little closer with Omar Sharif. But even then, you should be getting a guy from Mongolia. I mean, if you want me to believe that it's Genghis Khan, find a guy in Mongolia. It's got to be.
Oh, I don't. I want
Acting
to.
is not that hard.
I don't want you to believe. I want you to identify with him and see yourself reflected. That's John Wayne locally wanting to see himself reflected in the story of Genghis Khan.
You think so? I think it
all
was
these
a giant
actors.
movie.
Yeah.
They offered him a shit ton of money. And he's a giant movie
It's not
star.
his project.
And there was only like 5 movie stars back then. Was it John Wayne's project? Bruce
Well,
Wayne's
you know
project?
what? Maybe I'm wrong. I took off my Trump one piece is really hot. Now I put this on.
You put that over your clothes.
I put it on over my shirt because I it's a great job so far.
Where did you get that thing?
Out there, every time I come, Jamie has a box of his own merch. Okay, let me tell you, I put this on to something great. I told you, as Hot Tua has been part of it.
Oh,
It's just finally, Julian Assange only took what did it take, 20
Wait a
years?
minute, are you serious or are you joking?
Dead serious. Same
Okay, so is that because she didn't have anything to do with the crime, or is it because there wasn't a crime? What is it?
There's a crime. I don't think.
But is it a crime? Is it illegal? This is the question with all this like fake money stuff. This is why it's so confusing. If you have these meme coins and people are genuinely making millions of dollars from real meme coins, but it's kind of bullshit. It's kind of a fake money, and anybody can kind of make it and then sell it. Like there's no rules, right? Like you can You can't dump it, right?
Did I tell you my buddy was making those ice slaves with stacked to look like beans and coins? A lot of guys from Puerto Rico or like Dominican Republic because of taxes. Yeah. So the guys that make those coins, they refer to people who buy those coins as degenerate gamblers.
Right.
Because that's what they are. So that's all. You could say, why is the stock look like it less degenerate gambling than that? I guess because I don't know why. Maybe you get backed up on certain investments by the government because there's a little bit more fake regulation. I don't know.
It is kind of crazy that it's based entirely on information and confidence about a company, and it can go up or down depending upon who, like, the CEO gets caught sleeping with, or what new environmental
It
laws.
sounds like magical is what it sounds like.
Crazy, and you're all like in 2008 when everything just crashed. There was this dude who lived next to me. I had a lot next to my house in California. This guy wanted to build a house. It was the saddest fucking thing, man. Because this was like in 2012 when we were living there. This dude was raking his lawn, and so I went over just to talk to him. There's no house there, and the dude just like cleaning up brush and shit. He was like a responsible landlord. He didn't have a property, a house. And I said, "Are you gonna build here? Because I knew you were gonna build here a while back, and we never heard of it." He said, "I lost time. It came to crash." Because I saved up all my life working. I had this dream to build this house on this, and the property was really beautiful. It was like on the top of the hill, like looking down on this valley. It would have been an amazing place to like finally die. Right? Get to the end. This guy was old, man. And it was just like super bummed out.
It's a John Steinbeck story.
It's all just based. It's all just based on like it's not gold, right? It fluctuates. Companies can go under. The stock market can crash. Yeah. Money can disappear. It's not stable. It's a wild gamble.
Someone call it Babylonian money magic.
It's so nuts that's what our economy is based on, instead of like actual assets. I mean,
crazy about it.
But it's so crazy that you can do the meme coin thing, where you can just have like, okay, let's just have almost no rules, just go buck wild, and have cock coin trading for $150 a coin.
It's a bunch of nerds that some of the nerds are smarter than the other nerds, but they all think they're smarter than us. That's how they get tricked. Because I'd hop to a point, I could ask Coffee Hill next time, but I'm pretty sure the people that got scammed thought they were going to get out early. They had been sold, and I know this has to be legal. They were sold the idea that they were the initial, whatever the early bird, whatever the hell it was. And they weren't. Yeah, and they weren't, because they had gotten in on the ground floor. So that's why I think that if I could guess where the big fraud is, she's like George Foreman with his grill. George Foreman didn't make a grill. I told you how
22 years old. The girl probably knows almost nothing.
She's jack shit.
I know almost nothing, and she probably knows less than me.
Howie Mandel's son of all is the guy behind Hot Chocolate. What? I told you last time. His name's DJ something.
Did you?
DJ Player.
So much information when I talk to you. When I get a text message from you, I have to take a deep breath.
I know. Like, sometimes. Yeah. What do we got? Okay, that thing you said, we just describing the market right now. Yeah. I was just chuckling like, oh yes, but Social Security is the biggest part of this thing. Not that shit. Social Security is the word. That's the one that we got to tackle. That's the, not all the other things, such as what you just described pretty well, I think.
Okay, so what are the big problems with Social Security? Let's lay it out. Let's see if I can answer.
People are going to want it because they get into it entitled. That's a problem I see. You got to get in there. Dude, why are you Steve Bannon is 100% right. He said on Jimmy Show, Trump says he's not going to touch it. All these pricks on both sides want to cut that out, and then they want to have the freedom to invest into the stock market or like a 401k. The things that sometimes are like hot fuel coin that don't pay out. Social Security's never missed a payment to anybody. That's probably true of fraud. So sure, there is fraud because it's never missed a payment. So why don't you go get the fraud out of it? Okay. Well, I'm actually thinking about it because we played Howard Lutnick. Did you see that guy Howard Lutnick as Trump's commerce? Everyone was like talking to about why Social Security. He goes, "With my mother-in-law, Mike's 95. I think you better Social Security. She's not going to call complain." Really, billionaire guy, your mother-in-law will be fucking.
I did hear someone say that. I saw it written down.
Trump.
I didn't see him say it, but just there's no way to do that right. Like to look at that statement the most charitable way. Do you know people are living barely? There's so many people. If you're on Social Security, you're getting a very small amount of money or a very fixed income that you're owed. And if you miss a month, that's a big fucking deal.
Yeah.
And you're old, and you don't need that kind of stress in your life. You know, if you're old as fuck, and then all of a sudden your Social Security stops, that's fucking terrifying.
You know what the plan is? Like oligarchs, what they want is. So first Doge. So just everybody freak out about Doge, and you're such a uninformed. Doge is not going to be anything. I got this for everybody. Ask Thomas Masley. That guy's who's right. That continuing resolution means everything got funded again until the next time when they're going to do another continuing resolution, because they said last time this is going to be that's what NASA explains. So everything's funded plus another $6 billion for the Pentagon. So people are freaking out, but there's nothing cut. But you know what? I bet they are going to get to your entitlements.
Wait a minute.
They'll make sure to cut that.
But they
Not
haven't cut.
Ukraine, not Israel, God forbid.
Well, they haven't even started with military. So, but just right now, like the USA and stuff, right? They definitely have cut a lot.
That's discretionary, so that just means the money's still in the budget. Like, I don't know what the world is. I have no idea what it is. It's discretionary. It's discretionary.
So that means the programs are cut, but the money is still allocated somewhere else.
It's still up there in the blog, going to whatever. Do you think they really made a Guatemalan gender non-binary musical? Yeah, well, they did. Somebody bought a gun or something. It's not right. Of course. So literally no change. And people,
wasn't it genius though to call it USA? Because you have to be for it.
Well,
it's like Patriot Act.
I think this part should be the crime because it's USA ID. Not with, but they color the A the same color as the I and the D.
Do they?
Yeah, so you think it's USA.
So dirty.
But I didn't know.
Is that really happening?
Yeah. US. So see the deception on purpose with that?
That's rude.
Yeah.
That's rude.
It's USA ID. Not
wow.
That. More like US AIDS, am I right? Not
it's so tricky.
Good. Put my name on that.
It's so tricky because US Aid just seems like a great name for a pretty charitable organization.
Yeah, it sounds like very charitable. You know why it sounds so America? Because it's called USA, but it's not for anyone here.
Right, but also you have to support all AIDS. Okay, if you're not, if you're not even thinking, like no information in the news at all, if someone tells you you want to cut aid, you're a good person. You're going to say no. Of course we don't want to cut aid. Oh. This is US aid. They're going to cut US aid. Like, oh my God, where do I sign? Well, I want to stop. We need aid. Everyone needs aid.
Okay, but the leaders, see, look, I'm cynical as a guy who's never been in politics. The way these people operate is where they're saying the exact opposite of the thing they just said. That's conscious. They're doing that. They're like, that's the game. You got to just tell a complete lie and go completely bad about it.
Well, even just the calling it U.S. aid when it's the United States Agency for International Development.
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute. What do you guys do?
Well, no, how about the Patriot Act when it's the U.S. Department spying on your dick pics in your phone? How about that? Deception.
How about all of it?
Are we keeping the Patriot Act? I know that. I hope that.
Let's ramp it up. We need the number 3.
We did.
The 2 is just too weak these days with all the cybersecurity risks.
I got great. Oh, this is my Timber Sycamore shirt.
What is that?
That's the operation where Obama started, put get rid of Assad and install an Al-Qaeda lead dirt in Syria.
Wait a minute, it has a T-shirt?
No, I have a charity called Shirts for Kurds, where I take the names of operations, I go make a T-shirt that I can wear around to a band or something. So I got some good. This guy's Fred Pound. So he sent this to me. He sent it like.
So what are you wearing? Timber Sycamore, classified weapons supply and training program run by the United States Central Intelligence Agency and supported by the United Kingdom and some Arab intelligence services, including Saudi intelligence. The aim of the program was to remove Syrian President Bashar al-Assad from power. Launched in 2012 or 2013, it supplied money, weaponry, and training to Syrian opposition groups fighting Syrian government forces
Al-Qaeda.
in the Syrian civil war. A lot of Syrians.
That's what we armed Al-Qaeda. So,
Yeah.
any guys watch out there, if you got, or gals, you got any news going off guard in a poppy field for a warlord. Al-Qaeda, we installed them. We're back together with them. We're cool with them. So, you don't have to shoot
They're
them
not
if you see
all
them.
bad guys.
Al-Qaeda?
Cut them some slack.
I like
What
that.
did I say?
Al-Qaeda.
What did I say? You wrote something earlier today.
Oh, I didn't look at it. The show, right?
About heroin. This episode is brought to you by Tacobas. You ever wondered if you could?
I brought to light how we were sending $40 to $87 million to the Taliban, and for about a year now. It's more than that. I've mentioned it quite a few times. I've seen it back before the States Department said they accidentally gave them the money.
Yeah.
You know how we left the wrong way and left all our stuff and didn't disabled. We thought it was disabled, but it wasn't. Well, that's the lithium triangle that Afghanistan's in. So I'm sure that's part of the deal. We give them all our stuff and play a good game, give some helicopters, and we could train terrorists there because most of the Islamists came from us, or Saudis, or Israel, or Pakistan, most of them. And we paid them like $100 million out of the State Department. Maybe it was the USAID, I don't know. But a dude who showed me a video that they had, he texted to me, he was like scared to text it to me. This guy used to be the international press vest, and he showed me a video of these Taliban guys that get like a fort out of American money. like way more than a chest high wall of money. Jesus Christ. And so he would send to me, but then 2 weeks later, it comes out in the news that they accidentally. So they slipped in that they gave it to them, but they have lithium there because that's the name of the game, right?
I'm gonna say
Minerals. So he's right about that.
Sorry for the long.
So he's right what he's saying, but I'm like, you want to wear this earlier, Sean? There's a guy that ran a cartel. That's where he came from. He's in Colombia running a drug network. They don't just let Americans do that unless they're like, you know, come on.
Well, he was openly working for the government, right? Was doing that?
And you don't think he was selling the drugs on that?
What? I don't know what he's even.
It's a him.
By the way, I really like this guy. I know you have issues with him.
I don't have any personal issues.
I like him a lot.
Well, I don't think personal issues.
I think
I don't want to say that he's a killer.
There's guys that get into the military, start working for the government, become agency people, get hired to do jobs all over the world, and I know a bunch of them. And they're some of the most interesting people I've ever met.
100%.
But they don't agree with the way things are being run. And if they've done that and then they step out and then they start talking about it like Sean Ryan, you gotta kind of like.
That makes total sense.
Yeah.
That everything you're saying is perfectly reasonable. Now I remember when the guy blew up his own Tesla outside of it. He had this like stolen. He's like, oh, we just got word that that's this email. And all of a sudden, next thing he's like, we're not talking about it anymore. That's very hoppy.
Well, it is, but you know, it also could be if you don't like. How long is Sean Ryan been doing the show?
I don't know. He came out of nowhere.
One thing that does happen is you get duped. You know, we've been duped before. I've had people on the podcast where I'm like, this guy's kind of a con artist. Like, you get duped. And you get duped with stories, you get duped with people send you stuff that's not real, they send you down these rabbit holes that are stupid. If you're not seasoned in this, and I'm still fucking up all the time, but if you haven't done a lot of these kind of podcasts where you're talking about controversial issues, sometimes you say something that's not totally accurate, or maybe the people that are telling you the information aren't who they say they are. Maybe you're being purposely fed misinformation. It's fucking hard to figure it out sometimes.
It is for me. Now, I'm just saying.
But what was proven about the letter, right? So the dude wrote a letter, correct? Or was it an email? What was it? There's some writing that he was talking about.
How somebody with Iran or China or somebody was. It was like with the drone.
Right. It's something to do with the Jersey drone situation, right?
Yeah. which I'm guessing is Palmer Lucky's outfit,
Can you-
not China. My guy's Palmer Lucky. That's one drones, some things, see how you deal with it, and nobody cares.
It's hard to trust super smart dudes who wear flip flops on podcasts. I saw him with flip flops. I was like,
Well,
this guy's too crazy.
I trust that he has
He's making
clear,
drugs. So he doesn't even want to have shoes on.
I may be wrong, but I think his initial start, because he went through some bullshit with it, and he was trying to sell the military stuff with kind of a robot truck that puts out fires, which you need, but they don't want stuff to, it's a little bit like
He sounds like a guy in a Spider-Man comic book that like is a reluctant hero. Like he was a bad guy doing bad things. You know what I mean?
oh yeah,
It's like
a hacker they call it, and they're like, now you work for us.
it's just like imagine that's your specialty. It's making awesome weapons.
Want to do what you
Right. Like if you're a comic, you want to tell jokes. If you're a guy who makes awesome weapons, right? You want to fuck around and find out.
I mean, as a comic, you use murder language to talk about it, right? Like this is gonna kill, you're gonna decapitate the back of your head out, like cut it out. Yeah.
It's like
Well, look, I was
Sean
shocked.
Show. He's had a few people on Wells, but I don't know about this guy.
I think Joe McMahon.
I've had a few people on like that. I've had a few people on Wells. I don't know.
Look, I'm not going off because I don't believe that I just want to hear a new story that doesn't make me bored because I heard a lot of stories. That's all right. So what happens then if you tell me something new I haven't heard, I'll remember it because I go, oh, that's interesting. I think of boring things. I remember everything that's interesting to me. So later, when I'm looking at new stuff on Sidekick on Jimmy Show, whatever, now I have all this 3 great jokes. Like I can cross-reference. I need as much data as I can get about every single thing,
Right.
so that I can make connections. That's just for joke writing and any kind of writing. So you have to analyze stuff. So I just go off the old, a tree by its fruits, right? The Bible saying that I think is a correct saying. If I know the truth about certain current events and I'm watching, then I know your background that you should know this or that. And maybe you don't though. I allow for that. I'm just saying I see a bunch of people. That woman from who's like ISIS is back, and Iran is here, and
Who's that woman?
the CIA
That's
lady.
a bad impression, by the way. I didn't know who
It's
you were
my-
talking about.
It was my impression of how she was talking about ISIS. This was when the Tesla truck blew up. I've been making jokes about it. It's like hey guys, ISIS is back, and
Well,
no one cares.
let's pause for a second. And what did the guy say? Because let's find that note. No, the guy who blew himself up, the Tesla truck.
Oh yeah.
We never got
Oh,
to
nice, Jamie.
There it is. It says, first off, I am not under duress or hostile influence or control. My first car was a 2006 Black Ford Mustang V6. For verification, we've done this before, Jamie, so we read this all out, and the Mustang's not correct. That's part of the problem, right?
That might be a signal that they're saying that could just be like a code.
Oh, right. Which is why you would say that in that way. Yeah. Right, that would be a way you could, that makes sense, actually. But why would you do that if this is going to be public?
I don't know that it's meant to be public, but this guy gets verified that it was verified the content and just let me know that it's not.
Right.
Oh.
So who did he send it to?
Look at this.
Guy, like that Instagram account that talks about like military stuff. Up to this is more
Okay. By the way, so this level of bullshit, it was bewildering when I read this about drones. Blaming China. Now I remember because I had joked about the China drones because of this. And then he does the Chinese spy balloon bullshit. It's a Chinese spy balloon. They made up all these little details after the fact. There's actually an article where military goes, it's more than likely not a spy balloon. It got from mainland China, a big white balloon. This is China. And on it, got over all our bases in the Pacific, which, if you look at the map of how many bases we have, it looks like a sex offender registry. Okay? All our balloon sensing equipment, I assume, from the trillions of dollars they just lose making our amazing force, got past them to Billings, Montana. That was a actual balloon. It was unseizable. I believe the simpler explanation of the unseizable winds blew a balloon into Billings, Montana. And That's why Biden didn't shoot it down. We've had this happen many times when there's balloons. And then they go, oh, we shot down 2 more balloons like the UFOs. Remember that bullshit?
Yeah.
And so as soon as you hear all the nonsense coming out, you're like, what is this? So the balloon was just that, a weather balloon. They all know it. Remember, like, Biden, why didn't you shoot down this balloon? It's a spy balloon. Why? Yeah, he purposely left the spy balloon to spy on us. It's such bullshit. And then,
Wait, what do you think this fucking balloon was?
a balloon.
But it had electronics on it. It had like.
Oh, okay. No, if you look at Zillow, I'm pretty sure it body scans your whole fucking face. You know, like,
Does it?
like, girl likes to look at houses on Zillow. Dude, your phone, the way it's used to track you is unbelievable. And amateurs, that's how I'm pretty sure the Bernie and AOC rallies where I'm like, there's no way that many people are see these features.
Well,
There's
that's
no
a
way.
fact.
But they tracked the phones of the people,
Yes. Yeah.
okay? And then they knew the same people kept going to the same Bernie and AOC concert.
They were going there, and they were also going to Kamala Harris rallies, and they were going to a bunch of other different left-wing protests. That's a thing.
People get paid to be Democrat.
They get paid. It's a real job.
Yeah.
Like, you can get real money, much more money than you make working at McDonald's, to just show up and grab a sign and get in the stands. And so you get 24,000 people, you have to pay them. But if you do, they'll go, and you can just keep doing that if you have an insane amount of money.
Yeah. Well, that's what they've been doing for a while.
I mean,
and since the
The amount of money that she spent on that campaign.
she ran a great campaign.
What was it? It was pretty rock tight. What was the
Every
total?
Diddy suspect. Beyonce, not singing, just talking.
Yeah.
Great commercials reaching out to men. Not going on your show, going on the call. I think that's Hop to His Mom, the Call Her Daddy. Great job, guys. And she lost. And the cherry on top of that great campaign.
Well, what was really funny was afterwards they were asking for money. After it's over, like, why didn't you say so?
They did after Roe v. Wade to the Democrats.
Yeah, they did immediately.
Right after.
Immediately donate.
Which is like,
Donate to the Democratic Party to protect Roe v. Wade.
screamed about Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who always thought Roe v. Wade should be overturned on legal reasons. Because it's about, in her mind, a bad ruling. She couldn't get it out her real feelings out of the book.
There's really no way other than AI judges. AI judges, AI government. That's the only way.
Well, I don't.
It's the only
Who's going
way.
to program
Human
God?
beings-
Who's going to program that God that I can believe in?
It's going to program
Muslims.
itself.
It better not be
We're
Muslims.
going to allow it to program itself.
Oh, well,
And
I
it's
bet you
gonna
that's something like that has happened several times.
Well, it's going to happen. I don't know if it has happened. Why do you think it has happened?
Because all these like they go, oh, who's the secret elite running? Right. Well, here's a clue, and I don't know if this is another we still have royalty everywhere. By definition, a bloodline that it should be over you that for some reason we're obsessed with. Here in America, where we rebelled, people fight over Snow White, the Bavarian fairy tale. To inculcate you with bloodline shit. And then people are mad at the big head girl. What's her fucking name? That she was like a mothership alien. The Snow White they got. Puerto Rican Snow White. I'm forgetting the name.
I don't know where you're going there.
Yes.
Okay. The young lady.
So when it first.
What's her name? Rachel?
Yeah, so now if you notice the spin of it, they're putting it all on her. I mean, I'm sure she sucks, but she is very young. How about
a fucking kid, right?
She didn't write that script though, right? And I don't think she made the no dwarves decisions. That was Sir Peter Dinklage.
Well, that was crazy, right? Like, do you know when they did the original Snow White? I was listening to Cody Tucker on Instagram. He was talking about that. When they did the original version of The Wizard of Oz, they couldn't get dwarves because they'd all been killed by the Nazis. They had to bring them in to film things.
Wait, okay, hold on. Where did they film?
I want to say, find out where the Wizard of Oz was from.
And so, American dwarves were killed by the Nazis?
No. They didn't film it in America. They filmed in like Bavaria, and there was no wars.
They didn't want to pay union dwarves.
The Nazis had killed them all. Like, no one talks about that, apparently. But that was a thing that they killed all of them.
I find that surprising with their supposed love of
Or Cody
German folklore that they would attack the luckiest creatures.
or Cody's.
He's right there.
Look,
Yeah,
if the Nazis, like, if they wanted to create a master race, you would have to imagine that, like, mentally handicapped people, all those types of things, they probably have pretty brutal measures. You know?
well, I know they did because they, as you know, copied them from us where we started that first. That's the rock effect. Yeah. Eugenics is from America. It's all the things are from America or England. All the things. You think of Nazis as some like an Al Qaeda that somebody funded because it worked out for them at the time until it didn't work out. But that's just like constant gain of function, right? We just gotta
Function government.
Yeah,
That's a great gain of function government.
Yeah, hey, what if we make it more deadly? Oh no, well, you guys got to be locked down because we cocked up some virus.
Carol recalled that some of the Munchkins were German-born actors who performed throughout Europe in a rigid troupe booked by showman Leo Singer, who arranged to bring them to the United States for filming. The Wizard of Oz allowed the actors to escape as Nazis began to extend their reach across Europe in the late 1930s. Well, when did they do The Wizard of Oz? Whoa, they were already killing people?
You just reminded me of something great. No, even, okay. So this is one of my favorite historical. See now back in the day, Jeffrey Hudson. Do you know about Jeffrey Hudson? The Queen's dwarf in England? So back in the day, let me see here. So 1619 to 1682. Anyway, back then, royalty would collect, like, dwarves, or if you were like really fat because you had some gland problem, there's girls pain like that, and someone discovered you, royals would keep you in like a menagerie, like the court dwarf, and you'd be like the court dwarf, like a Arizona dog, from
Right.
So this guy Jeffrey Hudson, I can't remember the Queen, it was for her birthday. They baked him into a pot pie. They put him in a pie. Okay? So he presented the projector, his pie, and he jumps out and starts dancing at the table, and she loved it. I think he belonged to another noble family, so he could have it. So then he became her dwarf, and he had like a little sword. And one of her relatives, he would disguise himself as a poor person and go, and, yeah,
that laugh.
Look at my voice is going from yelling at elbows. Look at that. There is with the Queen walking. You gotta take care of them, Probably a better life than a full-size adult back then,
Imagine trying to be a jester and walk the line between knowing what's across the line where the king's gonna cut your hand off.
Yeah, well,
hold
if
on.
you're this guy and you just jumped out of a pie, the king will let you see all kinds of stuff. It's like a fun club.
I think the world was way more like Game of Thrones than you tend to believe.
But he based it on history. He based all that stuff on real history. Probably the dragon part. Sorry, Joker.
I wonder about the dragon part.
Well, wait. So this dude, one of her relatives or something, he stayed with them, and the guy would take the poor person on the street, and he would bring Jeffrey with him. Okay, and then do like an act, and like he would sit down, and he would have these. He put out like a big loaf of bread, and then he would make it into a sandwich. That's what it is.
Jesus Christ, dude.
He would have it in his pocket, and then he would get out bread, and then he'd climb in and make a sandwich, and people loved it. I mean, I love it just thinking about it.
I went down the dragon rabbit hole.
Okay, this is the last thing about that. This is what that little guy.
Yeah.
So he started getting a big head. Okay, and yeah, like how the classic, like Howard Stern backpack kind of development, right? And he got captured by pirates. He has a crazy life, but he had a little sword, like they made him a stormtrooper or something, and somebody sent him to clean, and he challenged him to a duel. This guy, okay, with pistons back then, it's like the single shot pistol. And so the guy brought a water gun. The other guy was like, gonna kill you, fight like the queen's dwarf. And he got real hard because he came to he came for the fame. He came and shot down the road. Another guy had a squirt gun that he shot.
Oh my god!
Because he couldn't knock it. And I'll bet Jeffrey Hudson was like, "Oh, I'm glad I killed you." Man. So he brought a squirt gun on top of it. You know, like that's a guy really not taking you seriously. Doing you're doing if you brought a water pistol. Do you think like my little fingers can't pull the trigger? That's how I think.
The finals. Well, that's how stupid people were back then. He had completely dismissed that guy in every way, to the point where I didn't even think he would be able to shoot him.
It's like
How stupid is that?
it's cool because that's like a kind of a cool thing where they're like,
You want to square him in the face and everybody laughs.
like, okay, dude, you guys treat him like the queen's old dog. You might say something to that effect or something. Okay, but even a dog, you would be like, come on, as a dog, don't be like antagonizing the dog. So even if this guy's not affording humanity to Jeffrey Hudson, you know, like by saying to the dog, he wasn't being cruel. You know what I mean? Like he was being like a cruel, you know, it's a pompous aristocrat. That's how they are. They don't think it can happen to them.
Let me get this straight. Did they use dwarves in Snow White, but they just didn't call them dwarves? Is that what it was?
So dwarfs,
So they had.
and dwarves are two different things. Yes, I've
No
learned
way.
this. I've learned
It's not a plural.
researching for this podcast. I forgot.
Dwarves is not plural?
Right. So dwarfs. I don't know which one is which. I forget. But one is the fantasy kinds, which are magical creatures and not human beings.
Right.
And the other kinds, one is Tolkien.
Oh, one is dwarf
And he's
one is
specific.
dwarf.
Dwarf, the plural,
Is
dwarfs.
that it, Jim?
Oh,
Okay.
oh, that's what it is. Okay. And then to tell what time, you know about dwarves, the war midgets.
That's what they were in The Hobbit.
Hold on.
But he's talking about dwarfs.
Yeah, no, I mean, dwarf is, the oldest one of the
Yeah, so I don't know which one's which, but dwarves.
Why would it be the same?
Yeah, I don't think
There's also dwarfs with an F. I swear to God.
dwarf this one.
No, dwarfs.
Right, but how crazy is it that there's a folklore version? Did they have magic powers?
I know.
Did the folklore versions have magic powers, or were they just
I
dwarves?
imagine that they're probably based on the real life people that they then magicked up because, and my evidence is like Snow White itself.
It says this type of supernatural being in Germanic folklore accounts of dwarves very significantly
Dwarfs.
Very significantly throughout history, they're commonly but not exclusively presented as living in the mountains or stones and being skilled craftsmen. Huh.
And only males. So dwarfs with an F. It's the fantasy one.
Okay.
And they're
So
all men.
dwarfs are all a bunch of gay guys.
Yeah.
Little tiny gay guys hanging out.
Well, they
waiting for that
originally
lady
were.
to show up.
It was like 7 non-binaries or something.
But here's the question for the new movie: what did they do? Because what I heard was that they CGI'd things in there.
Yeah, look at how bad it looks.
That's what it looks like. Is there a video?
A lot of people make videos about why the CGI seems worse than when it first came out, and that's because these studios are working people. Disney's notorious. Disney's one of the worst
video,
companies ever
Jamie, so
existed.
let's see what it looks like. It's kind of sucks that a kid gets put into the position like that, where they're talking about politics,
Look, if you put your kids in auditions, you are trafficking your children, so you know.
oh wow, that doesn't look bad. That doesn't look real at all.
Yeah, and then like they do all the work while she gets around being a leader or whatever. The script was
Wait a minute,
from
how
the
much
start.
does this cost? They should get Doge to do this movie. They spent $250 million making that movie. But imagine you spend $250 million and you get some young girl and you don't kind of talk to her about like, hey, don't get political. You're young, and I know you have opinions about things, but should be just about the movie.
message of the movie is to be that bitch. That's the message that they wrote a script that's telling girls, I don't need nobody tells me I'm a 20-year-old girl, so I just have to run my mouth all the time. That's the theme of the new Snow White.
No, really?
Yes. Now,
It's not the same story.
no. So now, they put it on her. Now they failed. Here's what happened. She made the cardinal error of saying free Palestine on Twitter. So she could say all that men are bad and this and that, but once you do that, now they've put the entire weight of the failure upon her. When really, it's like making Jimmy Fallon apologize for doing a Chris Rock impression when Warren and a team of lawyers and consultants decided if it was okay, the amount of brown they put on him to simulate Chris Rock. Yeah. You think Jimmy Fallon made that call? But he's got to sit there and apologize to a white Robin DiAngelo comes on. I'm not watching this. Am I dreaming? And he's like, he's really drunk, and I don't blame him. And he's like, thanks so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. She's you see Jimmy, this weird nun lady, is like giving him a lecture.
Did you ever see her in that Matt Walsh movie? Did you see Am I Racist?
No.
It's fucking hilarious.
I know that we put her in Prez Trek, the thing they made with Kyle, Star Trek or Biden.
In Am I Racist, Matt Walsh, didn't you get her to give someone money for reparations? Didn't that happen? Did you see the movie?
No, but I saw.
He's a fake academic who's talking to her, and he's like a fake woke guy with like a fake ponytail, and he gets her to say the most ridiculous shit. It's so
Because
funny.
her money depends on it. And he said something interesting I still talk about, which is the reason, because why do these people sit here? This is about the Daily Show, why would they sit there and think? And he goes, oh, they're aware, but they want the plug. Their demographic wants to see them be stupid, and they're going to defend them no matter what, so it don't matter. Why they would sit there and be part of that.
She didn't have any idea that that's what it was.
But even like
she thought she was doing that. They're doing some sort of a documentary on race from like a woke perspective.
Look at what he says about it.
I'll have to ask him what the premise was that he set up.
The other lady, the lady with the colored hair, that he kept asking about. That was what's woman, not the.
Yeah, that's a totally different.
I think it's the same thing. Because I saw this on Sasha's show, like an absurd situation. If these people are like, my job is on this thing,
right?
They automatically go into it. It's funny to make her follow her own stupid thing like that, but she's like, she benefits by, even if she looks dumb in it, anyone that believes in that stuff is not going to fault her in that seat. You know what I mean? They're not going to look at it as funny. They're going to go, what a jerk you are, put her in that position of having to live up to the things she's saying she thinks. That's like, because you're going to just ask her, oh, I want to get to know her. That's not that. That is not going to happen. Yeah. The people that liked her, they like her because she never said anything. They find that savvy and smart to never let people know what you think, because that's how they advance in their careers. Because the whole thing is the ultimate pyramid scheme is cowardice and turning a blind eye all the time.
Yeah, but they're not the problem. Because after a while, the person, no matter who they are, whatever job you're in, if they treat you like you're the boss, you start to think you know what the fuck you're doing. And she was treated like she was the boss for, many, many years. And during that time, some people got her to say some crazy shit. Like when she was talking about certain things, if she really didn't have information about it, she was just rambling in circles.
Oh, can you describe what's happened in Ukraine?
Exactly.
So basically, Russia's involved.
Ukraine's a country. Yeah, like what?
Oh, it's the Ukraine. Remember how they said Ukraine and not the Ukraine?
The Ukraine?
Yeah, there's the borderlands. So that's some marketing crap where we don't want people thinking it's just the borderlands. That this is a legit thing.
But I always wondered with Kamala Harris, like I've seen her talk before, and she's hilarious. I think some people just fucking clam up when they get in front of a camera and when they know the whole world's watching and they know there's a lot of pressure, and if they fucked up a bunch of times before. But to be good at public speaking under pressure, you have to have a lot of reps. You have to do it a long time.
She's running for president?
I understand.
Wendy Williams would have been better.
I understand.
She has charisma, Wendy Williams.
But I always wonder, like, what is important about being a president? Is it the ability to communicate or ability to rationally assess what needs to be done and what sacrifices have to be made and what's the right direction for everything to go in. That's the most important.
I'll tell you what it is.
But
It's the
but I wasn't going to get to it. But it's weird how much we rely on charisma and likability and just like the ability to form sentences in an eloquent manner. That's impressive. Even though that's only one aspect of what it would be, like the most important aspect of being a president, I would think would be rational, be able to make decisions that are very difficult, know the correct direction, and be selfless. Right? You're doing this for the country. That's the best version you could think of as a president.
That's what you have to look like. But what you have to be good at is looking like you're that. All those things.
Yeah.
And take orders from the people who are in charge of you. That's how it's run ever since they killed Kennedy, but probably before that.
Wow, I think that's true. I think when
That's the good. You know the deep state term?
Yeah.
Peter Dale Scott, he's a leftist Berkeley professor.
What is this fucking thing that I keep hearing? That there's a video of Lee Harvey Oswald.
Oh, Luna. That's actually Luna said it.
She said that there was a video of Lee Harvey
NBC
Oswald
has it.
and NBC has it.
Where he's like in front of the car.
And did Oliver Stone tell her this? I read that on X.
I didn't hear that. Look, if true, it's explosive. You know, I can send you a video. But,
how could it possibly be true? That seems like one of those things where why would NBC hold on to that?
I seen that Dave, what's his name, Crush guy around. All these people have these amazing
It's kind of life. It doesn't have to be on TV all day. What is
what's going on with that?
Well, let's one thing at a time. I'm wrangling. One thing at a time. The Lee Harvey Oswald thing. Like, who told her that Lee Harvey Oswald is in this video that's been hidden from the public? Somebody said it was Oliver North. Who, by the way, Oliver Stone.
Yeah.
And a fucking Freudian. Somebody said it was Oliver Stone who got the craziest fucking recall. The craziest.
Yeah.
I had a conversation with him off the air, but he was explaining to me deeper into the fucking connection.
Yeah.
There was all the different people that were after Kennedy and all the different things.
It's quite a lot.
He's got it in his fucking head, dude. That guy's head is a warehouse of information about the JFK assassination. Yeah, I thought that was developed a long time ago. Let me see that photo. Blow that shit up again. That guy does not look like Lee Harvey Oswald. Look at him on the right-hand side. You can see it. That is a different shaped face. That's like a totally different dude. First of all, didn't every guy who was white in 1963 look like that? They had one fucking haircut. They all wore the same shirts.
Nice high and tight.
We were basically the Chinese.
That was very Chinese.
We were basically like South Korea.
The North Korean success that Kim Jong-un has was our boys. Oh, okay. So wait, someone's muddying the waters.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that.
You know about her?
Do I know about her?
She's
She's the lady that's in charge of like distributing the all the folk stuff, right? She's the JFK stuff, all that shit, right?
So this is very strange. She's from Florida. She ran against I forget his name. I sent you a video of this. This is one of the buddies that the Republican she was running against in Florida primary was caught on tape talking about having her killed if she does well, is about to get elected.
Oh, Jesus.
She's someone who I know I had heard of him, some influencer. William Braddock. Okay, now
William Braddock threatens to send Russian Ukrainian hit squad after rival for Florida GOP primary.
Oh, okay, but they say Russian. Okay, that's actually less weird than some of the other stuff he says, and they don't mention it. So play his recording. Now he got prosecuted, so this is not him just bragging, I guess.
Bad caption. You did not hear that from me.
She's recording everything.
That's the worst question I've ever heard in my life.
Keep them on the line. Let's keep them on the line.
Yeah. You can't tell anybody I'm going to have someone killed. Imagine.
Oh,
How
dang, I
well
would
does
never.
this... Hold up, please. Pause for a second. How well does this dude know that lady? And by the way, why is he breathing so quick? That dude sounds like he's cranked out of his fucking mind. You hear that?
Well, you heard him say his Freemason brothers, so that means he is.
He's cranked out of
That
his mind.
means he parties.
That guy's partying right now. Like, this is cocaine talk. This isn't
100%.
real. This is cocaine talk, right?
Well, not just that. It is that, but also he got arrested and prosecuted.
Well, you can't have cocaine talk on the fucking
He
phone.
ran away to the Philippines, and that's a pretty dark connection too.
Hold on, keep going. I want to hear one more what he says. But it sounds like cocaine talk.
Did they all get coked up?
Yeah. You say wild shit.
Dude, you hear that?
He's out of his mind.
No. Wait, pause that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
the
we gotta
inside,
sacrifice the few.
you're 100% right about that.
Yeah, no, he believes that though.
That's the Freemason brothers are bringing money from Malta and Gibraltar.
Can we pause 1 second? Who is he saying this to? What is the woman's name? Can you get a photo of this lady? I bet she's hot, which is part of the problem.
Play this and show you guys the screen, right?
Oh, play, just finish it.
Let's just get a photo real quick so I can get a context. I just want to put it in context because I'm trying to figure out why this guy is blabbing to this lady that he doesn't know really well. I would think he's going to have someone killed. You would tell, like, regular friends. You wouldn't tell, like, casual friends. Like, how well does this guy know this lady? And is he trying to...
Cocaine makes you
Is he trying
confide
to
in people.
impress her? Yes, it does. It does. Is he trying to impress her, and is she attractive? And like,
Yes, that's a good question.
you know what I mean? It's like there's guys that'll just make up stories about it. There we go. She's pretty. There we go. Exactly. Okay. So it's cocaine talk to a pretty lady trying to impress her with your power.
That's good enough for the CIA to spy and to get that talking using his intel, by the way, generally, isn't it?
So here's the other question. How does this... Yeah, he's a dork. He's a coked up dork, and she's hot, and it's the first time a hot lady's talked to this coked up dork. Allegedly. He may not have done cocaine. He might just have been nervous. Maybe he's just really attracted to this lady. And it's adrenaline. Or maybe he drank a lot of coffee.
It just sounds like...
It sounds like coked up.
Well, because all those, you probably shouldn't talk about your Freemason brothers and their Russian, Ukrainian, it's like, wow, that's cool of them to get past their differences.
Yeah, they coordinated this for this one special project. Because Captain Cocaine
Okay,
was going to put a hit out on some lady.
but he is connected to something. I think he wouldn't have run to the Philippines where these kind of people run to. He wouldn't have been...
So is he running from the law right now?
No, he's going back to court, but they probably like get him in jail. But his friend was like, can't get shot. He got coked up and talked to a horse. You know, Guinness got to do her time and keep the trap shut. This guy's going to have to do that too. But William Braddock, I'm like, okay, who is he? Must be from a family from him. I couldn't find anything, but maybe I just sucked at it. But where's his bio? Who is he? Who's his dad?
Imagine you're just talking shit. You think you're a badass. You're going to say cool shit to this girl on the phone. You find out you're being recorded while you're on cocaine. And you claim to hit. You might have woke up in the morning with a splitting headache. Doesn't even remember being on the phone saying he was planning a hit. Wakes up, he's paranoid.
a nurse.
Yes. Oh,
She
yes.
is.
She's.
She was talking to him.
They call it conservative activists. No, she was talking about some real shit. She was good. The thing she was talking about with that.
What was it?
I can't remember. I don't.
What they're talking to the recording from the hospital.
Yes.
There's so
She did good work on
many
that. Yes.
like James O'Keefe type videos now,
I love
and
it.
it's all the same thing. It's all really chatty gay guys who spill the beans when they're on a date,
On paper, they look like they're going to be good employees, don't they?
and occasionally a man who's saying stupid shit to a woman who's undercover.
And sometimes it'll be a guy that I thought was that, but no, he was a straight guy.
What do you
It's
mean?
all, the straight guys and gay guys in those circles are imperceptible. Like Harry Sisson came out as straight recently. That kid with the rosy cheeks that Dylan had on.
Yes.
Yes.
Tim Dillon had him on his show.
They exposed him as shields. They came out and said they're being paid. And they go, cut that. Do you remember that? It was really funny.
Oh, no, let me see that. I didn't watch that.
Yeah, Tim Dillon exposed him. No, I remember seeing it.
This guy gets on.
Fine work by Tim Dillon. But anyway, I thought the kid with him was his boyfriend. No. He's been pressuring girls for Snapchat nudes.
Oh, no.
Yes, dude, that's kid rules.
So Tim Dillon had him on. What did they talk about?
Oh,
Can't
where's
play
the
any of
part
it?
where it exposed? Oh,
Okay.
that, you see his hands? You just hit on it. Yeah, it's right around there.
It's disgusting.
Well, there's a lot of people that would say that the American government, for a very, very long time, has been very dishonest with its citizens. This is something that
A little twit. Isn't there a clip of just him exposing them? Like,
45 seconds.
Right.
oh,
And a lot of people on our side, like, if they start hearing, I've actually done it before, I've criticized, like, a Democrat, like, Nikki Jefferson, it all just went south. Like, I started losing followers, it's bad, right? And I really want to be that person that, like, reaches the other side, because Democrats, I mean, they're horrible individuals, right? They do a lot of shitty things, although I'll vote for them all the time. But it's also part of the space to criticism. That's just a good tweet at that point. Please
I thought those were his boyfriends.
That's a young man that really wants to be important.
Yeah.
Really wants to be special and wants to be on the right side of history, and he's young. And he
No,
really needs
not
to go to
right
the
side of
gym,
history.
and he should start eating meat again, and he should start doing squats, and you need to do deadlifts, and you should probably like run up hills. You need to do something to turn you into a man.
His whole getting pussy is based on not doing it. So when
I'm
guys
telling
look like
it's a bad strategy.
I agree with you. I agree. You don't have to convince me. Just for never mind getting pussy, just do that
He's just
for
a
your
young
life.
kid. If I was him, I'd be saying the same shit. You're young. You say dumb shit.
Well, what's
And
David Fromm's excuse?
But that statement right there was the perfect example. To say
That's
how
America.
bad they are, but I'll always vote for them.
That's
That's so bonkers.
dude, people in their 60s
But
say that.
that's because he's a kid.
But old people, the View says the same thing.
Right, but there's a certain percentage of people that are going to buy meme coins. You know what I'm saying? There's a certain percentage of people that are just, they're not, they're
How
not
about
going to
this?
make it.
He said it just now.
Yeah.
If your money depends on you being that way, you're going to be that way. So that's a
It does
business.
become eventually that, but it's so young. It's not like he calculated his personality based on making money politically online.
That's exactly what he just said to him. He goes, yeah, I tried. I mean, they suck, but my audience
Right.
gets mad, so I can't.
Right. It's not. It's like when you're fucking, what is it, 21 or something like that? When you're 21, it's like total audience capture.
Money and cloud. Yes.
And you've got success doing this one thing, and now that's your whole
What is
identity.
it not? Like, if you go independent, see, like, aside from people, to throw around audience capture, like, I'm sure you've heard that nonsense at you. They definitely say it at Jimmy, but I can tell you, Jimmy's a real hard-headed dude that his audience gets pissed at him because now we're criticizing Trump for the ways he's cocking up. So
And Jimmy is not. Jimmy's not idealistic. He doesn't have an ideology, brother. He's
His
very,
principles.
very open-minded.
Yeah, so these people's principles are
Very fair. Very fair.
he's the only guy I know who's a leftist, okay? And I think you should get to identify what you are.
Yeah.
Like your gender, you should get to say what you are.
Yeah.
But the video with Kyle Rittenhouse came out where my Shane Gillis apologized to me. But a lot of my friends, oh no, he's going away. He crossed state lines. What does that mean?
Right.
With a gun, but you don't say the part you bring finishing it, right?
Right.
But watch the video. People watch the video and see exactly what happened. Every part of the night of every character in the story. There's no mystery as to who was at fault and whatever.
Right.
So all you gotta do is look at that. That shouldn't even been a case.
Right.
People, I told my ex, she's gonna believe no matter who dipshit she knows. I don't need to see the footage on this case. I go, what am I, Galileo? What did you tell us?
No, the story that's even more fucked up is the people that he was protecting were, I believe,
Indian immigrants.
Indian
That
immigrants who
white
were his
kids,
friends.
yes, white kids that burned down
Yes.
Indian immigrants' property because they're mad about a black man being shot by a cop.
So they
By the way,
asked him to
should
help
have been
them.
shot. Jacob Blake was kidnapping 2 kids and going for a knife in his car, probably trying to get shot. He had just had a fight with that chick he had a training room with. And if you've ever been in a bad relationship, you know how Ragnarok could you get, right? And people do death by cop all the time.
Yes, they
And
do.
that's what that. And then the governor, I found out when I played Kenosha, that governor went and she kicked off the riot by saying, oh, we think the cop shot him. He just said something really irresponsible that they would take you off the air for saying it caused this, right?
Right.
But that was the agenda to make that. We all know BLM was a scam, right? And all the money went to a fat bitch. Yeah, right? I don't have to educate anybody. All the things you think are real are not real.
There was an article about her losing one of her houses in the fire. I was like, one of them? How
Oh.
many did you get? She got 3.
Did you even give Hamas any of the money you promised?
Did you see where they used that AI program to run this net of all the different NGOs that were contributing to Democratic
You
causes?
showed me last time, my rabbi, Richard Grove, who sent me Tragedy and Hope, a book that gives you the skeleton of what the conspiracy is, okay? It's written by Carol Quigley. Somebody on the show I know has brought it up. John Corder brought it up on Jimmy's show. Okay. It's Bill Clinton's mentor wrote it. He was not against
What's it called again?
Tragedy and Hope. It's about the Anglo-American world power and how World War I England brought us back into the fold, they called it. Cecil Rhodes, the father, the guy from up part-time, at De Beers, of course, De Beers was if you bought their name, it's him. It's him. It's Cecil Rhodes. Yeah. Cecil Rhodes. Yeah, Cecil
The
Rhodes.
guy who started the prototype also started
Look.
the years.
No, he took it over, but he was a painter.
Oh,
Cecil Rhodes.
so he bought it.
And then he at Oxford, he gave a speech about how we should, do the things we do now, deal with bullshit all over the world. And so he's so inspired that, so he said, so the first concentration camp, the pictures in the book, it's just like concentration camps in Germany. It's horrible. If you ever see the Kingsman, the prequel of the Kingsman,
Right.
one of the prequels or something, they show it in the beginning. There's black and white people in there, so that's nice, it's diverse. That was England that did that. Okay, and that's Cecil Rhodes. And Cecil Rhodes created the Cecil Rhodes Round Tables. And he based it on the Jesuits, the very Illuminati, the Freemasons. His idea was circles within circles, like the map of Atlantis, right? And so you have the outer, like that dickhead who was like Freemason shit, they should have moved that in and wherever they let him into. Because it's like any other gangster, they want to add the back of connection.
Let's show up in that camera.
I don't condemn peace.
I should know.
Please, everyone stitch. Please. I'm here for you. I want to hear the stories. This shit don't stop until you stitch. It's not going to stop until you tell my movie and stop covering up for them. Because it's your country. Don't cover up for your country. I know people would do that. I didn't accuse me of being extremely religious. But, well, I'm openly this. My beliefs is, now they told me God was going to kill all of me like 20 years ago, so it's awkward now for me, obviously. But,
People don't know you grew up in Charles. Well, people don't know. I mean, there's this scandal.
I assume you have all the back knowledge on you if you were at home. I don't think
A lot of people don't. You were a long time ago. called
we're
the
back to
Jehovah's
it.
Witness.
Now we're
It's the
back
same
to it.
shit before. And I remember being like one of the first times I was like genuinely alarmed about how really crazy ideas can spread. And really just outrageous behavior can become normalized.
The second part of that is it's reminding of that, but without the love and forgiveness of belief in Jesus. So they took the only good thing out of it and kept the dogma. But Jesus is like a dogma, but it's like you're gonna if you have a problem, let's say someone's not living up to what it should, you said this was the solution to everything. But let's say there's something really bad you know about, like someone got molested and you don't go to the cops, you handle it in-house, which is what they did and got sued for. The highest settlement in American history, not the Catholics, Jehovah's Witnesses, because they did what everybody does. The Epstein file, hide the files, handle it in-house, this thing like that. You saw what I saw, you wouldn't release it either. All that bullshit. So don't tell me you're the one organization of God and you did that. And like people are kicked out for that. Because all the Bible stories I got taught were God would strike you with leprosy for that shit. You know? And I'm the kind of chump that believes in the thing if I believe in it. So I'm a kind of poison for you for it. Because when you don't live up to it, I'm gonna be a real twat about it. You know?
But that's important.
Well, no, it's actually crazy, and is that the hill you want to die out there? Let me talk about it. Oh, fucking, I've heard this, you really not that people. Some people are, and point it out, and they go, is that the hill you want to die on? And I'm like, am I going to be killed for telling the truth? Well, why would I be?
That's that team shit.
Yeah.
That's that team shit. Our team is going to cover this up. Our team's not going to pay attention to that.
That's what it is. You're just in the scale of it's 1 million. 1 million.
The whole thing is it's a dumb pursuit of being on the right side. Well, we should all be on one fucking side. It should be one giant group of people figuring out what makes the most sense. It's not supposed to be us versus them.
That's too vague. That's too vague.
It's not too vague. If it's not too vague for you and I, it's not too vague for the whole country. We just have to change the way we talk about it.
What makes the most sense is ladies and gentlemen. Because I'm telling you right now, these people have never given up on eugenics, and I'm very happy that technology is going to fix forfeits one day, okay? And we won't have to do what they want to the killers.
Chris Hemsworth, oh my God, can you imagine being a Jewish? It's going to be just Chris Hemsworth and Jason Momoa all through the land.
Yeah, well, the Nordic space brothers that people see, I think they're more than tall whites. No, tall whites are. They're tall. They're
Wait a minute, how many are there?
Oh yeah, there's one.
The tall whites and the Nordics are different?
It's like them. Like they're different. I know. I'll tell you who. I don't know what's real, but Charles Holt, tall whites are not the same. He called them the Nordics. He called them the Norwegians in 2015.
2015. How many do we have? I'll say there was two.
Try to meet in Michigan. Yeah, Joshua. But they call them Nordic, and it's assuming that this is a complete bullshit, which let's face it, probably is, but let's say it's not bullshit. I think they are Nordic. I think they're fucking German. I think they're if they are real, this all white blonde society. That dude, I was calling Jazz Jabroni because Nick Jason had done this is something really interesting about. There are these stories of this is like a fifth dimensional race running around. Their architecture is like pyramids and movies. They're always wearing the same outfits. They haven't evolved or anything, right? Right. So, and you've heard this before about the time travel aspect, right? Because if you did have those kind of things, which I don't know if they have or not, that is automatic. He's right about 100%. That's time dilation. That means you have a time machine. So, let's say, here's a silly story, that the German acorn, like elephant, guaca, that went down to the 70s, and found that German bell-shaped, where they had mercury plasma rotation to try to make it levitate.
Oh, yeah, what was that?
Kikalaka.
Pull that up, Jim, so I can refresh my mind. So, what do you mean? You think that these tall whites were actually Germans?
No,
They were actually Germans?
Yeah, let's say.
You think they were actually like Nazi scientists or something?
No, but those camps where they bring people to them. You remember the Nazis had camps of blonde chicks to breed Aryans to birth.
I missed that chapter.
Really?
Check this out.
That's like the sexiest part of the.
That's real? This Nazi bell.
Yes.
Have we covered this?
No, it is real, but it doesn't mean it's necessarily it was a working UFO. Well, I'm not, I have no way thinking. I'm saying this is stuff people know about already.
I vaguely remember talking about this.
But let's say they mastered something akin to that, okay? Okay, just vaguely, and then you send it to planet Algebra on or whatever they call it, which is how many millions of light years away. If you could go to that planet that fast light, then you have now gone into the past, right? Because it's relative, it's a relative position. So now you're 50 million years ahead of us, even though you came out of us. And if you want to come back, right, the way this would work is you could fly back to like Mars or the Earth 50 million years because the distances we're talking about, there has to be like time travel involved. And then let's say you have that kind of control, and I can put my DNA and stuff and make it in my own image, you make all of it. And then you cock it up, and then you do something over and over again, like a red. Chase was running to make that up. That's where I go. This sounds like Sam Sawyer. Some rich assholes make a breakaway civilization, try to remake the world their image, cocks up like an Atlantis myth of some kind. The record plays, keeps playing.
Maybe intelligent beings just consistently fuck up because they keep pushing the boundaries of their abilities and their intelligence, no matter how smart they are. And even, like we do stupid shit in other countries. We fuck around with, installing
Act
new
like
leaders.
God, because you're God.
But just think of what we do in other countries. Now imagine you're taking it to so many levels of intelligence and ability far beyond what we have, and you come here, you would cock up these monkeys.
Yes.
You would definitely do it. You would think you were in the right
blame
to
the
do it.
monkeys. You blame them. You go, oh, it's because you were bad.
Oh, we would just say, look, the odds of them making it to an intergalactic society within the next 5 to 10 million years is very low. And here's what, if that theory is correct, look, chimpanzees are still around. They are our distant cousins, and they didn't fucking change.
Right.
They're exactly the same. And then there was a whole ton of different versions of us that didn't fucking make it either. The whole, it seems like.
Well, you know what evolution is. See, this is the other thing, Jehovah's Witnesses. We had a book called How Did Life Get Here? By Evolution by Creation. Okay, that's a false. That's not what evolution is. Okay, I didn't know that till later. I'm not saying whether anything's true or not. I'm just telling you, I was told the wrong thing. It doesn't. Evolution isn't about if there's a God who created it or not. Evolution is change over time. Right? It's the origin of species, not of all life in the universe. Just a speciation.
Well, Bert Weinstein. You ever heard him talk about it on this podcast? Here's a fascinating theory. He's like, because he was talking about how, I shouldn't say it's a theory, I shouldn't even say it's just like there's an understanding of what evolution is, that there's a missing element. And there's some sort of missing force that we haven't recognized yet. And that would account for why some changes are so rapid. Because you have two things, right? You have natural selection, and then you have random mutation, right? This is what's supposed to create all the. He thinks there's an additional force they haven't recognized yet. Of course. Yeah. And the thing about us is, whatever additional force that was so much more impactful. Bizarrely so. Where there's not even an animal that's remotely. There's no animals that are making bows and arrows yet, right? It's just us, and everything else is way behind. Whereas every other kind of organization or organism rather on Earth is in like a tight-knit struggle with all the things around it to balance out the population, except for us. We seem unnatural. We do. We seem like we popped up too quick, like we're adolescent and we're just wild, and we haven't figured out what the fuck we are yet. We don't fall into nature the way all the other animals do. We change nature around us, create our own environment, which is a completely alien thing on the scale of what we do. Every other organism on Earth can't do that. So if you did cock up, that's what it might be. But if you did cock up a whole planet with your DNA and stick it into some ancient human, some Australopithecus or something, and create a person, this is probably how it would turn out.
Well, think of that story of all the algorithm of this is either UFO or God's bastard angel sons, Nephilim.
Well, there's a lot of people that believe that, right? Like these are
think of that
aliens.
I go by themes.
Right.
So, like, it's like when Twilight came out as a teen romance, you're like, that guy's like 300. That chick's only 17.
It's so
What
crazy.
the fuck is this shit?
The ultimate pedophile movie.
So, Nephilim, or Nephil, I don't know how you say it, but like for an angel in that story, I'm just saying within the lore of the story, I'm not saying that he's talking about. Think of how perverse that is. It's a cross between pedophilia and bestiality, basically, that they committed.
Right, because they're thousands of years old, and they're from another planet, and they bred with the humans.
So that the crime of that is so degenerate. Like, what you can see is
Don't you think that's like an allegory?
No, I'm saying the themes scale up and down.
Right.
So that's why Matt, if you talk, like Duncan always talks about this kind of stuff because he knows all these like creepy ass magic people. Like he's like really like a nice person and
He's just interested in a lot of things, man.
Well, listen, I'm interested in a lot of things, and I'll watch some of these people, okay, because I want to know things, and I'm real quickly aware of if you're telling me anything interesting, or if you're just doing some aesthetic presentation that you like the rock and roll aspect, which by the way is the biggest piece of shit aspect of the whole thing. That like
rock and roll Satanism, is that what you're saying?
Of them, just like America, they think of people like, oh, everybody hates pedophiles, right? I mean, there's pedophile hunters, amateur. All the music, what the all the music that you like, those guys, if any of that stuff they did happen now, and you look at it, like, it's crazy. Like, Bowie was playing a 13-year-old that made Iggy Pop, pass on Iggy Pop. Like, that's just normal shit they did. You know that, right? I mean, no. Dude, it's all in their own books. They write. Don't you remember you write confessional books? And it was cool to say the crimes you've done in life? And it became not.
I never read any of those books.
Well, I didn't either.
Did you ever read it? Jamie didn't know it either.
Of
Just
course.
crack open your second White Claw.
This is a 3 Claw podcast. Those books, and I'm going to start reading. I haven't started yet.
We started with vampires.
Well, the perversion of that. So there's this theme in everything, science fiction, where somebody did something, and for some reason it's my fault for being born. And then the thing that how you describe it is adolescent kind of species that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm so sick of the blame being. If they had to train people in kindergarten because not enough people wanted to pull the trigger in war, that's a fact. That's how we got our school system. Was a Prussian emperor going, they're wasting bullets because they want to kill people. We got to get them younger. So we have killers for the army and workers and good school people.
Well, they were getting people too late, right?
So that means our natural thing is not really. See, they always put it like your scumbag leaders start blowing people up. It's like, when are we going to learn? Asshole, we everybody that voted for Trump want him to not be doing what he's doing now. One thing is good is all MAGA people are calling it out, and good for them. People don't want this shit anymore. So somebody else.
About with the bombings in Yemen.
Yeah, and then you got to hear humans are an immature species. No, somebody is on purpose. Probably our leaders, probably wealthy eugenicists. If you want to get spacey, probably transdimensional trillionaires who transitioned out of having a soul and now cannot transition back. So everything's a scam to trick you. Hey, why don't you astral project out of your body, get out of your body for a little bit? Like, get you out of your car so I can take it. I look at all these things like CoffeeZilla scams. So the alien shit, where they made a deal with the aliens, that's like a Nigerian prince scam. You know? Like Ukraine is Nigerian prince scam to me. An old band got a letter. Please, be my friend in Christ. I am the rightful ruler of Ukraine. And they just give all your money. Your grandpa don't give Ukraine all the money. And I got to help the rightful president of Ukraine. You can scale that up to every story, and it's always the same thing, some trickery. Like a crypto scam. And then the aliens aren't what they said at first. They're doing bad stuff. They're just themes. Didn't Diana Pasolka on here?
Yes.
I don't know if she said this term on here or I saw another thing. She called them myth themes. Almost like I interpret it as like Legos, like you build stories. There's so many stories.
Right.
The Bible training was good for me because most of our stories are like just variations on Bible stories.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's all programming. I'm not saying that this is bad. I'm saying human nature is programmability. And all these stories that you have, and depending on, like if you're Eastern, really big on the symbol programming.
But isn't that the most fascinating aspect of this?
Yes.
Is the programmability.
Who gave these priests, these corrupt priest class, the codes to work as? Because the pharaohs, for example, in Egypt, if you look at their society, there's a guy named Mark Windows that Wallace. He did a thing about this Wallace Budge book called Egyptian Black Magic from 1910. Wallace Budge apparently is like the real Indiana Jones, like some guy adventure archaeology thing. But he wrote all about it. So I haven't read the book. Malice has a copy of it. But this guy, it might be his interpretation, Mark Windows, or it might be in the book. But it's a society ruled by OCD. You know, there's magic. The leaders are like the least powerful ones at the end of the day. They're like performers. They got their stupid headdress. They're being inbred by a priest class like dogs or like dude, right? And they go, you've got to prepare, and they're doing homework for their afterlife. So in the book of the day, it's like then you get to the riverboat man, and you must say how many oars you've seen. If there's 2 oars, it sounds like the Three Amigos finding a Wapo, like shoot your gun and the singing Bushman. Well, it's like bullshit. And they spend all their day just planning to die. Okay? Akhenaten, the guy that they hated because he's monotheist, I don't think he was. I think he was doging their system because they had so many priests and gods getting so much eat money, I guess. In fact, it was getting ridiculous. And I bet this guy was like, look, the sun's the main representative of the thing. Let's just slim down our operation because this is crazy. And that deep state of Egypt didn't like that. And that's why, you know what I mean? Like, I bet you it's some shit like that. I think of it, all these things in those types. Or the Dalai Lama priest. Right?
Yeah, there's no fucking deep state if you're running an empire. If you're like a Roman emperor.
Yes, there was.
What kind of deep state is there?
They're all in the mythical.
But the thing about the deep state is like the idea of it in this country is that leaders come and go, but these people always remain.
They're not the top leaders. The shadow government is the top leaders.
In secret societies and in secret intelligence agencies, at the very top, there's people, regardless of who's the president, they're running the show, they're in charge of everything. But that didn't exist with like
it's the
ancient Romans.
Yeah, the history. I think the history.
Do you think that's how it was with ancient Romans?
100% mystery schools. You know what a mystery school is?
Okay.
Freemasons are in mysteries. All of these secret
So there's always like some sort of secret society that constantly influences leaders.
There's one, the triumvirate. Remember Caesar and
Hold on a little, Jim, so we read it over. 10 surprising things about the deep state, starting with the Roman Emperor Caligula. Some basic truths that never go away. A former dean at the University of Maryland School of Public Policy explained. So they had a deep state.
It's the oldest
same sort of thing.
It's priest and king versus kings. Fascists versus perverts.
So the Roman emperor surrounded himself with a hand-picked Praetorian guard to keep him safe. However, elite members of the guard knifed him in the corridor of what was the White House of his day. Counting on the fealty of even the closest experts isn't always a good bet.
You gotta play the game. Wait, but
so there was people trying to assassinate everybody like that.
But you know this? Julius Caesar and Pompey and the other guy, the triumvirate was called, with the 3 of them divided up Rome among themselves. You've heard that, right?
Look at this one. Ancient Chinese emperors discovered they couldn't rule effectively without nonpartisan experts. Long before Caligula met his end, the emperors established a civil service filled with the experts who had passed an incredibly rigorous exam. Researchers have called it the examination system from hell, which included, among other things, memorizing 400,000 characters of the Confucian text. Cheating on the exam was discouraged. Anyone caught looking on the paper of the person sitting nearby was executed.
That's discouraging.
Well, that sounds like the right way to do it. Well, that's a great idea. Like, make sure that anybody who's going to do that has to go through a crazy rigorous exam. Like, why don't they have that? When you see people that are like Congress people, like, how did that fucking get out?
His family's involved in there. It's giving a favor job.
How about that lady that dresses like the character in the Muppets movie? You know that one lady with blue hair and raised glasses? She didn't look like a real person.
Not the purple-haired witch lady.
Yeah, the witch lady.
Oh, yeah, where's she from?
I don't know. But that kind of person.
If you're that old dressing like that, she looks like a mom whose son gets molested by Michael Jackson, and she didn't know. That's what she looks like.
There's no way she's passing that rigorous exam. Like a rigorous exam would be a great
They don't even read the bills. They don't have to talk this Massey pizza. I'm going out to them as one of the worst.
Wasn't there a thing that was, there's like been multiple versions of bills that got passed where it's not physically possible to read the entire bill within the amount of time they were given.
Well, that's not grounds to not believe in the entire government, just that alone.
But isn't that true? Like on some of them, like
They do it all the time.
But let's find out. What is the longest bill that's ever been passed? Like how many pages? Let's just imagine. Let's try to find out what the. Imagine all people are Congress. They have very rigorous schedules. You know, they're fucking busy. You shit all day long.
Yeah, fundraising.
And they do a lot of that too. And then they have to read how many pages?
Well, then they got a trip to Israel with their APAC coach.
5,593 pages. The Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021, the longest bill ever passed by Congress. The act was signed into law by President Trump on December 27, 2020. As you can imagine, the act contains a variety of provisions, including $1.4 trillion appropriations package to fund the government through September 30th, 2021, and a long-awaited COVID-19 relief package in the amount of $900 billion.
Yeah,
Now, here's the thing about the COVID relief stuff. Was that loans? Like, how does that work?
It was the biggest upward transfer of wealth in the history of humanity.
It was.
They should have never signed it.
Well,
Massey was against it.
You can see like the amount of money people lost and the amount of money people gained, and it's the exact same amount.
You know what's the great thing
It's
about
like
America?
3.6 trillion, 3.9 trillion.
This is what I like about America, probably the most. Because, you know, in Australia, they punked out to lockdown fascist shit. Because you know why? The government paid their bills.
Also, they don't need guns.
And they gave up their guns a long time ago, like suckers. But here, because they don't even want you to have Social Security that you paid into, they're doing everything you did that. Okay? Medicare for all, that's not for you. That's for other countries that we give more money to.
Did you see what Elon discovered about Social Security?
What?
Did you see if you can find it, Jimmy, about the number of illegal aliens who are receiving Social Security? And
okay,
but there's like a scam to it. This is part of the incentivization. This is how you incentivize people to vote for your party. If you can allow these people to vote, and this is part of the scam. They're getting the Social Security system, they're getting Medicaid, they're getting food stamps, whatever they're getting. But as soon as you can label them, they were talking about this one doctor. We had a video that we played. She was explaining how she's being encouraged to ask questions like, do you have a backache? Do you have headaches? Okay, you can have permanent disability.
You might need to transition.
You're
trans.
Try to transition. I heard that was true, but then I said
you don't have to try. Everybody wants it. It's safe, effective. It's as great as a COVID booster. Do it today. Really?
You can make it a dong out of your leg. A big chunk of meat out of your leg. Make it a dong.
Yes, somebody already did that. Wait.
Were we just Googling, Jamie? Yeah.
Well, yeah, nobody wants fraud, okay? But what they don't want is that the government, and look, maybe it's a terrible idea if the government does anything. I'm sure it's better to have a corporation the size of a government do it. With no constitution and I have no rights, but that's a good idea. And I have an automated response, like an AI telling me if my insurance comes through or not. I'm sure that's better. Yeah, that's better. Luigi and Joe, you didn't feel like that, they say.
Yeah, the free Luigi thing is good.
But if because America treats its own kids like garbage, that's the saving grace. So the next lockdown of bullshit, they've already lost the truth. During lockdowns, there ain't nothing to do but look at this shit is how I looked at it, you know? And I know a lot of ex-cons that know a lot more current events than me because they were locked down and just got it.
That is when you got deep, but also you started working with Jimmy Dore. As soon as you started working with Jimmy Dore, you immediately.
Well, first Barry, but he told me Jimmy was a good dude. I didn't know.
Yeah.
And Barry, the things he used to tell me about, this, by the way, sanctuary cities, that's a Republican thing. You know that, right? I think it's Reagan. The concept of a sanctuary city was Reagan. Because as the great Bernie Sanders sometime died said, but there's a Koch brothers proposition, open borders, right? But then the Democrats suddenly hate open borders. borders after they were all like, no, we got to have borders. And then the people that they wind up with their program, they're still running around driving their fat scooters and Teslas like it matters.
But those are the same people that I was talking about earlier. Those Tesla protesters, they're the same people that join cults. They're the same people
that don't know Democrats most own Teslas.
They're the same people that are getting paid to go to the rallies. There's a certain underclass of really fucking dumb people out there that you can exploit. And you can get them to do a lot of shit, man. And
I would say the government employees are about it.
Look, they're hired all the time for protests. They're essentially government employees that are just designed to perform propaganda. If you're using government money and you're paying people to go to a rally and you're giving them signs, you're making them cheer, and you're giving them money and food. Okay, it says lawfully present non-citizens of the United States who meet all eligibility requirements can qualify for Social Security benefits. The SSA website states this rule also applies to non-citizens authorized to work in the United States who got a Social Security number for after December of 2003.
Well, did they pay into it or no?
I don't know. Let me finish this. Still clips the explanation and other portions of the Wisconsin event quickly went viral on Musk's social media app X as users cheered the fraud-finding effort. It's absolutely infuriating. One user wrote in response, I hate when they do that, like post people's tweets.
Yeah.
One user said, like, stop. Biden and you're forming a narrative. There's a lot of users.
Well, look,
Biden and team were bringing in millions of immigrants and putting them on benefits. Now the user wrote, reacted to the SSA numbers. I know Elon keeps saying it was for votes, but that can't be the only reason.
They're correct. Right. Our military, people joining the military is all-time low. I saw you got Dick Durbin talking about we need new cops who don't want the money that old cops got. We need new workers like at Purdue where they fired citizens from a government program to bring in asylum seekers and pay them less. It's always about lowering your pay. Every single goddamn thing is we got to be competitive.
It says people sometimes, this is Musk saying, people sometimes think that under the Biden administration, he was simply asleep with the switch. They weren't asleep at the switch. It was a massive, large-scale program to import as many illegals as possible, ultimately to change the entire voting map of the United States and disenfranchise the American people and make it a permanent, deep blue, one-party state from which there would be no escape, the 53-year-old entrepreneur shared. Another user reacted on X.
He's right, but it's not just that. It's not just that.
Okay. Which claims exactly? Right. It says in an interview with us, okay, the single biggest thing they're worried about is Doge's going to turn up fraudulent payments of entitlements. Okay. It says this lacks evidence. Unauthorized immigrants are not eligible for most safety net benefits, and there's no evidence to suggest they're committing fraud en masse to obtain them. But hold on, it's not fraud. If you ask people if they have headaches and you give them permanent Social Security, or you ask them if they have bad back, who the fuck that's 40 doesn't have a bad back? All you have to do is say your back hurts, and bam. If they were really encouraging people to do that, and they really are giving them Social Security numbers, why are you doing that?
Okay,
you're not doing it because you're super nice. You're not doing it because you're super
I'll tell you why.
You're doing it because you want them to vote for you.
So you know, MS-13, right? It's not just voting. Those gangs, MS-13 is now gone from El Salvador. It's it's in America only. America's a surveillance state. How do you not know you have to these people? So what I'm worried about here is I'm all for taking the unauthorized people off, show the evidence, obviously. But here's the problem. All the people they rounded up, they're getting, what do you call it, collateral damage that I don't agree with, and I think it's pretty fucked up. That gay hairdresser you brought up, we played the clip. He's not in Trinidad. They just had a crown. So
he had a crown for his mom and a crown for his dad.
There's a soccer player who got tortured by the Maduro government, who I thought all the conservatives don't like because he's a commie. And that guy came here after towing water for the CIA, basically, is how I look at it. And because he had a soccer ball with a crown, they threw him on the thing. Never mind the girl, the PhD student, who wrote an op-ed about Gaza and got deported for supporting Hamas. That's crazy.
Yeah, what was the op-ed? Did you read it?
No, but you can write an op-ed. It could have been something really bad.
No, but it was criticizing Israel, right, for their actions.
Oh, that's what she did. I'm sorry. She said yes.
No, but I
You
mean,
have more rights just because you know here.
but that's a crazy thing to deport someone for. Like, if you're talking about like horrific damage, horrific, you could see it on video. How could criticizing that? How could you not be allowed to have a perspective on something that's clearly horrific? Like, how could you not be allowed?
Because it doesn't help our team.
But what she said, did she support Hamas in that paper,
No.
or did she just condemn Israel and their attacks?
I don't remember her ever supporting Hamas in the paper. I know
Did
she
you
said
read it?
Palestinians. No, but let's say she goes, hey, Hamas, let's say this was in the paper. She goes, you know who supported Hamas? Bibi Milkowski, Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel for 20 years. You know, I gave up on Hamas in 2006 because I'm like, they're no good. Well, Bibi thought it was a good strategy to prop them up to fight the West Bank Palestinians so that they could never have a two-party state from that treaty that they agreed to but never intended to keep. So that's your fault, motherfucker. This girl supported Hamas, not as much as the Prime Minister of Israel did she? With millions of your tax dollars that we send to them for their great game theory-based strategy. Somebody could, do you understand game theory?
Who said that to you?
A comic I like, Avi.
Don't say his name.
I like the guy.
It's such a crazy thing to
Look,
say.
I'm not against Israel existing or anything. It's bullshit that people
Of
make
course
up.
not.
And I'm not anti-Semitic. First of all, I get a lot of anti-Semitism at me. I remember talking about on stage, like, oh, because you know, somebody said from the audience, like, yeah, like, if I wear glasses, it looks like my eyebrows and nose were included with my glasses. Understand? So if they round, I get it. If they round up Jews, I'll be just like one of these Venezuelans that's not in a gang, and I'll be sent to spare Guantanamo, which is where El Salvador is. Again, Venezuelan gangs. Not going to Venezuela, where they're from. You're sending them to the MS-13 prison that, I was worried at first here about it. Like, what if you get the wrong person? That's my concern.
That's the number one concern.
But luckily, these geniuses have all tattooed MS-13 on their fucking head. So if the gangs ever learn not to do that, we're fucked. If they learn not to tattoo their dumb shit gang symbol on their face, we won't be able to catch them.
But it's the only way you can trust a guy.
It's
That's where the colors.
and you know what's so funny about the gang shit? I mean, first of all, I believe 100% CIA and whoever, in coordination with whatever dumb group, made those gangs in America because the drive-by shootings, the Capone era kind of thing, the blacks were not doing that until after Vietnam. The guys coming back from Vietnam were bringing tactics, guerrilla tactics to the hood. You can see it in the document. Yeah, it's a document. There's that. So it's people come back from Vietnam, if you notice.
What about like Al Capone and all that type of shit?
Well, they had Tommy guns and cars, and I don't know. I don't even know how much they did
Didn't
that.
they do drive-bys?
Yes, but I'm talking about black gangs. Black gangs. They got flooded with guns, Chinese guns, so on that. Right. And crack. Well, and right around the same time, private prisons were coming into really getting to be a thing. Then gangster, the rap suddenly turned from like hippity to like, gangsta. Right. And the guy is doing the rapping. Ice Cube, he talks about this. And he's like, well, we're poor kids who don't know anything. Right? So I understand that. But then you realize the guy that owns, he said Bill Morris, the guy that owns the record company, also controls shares of a private prison. And they're like, we give us more of that drug gangster stuff. Now, the drug stuff is because they were on purpose, obviously, putting crack in the hood. Like all those conspiracy theorist Hotep guys told us, they were like, well, it doesn't mean you have to do it, right? That's the clever response to that. But they did it on purpose. That's pretty fucked up.
What do you mean it doesn't mean you have to do it? I mean,
a comic is ever joke like, okay, let's say CIA did put crack in the hood. Does that mean you have to do it?
No.
Right. Which is a real kind of like you're not from there, you don't know shit what you're talking
Have
about.
you ever seen Freeway Ricky talk about it?
Yes, and of course the CIA worked with him. So Dirtbag Cuban. Yeah, and Rick now prison guard uses his name to sell crime to kids. But Freeway Rick Ross went to prison. Okay?
Yeah.
So, by the way, that cartel, the Mena, Arkansas cartel, run by Bill Clinton, I believe, 100%. It's in Kathy O'Brien's book. Maybe people thought Kathy O'Brien's book was far-fetched when it came out in the 90s. But I would go back and, I got an audible, go back and listen to it because it's amazing how much of the stuff correlates to stuff right now. So they brought all that into it on purpose to fight against the Contras, who Ben Shapiro will tell you were the good guys. They were not. They were scumbags. They were criminals. He used to always tell me about this stuff, and I got who cares about Nicaragua in the 80s? Dude, Reagan's dead. That's how I thought about it. Because I'm dumb. I'm slow, dude. I'm not smart. I'm slow. It took years for it to dawn on me what he was talking about was 100% relevant. And since I've been on Jimmy's show, and the few good reporters that are left in the universe, I'll see their stuff, you know. Aramante and Max Blumenthal, by the way, both Jews, not anti-Semitic, do great reporting. And they don't, and people call them conspiracy theorists, and they like to be respectable, I can tell, because I want to get into wacky shit. I want to know crazy stuff, and I want to know the boring nerd stuff so I can try to see what they mean. That's right. I'm not trying to be, I'm not respectable at all. I'm a clown. So I don't give a shit if they don't respect me.
No, it's the perfect position to be in to look at ridiculous ideas because there's so many ridiculous ideas that turn out to actually be true.
How many jokes did you have? Because I think I have like a lot of jokes that you already had the thing about it, so I'm like, I'll have to drop that. I think people have a similar interest in what I've been looking at.
Oh,
Right?
you and I? Yeah. Oh, yeah, all the time.
And
But that's the best way to approach it because then you're not afraid to be ridiculous. Because the problem with talking about UFOs or ghosts or anything is like you can look ridiculous. Like if you're a guy who's an accountant and you're working on a big deal for a corporation and you're responsible for a lot of numbers, no one wants to hear you talk about UFO abductions. That's a retarded thing to talk about.
that's right.
You make people uncomfortable in the office. This is silly.
Right.
But that's probably not even real.
You see Mike Ben's talking about it recently on that guy's great.
He chimed in on that Sean Ryan thing that I sent you to, Jim. He chimed in on the next page. It looks like a multi-page thing that I sent you, Jim.
Just so
And it was, hold on a second. On the second thing, it was interesting what Mike Benz was saying. That guy, I mean, I'm like, he's like, not that good. I don't sleep a lot.
Well, it's upsetting to learn stuff, but you know what's the thing that makes you crazy?
They were bribing the Afghan Taliban war to keep the drugs flowing. That's what the U.S. Institute of Peace payments were for.
That's exactly right. Because we have a fentanyl problem, and we had our troops guarding poppy fields for pederast warlords. You know about all that dancing boys Afghanistan and how we would sometimes bring boys to the Northern Alliance.
The United States Institute of Peace funded Taliban and Iraqi leaders. The now canceled USIP contracts included $132,000 for Mohammed Qasim Halimi, Afghanistan's former chief of protocol and a former Taliban member, and a staggering $1.3 million to the Al-Tadhamon Iraqi League for Youth.
It's like everything in that, I just assume it's something about it.
Well, that's how they like to do it, right? Like, you know, like the Patriot Act. Like that kind of thing. Like you can just say, call it USA. Say, give it a
so
nice name.
Insulting, you know.
Yeah.
That's what I find hilarious is like these people can't believe the same tricks that have always worked, don't work forever. You know?
Right. They don't have new tricks. And it's also with the internet now, with guys like Mike Benz who spends like 5 hours a day breaking the shit down online. Then it spreads out with the web and all these different people that are constantly Jimmy and you are constantly talking about this stuff. It's very difficult to hide things anymore.
Well, once you realize, because just for being on the road and talking to people, or when I see like Trump, when you see it, my good friend Lindsey Graham, whatever I've done with him yesterday, talking to Lindsey Graham, and a whole crowd boos. So that's good. Because MAGA is not the brainwashed ones. Right. See, Democrats, I wouldn't say some are brainwashed, but mostly, you literally get paid to to be a Democrat. Like if you're an actor or you're anything, the way you get not paid is not being a Democrat.
Do you see what's going on in France?
What happened now?
So this woman who was the head of the
Marine Le Pen getting arrested. Oh yeah. So
Yeah,
she should have made a deal with Israel like Trump.
What happened with her? What would she lost some sort of a lawsuit, and
lawfare. They lawfared her out because she's getting popular because they're swarming immigrants. That plan's real. So that's the thing. It's not just Democrats. It's NGOs.
But it's also the fact that you can do this with lawfare, not just in America. Attempted to do it in America. You know, I mean, it's essentially the same thing that happened to Trump. I just wonder if they'll have the same type of rebound. I guess she's achieved it.
They put a giant butt plug in the middle of Paris one time. And they made an article. Everybody was so crazy. They go, why is everybody so afraid of a Godzilla-sized butt plug?
Why are you worried about your anus?
Because I'm not worried about my anus. That wouldn't go in my anus. I want to know who you made that for. And when they're going to
USA. USA spent $2 trillion on that butt plug.
Oh my God.
Show me the butt plug, Jim.
No, please.
Giant French butt plug statue.
When people say degenerate art, and I saw the tweet of it, I'm like, that's so like, that is an uncomfortable Nazi connection to me about it. But there's no other word for making a giant butt plug in the center of your fucking. That's degenerate. There's not a word for that besides degenerate. There just isn't.
There was some crazy violence between.
And then getting mad at the people when they go.
Such an obvious butt plug.
Yo, French people are like, what? For the French to say, what the fuck is this shit?
Paul McCartney. Hey, click on that. Paul McCartney beaten out.
McCarthy.
Oh, McCartney.
I hope I can remember. Paul McCartney.
This is Paul. This is shit. I was hoping that Paul McCartney was complaining about it.
Oh, this is his theme.
Oh, he's a butt plug guy. Oh, he's a freak. Can I see a photo of this gentleman? I bet he's a freak.
You know, it wouldn't be a big deal.
Is that him? French president. This is wonderful. I love a good butt plug.
You know what this reminds me of? Remember Sam Smith's Devil Top Hat performance at the Grammys that people got mad about? And they go, there was always satanic shit.
Look at this one he made. Is that dude butt fucking a dog? Is that what I'm saying?
Yo, if you make transgressive art, why would you want the government of France to put it in the towns? But like the point,
this guy is butt fucking pigs.
Well, that's
what is he making? What is this? So a guy who makes butt fuck statues. How much did he? It's called train. How much did he get paid to make that butt plug? Find out how much that. Find out how much that French butt plug cost. Do you think that stuff like that's done?
Wait. You know, one experience is fully articulated body parts, right down to the male figure's pursed lips and the pig's heaving chest, all in service of a mesmerizing tableau that redefines sculptural form.
Redefines sculptural form.
It's a guy fucking a pig.
Yeah, it redefines sculptural form. It's like the James Lindsay, those fake tapes, those fake papers.
Exactly.
It's almost like the same thing. But how much did this guy get paid for that butt plug? I want to find out. Take it. Let's before we do it.
Okay, wait. It's got to be in the millions, obviously.
$2 million.
Is it more or less than we gave the Taliban prime minister?
We give them on purpose every month.
I'm going to say 50 million because that's the standard Illuminati payment for degenerate art.
Wow. I said 2. I think I'm off. I think it's less than 2.
Yeah.
How much?
I hope. And don't forget to convert the francs.
Do they use euros over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like one from
there.
You
know, it is a joke.
It's a joke, but he got paid for it. What do you think they got paid? I think it's about 2, but I think 1.7. I feel like 1.7. I need to know, Jamie.
I bet it's more because it's got to be some kind of money laundering. Because why would you do that?
Even 1.7 million is money laundering. That's a butt plug.
It's just so visible. See, like
it's just so stupid. It's like, so obviously a butt plug. It's like if you had a rubber gun and tried to say, no, that's not a gun.
What are you mad?
That's a lighter.
Oh.
You see a lighter like that? That's all it is. It's a lighter.
Oh, what do you think is war on Christmas?
Yeah. There's a war on Christianity, so I put a butt plug in the middle of town square.
You know who loves Christmas, by the way? China. China. When I was there, it was Christmas. they took off for Christmas in China. They love it.
Sure, it's a good time to sell things. It's great
Yeah,
for
they get it.
it's great. Otherwise, like we're not going to spend above your means. We need a few holidays to spend above your means. It's important. Put you in credit card debt.
It keeps the magic going.
Yes.
See, while our economy is not even a pyramid, it's Wile E. Coyote before he looks down, basically. So as long as we can keep you from looking down, you
Let's
might.
imagine. Let's imagine AI becomes sentient and it looks at the society and says, "Listen, I'm not going to kill you all, but we've got a chance. Wait, that's one thing. You can't run things like that. What you've done with money and natural resources, all the stuff that you've done, let's just make the world a worse place, and you're just running towards the bottom.
It's going to punish the leaders.
Yeah, well, what it would basically
more
do
private
is like
jets.
even out everything. Like it'll probably have to eliminate property.
Again, who's programming the now?
It's probably going to assign us a certain amount of things that we can have in our life, and no one can get greedy, and no one can earn more, so there's no reason to get
And who's
inspired.
making this? You think
AI.
the person making
No,
okay.
AI's going to do it for itself.
You know what? Yeah, I know the price. Do you know what a golem is? A golem?
Yes.
Okay.
Made out of clay, right?
Yeah, great. But it's
Yeah.
Frankenstein
Monster.
made of mud. And there's a story of this guy Esoterica, one of his channels. He's very academic. He's not like conspiracy, but it's just he studies the stuff. But the theme of it is like one rabbi makes a golem and he puts Tav, I can't remember the letters, right. God on his head, so it's alive, and sends it to another rabbi. And that rabbi, I'm really paraphrasing, and he's like, "Oh, this golem's a good guy. That must have been a righteous rabbi who made this golem." And he erases it, and it's not alive anymore. And there's more to it, but here's the theme of the story. If you're a righteous person and you do that, the thing of life, then your creation will be righteous. Okay? But if you're not, like let's say you pour hate and fear and anger into it, right?
Right.
Or whatever the hell you do, it's going to be a reflection of that. So this AI God, I don't think is being programmed by anyone, by God. It's being programmed by creeps. Weird, uncanny valley looking, mutated dick motherfuckers with variation on the Epstein dick. You want to believe in aliens? I want every tech billionaire with their dick out. I want to look at what the fuck their dick looks like. Because I'm a dick phrenologist. You know phrenology? I don't think it works, but I'll bet on somebody's
It's
list,
phrenology. Isn't that like
the bones
kidney
in your
disease?
skull
Oh,
determine your behavior. So
is that pH phrenology? Is that what it is?
yeah, yes, yeah, phrenology with pH, yeah, and I want to, and I think all
Phrenology. pH
when you
phrenology.
get your security clearance, they should really analyze. And I'll be glad they should analyze to see if your dick is weird. I feel like you're going to be weird.
You know what's weird about the whole phrenology thing? Is like we're the smarter ones, right? But the Neanderthals had a bigger brain. So what the fuck happened?
Well, you told me that. I thought you were exaggerating your DNA. And then when you showed me your hand, because you got the same size hands as me, right?
Yeah.
So,
The
I'm 6'4".
The freaky things. This sucks.
It's nice.
Those all. But they were when I was like 15, 16.
That's so. I believe you're a
Giant
Neanderthal.
fists.
Yeah.
Well, there's more, like people that live in like northern countries and Danish countries, like northern Europeans. There's a lot of Neanderthal DNA out there.
Oh,
People started fucking each other, and then I guess it was probably whenever it's like Neanderthal males and human females, or human females or human males and Neanderthal females. I wonder like which one made, because like there's certain hybrids that can't breed, you know, and then there's certain ones that can.
right.
So I wonder how close we were to them when we could
You have to be
breed
very
best.
close to breed.
How did they do that?
And not have a mule.
Right. Exactly. Mule. It's
I
a
don't think
perfect
they're
example. They're
probably-
sterile.
Yeah.
They can't make more mules. You have to make a mule with a horse and a donkey.
Now, I thought Neanderthals died out because they spoke out against experimental gene therapy posing as vaccine, and they were destroyed by Cro-Magnon corporations.
We're like the upgrade from where the iPhone 16 would be. You know, like they probably had a bunch of other ones before.
That's all.
They try it
That's
that way.
culture. The fifth root race, all that bullshit from Madame Blavatsky.
Imagine if you're creating a human and you have a bunch of different versions of it. If you're the Anunnaki, you're these 9-foot tall gods from planet Nibiru, and you come down here, you try 6%, you try 6% with the Neanderthals, and then maybe you try 7% with Homo sapiens. And we'll see what's the difference.
Well, the lore,
Let's see how it works out.
I'll tell you the lore as I understand it. So, yeah, they did all that in. All kinds of wild, gross shit.
Right, but just think about the timeline of Neanderthals. So Neanderthals existed unchanged for half a fucking billion years, right? Or half a million years. It was like 500,000 years of Neanderthals existed.
Right, and then in a very short burst, all of a sudden, the brain.
Right.
I've heard cooking food. There's a lot of ideas of why.
No.
It's not that.
No, but Neanderthals have bigger brains, so it doesn't make any sense. So it's even weirder, right?
Dude, Beta's better than VHS, but guess who fucking won?
Yeah, but imagine if you're the Ibero people, you're these aliens, and you're like, these motherfuckers aren't learning shit. They're too animalistic.
Right.
They're too close. Like, they had much larger eyes. There's some people speculate they had night vision like a dog does. You know how dogs' eyes glow when they see headlights?
Is that the guy that says that the Neanderthals were scary beasts?
No, that's another one. That's
because they could see in the dark and we couldn't.
But they think that's probably true. I think they think that based on the size of their eyeballs. Like, you ever seen the size of Neanderthal skulls compared to humans? The eyeball socket is fucking huge.
You know,
so their eyeballs were bigger, and so why would that be the case? Well, it might be like the case with dogs and deer and all the other animals.
I think that eyeball, I have zero. Like, because, the size of the brain doesn't necessarily mean you're smart. It's like how deep and wrinkly, which is how I know I have smart balls. And, but the eyes, there's something about big eyes that, to me, that indicates some kind of intelligence thing, because
they were very intelligent. They used tools, so we know all this. But the thing is, there's physical intelligence that they have that's probably way superior to ours. And meaning, like, they're way stronger. Their bones were way denser. Right. And their tendon strength must have been like multiple times what a normal human man is at that size.
Right.
So you're dealing with a physically superior thing that was too primal. So they had to introduce another version, which is slightly less primal but still kind of fucked up. And that's the one that figured out how to make it. That's the one that figured out how to do metallurgy. That's the one that figured out industrial enterprise and the combustion engine and
you hear what you're saying? Those are jobs. So here's what I would say. Since human nature is programmability, what they were aiming for
is something curious.
Was, well, that, but I don't want, like, you can even see now,
curious and ambitious makes new alien life. That's all it takes.
Right.
Curiosity and ambition, and that's what two things human beings
might
have.
have to stunt it sometimes in people.
Right.
Like dumping shit up.
It's too late now.
Chemtrails, a goofy thing that I thought was absolutely made up. Those are just contrails. No, that's called geoengineering. That's real.
It's both. This is what's important when it comes to this one. There's a real reality of jet engines getting hot, passing through condensation, making clouds. That's a fact.
Yes.
Regular jets, like a Delta Airlines, it's filled with people that's not trying to be spraying chemtrails.
Yes.
Will make clouds behind it, and depending upon the amount of moisture in the air, it'll linger for a long time.
Right.
These streaks across the sky.
That's what I thought it all was, but it's not.
It's not. And this is how you know it's not, because Bill Gates has openly talked about experiments where they use reflective particles and suspend them in the atmosphere to cool off the Earth.
We have a treaty.
But also, that's a crazy fucking idea.
Wait, I think we have a treaty for weather weapons that was signed in the 70s to agree not to use weather weapons.
Oh yeah, but we've been able to cloud seed forever. Right? Making it rain, how weather manipulation and geoengineering are fueling global tensions. Well, listen, we talked about the other day what they did in Dubai. They fucked up.
And then they got people filming it.
It was crazy flooding there. Because they're not set up for that kind of rainfall. They're in the fucking desert.
They're like some kind of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, like a crazy freak. He makes a chocolate palace. It's like that.
Yes.
Dubai has all the money in the world. And I have friends that are from Dubai, and like I found out, my buddy, she's cool as shit. I like that. But they're so rich that to distinguish yourself from other people, you have to have the look, voice license plate number.
Right. Yeah, you want number one.
Because everybody has all the other crap. So how do you even distinguish?
That's Saudi Arabia as well. They do Saudi summers in LA. Have you ever been around for that? So in Saudi Arabia, summer is so hot that LA summer seems like a bargain.
Yeah.
So these guys, they all buy these beautiful houses in Beverly Hills, and they all drive these crazy Lamborghinis with Saudi plates.
Right.
So they have like some sort of a diplomatic immunity.
You can really drive it.
So there's videos of these guys in Beverly Hills before the pandemic racing down local streets, like having drag races in Ferraris and Lamborghinis.
Yeah, what are you going to do about
Have
it?
you seen it?
No.
And one of them fucked his car up. His car's like smoking. He pulls it into the driveway. Everyone's filming. All the neighbors are filming. And then the guy just gets on a plane and gets out of the country.
Yeah, a whole bunch of
Just
hunter
jets before they get caught.
It's
And
like,
they have like some weird diplomatic immunity.
no, that's what I'm saying. That's why they do it.
Diplomatic immunity is a trip. Like that's a crazy thing. Like you could just come to the country, just go wild, run stoplights, race down the street, and
Not the
Ferrari.
slave. Dude, when I was in New York, this happened like 2 or 3, at least 2 times. But it was always like an Indian diplomat, and they had some Bangladeshi girl that they took her passport. And I remember it was a big controversy because my this is it. So that's what almost 2 years ago. But anyway, there was a bunch of Indian newspapers at the time that were outraged that this woman was even arrested because of that diplomatic. Because I don't know if you know, people that come from a lot of money, they think they should have slaves. They genuinely, when they learn Aristotelian philosophy, learn that some people are the controllers and some people are the peasants. And it's for the best. And did you hear that guy at the beginning, Braddock, where he goes, the few have to be sacrificed for the many?
Yeah.
That cokehead, allegedly, in my mind, is
Could have
saying,
just been nervous.
but the way he said that to me sounds like things I would recite from being in church that were drummed in my head.
That's why it was so
Yeah.
important that you said that before the pandemic. Right? I see it. I see the same fucking shit. I see the same shit.
So I've already been like, my mother, I still talk. Some people leave and they're Scientology cut-offs. But that wasn't the case with me. I think that's how they can do. But I already went through the thing of like, this is the only thing I've ever known that to be true. And then if I turn my back, then I'm losing like all. So I've done that.
Right.
So I don't give a fuck about it ever again.
Right.
I don't care if everybody's mad at me. I don't care if somebody somebody coaches Coleman used to come on and refute a thing I said. Do I like that guy? But like, I would never do that. I would never, dude. If I'm wrong, you could be sure I'm wrong because I'm wrong and not because I got paid to be wrong.
100%. I back you on that 100%. I got to take a piss so bad. So let's do it. We'll come right back. We're back. So where were we? What were we talking about? Remember Jim?
Yeah.
Something about the world falling apart?
Well, that's why if we go to a
Project Dubai.
Oh yeah, Dubai. Listen, if we go to Iran, because I would get built with 20 years in the race, we'll bring back the draft and get going for sure. But don't try to get the way out. We're going. The Iran, they want that Iran war so bad, and Trump has brought so many snakes to his bosom again, like that Mike Watts dipshit.
Why do you think they want to do that?
The Greater Israel Project. I think Wesley Clark talked about that when they mapped out all the countries. They want to knock out Libya, Iraq. We've got all of them except Iran, I think. Syria, we got our Al Qaeda guys in there. So great job, everyone.
Jesus Christ.
People from Syria, if you ever talk to them, yeah.
I mean, out of all the things that the government has fucked up, this regime change thing, they fucked that up more than anything. Like, has it ever worked out better for the people that live there? Think about how many people died during. I know. Yeah. But the thing about like trying to sell the same thing over and over and over
it's
again.
Insulting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Because every single time it's been a fucking disaster.
Even an idiot like me.
Yeah.
When I remember the day where I was like, it was probably 2015 or 16, I was like, what is still happening? Like if I left the oven on.
And we're doing the same thing. Like weapons of mass destruction, they're this close. They're this close.
Oh, by the way, everyone, if we do go to war, and if you're dumb enough to sign up to go to Iran, just we can't beat Iran. We haven't won a war in 80 years. I don't know why everybody seems to forget that we don't win these wars. I mean, somebody wins. It ain't you. It ain't you fighting it. That's for goddamn sure. But all of them have So if we go to bomb Iran, Iran has hypersonic missiles that we do not have. So think how much money.
They do?
Oh, yes.
How do you know what the military has?
Oh, we did a story on it. And I was like this. I'm like, are you shitting me? We don't have the best missiles? No. We were doing things like
Well, wait a
using
minute. There's a
Ukraine
lot of
missiles.
stuff that the United States always possesses that are top secret. Like, there's certain videos that they will not show, allegedly, of UFOs, because then it would reveal the kind of surveillance equipment that they have available and where the surveillance equipment is, including underwater stuff.
Well, the really good stuff I doubt America has. It's the people in charge of America have, but not America. But these missiles, they can't stop them with like Iron Dome kind of shit. They can't.
Too fast.
And so
they change direction.
Yeah, Russia has. It's not the same as like a NATO alliance, but they have signed a thing with China and Iran. Yeah, so the war with Russia that we're supposed to avoid by this Ukraine thing, that's, I guess Zelensky gave the minerals already to the UK a long time ago, which is why Boris Johnson sabotaged the peace deal before, I'm guessing, among other crazy reasons. And so if we go bomb Iran, that might bring Russia into it. So somebody wants World War III real bad.
Jesus Christ.
So,
like the green room.
I believe in God, so I can't wait to tell everybody. He's coming. I cannot wait to tell God on you. I can't wait. I'm not telling you what God believes. I'm just saying.
How bizarre is it that you're kind of right? How bizarre is it that you're right that we're inching closer and closer towards World War III, and that's not what people are concerned about. They're concerned with putting those laws in. That's what.
It's because it's called mind control. I bring it up nonstop, actually, to the point of annoying, I would say. MK Monarch was the one in the 90s that probably most of these actors and all these figures that are like, why are there like hotter people in government all of a sudden?
I want to show you something. Jamie, put that thing up a second. These are the same people that are getting paid to go to the Tesla demonstrations.
Yeah.
Same people that get paid to go to the Tesla protest, they do human dog obedience shows. Like
right.
This. These are the people.
That Matt Damon crossdresser from the Nuclear Commission that was stealing luggage.
Yeah,
was one of those. I thought it was him, but they put a thing up.
Oh yeah.
Now, this is a crazy conspiracy that I made up. Like,
okay.
You know how Disney, we were talking about Disney, they couldn't find the dwarfs.
Right.
There's a story about Walt Disney. They wanted Pinocchio to be about to hire little people to eat Pinocchios, and he just left some food and wine up there. And it got real hot, and I think they were stuck on the roof, so they just took off their hats, and these drunk dwarfs yelling curses at kids at Disney. But you know how the employees have to keep their suit on at all times,
right?
And point if it's like some kind of Guantanamo torture,
right?
So where do furries come from? I think that, and Disney's part of it. Now I'm just pulling this out of my ass. But
I like where you're going.
They're genetically engineering employees who like to be in a first. It's almost erotic to them. They have the minds, even though they're smart, right? They know that they love products. Ooh, there's a new lightsaber for me. I'm 40, but I'm excited as a child, and I love wearing this suit because that's how I talk. And they genetically, like all this stuff they put in is making these employees for the theme parks. That's what furries are for. People that want to be in that hot, awful suit. I'm just making that up as a joke, but I mean,
you might be right. It might be like one of them MK Ultra things.
Well, Disneyland was 100% involved in that. I mean, there's no underneath for Disney. It's a swamp, but Disneyland, of course, they're patriots. Walt Disney's a patriot. If the intelligence agencies need to do something there, and we're doing things with kids, of course he's going to be involved in it. You know, he didn't create all that. It's like Bill Burr's joke about Steve Jobs. Like, he just yelled at a nerd to keep soldering to make the iPhone, but they act like, you know, this Ayn Rand bullshit where it's like a great industrialist came up with this. Like, did you just tell people what to do? That's important. You need that, but
right.
You get all the credit. It's all on you. That seems weird, like a feudalism of some kind, doesn't it?
Well, you know, someone was pointing out all the different companies that were actually started by Nazis while people were freaking out about Tesla. And one of them that I know, did you know that Audi used to make camps? Like, Google,
were they reliable?
The Auto Union. Yes, before Audi, the parent company, the original company Audi was Auto Union. And in 2014, I believe, it was revealed that they were making camps for the SS in World War II. Like, this is one of the ways they got started. And they made a fucking car for Hitler. They made a race car for Hitler.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ford did that.
Ford did it? Hitler
our car? You need cars for the Nazi. Well, Rick Overton's dad in World War II, they had some car they popped open. It was American. They're like, oh, okay, this bullshit.
We'll get to that in a second. Nazi SS division built 7 labor camps where more than 3,700 prisoners were put to work for auto union. So this was like four outing. They had people working at factories in the eastern German cities of, say that word, Zwickau, that's below Jim, right there, Zwickau, and what we pointed out, historical investigation commissioned by the company found that thousands of concentration camp inmates had been forced to work for auto union and automobile manufacturer founded in 1952, the forerunner to the company of today's Audi AG. That's wild. There's a bunch of them. Yeah,
they were Archie Farben.
Right.
Remember the poisoning of Tylenol back in when I was a kid?
Yeah.
And cyanide Tylenol.
Yeah.
That's why we have the
knife. Yeah.
You know, we have those hard child cats, right? So the guy from Patrol History has a great video on it, and it might have been sabotage from Ivory Farben, the makers of Bayer Aspirin, because Tylenol was beating them. So the act of corporate sabotage on a corporate competitor was a theory he put forward that I think is very believable, considering it's a Nazi couple.
There's so many psychopaths. I wouldn't play mask or do something like that. That's a total.
Well, look at our foreign policy, and then you know. Look, Jimmy said, if they do it to other people, they can't do it to you. That's why if you're laughing when they grab somebody who wrote an article about Gaza being deported, like, let's not from here, get her out. Stupid. You just got done watching the Democrats do this. Right. You just got done watching, and now you're going to go because you don't want to let go of the dream. But the most important thing, if you are MAGA, is to hold your principles and make it much bigger than Trump himself. The whole mistake is to get hooked on the cult of personality. And who do you like? I like them all. I bet they're nice. Who gives a shit in my life? What do they do? And I'm not seeing the results I should see. I'm not blaming any one person, but a lot of promises made, promises kept to not anyone here, but like Israel definitely. Whoever he promised Greenland to, I don't know what the fuck that is.
I think they're trying to make an example of kids to keep people from protesting.
Of course they are.
Okay. Of course. Obviously. I forgot what I was going to say.
You want to make an example, but I don't know.
I was going somewhere with it. But it's one of the problems with this is people can't see this being used against them.
Yeah.
That's one of the problems. And people only look at it like, oh, this is a hard, fast thing. Hamas is a terrorist group. This lady supported Hamas. But did she? Like, I want to know what she fucking said. Like, exactly what she said. There has to be a way to read it. Because
they didn't put the charge of that. So the first guy, what mom?
I'm going to get to this is what I was going to get to. There's a difference between someone that has an opinion and people that protest organically because they all agree on this opinion versus something that's organized. And a lot of people are spending money on, and they're organizing it, and they're figuring out how to get people there on time, and they're giving them food, and they're giving them signs, and they're giving them, like, the Musk ones, the Tesla ones. Have you seen the list? Have you seen the list?
I said it was fake. I didn't believe it was organic.
But the list?
The Tesla protest to me is like the Bernie and the AC concert. It's fake.
But someone who was there got a copy of, like, these talking points. And one of the things about the talking points is there was another one. I forget who put that one out, but there were rules of engagement. How, like, if you get fights, do this, hit people's body, don't pick up an object unless somebody else does. Like, this is all crazy.
It's just because you're BLM.
Right. If you're organizing, like, it's essentially you're condoning a certain amount of violence, which opens the door to violence, which can't be controlled. If you're condoning that and you're paying people to go out and scream and protest for something they're not organically going to scream and protest for, like, that's a different thing than just protesting. When you're paying people to protest, you're basically paying someone to run a massive business. You're paying them. They don't necessarily have those opinions. They're dumbass fucking dudes who think they're idiots. A lot of these guys get caught keying cars. They're fucking idiots. Exactly. But there's a chant sheet. This guy has several pages in his hands. I know, but it's like they give these out so that they can all have the things to sing together. Democrats will sign. Now's the time to draw the line. So they have all these things set up in advance. To the point, this is not a small thing, Jen. This is kind of a big deal that someone would hand these out to people and print them
But I'm just saying,
and pay them to be there.
that's the point. I looked up paying and I didn't find any evidence of paying.
Well, people
Well,
have said that
if
they
you
were
got-
offered
I looked
money
last
to
time.
go to
Okay.
these.
I looked all over the place.
I wouldn't need any more evidence than this ad copy, because if you've ever had ad copy for Sheath underwear, Sheath was unelected and can't fucking, that's ad copy. You're not doing that for free.
Did you see the video of the people all eating at noon? They
No.
left the protest exactly at noon.
No.
Yeah.
I
Can you
just
find that,
assumed it.
Jim? But that was one of the things that people said. Well, this is evidence of a coordination. Right? These people are being paid for
You
a
don't
certain amount of
say.
time, and then they leave. But that's not illegal. That's what's crazy. What's really
Yes, that's crazy. You're right.
is that you can hire someone to go fuck with your business, and it's not illegal. And they can say it's a protest, and you can give them signs.
The people are going back to everything. They have fake. The ones that are real, the government will come out and crush. So, for example, the guy who wrote War is a Racket, when the veterans,
Spencer Butler.
when the veterans got crushed by with tanks. Tiananmen Square didn't run through that, by the way. That's fake. That people think the guy who won did. But we did that to veterans of America.
Well, it's not fake. He got pulled aside, but the images of him in front of the tank are real.
But the way I thought he got run over this whole until I realized it's like how Rittenhouse crossed the state lines. I filled in the rest of the story in my head.
Right.
Oh, he must have brought a gun. No, you're just saying that. It's subconscious programming.
Right.
They study it. That's what a cult is that. It's like Bernays advertising techniques.
Right. But there's also people who are very afraid of being criticized and crossing the line where they become the enemy of their side, so that they comply. Holy shit, the moment the clock turns 12 p.m. in Texas, liberal activists left to protest.
You have to get paid to be a Democrat.
Just leave it there.
Swastika. I just want to point out.
Messages like there's going to be a protest at a certain time. Like right now in Texas at 5:30 at a certain time. Watch out for traffic. You know that it's going to happen.
You could have a legit protest coordinated. I'm not against that. But the thing when you have your talking points,
So much
like
to
a
do.
think tank meeting,
So much to do a reality show.
Yeah.
You just get professional protesters and ask them about their life, just like those people that believed in QAnon, like that were on HBO. Like those people that follow professional protesters around and get a beat on their life.
I mean,
Professional protesters and professional like rally attendees.
Yeah, well, you need a community organizer.
Let me hear what this lady say. Oh, she's pro.
So, okay, I just want to point this out because, I see Bill Burr make a great. He's just reported to Bill Moore, where he's like, shut up, this scandal. Because Bill's really on point. This is just him. The thing of Sig Heil from Elon and this bullshit that Elon really runs things and not Trump. Like, are you all dumb that you would think this? First of all, they've been giving you money to not fake Nazis that drive a Tesla. Real Nazis in Ukraine from World War II have been supported by your dumb Democrat dipshit ass with everyone's money for how long now? People that had real swastikas and tattoos and embarrassing
the guy that wanted to accept the award and have a sleeve on one of his arms.
John Stewart's friend.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear you talk about Nazis ever the fuck again after I watch Canada salute a war criminal Nazi from the Waffen SS, and then watching. I know the ADL said it's okay that one group's not Nazis anymore, but I don't think the ADL is reliable. And I know that sounds really anti-Semitic, but I think they're not reliable. What are you talking about? We support the fuck out of. We went to the moon because of Nazis. We brought them to America to make our moon program. What are you assholes talking about? Audis, all the companies are Nazi companies.
Volkswagen.
Everybody's like, they get you focused on some stupid shit. Do you think this autistic man, you know how easy it is to make that gesture, just gesturing? That's why there's videos, everybody else doing it. It's the original pledge to the flag, by the way. The Bellamy's with the right text. Yeah,
That's
the original. No flags for America was a Sig Heil, everybody. I don't know if you know that.
It wasn't until World War II that they changed it to put your hand over your heart. It
Yeah.
used to be, see if you can find an image. of it. 'Cause
So-
it's crazy to see that classroom. Remember to see Highlights like what?
It's a funny story too because first of all, I'll even have a pledge of allegiance to the flag. Like I'm not a
Well,
military
it used to be
motherfucker.
God before. Was it Truman or Eisenhower?
I used to be I speak English.
Who removed the God part? Or who put the God part in? It was during the 50s.
That's
right?
like at the end.
But wasn't it like, it
Yeah,
wasn't
the
until like the
initial fight.
1950s.
Not until later. But the fight at first was highly.
Yeah.
The fight at first was if you
Look
have
at
to
that.
speak English because
Look
they
how
had
crazy
immigration
that is.
problem.
Look how crazy that is.
Yeah, there you go.
That's our Pledge of Allegiance.
This would be a good game show. Like, is this Nazi?
But they put God in because of the communist scare. That's when God got into the Pledge of Allegiance. It used to be one nation under God, not under God, just one nation indivisible with liberty and justice
They
for all.
didn't say
And
what
then
God.
they decided to put it under God.
Jocular.
When did they add that? What year did they add that? That's a fascinating thing. People like this country was founded by Christian
It
promise.
was written by Freemasons, and they are Luciferians, which is not a Satanist. That's not a Satanist. A Satanist is like a hot topic thing. A Luciferian, Lucifer embodies the good and the bad. Like your leaders that you make excuses for, not you specifically, but well, he has to kill those Yemenis. He has to. That's Luciferianism, where Wolverine, Superman is a punk ass Christian, I guess, the way he's a goody two shoes, but like an anti-hero.
Right.
Hillary Clinton, she was an ambitious woman, had to do what she had to do. So yes, if people are dead and shut up, that's a conspiracy. That America loves Luciferianism, whether it's de facto. Don't matter what you think you do. You're doing it. I don't call you a Christian unless you act like one. You know what I mean? Like I would never call myself a Christian, but sometimes I will act Christian. But a lot of times I don't. So I'm not gonna claim the thing that I'm not living up to. America's living up to a God. It ain't Bible God. I don't know who the hell people think it is, but how could you even go to the military and be a Christian and learn more, no more?
Because you want to protect America from the evil people.
Oh, like from what Jesus said.
Yeah.
Oh, like Jesus said. It's okay if it's
That's what Jesus said. That was
if everybody stops lying, as long as you don't have to kill nobody,
well,
just don't lie.
What's more demonic than a robot drone powered by AI that's coming over to fuck people up and makes a decision to kill a certain amount of civilians because it has to get this one back?
I'll tell you what, one that grew some organic brain tissue around the chip because they can't get that AI to be alive because it's not, and so they're growing brain tissue. You seen that?
No, but what I was going to get to was what's more demonic is a person. Instead of an AI that makes this calculation and coldly assesses that it's valuable to kill 30 civilians to get this one Al Qaeda guy, what is more demonic might be a person. Because one of the things that's fucked up about it is the people that are actually doing it are just fine. So there's a person who can make a decision. So there's a person that can make a decision that you're going to launch Hellfire missiles into an apartment building. But the person who makes the decision isn't actually pressing the button. So he might feel a little bit removed from the crime. But the person who is forced to operate the drone, they say these guys have to study them for days sometimes. And they watch their patterns, they see them play with their kids, and then they get that green light. And then they get the order. It's time to do it. And then they have to fucking press a button and launch missiles and watch that guy get eliminated from thousands of miles away.
Well, you know how we know 90% innocent people got killed? I know I saw that. Because the drone operators, they bothered them. Yeah. And the drone operator, I don't remember the guy's name, I feel bad, but that guy's in prison for revealing the truth about the criminals that run your government.
There's a guy in prison for revealing
the truth about his own stuff. 3 years ago, the guy's speech about, I watched people. The drone operators, they got put away under that act. Trump's abusing it now.
How's he abusing it now?
How's
he abusing it now for that?
That's where they grab these people with no charges and take them out because they supported Hamas. It's under the Espionage Act. They're doing shit like that.
So talking about the drone bombings is an espionage thing? Is that what it is?
Top secret.
Is that? Oh,
we killed all those people. We're worse than terrorists. We're worse. 90% civilians. That's not collateral. That's who you killed. The collateral will be if you hit a fucking terrorist. Right. That's real. That happened. And a guy's in prison for telling us that Obama, the ones that Bill, I guess, thinks is not Nazis, even though, boy, it should kill like Nazis, don't they? Again, Bill's right about a lot of things, but that is just such like a dude. You don't know what. Just look like
There's a lot more to the story.
you're focusing on the
narrative. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a narrative that gets out there, and then people have opinions of the narrative, but it's so nuanced. The story behind it, like when people, there's a lot of people that want to talk about whatever the conflict is, whether it's Ukraine or Israel and Palestine. Like, if you want to become an expert on Israel and Palestine, you need a lot of fucking time. You need a lot of time. And a long, long, long history to get to follow.
Okay. Oh, Daniel Hale, yes.
She's an American whistleblower, former National Security Agency's intelligence analyst who sent classified information about drone warfare to the press. Hale served the United States military, United States Air Force, 2009, 2013. Okay, pled guilty to retaining, transmitting national defense information, sentenced to 45 months in prison. Incarcerated, United States Penitentiary. He was released on July 5th, 2024, right after Independence Day. Didn't even get a beer on 4th of July.
Meanwhile, they're not going to investigate how to it.
So he's out there right now. He's out there right now, this guy?
I don't know.
I wonder if he's allowed to do podcasts.
Well, the guy who
Are
ran
you
it,
allowed to do podcasts when you get out there?
yeah, John Teriyaki does it.
Yeah, but like a guy like that probably doesn't want to talk. That's what got him in jail in the first place.
Well, but yeah,
Right? If he talks about it now, isn't that the same thing? Isn't he doing it all over again?
well, now that it's out, I think he's done that already.
I don't know. That's the question. But if you
Shouldn't they
get
fuck him
tried,
with him?
if you get tried and you go to jail for something, but what you did was tell the truth about crimes, the last thing you want to do is talk more about those crimes, right? I would think.
Yeah, well, what's Julian Assange doing now? Is he talking?
I don't know. Is he completely free? Like, what is
He
his current
owes
state?
money for them transporting him. They charge like $1 million. They just are despicable. Dude. Plus, I don't know. I know people want to believe and they're dumb, but why? Why do you believe it when you get? It's like if you're being cheated on and you're like, no, even Dottie Sandusky. That should be the national bird of America. Jerry Sandusky's wife, who thinks nothing happened to this day.
That's
Yeah, she just Dottie stays upstairs and Jerry helps those boys in the basement. You get freedom. That's America. And then people you tell the truth to. The thing that makes you crazy is not knowing the truth. It's when you tell people and they either don't want to know it or they go, I just want to keep my head down and do my job, which friends of mine that are not dumb, smart people say. But yeah, that's the American spirit. I want to keep my head down and do my job. I can't wait to sing High on the Flag now. Oh, how inspiring. It's changing. It's changing.
A lot of people think like that once they have a mortgage and kid. They really do. They think, I just don't want to rock the boat.
I understand
I'm
that.
barely staying above water right now as it is.
What if you're rich? You want your kids to see that you're not going to knuckle under.
Let me tell you something that happens to rich people. They get scared they're not going to be rich anymore.
Yeah.
It's not keep the party rolling.
Yeah. No, I know.
I'm serious. That's what happens. You feel that fear. There's this fear. It's the same thing that always pops up. It's famine mentality. It's the same reason why people want all the attention.
Right.
People want everything. They want to be number one. It's the same thing. It's famine.
Well, those buttons you're talking about, you think they didn't study these extensively to figure out exactly which ones to press to get what reaction? Hey, we need people to pretend that Tesla, he was unelected. You don't elect the guy that does that, dipshits, unelected. Is that a good point? Right. You get appointed. Just like how Kamala was unelected.
Well, they did it during the Obama administration. They did it during the Clinton administration. Like, the government efficiency programs are not new. It's not a new thing. And the thing is, I understand that he's polarizing because of a lot of things, unfortunately, that he did. There's a lot about what he's uncovering that's important for you to know. That your money's being wasted. And that's not a partisan thing. It shouldn't be.
And you should know that the savings are not going to, if you're worried.
But you should also know that this fucking protest against him is probably funded. It's too organized. It's too often. It's too regular. There's people that are involved. There are chants that they hand out. Someone's paying money for this stuff. Whether they're paying those people or not, I think they are. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am.
You're the soda people, right?
The point is, it's organized. It's not natural.
We just saw them. This is amazing. We did a story. I said to you, there's the soda, I don't know, Ameribev or whatever it's called. Right. So they got MAGA people And I've seen these people apologizing up and down, a bunch of them, because they got, maybe they did it willingly, willingly, but duped or not, they were like, it's embarrassment. Because, like I said, to the credit of MAGA people, not that I do that, I don't vote. I would have if Trump did anything that I thought he would. They wrote, oh, they're trying to control how people use their SNAP, like their welfare, to buy soda. They're like, don't say they can't buy soda because RFK,
Right.
soda's
American Heart Association fought it. Did you know that?
Yeah.
That's adorable. American Heart Association fought poison.
Absolutely.
Oh, come on.
So, but you remember when these same stupid fucking conservatives were mad that they were spending their welfare on lobster? Remember that? They're buying lobster with welfare.
What do you?
You never heard of this?
No.
This old, well, Reagan did it first with the welfare fat queen that gets in a Cadillac and buys lobster with your welfare.
What? Really?
Oh, he was the best like that. Then, one of the greatest presidents. And then after that, I would hear this a few years ago. There's something about welfare. It's always like, oh yeah, that's where we're losing all our money on the welfare. We are, not for this country though, just so you know.
Well, I think of the SNAP things to encourage lobster,
But
steak,
now,
food stamp myth refuses
you know why
to
they're
die.
doing it?
1976 campaign speech. In Chicago, they found a woman who holds the record. They told the assembled crowd. She used 80 names, 30 addresses, 15 telephone numbers to collect food stamps, Social Security, veterans benefits for 4 non-existent deceased veteran husbands, as well as welfare. Her tax-free income alone has been running $150,000 a year. Sounds like this lady's pretty cool. Reagan's story turned out to be a gross exaggeration of a minor case of welfare fraud. Well, I don't know what to believe, because I want to believe that she pulled this off, because I think it's kind of badass. If you're going to duck the welfare system, doing it with 80 different people is kind of fucking hilarious. In 1976, 150K in 1976. What do you think that is today, in today's money?
You combined her with a CIA op, I'm sure.
How much is that in today's money, Jamie? Let's guess. $150,000. I say that's $2.7 million.
I think you're right. And I think I could put on a transgender playing Guatemala with that.
Get your fun Sesame Street.
But so that's the
Can you find out what that is? That's it. Oh, I thought it was millions.
So
we've been lied to about inflation.
Wait, so soda people.
Oh, interesting. That's kind of crazy.
Wait, so the soda people, so they're mad that welfare people are getting things. Now, this fake thing that they try to filter through magnet is, don't tell people that they can't spend their money on what they want. Well, it's welfare money. Can they buy lobster again? Asshole. They're paying, and they go, Trump likes Diet Coke. And they give a list, just like that list you showed me, of emotional buttons to try to push. And people did believe in Maha. Okay, now, in fairness to RFK, he learned there's a bigger threat to American health, which is anti-Semitism. Not the fluoride. That fluoride thing, which I didn't believe, it turns out is real.
Utah just banned fluoride.
Did they?
Yep, they just banned fluoride.
They just banned sexual rituals too.
No.
Yes, they did.
Did they really?
Yeah, because
they banned that? That's not already illegal?
You would think. Dude,
I
the
thought
lawyer,
that's in the law.
that story's crazy because his DA, so some creep. There's a lot of
let's get on the floor thing for a second before we scatter. Huberman had a great episode of his podcast with this woman who's a doctor who discussed the impact of fluoride. Florida. maybe that explains Florida.
Florida in the water.
Maybe that explains Florida and Florida are pretty fucking close. That might be it. We might have stumbled onto something. It's just fucking crazy. But the thing is that it's a known neurotoxin, and there's no reason for it to be in the fucking water. And yet there's still people that are saying it should be in the water. There's these crazy fucking which impacts dental health of impoverished people, and shut the fuck up.
We'll check where their money comes from.
The same people. This is like the whole fucking sugar and sweets thing. Why do you think they're getting so many calories? Why is anybody getting so many calories?
That's right.
You're eating some shit you're not supposed to be eating.
So when we were doing the story, and they're talking about, I go, what do they make all their money on? Poor people spend the welfare on soda. Because my girlfriend, when she saw it, she goes, who still drinks soda? Oh, people on welfare. So most of their budget, just like if your budget came from running a prison full of convicts, people are from people spending their SNAP benefits on soda that kills them, and they don't want to lose that income. It's like,
Well, they also have
Billions.
they recognize the influence that these companies that sell this stuff have on these different commissions that decide what gets, like the American Heart Association gets funded by some of these companies.
you just gotta buy it. That's why they. So
Is that true? Make sure that's true. Because I read that the American Heart Association receives funding from there's like soda companies. And,
the three-letter agency of any kind, is there any of them that aren't bought out by some fucking psychopath?
they have to. They make little deals. They do things. They donate. They rub shoulders.
Oh, that's how they all stay
in
out
business.
business. That's why everything's so good, because they have to do that.
If you want to be in a country club,
I do.
you gotta play the game. You can't
Golf?
keep rocking the boat. I'm rocking the boat.
No, a blind eye will serve you better. You were kind.
Is it true before we wrap this up? Is it true what I just said?